In the struggle for survival over a decade in a post-apocalyptic world, she finds herself reborn to the time before disaster strikes. Naturally, she resolves to stockpile supplies with fervor. But how will she acquire the necessary funds? As an ordinary worker, her bank account does not boast billions, nor does she inherit a grand fortune. Only the meager savings accumulated from her salary remain. Faced with the impending onslaught of extreme heat, frigid cold, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, years of acid rain, and mutated creatures, she must prepare for an array of calamities and human misfortunes. But what to do in the absence of money? The answer is clear. She must earn it. She will pursue wealth with relentless fervor, buying everything she can: food, drink, essentials, and clothing. She cannot cease her efforts until she has amassed enough resources for the next life. Simultaneously, she will repay old grudges. Those who have wronged her will face retribution in kind. In this second chance at the apocalypse, Jiang Noah intends to live abundantly and with great satisfaction. Chapter 1: Rebirth. Before the arrival of catastrophe, Jiang Noah had never experienced such pain. The stench of blood pierced her eardrums, her legs weakened, and she could not feel her hands, her voice silenced by a throat long since torn apart. "Get away, you crazy woman! Just leave!" A man's voice vehemently rejected her. Thick blood congealed around her eyelids, heavy enough to prevent her from opening her eyes. She should have perished long ago, yet a flicker of life clung to her, gripping tightly onto the man beneath her. This was the enemy who had caused her mother's death, the one she loathed with every fiber of her being. The mutated creature feasting upon Jiang Noah would not spare her living prey below. The scent of blood attracted more beasts, who descended upon their feast with delight. The man's cries faded into silence, and the necklace around Jiang Noah's neck was severed in the chaos. A flash of strange light swept across her vision, and all the pain in her body seemed to dissipate in a wave of warmth. A sense of bewilderment filled her, but in an instant, her body jolted awake, and she opened her eyes wide. What met her gaze was the internet company where she had once worked, its walls adorned with the slogan, "Innovation and Struggle, Infinite Future." In the adjacent workspace, people appeared busy at their keyboards, occasionally sipping their coffee. She extended her hand, delicate fingers with meticulously manicured nails, adorned with an exquisite woven bracelet. This was not Jiang Noah's hand, or rather, it was not the bloodied and scarred hands she had possessed in the apocalypse. What was happening? Had she really been resurrected? Had she returned from that brutal world of survival where the law of the jungle prevailed? She had fought for 10 long years in that hellish realm. The relentless heat, torrential rains, and frigid cold had obliterated the cities that once sustained humanity, resulting in a staggering 70% reduction in the population. Earthquakes and supervolcanic eruptions not only destroyed humanity's shelters, but also brought forth acid rain upon the planet. Under the shroud of volcanic ash, the earth plunged into a prolonged darkness and extreme cold. Resources for survival dwindled, flora and fauna mutated, and viruses ran rampant. Yet the most terrifying aspect was humanity's unrestrained nature once laws and morals decayed. Jiang Noah's thoughts swirled. She had just perished in the jaws of a mutated beast, that heart-wrenching agony still vivid. But in the next moment, she found herself back in the past. Was this before the onset of the apocalypse? Had she truly been reborn? Yang No. Are you listening to what I'm saying? A familiar male voice echoed in her ears, blooming a surge of hatred in her heart. Jiang Noah looked up to meet the gaze of a seemingly charming and sunny face. "Your design represents our team in the competition. What difference does it make if you, or Yang Ning, wins? By pursuing this matter, you're endangering us all. If things escalate, the company will be affected, and you can't bear that responsibility." In an instant, all memories rushed back to her. The man speaking was Wang Jianli, for years her senior and the project leader at her company. Meanwhile, she was merely a rookie, newly immersed in the grind of a 996 work culture. With limited life experience, her naivete had allowed her to believe that his occasional concerns signified something more. However, she soon realized that she was merely a fish in Wang Jianli's pond, while he was nothing more than a sycophant to Yang Ning. Yang Ning was the illegitimate daughter of the company's owner, who had joined the firm around the same time as Jiang Noah, spending her days applying makeup and playing on her phone without contributing anything. Colleagues, unaware of Yang Ning's true status, believed she was merely the boss's mistress, vying to curry favor with her, including Wang Jianli. To make matters worse, Yang Ning, lazy as she was, sought to appropriate Jiang Noah's designs to gain recognition and had even instigated Wang Jianli to steal her USB drive. Wang Jianli had pursued Jiang Noa for this reason. Jiang Noa raised her eyes, coldly regarding Wang Jianli, who continued his rambling. And think about it, I'm the one managing this project. If you escalate this, I will also be dragged into it. Do you really want to? What do I care? Jiang Noa abruptly interrupted him. Wang Jianli was taken aback. Somehow, just moments ago, she had seemed on the verge of tears, easily manipulated, but now her tone and gaze had transformed entirely. Unbeknownst to him, he had narrowly escaped death moments ago. After enduring the darkness of the apocalypse for 10 years, Jiang Noa, who had fought on the precipice of death, had blood on her hands, more than she could count. Now, she appeared to be just an ordinary office worker on the outside. Yet, within, she was a demon with blood on her hands, capable of slaughtering as easily as chopping vegetables. With a fleeting glance, she considered the metallic keyboard, the kettle beside her, the chair, the thermos, and the fruit knife. She felt confident she could wield any of these to deliver a fatal blow to this despicable man. In the end times, she would cling to her last breath and drag Wang Jianli down with her to be devoured by the mutated beasts. But that would not do now. The apocalypse had not yet arrived, and social order had not collapsed. Acting against him now would likely lead to imprisonment, which would only delay her plans. She would deal with him later. Resolving herself, Jiang Noa turned away from Wang Jianli, who stood in shock. Arriving at her workstation, she closed her eyes to gather her thoughts. Her colleagues, having witnessed her confrontation with Wang Jianli, discreetly averted their eyes, whispering among themselves. Jiang Noa was well aware that Yang Ning was their office goddess. Only she seemed oblivious to the fact that she had been relentlessly seeking an explanation from Yang Ning in recent days. I truly hope she doesn't drag us down in front of Yang Ning. Just ignore her when the time comes. She's just jealous. She can't compare to Yang Ning, who is beautiful, knows how to dress, and has talent. What good does it do to blame Yang Ning? She should have been born into better circumstances. Jiang Noa paid no mind to their chatter. She opened her browser to check the latest news, information, and calendar, confirming repeatedly that she had truly been reborn. It was now June, and the apocalypse loomed just 2 months away. In 2 months, the current sweltering heat would escalate, temperatures soaring from 45 to over 50 degrees, resulting in numerous fatalities from the oppressive heat, yet this was merely the beginning. Given that fate had granted her a second chance, she would not allow herself to be as feeble as in her previous life. She would prepare in advance. Thus, she needed money. Jiang Noa was an ordinary person, her bank account holding only a little over 50,000. Therefore, her most pressing objective was to acquire money. She would pursue wealth with unwavering determination. Jiang Noa opened her laptop and drafted an encrypted spreadsheet, mapping out her preparations. At the end of the workday, she packed her laptop into her bag and left the company directly. Just as she reached the elevator, she was, predictably, blocked by Wang Jianli. "Xiao Noa, are you angry?" Unlike the intimidation from the afternoon, he wore a smile now, speaking softly in a manner typically appealing to young girls. "I apologize if my earlier tone startled you. My intentions were solely for your benefit. Yang Ning is a significant connection. Why must you oppose her? Let us put this matter to rest." Agreed, Jiang Noa wished to waste no time in conversation. "Bring the money to settle this." "What do you mean?" Wang Jianli was taken aback. "A flat fee of 250,000. You provide the funds, and I shall remain silent about your association with the boss's daughter and the thefts, which were orchestrated by me. I possess ample evidence." Jiang Noa paused, adding, "Moreover, should you steal from me, I will not hesitate to inform the authorities. The choice is yours." Wang Jianli opened his mouth, at a loss for words. "How do you know about my involvement with her?" "Yang nos patience vanet. Will you pay or not? Speak plainly." "I am aware the boss is in a meeting with clients. I wouldn't mind surprising him right now." Wang Jianli's expression darkened. "Have you lost your mind? Is a mere design worth this?" As he glared at her, Jiang Noa stepped aside and sharply kicked his knee. "Yang Noa." The pain struck Wang Jianli, causing him to kneel on the ground as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Are you out of your mind?" Jiang Noa regarded him coldly. 250,000. Wang Jianli suppressed his pain and anger, his thoughts racing. He could not fathom why Jiang Noa had transformed so drastically. He had perceived her as an inconspicuous girl, timid in crowds, yet now she displayed unexpected ferocity. Wang Jianli calculated the risks. Yang Ning, the boss's illegitimate daughter, had an abundance of resources and was quite generous. If his relationship with her flourished, he need not struggle for the rest of his life. He could not allow this wretch to ruin his plans. Wang Jianli gritted his teeth. I don't have that much on hand right now. Jiang Nua lifted her chin. That is your concern. I will delete the evidence once the transaction is complete, but only before tomorrow. Jiang Nua coldly observed Wang Jianli's frustrated departure, then left the company without hesitation. As she inhaled the fresh air outside, she slowed her pace, watching the bustling people amidst towering buildings, various shops, and the cacophony of traffic. Despite having been away for a decade, Jiang Nua still remembered the way home. Following her memories, she took the bus, disembarking at familiar stops, navigating through winding streets. The elevator ascended floor by floor, her heart racing with anticipation.
Ding!
The elevator doors opened, and her legs felt weak. Trembling, she fished her house key from her bag, approaching the door from her memories, but the key would not fit despite several attempts. Calm down, she muttered, her fingers searching for the keyhole until, at last, it clicked and she turned the key. The door swung open. Woof woof woof. A loud, exuberant bark greeted her as a fluffy black and white Siberian husky dashed to her feet. It was her beloved dog. She had nurtured this husky since its puppy days, its striking blue eyes and soft fur a comfort. Yet it had been lost shortly after the apocalypse began. When Jiang Nua had finally confronted Wang Jianli, he revealed the truth. That dog was always barking at me. I was fed up. Though its temper may be foul, it's still quite delightful. It's just a bit skinny. You used to feed it well. Such human words were now spoken about a beast. Jiang Nua crouched down and embraced the dog's head, overcome with emotion. The husky, bewildered by its owner's distress, stood still, allowing her to bury her face in its fur. Oh, you're home from work so early today. Jiang Nua looked up as a middle-aged woman in a short-sleeved shirt and apron emerged from the kitchen, her face bright with joy. Oh Nua, come help me taste the soup.
Mom.
Jiang Nua could no longer contain her tears. The memories of the apocalypse flooded back. Her mother had protected her fiercely, wielding a kitchen knife against threats. In the end, it was her mother who had faced a group of attackers, shouting, "No Noah, run." And she had run for 10 long years. Eating garbage, scavenging, drinking contaminated water, fighting mutated beasts, she bore countless scars, feeling less than human. Yet, every time she thought she might perish, she recalled her mother's words, knowing her mother wanted her to survive. Yet, Yuruahua was unaware of these struggles. Seeing her daughter cry, she rushed to close the door and help Jiang Nua up. What happened? Did you not make it in that competition? You seem so upset. Her mother presumed Jiang Nua was distressed over her recent sleepless nights spent on designs that yielded no results. Jiang Nua refrained from explaining, wiping her tears and gradually regaining composure. Don't worry, let me serve you some bone soup to warm your stomach. Yuruahua returned to the kitchen. The husky followed Jiang Nua, resting its head on the sofa, worryingly licking her fingers. Jiang Nua looked at it, stroking its head. Don't worry, I will protect you. Then she glanced towards the kitchen. I will also protect Mom. This time, I will safeguard our home. Chapter 2, The Pursuit of Wealth Using fresh marrow bones, the soup simmered for an hour in the clay pot, fragrant with the addition of freshly chopped scallions. The first bowl was served to Jiang Nua. She took a sip, the sweetness of corn and goji berries bursting on her palate, combined with the rich, creamy broth, leaving her questioning her very existence. Forget about bone soup. In the apocalypse, she had struggled to find anything clean to eat. Days of hunger had led her to consume anything alive, even rats, and she had long believed she had lost her sense of taste. Mom, what did you put in this? It tastes amazing. Nothing much, just some salt and MSG. With fresh bones, you shouldn't add too many seasonings. Mom, can this be given to Hame? Hame was the name Jiang Nua had chosen for her husky. Initially, she had brainstormed many lovely names but settled on this simple and silly one. I have some without seasonings. Yuruahua prepared another bowl, adorned with a small bone design at the bottom, specifically for Hame. Observing this, Jiang Nua's resolve to live well strengthened. After finishing her soup, she eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes, leaving Yuruahua somewhat bewildered. Jiang Nua came from a modest background, a single-parent household, her father having passed away early. Yuruahua, concerned that her daughter had no grandparents to care for her and fearing she would be bullied or lack affection, lavished her with love. They say children of the poor mature early, yet Jiang Nua, aside from helping her mother at the stall as a child, had lived a life akin to that of a princess. Household chores were never her responsibility, As long as she claimed to be studying, her mother would fulfill any request. While other children played with dolls and toys, her mother indulged her. When others enrolled in extracurricular classes, even if Jiang Noa was uninterested, her mother would sign her up. However, Jiang Noa could not fully appreciate this. In her previous life, she had burned the midnight oil on designs and Yuruahua. Noticing her daughter's dark circles, had lamented, "You must take care of your health. What's the rush with this design? You wouldn't understand. Stop bothering me. I don't have time to work slowly." She often took her mother's love for granted. Jiang Noa turned off the faucet, reassuring herself. It's all right. Things will get better. After dinner, she returned to her room, and without pausing to reminisce, she retrieved her laptop and opened a plan she had drafted at work. This was a blueprint for surviving the impending apocalypse. She would require a multitude of supplies, a storage facility for them, and a secure, long-term residence. At present, her primary concern was money. Jiang Noa's family had only a few thousand in savings, and the most valuable asset was their two-bedroom apartment in the school district, with her monthly income being their only source of sustenance. Too little. Jiang Noa involuntarily touched her neck, where a necklace rested, a piece of jewelry that Yuruahua brought as part of her dowry, said to have been passed down through generations. Crafted from gold and jade, its design seemed somewhat gaudy to Jiang Noa. She had never liked the necklace, but one day, Yuruahua had joyfully unearthed it and insisted that Jiang Noa try it on, repeatedly praising its beauty. Jiang Noa had initially intended to wear it just to appease her, but as time passed, she grew accustomed to it and forgot to take it off. Remarkably, even during the early days of the apocalypse, when survival was a struggle, Jiang Noa neglected to exchange it for money or goods. Now, however, her fingers brushed against emptiness. Where is the necklace? Her memory could not be mistaken. She should have been wearing it at this moment. In a panic, Jiang Noa rushed to find a mirror, only to discover a strange scar near her collarbone, with no trace of the necklace in sight. As she continued to probe with her fingers, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her, as if she were glimpsing another world. A hazy expanse revealed only a dilapidated wooden cabin, its darkened roof and walls dirty, the door half-rotted, and the surrounding fence comprised of decayed, disordered wood, with several patches of barren land nearby. The visible aura was one of rigidity and lifelessness. Jiang Noa shook her head, the dizziness subsiding, and the scene before her reverted to her room. What was happening? Was it an illusion? She focused her mind, attempting to recall the sensations she had just experienced. Slowly, the image of that small cabin re-emerged. Jiang Noa felt as though she were wielding a camera, observing this modest wilderness from a first-person perspective. She moved cautiously, slipping through the broken door. The roof was riddled with gaps, promising leaks during rain, while the interior was devoid of furnishings, with peeling walls and an empty space, save for a conspicuous vanity cabinet by the window. Guided by her intent, Jiang Noa drew nearer and was astonished to see the missing necklace displayed prominently on a pedestal. When she reached out to grasp it, however, her efforts proved futile, as if it were destined to remain in that place. The once ordinary design of the necklace now appeared solemn and resplendent. The golden sheen was dazzling, while the jade pendant shimmered with an elusive brilliance. Jiang Noa's heart raced, akin to being submerged underwater, as a profound pressure left her breathless. She quickly retreated, standing from her chair and drawing back the curtains to take several deep breaths. As she regained her composure, her heartbeat gradually steadied, yet her mind buzzed with excitement. To test her hypothesis, after resting a moment, Jiang Noa adjusted her focus and pressed her hand against a small stool in her room, attempting to transfer it to the desolate grounds of the dilapidated cabin. As the sensation in her hand faded, Jiang Noa murmured, "It worked." Behind the broken cabin lay a patch of empty land, where her small stool lay scattered on the ground. Could it be that she had acquired a spatial storage? However, if she could resurrect herself, then such an occurrence was not beyond the realm of possibility. Just then, her phone rang, the contact name unchanged, with a loud ringtone that displayed Senior. How unfortunate, Jiang Noa muttered, yet she answered the call. "Xiao Noa, there's a limit on the transfer amount. Let's meet somewhere. I can't bring the items with me." Jiang Noa was highly wary of Wang Jinli, a man who had survived through many trials in his previous life and was not without cunning. Meeting him alone at night raised her suspicions. "No need. See you at the company tomorrow at noon." "That's not acceptable. I can't bring it to the company." Wang Jinli sounded anxious. Jiang Noa exhausted her patience. "Wang Jinli, understand this. I'm not negotiating. If you don't pay, don't bother me. The line went dead with a series of beeps, and Jong Noah, uninterested in further engagement, updated the contact name and continued refining her resource plan for the apocalypse. The next day, feeling refreshed after a good rest, Jong Noah chose not to go to work, but instead took a bus to a secluded office building. Following a business card in her hand, she walked intermittently until she found the door matching the number on the card, at which point she knocked. A young man wearing a hat opened the door. He was tall but hunched, appearing somewhat lackluster, revealing only half of his face beneath the hat, which bore a look of surprise. "Are you the client? Please come in." The dimly lit reception room seemed to harbor stale air. Jong Noah paid it no heed as she sat on the sofa and pulled a photograph from her bag, placing it on the coffee table before her. "This couple, please obtain their intimate photos and videos." The individuals circled in the photo were none other than Wang Jianli and Yang Ning from their company's team-building event. "This man and the woman you just saw, I need to acquire their hair." Jong Noah pointed to the company owner, Yang Ning's biological father, Yang Qingjun. Okay. However, miss, this counts as two separate orders." "I understand." Jong Noah paused. "Aren't you curious about my relationship with them?" "Rest assured, I understand and won't pry." "As for the price," Jong Noah firmly stated, "payment upon delivery." The man in the hat appeared troubled. In these times, private investigators rarely thrived. Yet Jong Noah had no time for his hesitations. She needed results swiftly. Paying after delivery would also encourage him to expedite matters. Had she not been pressed for time, she wouldn't have sought him out. It was painful to part with money in such a situation. After a moment's hesitation, the man acquiesced, promising results within a week. With this matter resolved, Jong Noah hurried to the company. Upon arriving at the office, she found Wang Jianli waiting at her desk, his expression clouded with frustration. Jong Noah walked straight over. Wang Jianli had no choice but to yield his seat to her, lowering his voice to say, "I transferred 50,000 to you yesterday. I can send you another 100,000 today, but the rest—" He stealthily produced a box he had concealed, which appeared quite exquisite from the outside. Upon opening it, dazzling brilliance emerged. A handcrafted watch, its diamond-studded face gleaming, intricate components interlinked, resembling a miniature world. It was no wonder Wang Jianli was reluctant to bring it to the office. This watch was a gift from Yang Ning, and he treasured it so much that even at the onset of the apocalypse, he was reluctant to sell it. Yang Ning could casually gift watches worth over 100,000. Naturally, he clung to her tightly, unwilling to let go. "Yang Nuo, I've done my utmost. Check online. This watch is worth over 100,000, far exceeding your demands. I have all the documents. It's definitely authentic. If you insist on haggling, I can't offer anything more." Wang Jianli wore an expression of helplessness. Jong Noah shot him a glance, fully aware of how vindictive he was, likely plotting to find ways to undermine her at the company, seeking leverage to reclaim his money. Unfortunately, this world was nearing its end. Jong Noah had no desire to utter another word. She urged him to transfer the 100,000 immediately and deftly took the watch. It was indeed a valuable item, and she could find a way to sell it. She efficiently booted up her computer and, under Wang Jianli's watchful gaze, copied the award-winning project, from conception to draft to final product, along with references, website links, and all content, into an email directed to Wang Jianli, then promptly cleared the USB drive. She heard Wang Jianli let out a sigh of relief. Jong Noah then retrieved her phone, received the payment in front of him, blocked his account, and deleted all their photos and chat records. "Are you satisfied now?" Yang Nui nodded. "We are square now, and we owe each other nothing." Wang Jianli appeared unwilling, but he could only nod and leave in haste. Jong Noah watched his retreating figure, a cold scoff echoing in her heart. Blood debts must be settled in blood. There was never any notion of mutual indebtedness. Chapter 3. High-temperature red alert. In the latest midday news, it has been reported that numerous regions have issued high-temperature red alerts. Citizens are urged to prepare for cooling measures to prevent heat stroke. In certain commercial areas, electricity usage is being restricted, with priority given to residential electricity supply. The water level of the Changhe River has reached its lowest point in a decade. Jong Noah stepped out of her company and into a noodle shop, ordering a bowl of beef noodles that she devoured eagerly. The small establishment's television played the news, with a host still captivatingly beautiful and her voice gentle. Yet the news she delivered was far from pleasant. The world line remained unchanged. They were still heading toward disaster. Jong Noah was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Before leaving the office, she had applied for all her annual leave at once. allowing her 5 days off work. In a few days, she would not even need to request leave, as the high temperatures would lead to electricity restrictions, making it impossible for office buildings to accommodate employees who would largely be sent home to work remotely. The shop's fan buzzed as the weather forecast on her phone displayed a scorching 35 degrees Celsius, a temperature unbearable for many. Perhaps due to the absence of air conditioning. The noodle shop was not crowded. Only Jiang Nua sat there, her complexion flushed from the heat, completely absorbed in her meal. She even savored every last drop of the broth. Upon exiting the noodle shop, she felt the sting of ultraviolet rays on her exposed skin as she stepped out, prompting her to quicken her pace. Jiang Nua contacted a real estate agency stored in her phone, straightforwardly stating her intention. She wanted to sell her property. The reason for choosing this agency was that they had persistently called her multiple times recently, expressing interest in her property. The apartment was located in a desirable school district. Although the location was good, the building had fallen into disrepair, spanning just over 60 square meters, with an elevator that frequently malfunctioned. The community entrance was practically non-existent, leading to low safety levels. However, she had heard rumors that the nearby elementary school was to merge with a prestigious institution, becoming its branch, which would undoubtedly drive up property prices. The agency had been actively reaching out, with several residents already selling their homes. Jiang Nura was eager to sell and felt this agency was the most suitable choice. The apartment was not resilient against flooding, and she needed to find a new residence. Her mother had a penchant for stockpiling food, making numerous cured sausages and meats. In a previous life, at the onset of the apocalypse, they had not been particularly lacking in food. However, when Wang Jianli sought refuge with Jiang Nua, she had unwittingly agreed to shelter him, unaware that the torrential rains would not cease. To her dismay, he had brought along 2 of his friends, who immediately turned hostile, ostensibly to protect the 2 vulnerable women. But in reality, they had taken over Jiang Nua's home. Jiang Nua had confronted him face to face, yet she was no match for several men. Yu Ruohua had her heart entirely tied to her daughter, and the house had long been transferred to Jiang Nua, who possessed all the necessary documents, only presenting 2 requirements to the agency. First, she urgently needed cash and required a buyer who could pay in full immediately. Second, after the transaction, she needed a 2-month buffer period to prepare for the move. The agent concealed their joy, knowing that this property was highly sought after and that the commission would be substantial, but they could not display their eagerness too overtly. Miss Jiang, your conditions seem a bit stringent, they remarked. Jiang Nua was well aware of their intentions and did not indulge them, retorting, then perhaps we should reconsider? The agent quickly changed their tune. No, our brand values efficiency above all. Rest assured, we can sell it. Without delay, Jiang Nua proceeded to contact potential buyers for the watch she had from Wang Jianli. Under normal circumstances, she could allow time for the property to appreciate, but Jiang Nua could not afford to wait. She was compelled to lower the price, aiming for a swift transaction. After a day of toiling, she returned home, the night already having settled in, leaving her somewhat sore and fatigued. Her current physical state was quite poor. The routine of exiting, using the elevator, taking public transport, and going to work had provided no opportunity for physical activity. Poor fitness in an apocalypse could prove fatal, and she needed to start exercising immediately. Regaining her peak condition would require considerable time. Jiang Nura checked her savings again. The sale of the watch had netted her over 90,000, combined with the 70,000 she had saved at home and the transfer from Wang Jianli, totaling over 300,000. The house was already listed, and she had also engaged a private investigator. She could not afford to act too hastily. Yet, time was of the essence, and she could not waste it. With this in mind, Jiang Nua sat up, focusing her attention to manipulate her space. She found her control over it somewhat challenging. Transporting items was mentally exhausting, and fatigue set in quickly. Entering a meditative state, she meticulously examined every inch of her territory. She sensed that behind the mist lay some hidden scenery, yet an intangible force prevented her from approaching it. Unbeknownst to her, it was the sound of her mother returning home with the dog that pulled Jiang Nua from her meditative state. Coming to her senses, she realized she was drenched in sweat, as if she had just emerged from a shower. Yet, there was a refreshing quality to it. Her perceptions seemed to have sharpened. "No, Nua, come out for some fruit." Yu Ruohua's voice echoed from the living room. Jiang Nua stepped out, startling her mother with her appearance. "Oh my, you look like you've been caught in the rain." Wang. Even Ha Mei joined in the commotion. Unperturbed, Jiang Nua was drawn to the bag of apples her mother held, washing one before taking a bite. It was crisp and delightful, leaving a sweet taste lingering in her mouth. "Mom, this apple is truly sweet," she exclaimed. "Isn't it?" Yuruahua replied with a hint of pride. "These are from people in our group. They have plenty over there. We went apple picking today, and I picked these myself." Hearing this, Jong Noah's mind began to race. She took several apples into the living room and asked, "Mom, could you tell me more about it? I've recently taken on some outsourced procurement projects, and if I could secure several large fruit orders, it could be quite profitable." Yuruahua, with her limited education and heavy thoughts, was unaware that Jong Noah intended to keep her in the dark about the apocalypse and certainly would not reveal that she had returned from the dead. "They grow fruit in orchards, so there's no need for middlemen. We can get it directly," Yuruahua recalled. "What about the prices?" "I'm buying in bulk." "Of course. The more you buy, the cheaper it gets." "All right, Mom, could you help me reach out and find out what varieties they have?" "I'll keep track," Jong Noah said, feeling a surge of excitement. In the apocalypse, fruits had been nearly extinct for a long period. Jong Noah had previously tried placing a cup of hot water into her space, only to find it still steaming hours later when she retrieved it. Any items that entered or exited this space maintained their original state, functioning like a long-term preservation system without mixing flavors, greatly facilitating storage. Before bed, Jong Noah sent a message to the real estate agent she had previously contacted. "I need to rent an empty warehouse. An older one is fine. As long as there's good parking for unloading. I'll use it as a storage space, ideally for 2 months. And it would be great if it's near a wholesale market." The agent replied promptly, "No problem, I'll find some options for you." Jong Noah had expected it would take a day or two to hear back, but her phone buzzed again shortly after she set it down. "How about these options?" Links provided. The efficiency was impressive. Jong Noah selected one with a suitable location and booked it immediately. The warehouse had previously been used for packaging materials. It was small and somewhat secluded, but convenient for vehicle access, costing 20 cents per square meter per day, totaling just over 100 for daily rent. "I need it starting tomorrow." At the break of dawn the next day, Jong Noah followed her planned route. First heading to the agency to sign the lease and collect the keys, then making her way to the largest grain and oil wholesale market in the city. While going directly to manufacturers would have been more cost-effective, negotiating partnerships was not an instantaneous affair, and Jong Noah wished to avoid drawing attention, so she opted for wholesale. Rice and flour were fundamental staples, and their prices had risen considerably lately. Jong Noah chose the 20-kilogram bags, purchasing 2,000 of each, totaling 220,000. These two items alone amounted to over 80,000 pounds. Of course, having been reborn, her ambitions extended beyond mere survival. She sought to thrive. Thus, she also bought 100 bags of glutinous rice, totaling 2,000 pounds. Delicious and fragrant sticky rice can be prepared, along with zongzi, and when paired with fermentation starters. It can be used to brew sweet rice wine and rice liquor. 500 pounds each of millet, mung beans, red beans, koik seed, black rice, cornmeal, and peanuts are intended for porridge. A larger quantity of soybeans, specifically 2 tons, is essential. In a post-apocalyptic world, these are invaluable resources, allowing for the creation of tofu, dohua, bean skin, and dried tofu, all of which can help combat radiation. Furthermore, soybeans are easy to cultivate. They require little more than some wood ash and moisture to thrive without fertilization. The total expenditure on these legumes amounts to 40,000. Having nearly completed her staple food preparations, Jong Noah was about to purchase oil when she suddenly caught a whiff of rich liquor aroma emanating from a shop nearby that specialized in brewing grain liquor. In a world turned upside down, liquor is indeed a luxury, during the biting cold and darkness that enshrouds the earth. A sip of strong liquor can instantly dispel the chill. Moreover, high-proof spirits can serve as a substitute for alcohol for disinfection and wound treatment. During the coldest periods, a bottle of liquor could fetch an astronomical price, equivalent to 100 pounds of grain. Thus, she entered the shop and ordered 1,000 pounds of 60-degree high-proof grain liquor. The sweating proprietor, upon recognizing her as a major client, joyfully offered her a 10% discount and even provided a large white plastic barrel capable of holding 50 pounds, complimentary. The cost of high-purity grain liquor is not inexpensive. Even after the discount, it amounts to $15 per pound. However, the proprietor assured her that his liquor is genuinely brewed from pure sorghum and contains no adulterated alcohol. Jong Noah requested prompt delivery, but the proprietor mentioned it would take at least 10 days, as fermentation requires time and his equipment has limited output. Hearing this, Jiang Nua felt reassured and paid a $2,000 deposit, asking him to call her once it was ready. After leaving the steamy liquor shop, Jiang Nua hurried to a wholesale oil store. She purchased 500 barrels each of canola oil, peanut oil, and soybean oil, all 5 liters in size. She also noticed some refined lard and decided to buy 1,000 pounds of it as well. While it is often said that consuming lard is unhealthy, this is far from the truth. Modern individuals enjoy an abundance of food, leading to nutritional excess, rendering any type of oil less favorable. Yet, in a post-apocalyptic environment where resources are scarce, such high-calorie food becomes highly sought after. The total expenditure on these oils amounted to $85,000. In just a short half-day, her bank card was drained, with notifications of deductions flowing in like a torrent. Not only had her card run dry, but her credit card was also maxed out, and she had exhausted her payment platform's limit for the month, promptly resorting to a loan. Nevertheless, Jiang Nua felt no remorse. Instead, she felt a profound sense of security. For food is the foundation of survival. In the wake of the apocalypse, any amount of money becomes mere paper, useless digits. Only tangible resources hold true value. As for the credit card, it would naturally be wiped clean in the face of such calamity. After a morning of exhausting errands, Jiang Nua, breathless and weary, took a moment to treat herself to an ice pop and checked the weather on her phone, noting a sweltering 39 degrees Celsius. However, the actual surface temperature, exposed to direct sunlight, was significantly higher, making the ground feel as though it was scorching beneath her feet. Many people in the market were hoping for rain in the coming days to cool the sweltering heat, yet they were unaware that the days ahead would only grow hotter. She ventured to a nearby street to enjoy a hearty bowl of pig's trotter rice, rich in fat and carbohydrates, perfect for replenishing energy. As she savored the last grain of rice, Jiang Nua paid no mind to the astonished onlookers who marveled at her appetite, enjoying her meal to the fullest. By afternoon, the shop had prepared all her requested items. Jiang Nua arranged for a large truck at the market entrance and hired several movers to help load everything onto the vehicle. She had already devised a plan for organizing the items in her warehouse, having ordered numerous shelves from an online store to maximize space and facilitate future retrieval. The procurement process proved far more time-consuming and laborious than Jiang Nua had anticipated. She had spent nearly an entire day on staple food purchases alone. Initially, she considered comparing prices at multiple vendors, but the overwhelming variety of goods left her bewildered, so she decided to purchase based on instinct, buying from whichever vendor caught her eye. By evening, she was nearly exhausted, feeling as though the air she exhaled was heated. Ding ding ding. Wiping her sweat, Jiang Nua pulled out her phone. Hello, Ms. Jiang? This is the private investigator you hired. The items you requested have arrived. Returning home, Jiang Nua was met with an enthusiastic welcome from her dog, Hame, who seemed eager to leap into her arms, oblivious to her weight. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but it felt as though Hame had become increasingly attached to her. She playfully ruffled the dog's fur, eliciting a chorus of affectionate howls, and then retreated to her bedroom to open her computer. The private investigator had demonstrated commendable efficiency. After settling the final payment as agreed, Jiang Nua meticulously examined the folder she received, which contained dozens of intimate photographs of Yang Ning and Wang Jianli, showcasing their closeness as they entered and exited hotels. Anyone viewing these would easily deduce their illicit relationship. Additionally, several video clips were included, albeit taken from awkward angles. Yet they clearly captured both individuals' faces and voices. She opened the videos and listened intently. Wang Jianli handed a USB drive to Yang Ning. This contains everything from Jiang Nua's computer. I registered in your name. When the time comes, the reputation will be yours. She won't dare to act against you. All right, but I can't make heads or tails of this. Yang Ning replied, stroking her nails. Didn't you break up with her? How did you manage to get this? It's simple. I just need to beckon with my finger, and she'll comply. If that is the case, find a time to cut ties with her. Yang Ning said nonchalantly. What? Are you reluctant? Did you do anything with her? Wang Jianli's smile froze. No, he hastily reassured. I haven't touched her at all. Jiang Nua remained unfazed by the video. After 10 years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world, Wang Jianli felt as distant as a specter to her. Well, that settles it. Now that we have the evidence, sever ties with her. Yang Ning continued. Wang Jianli clearly disagreed. That would be too lenient on her. I have a proposal. I want her to handle a transaction to get her implicated. Wang Jianli evidently resented the 25,000 that had been taken from him. It seemed he had been waiting for this opportunity. Yang Ning, unfazed, casually inquired, but hasn't he shown up to work lately? How do you plan to do that? That's why I want to ask your father for help. It's not a difficult task. The latter conversation lacked substance. Yang Ning appeared nonchalant while Wang Jianli was determined to plot, displaying a relentless attitude. As the progress bar advanced, Yang Ning was swayed and promptly called her father. Employing the cunning tactics Wang Jianli had taught her, she began by claiming that someone at the company suspected her of being an illegitimate child, a most despicable individual, and she wished to have them dealt with to prevent any disruption. The voice on the other end of the phone was inaudible in the video.
Yang Ning continued, dead.
Rest assured, this is a plan devised by my mother. You know her. She is solely concerned for you, wishing to protect your reputation, even at her own expense. Her words position the illegitimate child and mistress roles distinctly, demonstrating her cleverness. Dad, trust my mother's plan. She has dealt with troublesome women for you over the years. This colleague is nothing but a penniless graduate. Why waste money to placate her? Let us get her in trouble, and I'll find a few others to take care of her. It seemed her father on the other end agreed. And Yang Ning provided further details, assuring him that she and her mother had already devised a foolproof plan to ensure the downfall of this female colleague, relieving her father of any worry. After hanging up, Yang Ning cast a sidelong glance at Wang Jianli. I followed your instructions. This is under my mother's name, so make sure to handle it discreetly. Wang Jianli, with unwavering confidence, embraced Yang Ning and made repeated promises, assuring her that he had made necessary preparations and would handle the relationships deftly. Wasn't it the same method I employed last time to assist your mother in dealing with that intern who assaulted your father?
Yang Ning apearet someuhat un confortable, questioning.
But this preparation time seems excessively prolonged. Can't we conclude this sooner? He reassured her, in the last month and a half, I will intensify my efforts. A month should suffice. We need to establish a significant account and ideally reach out to competing companies to finalize everything. With a smile, Wang Jianli added, endure for just over a month, and I'll ensure she is taken care of. After that, you can vent your frustrations at will. The two continued their affectionate exchanges before the video call concluded. Jiang Nua couldn't help but sneer. What a despicable bunch. Yang Ning was particularly intriguing. Born as the illegitimate daughter of Yang Qingjuan's mistress, she had only recently been recognized and arranged to work in his company. However, Yang Qingjuan remained vigilant, leaving mother and daughter with little advantage, as he had long since taken a younger secretary as his new favorite. Meanwhile, Yang Ning had also taken a married man, General Zhang, as her lover. In summary, she was the illegitimate daughter of a mistress, now serving as a mistress herself, an intricate web of entanglements. Although General Zhang was old enough to be Yang Ning's father and had a dubious background in gray industries, he was indeed wealthy and generous, providing Yang Ning with a substantial allowance, which she used to support Wang Jianli, her young gigolo. Jiang Nua set her dog aside, switched to an anonymous account, and began crafting messages. Rather than sending them one by one, she opted to send them all at once.
To Yang Ning, she texted, Miss Yang.
I trust you wouldn't want General Zhang to learn of your infidelity, would you? To Yang Qingjun she sent, Boss Yang. You surely wouldn't want your wife to discover your mistress and illegitimate daughter, would you? To General Zhang, she wrote, General Zhang, are you aware that your young girlfriend is using your money to support a young man? Lastly, to Yang Qingjuan's wife, she messaged, Mrs. Jiang, do you know that your husband is employing unscrupulous means to run his business while arranging for his illegitimate daughter to be right under your nose?
To Yang Nua.
This group appeared to be ripe for exploitation, and she was eager to extract money from them. The first to respond was Yang Ning. Before even bringing her phone to her ear, she heard Yang Ning's shrill voice. Who are you? What do you want? Jiang Nua remained silent, and as the seconds ticked by, Yang Ning grew anxious, asking, Are you listening?
Yes.
What do you want from me? Jiang Nua, knowing their intentions, felt emboldened. She straightforwardly stated, quite simply, if you wish to keep your affair with Wang Jianli from reaching your benefactor General Zhang, you need to provide me with 500,000 in exchange for the evidence. You are Jiang Nua. Yang Ning, now recognizing her, was visibly shaken.
How do you know about me?
Jiang Nua assured her. All evidence has been prepared and will be displayed on the large screen at General Zhang's club for him to see. Yang Ning, finally grasping the situation, incredulously exclaimed, You must be insane. Where on earth can I find 500,000? Why should I give you anything? Her panic was understandable. General Zhang was not an easy man to deal with, and he valued his reputation. Discovering his mistress's infidelity would spell disaster for Yang Ning. Jiang Nua stood firm. Refuse to pay, and you will be exposed. The choice is yours. Wait, are you doing this for Wang Jianli? Yang Ning suddenly grasped something and regained her composure, even sounding somewhat smug. I believe we have a misunderstanding. Why not arrange a meeting with Wang Jianli to discuss this? Not interested, Jiang Nua replied with measured clarity. Tomorrow at noon, if the 500,000 is not delivered, I will ensure General Zhang is treated to a spectacular show. You? Yang Ning took a deep breath. I truly do not have that much money. Your shoes, bags, and jewelry. Each day you flaunt a luxury item. Selling them would easily suffice. Are you trying to ruin me? How much would I need to sell to gather that? If my parents find out about such a scandal, you won't escape unscathed either. I have only 50,000. You. Jiang Nua, uninterested in further conversation, abruptly ended the call. After powering off her phone, Jiang Nua contacted a private investigator, adding a small request. The hair samples you find, keep half as a backup and send the rest to an underground facility for paternity testing. Make it quick and send me the backup and the report.
Ding.
Jiang Nua's phone pinged with a bank transfer notification. 110,000 in cash had just been deposited into her account. This was the electronic loan she had applied for the previous night. She had to admit the efficiency was remarkable. It was processed in less than 24 hours. Time was of the essence, and with funds now available, she was eager to spend. Using the address sent by her mother, she rented a small van to head to the orchard. The location was remote, requiring quite a drive. As the scenery changed from concrete to expansive green fields, the aroma of fresh fruit wafted through the air. Upon arrival, she was greeted by several spirited middle-aged men and women who exchanged pleasantries and introduced their products. Thanks to Yurohua's prior arrangements, the negotiations swiftly got to the point. We have a total of 300 acres of a diversified orchard with a rich variety of fruits. While the yield per variety may not match that of specialized orchards, the quality is superior, supplying directly to branded fruit stores. Once aboard the vehicle, Jiang Nua was handed a small basket as they drove around, periodically stopping to allow her to sample fresh produce. She graciously tasted the fruits, their surfaces still glistening with water. In the sweltering heat, the icy sweetness was a delightful refreshment. After completing the tour, Jiang Nua was satisfied. Her concerns lay only with quantity and pricing. Apples at 3 yuan per kilo? She exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, fresh and with frozen stock available. If you order in bulk, we can offer further discounts, came the cheerful reply. This price was significantly lower than market rates, and without hesitation, she placed an order. 5,000 kilos of apples, 5,000 kilos of pears, 5,000 kilos of summer oranges, 3,000 kilos of cherry tomatoes, and 3,000 kilos of grapes. Additionally, she noted the vast watermelon fields. Perfectly in season and deliciously priced, she ordered 20,000 kilos of watermelon. Given the current weather, consumption would be high, and she could easily eat one a day. It was prudent to stock up. Without concerns regarding storage, she decided that more was indeed better. In one go, along with shipping costs, she spent another 100,000. Jiang Nua's sizable order was met with enthusiasm, and the sellers promised to supplement any insufficient quantities from their neighboring warehouse, which Jiang Nua welcomed. As trucks laden with fruit made their way to her warehouse, she realized many types were still lacking, necessitating another trip to the wholesale market. Fresh natural vitamins were scarce in the post-apocalyptic world. Even vegetables had become luxuries, let alone the sweet fruits. Although later, large-scale farms produced acid-resistant crops, they primarily focused on grains and vegetables, leaving fruits as a rare commodity even a decade after the apocalypse. Thus, to savor fruits in the future, one had to stock up now. During her return journey, Jiang Nua was not idle. She opened her phone and began ordering from e-commerce wholesale sites: bananas, mangoes, pineapples, lemons, strawberries, pomegranates, dragon fruit. Before she realized it, her orders had already exceeded 50,000, and she unhesitatingly overdrew her credit limits across various platforms. As noon approached, Jiang Nua had yet to receive any messages from Yang Ning since powering on her phone that morning. Based on Jiang Nua's understanding of Yang Ning, it is highly probable that she will inform her mother about the situation to gain leverage. Should events unfold in this manner, Jiang Nua's $500,000 would be a certainty. The mother-daughter duo would undoubtedly refuse to relinquish their hold on Mr. Zhang, not only due to his wealth, but also because of the underworld connections that would compel them to tread cautiously. Jiang Nua anticipated that they would initially endure this hidden loss and later seek retribution. However, with the impending apocalypse, it remains uncertain who would confront whom. A cold smile flitted across Jiang Nua's face. She was no saint, and she would spare no one who had harmed or schemed against her. Chapter 5. The arrival of 500,000 at precisely noon, Jiang Nua received a call from Yang Ning. Come to the company parking lot and bring your evidence. Unlike the panic of the previous day, Yang Ning's tone was now clear and tinged with her usual arrogance. The heat of the day saw white-collar workers predominantly waiting for food deliveries, leaving the streets desolate, and Jiang Nua encountered few people on her way. A text message arrived from Yang Ning, indicating the parking space number. Before long, Jiang Nua spotted Yang Ning leaning against a sports car, who scoffed upon seeing her. Clad in a cool outfit, with impeccable makeup, Yang Ning resembled a trendy internet celebrity, fully equipped to entice men. Where's the money?
Yang Noi Nuired.
Show me what you have first, Yang Ning replied, seemingly distracted. Jiang Nua retrieved photos from her phone, scrolling to reveal images of Yang Ning and Wang Jianli entering a hotel, and before even reaching the room, she was already lifting her skirt and engaging in inappropriate behavior. Yang Ning bit her lip. That night, having just finished with Mr. Zhang, she felt unsatisfied and had called Wang Jianli for a second rendezvous while Mr. Zhang was asleep, not anticipating that it would be captured so clearly. I have the money ready, but how can you guarantee that you will delete everything? Once I receive the money, I will leave, Jiang Nua lied, stating that she would depart from Wang Jianli and the city, never to see them again. This unexpected revelation left Yang Ning visibly taken aback. I'm only after the money. I bear you no grudge, so don't overthink it. Jiang Nua opened her album, revealing dozens of similar clear photos. After a moment of silence, Yang Ning commanded, All right, let us begin. Jiang Nua watched as Yang Ning entered her phone number into Alipay, typing the amount of 5 followed by 5 zeros. Now it's your turn, Yang Ning urged. Jiang Nua resolutely reset her phone, erasing all data in an instant. The progress bar on the screen slowly extended, while subtle sounds echoed through the empty parking lot. Jiang Nua looked at Yang Ning, who maintained her scrutinizing expression. Yet the fidgeting fingers beneath her arm betrayed her anxiety. Suddenly, Jiang Nua leveraged her position and leaped onto the car's roof. Yang Ning dropped her facade, shouting, Catch her. At that moment, Jiang Nua could see clearly. The previously empty parking lot was now encircled by 5 or 6 men drawing near.
Yang Ning,
Clearly flustered by Jiang Nua's leap, shouted in frustration, Don't just stand there. Grab her, strip her down, and drag her outside. As she lunged at Jiang Nua, intending to push her off, Jiang Nua swiftly seized Yang Ning's hair, twisting her wrist and gripping her long locks tightly. Let go of me. Yang Ning screamed in pain, as Jiang Nua stood atop the car, pulling her hair to the point where it felt as if her scalp might tear, forcing her to rise on her toes. Jiang Nua tightened her grip, and Yang Ning cried out again, Let go of me, you little harlot. Jiang Nua delivered a resounding slap across Yang Ning's face, and seeing her defiance, retaliated with several more strikes until her face swelled. Why do you think I came to the parking lot? Jiang Nua's voice was icy. Do you think I'm oblivious to your intentions? Reaching into her pocket, Jiang Nua produced a sharp fruit knife, pressing it against Yang Ning's face. Yang Ning, who had been shouting, froze as the cold blade made contact with her skin, sending shivers down her spine. What do you intend to do? Make these people leave, Jiang Nua replied calmly. Otherwise, you might end up with a few extra scars on that pretty face of yours. Do you think Mr. Zhang would still want you? Yang Ning was incredulous. Are you insane? You're not afraid of dying? Dying? Jiang Nua found her threat to be pathetically weak. If you send someone to capture me, it's merely to vent your anger or humiliate me in a vulgar manner. Even with tenfold courage, you wouldn't dare to kill. She glanced at the 5 or 6 thugs, questioning what they would gain from committing murder. How much are you offering them? The henchman hesitated, remaining cautious of Yang Ning's hold on them. As Jiang Nua noted, they were merely trying to make a living and had only a slight acquaintance with her, having been paid 5,000 to come here for a bit of retribution. Who among them would risk everything for such a meager sum? They wouldn't even consider doing it for 500,000. Jiang Nua held them in contempt, as she was genuinely capable of taking a life. Make them back off.
Yang no commanded coldly.
If you dare to touch me, the consequences will be dire. You wretched girl. Yang Ning continued to curse. I will ruin you. Make you socially dead. Jiang Nua turned the knife blade, slicing a shallow cut across Yang Ning's neck, blood seeping forth immediately. Yang Ning was taken aback, realizing that Jiang Nua was truly willing to go through with it, and panic seized her. She's lost her mind. She's really gone mad. Just a small incision wouldn't yield much blood. Jiang Nua maintained her calm demeanor, slowly dragging the knife tip up to Yang Ning's cheek, chillingly stating, "A few well-placed slices here won't kill you. You deliberately chose a location without cameras. I could slice your flesh away piece by piece." Yang Ning's screams and curses ceased as she shut her eyes, pleading, "Get away. Call the police. Someone call the police." Jiang Nua couldn't help but chuckle. A mere, unremarkable worker, surrounded by Yang Ning and a few thugs, was she really afraid of them calling the police? Should Yang Ning die here, the police would never uncover any weapon. She would even store Yang Ning's body within her space. No body, no evidence, there would be no case to pursue. The thugs exchanged glances, reluctant to involve the police, as many of them had criminal records and had committed their fair share of offenses. Seeking help from the authorities would be foolish. Yang Ning was clearly lacking in intelligence. As they slowly retreated, Jiang Nua dragged Yang Ning by her hair towards the exit, nearly pulling her scalp off, causing her to gasp in pain. Jiang Nua had already tucked the knife away and gradually approached a populated area, releasing her grip. Yang Ning immediately clutched her head, her beautiful face contorted with malice, her eyes glaring at Jiang Nua as though she wished to devour her whole. Jiang Nua merely looked down upon her. In her eyes, Yang Ning's threat was inconsequential. One did not necessarily require a knife to kill. But curses delivered through mere glances were utterly ineffective. Yang Ning had lost a considerable amount of hair, blood still seeping from her neck. And she was consumed with a desire to kill Jiang Nua. Yet, considering that in a few days, Wang Jianli would likely enact a similar plan to imprison Jiang Nua, she could then find someone to torment her. At that time, Yang Ning would relish witnessing her suffering to assuage today's grievances. Disinterested in her psychological turmoil,
Yang Mo departed.
The earlier display of intimidation had proven effective against Yang Ning and her thugs, but she realized a crucial truth. Her current physical condition was exceedingly frail. If faced with more skilled henchmen or a more vicious adversary, ensuring her safety would require greater preparation. First, she needed effective weaponry and to strengthen her physique. In truth, she could store colossal stones weighing over a ton in her space and simply drop them to crush someone before retrieving them. However, such a method would easily unveil her secret, and she refrains from using it unless absolutely necessary. Indeed, directly taking someone into her space could also result in immediate death. Yet, she is still unclear about the rules governing her space. She cannot arbitrarily place individuals within it. Only those who are unequivocally deceased can be accommodated. Thus, fortifying her own capabilities is imperative. Jiang Nua proceeded to the warehouse. The fruits had mostly arrived, while the grains and oils could be delayed. Without specialized cold chains or preservation methods for the fruits, she prioritized their relocation into her space. Observing the time, which read 7:20 p.m., Jiang Nua focused her mind and began transferring the fruits piled high in the warehouse into her space. The larger and heavier the items, the more time and energy it consumed, necessitating a gradual enhancement of her control over the space. Behind the dilapidated building of her space lay a substantial expanse of land, where she arranged the fruits along with the shelves for the time being. Hours slipped away, and after wiping the sweat from her brow, Jiang Nua glanced at her phone, discovering it was already 10 p.m. At that moment, she received a call from the supplier, stating that the quantity of water tanks ordered was too large to fulfill promptly, leading to a delay in shipment. Frowning, she felt uneasy about the water tanks meant for storage not arriving on time. When she requested a refund of her deposit and cancellation of the order, the supplier quickly changed their tune, assuring her of expedited shipping. Upon returning home, she exercised until the late hours and then indulged in a refreshing bath, retrieving a cluster of lychees from her space. Chilled and sweet, they were delightful. Chapter 6. Do not vent your frustration on women in recent days. Jiang Nua had been running hither and thither, and Yu Ruohua noticed her visibly tanned complexion, expressing concern. Is that outsourcing reliable? How come you, who used to work in an office, have to run errands in this scorching sun? At that moment, Jiang Nua was preparing her attire for going out, donning sunscreen and specialized arm sleeves. Although a bit stifling, they prevented sunburn. The agent brought her good news. The housing situation had been resolved. As expected, the agency had acquired the unit for themselves. They agreed to her request to postpone moving, but stipulated that if she intended to pay in full, they hoped for a discount of 100,000, bringing her net to 2.6 million after taxes. Without hesitation, Jiang Nua acquiesced. She needed the funds urgently and could not afford to wait. She tidied up and prepared to head out for the contract signing. Don't worry, Mom. Your daughter won TB at a disadvantage. Jiang Nua reassured her mother with a smile, before returning to her room to check on her lethargic husky, advising, "It's too hot outside. Don't take him for walks during the day. If you must, put shoes or bags on his paws." The husky breed struggles with heat dissipation. "I know, I'm too lazy to go out during the day. It's too hot," Yurohua sighed. Jiang Nua felt a pang of helplessness. Her father had passed away early, and her mother had hustled through various odd jobs to care for her. Eventually, she began selling goods in the night market, working tirelessly to earn her daughter's tuition and provide her with good food and clothing. The relentless efforts took a toll on her health, leaving her with persistent back and leg issues. Thus, when Jiang Nua started working, she insisted Yurohua cease her labor. Initially resistant, her mother eventually relented. Jiang Nua raised the husky not only because she adored dogs but also to keep her mother company and encourage physical activity through daily walks. The morning sun was relatively mild, and the temperature remained low. Jiang Nua took a taxi to the real estate agency, and the entire transaction proceeded smoothly, facilitated by a professional runner, swiftly concluding the exchange. The house netted her 2.6 million after taxes. With an additional 500,000 from Yangning, she now possessed 3.1 million in accessible funds. As for her credit cards and electronic loans, she decided against repaying them for the time being. While her finances had improved, a new challenge loomed. The space was too small. The dilapidated house measured around 50 to 60 square meters, and the adjacent barren land was slightly larger, about an acre. The area behind the house was nearly filled with the fruits she had purchased. If she intended to store more items there, they would have to be placed on the land. Jiang Nua was reluctant to do so, as she wished to cultivate the land, believing that maximizing her space as utility was the long-term solution. Fortunately, the warehouse could serve as a temporary storage hub. With the funds in hand, she planned to continue stockpiling supplies, focusing on food, particularly seasonings this time. Today, as temperature had risen slightly compared to yesterday, and the wholesale market, once bustling with activity, now appeared somewhat desolate, with many shops operating at half capacity. This, however, worked to Jiang Nua's advantage as she approached a shop where the owner attended to her personally, exhibiting remarkable efficiency. "I need salt. How much do you require?" 2,000 Jean. Although it sounded substantial, Jiang Nua intended to acquire 4 tons of salt. 2,000 Jean was merely a portion of her plan. This salt would serve more than culinary purposes. Following acid rain, many mutated creatures, such as cockroaches, ants, and bedbugs, would appear, all of which have an innate aversion to salt. Thus, frequently scattering salt around her residence would effectively deter these unwelcome pests. Consequently, in addition to the 4 tons of fine salt, she also sought several tons of coarse salt. The owner, taking notes, hesitated and inquired, "Are you preparing to open a shop? Even a shop wouldn't require such a quantity." Jiang Nua did not respond to his question but instead asked, "Do you have that much in stock?" After a moment's contemplation, the owner nodded affirmatively. "I have it. Well, I don't have that much in my store. I can help you source it. When will it arrive?" "Within today. It shouldn't be a problem." "That's good. There's no need to trouble a second shop. Additionally, I need 2,000 Jean of white sugar, 1,000 bags of chicken essence and MSG in 1 Jean packages, 1,000 bottles of 2-liter brewed soy sauce, 500 bottles of 2-liter brewed vinegar, and 1,000 bottles of 1 Jean de Banjiang. How about 2,000 bottles of spicy sauce?" Spicy sauce is a delightful condiment. When not in the mood to cook, a bowl of rice mixed with spicy sauce is simply divine. Additionally, for vegetables or radishes, one can boil meat in water and then dip it in spicy sauce, creating a unique flavor experience. 200 bottles of sweet bean sauce, 500 Jean each of both hot and mild dried chilies, and 300 Jean of the finest Sichuan pepper. I also need 200 bottles of large pepper powder. Furthermore, I require 200 bags each of 5 spice powder, curry powder, and 13 spice. Do you have ginger? Yes, yes. I have ginger and garlic as well. How much do you want? 1,000 gene of each, please. Ginger and garlic, even if not consumed immediately, can be utilized for cultivation. Do you have brown sugar? I only have it in bulk. Then I'll take 2,000 gene. For women in a post-apocalyptic world, a steaming bowl of ginger brown sugar water not only wards off the cold, but also alleviates mild colds and fatigue. Additionally, a bowl of sweet water can swiftly replenish energy. As the owner quickly jotted everything down, Zhang Nuo calculated in her mind. These were the essential seasonings. She had no intention of experimenting with the highly concentrated additives rumored online. How much will that be? Let me calculate, the owner replied, swiftly tapping on the calculator. After a few minutes, he returned with the total. It amounts to 190,563. How about I round it down to an even 190,000? A few hundred yuan may seem trivial, but Zhang Nuo did not mind. Additionally, I need some spices, Zhang Nuo added. Star anise, fennel, cinnamon, bay leaves, sand ginger. Grass fruit, angelica, sannai, nutmeg, and sandseed. Please prepare them in proportions suitable for making marinated dishes, totaling 10,000 yuan, bringing the grand total to 200,000. Alright, no problem. I guarantee the marinade will be effective. The boss cheerfully accepted the transfer and, patting his chest, assured that he would deliver everything Zhang Nuo needed to her designated warehouse, even if it meant working late into the night. Judging by his tone, it was clear that overtime was inevitable. After careful consideration, she decided to hire a warehouse manager. The sheer volume of items to be counted, combined with her numerous impending tasks, made it impossible for her to remain at the warehouse. Nearby, there was a human resources market, bustling even in the sweltering heat with individuals seeking employment opportunities. After meandering through the hall, Zhang Nuo spotted a modestly dressed young girl, barely 20 years old, dragging a suitcase. She approached the girl, who introduced herself as Lu Mei, a student from the agricultural university. With classes suspended due to the heat, Lu Mei sought short-term work to alleviate her family's burdens. Zhang Nuo preferred someone innocent and straightforward, and they quickly found common ground. Presenting herself as a representative of a wholesale company, she recruited Lu Mei on the spot. Come with me now. We'll handle some tasks while I provide you with a detailed introduction. We may need to work late tonight. With Lu Mei expressing her gratitude, Zhang Nuo returned to the wholesale market to continue her procurement. She stocked up on various hot pot bases, spicy stir-fry seasonings, fish-flavored shredded pork mix, and mapo tofu spices, among other convenient cooking condiments, totaling around 20,000 yuan. In a post-apocalyptic world, the necessity for such supplies was immense, as they could significantly save time when required. Zhang Nuo then ventured to the other end of the market to inspect dried goods. These items were beloved by Yu Ruohua, suitable for both stir-frying and soup-making. She requested 200 gene of dried shiitake mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, silver ear mushrooms, and dried daylily flowers, along with 1,000 gene of vermicelli. Although vermicelli is made from starch, it is easier to store than raw starch and boasts a longer shelf life. She ordered 200 gene each of dried bean curd and dried tofu skin. After settling the bill at the shop, the total reached 55,000 yuan, primarily due to the high prices of the dried goods. Glancing at her list, Zhang Nuo entered a store selling seaweed. In a world where marine resources had nearly vanished from land, it was essential to stock up on such dried goods. Thus, she ordered 1,000 gene each of dried seaweed, pickled sea cabbage, and pickled kelp, along with 200 gene of dried nori, amounting to another 30,000 yuan. Finally, she visited 3 wholesale stores to order a ton of salt, totaling 12,000 yuan. After today's shopping spree, including shipping costs, she had spent a staggering 320,000 yuan. She never imagined that the seemingly inconsequential daily necessities would surpass the costs of staple foods, fruits, and oils combined. It truly illustrated the idea that one does not grasp the value of household expenses until they are in charge. As midday approached and the temperature soared, Zhang Nuo completed her shopping list and escorted Lu Mei into the nearest restaurant. The air conditioning provided a welcome respite. Feeling famished herself, she noticed Lu Mei appeared to have not eaten well in days. Let us eat casually. No need to stand on ceremony. Soon, these seemingly ordinary, homely dishes would become a rarity for most. After lunch, Zhang Nuo took Lu Mei to inspect the warehouse. where Lu Mei's responsibilities would include receiving and counting the incoming goods, while shipping would not fall within her purview. Jiang Nua offered a reasonable salary of 1,000 yuan per week, which Lu Mei, perceiving Jiang Nua as an entrepreneurial youth, found satisfactory. Lu Mei would work from the afternoon until evening. As mornings were reserved for shipping, Jiang Nua had to ensure no one was present when she entered the warehouse to retrieve items for her space. Given her daily errands, she needed someone to remain at the warehouse to receive, count, and inspect the goods. Should Lu Mei perform well during this period, Jiang Nua planned to provide her with a small bonus before the onset of the apocalypse, enabling her to stockpile more supplies back home. The early days of the apocalypse were slightly more bearable in rural areas compared to cities, but this advantage was both relative and ephemeral. With Lu Mei settled, Jiang Nua returned to the warehouse, anticipating the arrival of the first batch of goods. During her idle moments, she checked her card balance, which stood at a little over 2.58 million yuan, including the proceeds from her property sale. However, she had yet to purchase a myriad of supplies, ready-to-eat meals, clothing, seeds, transportation, fuel, weapons, furniture, and countless other essentials. A rough calculation revealed a significant funding gap she needed to continue generating income. Inspired by the prospect of making money, Jiang Nua felt invigorated. After guiding Lu Mei in receiving the first batch of supplies, she headed straight to the company. Wang Jianli was taken aback by her sudden appearance. He instinctively turned to evade her, but Jiang Nua blocked his path, exuding an air of intimidation. "Tell me, is the boss in a meeting?" Wang Jianli, on high alert, replied, "Are you back from your leave?" "Cut the chatter. Just answer the question."
What do you want?
He retorted, nearly incensed. "I've already given you the money." Jiang Nua rolled her eyes dismissively, responding coldly, "I'm here to see the boss. It doesn't concern you. Just tell me if he's in a meeting." "He's not in a meeting. He's in his office. Are you satisfied now?"
Perfect, Yang no replied.
Ignoring Wang Jianli as she strode directly to Yang Qingjun's office, leaving him seething in frustration. Yang Qingjun, a typical son-in-law, had built his fortune on his wife's family background and had fortuitously thrived during the internet boom. However, his ability to maintain his profitable position still relied heavily on his wife Jiang Qin's connections. Yet, he shamelessly kept a mistress, fathered an illegitimate daughter, and entertained his secretary. Jiang Nua wasted no time, pushing the door open and entering his office unceremoniously.
Yang Chengjun paused,
momentarily taken aback at the sight of her expressionless demeanor as she settled into a chair. "Mr. Yang, I'd like to discuss a matter with you."
Who are you? Yang Chengjun frowned.
Was she one of the girls from the KTV he had spent the night with, or a company employee from a recent team-building event? He recalled her resistance, but in the end, she had complied. "Who else?" "I can't remember," he said, scrutinizing Jiang Nua, who had the audacity to arrive at his office. Upon closer inspection, he noted her plain yet attractive features, a commendable figure, and an aloof demeanor that piqued his interest. "I'm merely a sales representative here to sell a few items," Jiang Nua stated, placing a DNA test result before him. "If you're not interested, I'm sure your wife would be." Having seen much in his life, Yang Qingjun was not easily shaken by her words. He scoffed disdainfully and casually took the document. Half the minute later, his demeanor stiffened. Yang Qingjun picked up a glass of water, attempting to mask a flicker of panic, his gaze sharpening as it assessed Jiang Nua. "You were sent by Jiang Qin?" he interrogated. "Tell her I've agreed to divorce, but my conditions remain unchanged. No other tactics. If the money isn't right, I want to sign. Let us see who can outlast whom."
Jiang Nua laughed derisively, provoking Yang Chengjun's ire.
"What's so funny?" She shook her head. "Hearing good news, how could I not smile?" Yang Qingjun, overestimating his cleverness, failed to realize she was unaware of his ongoing divorce proceedings with Jiang Qin. Surely, Jiang Qin would be highly interested in the leverage of his illegitimate child. After selling Yang Qingjun, she could turn to Ms. Jiang for a better deal.
Yang misunderstood.
"I am not sent by Ms. Jiang. I am merely an ordinary employee at your company. You may not recall me, but I joined the art department at the end of last year, meaning I not only work alongside Yang Ning, but also share the same starting period with her. Privy to a few of the little secrets between you and your daughter, seeking merely a monetary exchange."
Yang no demands asterisk forfortsum, ashtuani shimte nulis.
Yang Qingjun initially wanted to scoff at the audacity, but the words were swallowed back down his throat. He was in the midst of negotiations for a divorce with Jiang Qin, and at their level, The risks associated with separation were exceedingly high. It was a tug-of-war where each party sought to gain as much as possible, with a single misstep leading to public disgrace. Jiang Qin was notoriously cautious, leaving no room for him to grasp any incriminating evidence against her. Yet, that did not justify her exorbitant demands. After all, he had built the company with her and her father's support, yet expecting him to relinquish his shares was nothing short of a fantasy. While his extramarital escapades were no secret, a love child was an entirely different matter. If Jiang Qin were to obtain evidence, he would find himself in a precarious position. Yang Qingjun harbored a deep-seated loathing for Jiang Qin, who had long feigned superiority, leveraging her wealthy and influential family for years. Had the company gone public successfully, he would have cast her aside long ago. If the DNA test could be bought off for 800,000, it would be a worthwhile investment. However, having grown accustomed to his elevated status, the thought of succumbing to the demands of a young woman was intolerable. In truth, as soon as Jiang Nua spoke, he recalled that his daughter had previously mentioned a colleague doubting her identity. He expected matters to escalate so swiftly, with the evidence already in hand. Initially, he had brushed it off, but now it seemed that Yang Ning and her mother were more reliable than he had anticipated, willing to alleviate his burdens. Previously, an incompetent intern had also fallen victim to their schemes. As long as this woman was not sent by Jiang Qin, he could afford to let her linger for another month before she would inevitably face consequences. Jiang Nua was well aware of his thoughts, her disdain more pronounced in her gaze. These middle-aged men, emboldened by their wealth, lived like dogs in this dystopian world. Having endured the apocalypse for long, Jiang Nua had blood on her hands. Yang, I lack the luxury of time. Do not disregard my request. Jiang Nua was not inclined to engage in a prolonged negotiation. If necessary, she would devise another means to acquire funds. As she collected the DNA test and turned to leave, Yang Qingjun found himself momentarily bewildered. No, remain calm. He had witnessed this tactic of feigned retreat before. This woman was merely putting on a facade to extract money from him. She would not actually leave. Then, Jiang Nua decisively slammed the door shut behind her. Staring at the closed office door, Yang Qingjun seethed, veins throbbing at his temples. Had she truly departed? The insolence. Panic set in as he hurriedly dialed his secretary. The woman who just left my office, bring her back. What's wrong, Yang? Is she your new flame? The secretary's voice was teasing, to which he snapped, silence. Just get her back. Yang Qingjun exploded with rage. The secretary, taken aback by his outburst, swiftly hung up to do as instructed. Before long, the secretary called back, her voice tinged with frustration. Yang, I called her back. But she refused to listen and insisted on leaving, claiming she wants to find the boss's wife. I couldn't stop her. Yang Qingjun's blood pressure surged in an instant. Useless. Whatever means you must employ, bring her back. But, the secretary stammered, only to be cut off by his furious command. If she leaves, you can pack your things too. He nearly roared. Suddenly, a crash echoed from his phone, and Yang Qingjun was left bewildered, consumed by the thought that the woman might indeed be on her way to Jiang Qin with the DNA test. No. Perhaps she was merely sent by Jiang Qin to test his resolve. Unexpectedly, Jiang Nua's voice rang out from his phone. Yang, do not take your frustrations out on women. I'm returning, so prepare the funds. Chapter 7. A fair exchange. After leaving the company, Jiang Nua's account swelled by 800,000. Admittedly, this sum was somewhat modest. Yet Jiang Nua sought cash and had no time for protracted negotiations with Yang Qingjun. She had to settle for this arrangement. After all, a successful businessman like Yang Qingjun would lavish money on his whims, but would bristle at the thought of relinquishing even a penny to others. Ultimately, despite Yang Qingjun's despicable nature, within the current state of societal peace, her actions remained questionable. If she did not act swiftly, allowing time for him and his associates to react, it would not bode well for her. Wang Jianli sought to retaliate against her, crafting schemes against Yang Ning, yet ultimately, they would only afford her a month of tranquility. They awaited her downfall while she anticipated the impending apocalypse. Coincidentally, this period also spared her the need for an abrupt relocation. As night fell, Jiang Nua checked the time and resolutely ventured to a private club named Jianhao. The establishment exuded opulence, adorned in ostentatious gold and splendor, characteristic of nouveau riche extravagance, an environment Jiang Nua would never have frequented under normal circumstances. The owner, Mr. Zhang, had amassed his wealth through dubious means, engaging in numerous shady dealings. This club served as a locale for business negotiations and leisure. Jiang Noah was well aware of his reputation. After the apocalypse, he had wielded his resources and connections to bully and exploit others, leaving a trail of victims in his wake, achieving notoriety for his ruthlessness. However, his reign had been short-lived, culminating in a rather grim fate. Jiang Noah's knowledge of him was posthumous, as his primary territory lay in the northern district, far from where she resided at the time, with natural disasters creating a divide between the two areas. Encountering Mr. Zhang was not a challenge. Jiang Noah went directly to the club, locating one of his underlings and presenting a compromising photograph of Yang Ning and Wang Jianli. The underling scrutinized her closely before promptly reporting to his superior. The transaction with Mr. Zhang proved simpler than anticipated. Jiang Noah's asking price was modest, 200,000 for all the photographs. Mr. Zhang was incensed that Yang Ning was using his money to support a gigolo, yet with her father being a businessman, there remained potential for exploitation. Holding evidence against the young woman would facilitate better control over Yang Ning. To Mr. Zhang, 200,000 was trivial. He could easily spend more than that on a few bottles of wine at the club. He regarded Jiang Noah with keen interest, appraising her as a potential asset in his establishment. With her attractive physique and appearance, she could easily fetch a considerable sum. The innocence of her face, coupled with her aloof demeanor, only intensified his desire to dominate and degrade her. Miss Jiang, he leered, his gaze lingering on her form, besides selling photographs. Do you offer other services? Jiang Noah remained unfazed by his scrutiny. Mr. Zhang's club employed women, and their daily activities were no secret. They had long accepted the commodification of women. Among those girls, some indeed chose a life of debauchery, while many were compelled by circumstance to barter their bodies for survival. They were trapped, their earnings siphoned off, and any rebellion met with threats and violence. Those like Mr. Zhang instilled fear due to their ability to operate beyond legal constraints, trampling upon others, which led ordinary individuals to avoid them. However, they operated within a gray area. During the apocalypse, the darker aspects of human nature would be magnified, and Jiang Noah saw Mr. Zhang as hesitations as inconsequential. With an impassive expression, she declared, "If you are not interested, then so be it." Stop right there. Before Mr. Zhang could speak, a scarred underling lunged at her, viciously barking, "Who do you think you're talking to?
Sit down."
He attempted to force Jiang Noah into a seat beside Mr. Zhang. In a swift motion, Jiang Noah retaliated with a sharp slap across his face, her movements precise and decisive. She then produced an electric baton from her canvas bag, thrusting it directly toward his eyes. A crackling sound ensued. The spark erupted almost from the eyeball, and the thug let out a scream, clutching his eyes and writhing in agony. "Mr. Zhang, there's no need for this," Jiang Noah said coldly, fixing her gaze upon him. "I dare to come, and I can certainly leave. In this room, it is just you and me. While a business deal may falter, there remains a semblance of righteousness. However, should you turn hostile, it will surely be more distressing for you." Only then did Mr. Zhang scrutinize the large canvas bag slung over her shoulder, recalling that he had caught a glimpse of a knife within when she had entered with the electric baton. He had let her in, thinking her merely a young girl, not expecting her to be so formidable. Yet her approach was intriguing. He still doubted her willingness to resort to violence. Most of his subordinates were skilled in intimidation, but few dared to draw blood, and none would commit murder or arson. In this world, survival lay in the gray areas. This girl likely only sought to attract his attention and curry favor.
"There's no need for that, Miss Jiang.
200,000 is merely a trifle. The photos you possess are far more valuable." Mr. Zhang maintained his composure, treating it as a budding friendship. He opened a box on the table, revealing a jade Buddha. "Since we are becoming friends, discussing money would be rather vulgar. I am a businessman, wishing only to conduct business properly. The days of violence are past. I admire you, and this jade Buddha was a gift to me yesterday. I offer it to you as a token of goodwill." Jiang Noah glanced at the jade Buddha. Though it was not large, its vibrant green hue was striking. Even without expertise, she recognized its worth, likely fetching 200,000 to 300,000 if sold. He was not losing out. This jade Buddha was probably acquired by him from someone else, and he seemed untroubled by giving it away. Taking the jade Buddha, she approached Mr. Zhang, who gazed intently at her face, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. Jiang Noah saw through his thoughts. He did not perceive any threat, only said, "Mr. Zhang, kindly escort me out." Her tone was nonchalant. As friends, it is only right. Within half an hour, she had resolved matters with Mr. Zhang. Though she did not secure cash, the Jade Buddha should be marketable. Checking her phone, she found only the proprietress, Jiang Qin, remaining. The WeChat number had been obtained through company channels, and they had exchanged only 2 messages. Her message stating, "Ms. Jiang, are you aware that your husband is running the company through unscrupulous means while placing his illegitimate daughter right under your nose?" And Jiang Qin's reply, "Let us discuss in person." However, Zhang Noah did not intend to meet her. Among the people involved, apart from Jiang Qin, Wang Jianli, Yang Ning, Yang Qingjun, and Mr. Zhang could all be considered villains. Jiang Qin merely had an unsavory husband and was planning to divorce him. She had not been known to commit any wrongdoing, and Zhang Noah had no intention of threatening her. After some consideration, she took a high-definition photograph of the DNA report and sent it to Jiang Qin. Afterward, she took a taxi, circling around before finally returning home. Once home, Jiang Noah checked her phone and saw that Jiang Qin had sent another message. "Give me a call." Jiang Noah pondered for a moment, having added her on WeChat. She had no fear in sharing her phone number, so she called her directly. Not long after, the world was plunged into darkness, and her phone became useless except as a projectile. While waiting for Jiang Qin's call, she received a text notification. Someone had transferred 50,000 to her Alipay account. Jiang Noah was momentarily stunned and sent a WeChat message to Jiang Qin. "Ms. Jiang, you need not send money. It's fine. I do not accept gifts without reason. Send me the DNA report, and we shall settle accounts." Jiang Qin was indeed a straightforward person. Needing the money, Jiang Noah saw no reason to refuse. Jiang Qin sent her an address, and Jiang Noah promptly sent the report. After a day of bustling activity, she had amassed 130,000 along with a Jade Buddha. Consequently, her bank balance rose to 3,880,000. The Jade Buddha had been carelessly tossed into her space, and as she intended to retrieve it for a closer inspection, she was utterly stunned upon entering her space. Jiang Noah had always referred to her space as a dilapidated shack, but now it appeared to have been repaired. The exterior walls resembled freshly constructed ones. Although the bricks and wooden piles were exposed, they were sturdy and organized. Even the doors had been mended, aligning perfectly to close. The roof still leaked. Yet what caught Jiang Noah's attention was the surrounding area. Previously, the space consisted solely of a broken shack and a patch of wasteland, but now, a small expanse of land emerged from the hidden mist to the right of the shack. Had the space upgraded? Not only was the shack significantly improved, now equipped with doors, but there was also an additional area, expanding the overall space. This meant she could stockpile more supplies. Simultaneously, the Jade Buddha she had carelessly tossed into the space had vanished. Jiang Noah searched meticulously, but could not locate it. Did the disappearance of the Jade Buddha signify that the space had indeed upgraded, suggesting that more jade could lead to further enhancements? Jiang Noah steadied her emotions, suppressing her elation, and once more entered the space, directing her gaze toward the vanity. The necklace displayed there now shimmered with an added hue of emerald, more dazzling than before. Indeed, the upgrade of the space required jade and emerald, however. The price of such materials had no upper limit. A piece of quality jade could fetch hundreds, or even millions. Jiang Noah could not afford to squander her money on this at present. Yet since the space could upgrade, it must be done, and the sooner the better. She needed to stockpile more goods and hasten the development of the space's other functionalities. Time was of the essence. Jiang Noah scoured the internet, and eventually settled on a wholesale account for raw stones from a mining site. The account provided scant information, but it was located in a small town near the border, with only a few videos showcasing the environment and prices. Most were under 100 yuan per kilogram, uncut and unprocessed, available for wholesale. Jiang Noah's eyes brightened. Although these stones might be of poor quality, having been passed over time and again, they were still jade. If she could not afford high-quality emeralds, purchasing raw stones in bulk could be a viable alternative. 1 kilogram of raw material could yield a gram of emerald for the upgrade, thus providing significant savings. She quickly messaged the account expressing her interest in purchasing stones. The response was prompt, and a price list followed. Compared to other accounts where stones cost tens of thousands, these were priced at 20, 40, or 60 yuan per kilogram. After some contemplation, Jiang Noah decided to order 10 tons. This was a reasonable volume for a transaction, neither too much nor too little. She simply wished to test the outcome. The seller provided an address and time, along with a phone number. After noting the details, Jiang Noah returned to search for train tickets, as she would need to travel there in person. It was not feasible to have them shipped. After making the necessary arrangements, Jiang Noah returned to the living room and informed Yu Ruohua that she would be on a business trip for 2 days. Yu Ruohua's brows furrowed in concern, her dissatisfaction evident. What is going on with your company lately? Running external affairs and going on business trips? Aren't you supposed to be working with computers in an internet company? No, don't you know that things are tough outside? The news says to hydrate and apply sunscreen. Yet you're out and about. You should tell your mother. Is someone deliberately targeting you? Is it what they call workplace bullying? In the past, Jiang Noah would have been at a loss for words, thinking there was no need for such complications. She was simply going to work. You're overthinking it, Jiang Noah said gently, sitting beside Yu Ruohua and offering shoulder massage. This is something I have earned for myself. If I perform well, promotions, raises, and year-end bonuses will all be within reach. Yu Ruohua's worries eased slightly, and she tentatively asked, is that really true? Of course it is. You know your daughter well. If it weren't for a promising position, would I willingly be running around? In her previous life, Jiang Noah exhibited the quintessential traits of a corporate drone, staying up late, lack of exercise, and being a homebody, with her daily activity limited to walking from the station to her home. You still have the audacity to say that. Yu Ruohua sighed in resignation. However, since Jiang Noah had said so, she chose to believe it for the time being. Recently, my daughter has been deeply engrossed in her design work, scarcely smiling for months. On numerous occasions, I have tried to persuade her that if she feels overwhelmed, she should consider a different job. There are plenty of opportunities to make a living without enduring such strain. Now, although my daughter remains busy, her demeanor has transformed into one of ease, and I find myself considerably more at ease as well. Chapter 8. Spatial Upgrade. Jiang Noah, brimming with determination, set off for the border town the very next day. After several hours on a high-speed train followed by a lengthy bus ride and then a taxi, she finally arrived at her destination, having spent the better part of the day traveling. The first thing she did upon disembarking was not to contact her employer or seek accommodations, but rather to locate a warehouse. Yes, she still required a temporary storage space to discreetly organize her supplies. Thanks to the advancements of the internet, she could simply input keywords to find available warehouses. Reflecting on the potential for future apocalyptic scenarios where the internet might fail, Jiang Noah felt a twinge of regret. She found an empty warehouse online, ready for immediate use, and rented it for 3 days before seeking a place to stay. Were it not for her intention to collect stones, Jiang Noah doubted she would ever have visited such a small town. Given its proximity to the border, she occasionally encountered individuals speaking foreign languages, and the geographical environment starkly contrasted with that of her inland city. Peering out from her hotel room window at the vast sky, she felt an inexplicable wave of melancholy. Her previous life seemed so simplistic, devoid of grand ambitions or ideals. She regretted not having explored different worlds or cherished the people around her more deeply. The memory of her mother's final moments chilled her expression. This memory constituted an inescapable nightmare for her. She had never wished for her mother's presence to be anything but magnificent, for her not to stand in her way, and for her not to sacrifice everything for her. At that moment, the ringing of her phone abruptly interrupted Jiang Noah's thoughts. Expecting a call from the raw stone supplier, she was instead greeted by an unfamiliar number. Reluctantly, she answered. Hello? It's me, Jiang Noah. The voice on the other end instantly froze Jiang Noah's expression. How unfortunate. Xiao Noah, please don't hang up. I have something important to discuss, Wang Jianli urged, clearly in a hurry. Can you please return to the company instead of taking your leave? I'm not interested, Jiang Noah retorted curtly, her lack of desire to see him evident. Ah? Wang Jianli was taken aback by her rudeness, momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he pressed on, it's really urgent. This is also the boss's directive. From President Yang. Without hesitation, Jiang Noah hung up the phone. Wang Jianli had orchestrated a scheme to lure her back to work, intending to overwhelm her with numerous projects and transactions, leaving her disoriented and unaware of any potential issues. Such a strategy would ensnare her step by step. However, Jiang Noah had no time to entertain them now. She simply wished to avoid disturbances that could impede her stockpiling progress. Otherwise, she would have relished the idea of resolving them once and for all. After a restless night, Jiang Noah woke early, arranging for a truck and driver to visit the raw stone supplier's factory. Following her contact instructions, She quickly met with the supplier. The seemingly unremarkable middle-aged man was succinct, directly asking, "Here to pick up goods?" Jiang Nua nodded in affirmation. They entered the warehouse, where plastic baskets were filled with nondescript gray stones. "These are the newly arrived materials, slightly pricier, 60 per piece," the supplier explained. "Not a problem. I'm collecting them for my company and will clean them myself," Jiang Nua replied nonchalantly. She had arranged a secure transaction for the raw stones, paying a 30% deposit to a guarantee platform, transferring 600,000 within 180,000 deposit, and ensuring the balance would be settled through the platform upon confirmation. If the stones proved useful, she had no intention of defrauding the supplier. Yet, if they were fraudulent, that would warrant a serious discussion. After the transaction, she promptly loaded the stones onto the truck. As box after box of raw stones filled the truck, a flicker of anticipation ignited within Jiang Nua. Upon arriving at the warehouse and unloading everything inside, she compensated the driver with a pack of cigarettes as a token of gratitude. Securing the warehouse door, Jiang Nua began to store the raw stones in her space. Following her previous arrangement, she placed them all inside the dilapidated house. Despite their significant weight, the 10 tons of raw stones did not occupy much room, and Jiang Nua managed to store them all within half an hour. Subsequently, she settled down, entering a state of tranquil meditation. In her mind's eye, she envisioned the surrounding mist of her space being drawn toward the center, gradually seeping inside. Time slipped away, and just as Jiang Nua felt herself drifting into slumber, she jolted back to consciousness, as if stepping off a precipice. Without pausing to rest, she eagerly examined her current space, only to be astounded. While it was expected that her usable space would expand, she had not anticipated the emergence of a tree following the dissipation of the chaos. A tree. Jiang Nua had never encountered such a tree before. Its trunk was immensely thick, requiring at least 5 or 6 people to encircle it. Its branches arched in a peculiar manner, and the leaves were of an unrecognizable variety. Regrettably, she could not capture a photograph to identify it, but her intuition suggested this species did not exist in reality. As the mist enveloped it, Jiang Nua had never fathomed that such a towering and robust tree lay hidden within. It emanated a sense of tranquility and stability, as though it were the guardian of this land. Simply gazing at the tree instilled a sense of peace within Jiang Nua's soul. These stones proved to be far more valuable than she had initially imagined. Without delay, Jiang Nua opened her phone to explore other local trading markets, and by the afternoon, she managed to acquire an additional 6 tons of goods. Fortune smiled upon her. Typically, sourcing loose goods would be challenging. Yet she fortuitously encountered a company with a cancelled order. The owner was so eager to offload that she received a discount without hesitation. 6 tons for 300,000, with complimentary delivery. Although the expenditure on raw stones was substantial, it was undoubtedly the most worthwhile investment among all her endeavors. After absorbing the jade and emerald from the raw stones, the original essence of her space became more vividly apparent. The soul structure within transformed into a sturdier abode, with all prior damages repaired, evolving from a simple wooden and stone hut into a 2-story traditional Chinese house. The vanity holding her necklaces had also relocated to the 2nd floor. Both the interior and exterior of the house appeared significantly more refined than before. A thought crossed Jiang Nua's mind, prompting her to inspect the adjacent field, which was surrounded by a wooden fence, harmonizing beautifully with the nearby house, exuding a quaint rural charm. However, the field showed no signs of improvement. It remained parched and cracked, the soil resistant to cultivation, and any water poured in from reality failed to seep into the ground. Patience is key, she reminded herself. After the batch of raw stones entered the space, only a portion vanished, leaving a few untouched piles on the ground. It appeared that not all of them were jade. Regardless, she was satisfied with the outcome. The remaining stones could serve as weapons if necessary. She contacted the raw stone supplier, and after discussing the details, she settled the remaining balance. This industry was fraught with deception, and countless scammers lurked about. Fortunately, she had been lucky, encountering no troublesome obstacles. Glancing at her remaining balance of 3.28 million, Jiang Nua decided it was prudent to take her leave. The current size of her space was sufficient, and the house was at least habitable. With the remaining funds, she could now prepare her supplies without hesitation. With 2 days left in the warehouse, Jiang Nua intended to make the most of her time. As she moved about the area, she noticed that the local prices were significantly lower than those in the first-tier city she resided in. prompting her to consider purchasing her remaining food supplies here. Resolute, she hailed a taxi to the local slaughterhouse, having already calculated her needs along the way. Upon arrival, she wasted no time in seeking out the person in charge to purchase meat. Given her conditions and now that she was here, she insisted on fresh cuts. She ordered a total of 300 white pigs and 100 black pigs, with processing included as complimentary service, and requested that they be sorted by different cuts. Zhang Noa instructed that all the pork be sliced into strips and the offal thoroughly cleaned. These tasks were to be handled by designated personnel, so there was no need for concern. The batch of goods could not be retrieved immediately. Zhang Noa had to wait until the following day. Therefore, seizing the remaining time, she hurried to other abattoirs that were still in operation, ordering 50 cattle and 600 sheep, all to be slaughtered and cut into pieces, with the entrails set aside and packaged in foam boxes. The total expenditure for these primary meats amounted to 1.35 million. Upon returning to her hotel, Zhang Noa felt particularly at ease due to the successful upgrade of her space, which notably improved her sleep quality. Upon waking, she immediately went to fetch her meat. Yet, this was still insufficient. She required additional meats and proceeded to acquire 2,000 chickens and 2,000 ducks. Since her space could not accommodate live animals, she opted instead to procure 200,000 eggs. Although she believed this quantity was still lacking, it was the maximum supply available from nearby poultry farms. These items added up to nearly 300,000. The vegetables in the area were also affordable, and Zhang Noa did not let this opportunity pass. She purchased a variety of leafy greens, including cabbage, bok choy, lettuce, and spinach, totaling 2,000 jin. For root vegetables, which could serve as staples, she acquired substantial amounts of potatoes, sweet potatoes, carrots, white radishes, taro, lotus roots, and yams, summing up to 3 tons. Additionally, she collected various beans, cucumbers, bell peppers, winter melons, eggplants, tomatoes, tofu, and dried products amounting to another 2,000 jin. A mix of mushrooms, including enoki, oyster, king oyster, and button mushrooms, filled another 1,000 jin. The total expenditure for vegetables reached 180,000, essentially covering all the essentials for home-cooked meals. Zhang Noa continued to methodically cross off items from her list. Next came the fish. The local water quality was excellent, and the freshwater fish had tender flesh with a milder smell. Zhang Noa initially intended to acquire several thousand fish, including grass carp, crucian carp, catfish, blackfish, and bream. However, she soon realized that live fish could not enter her space. Consequently, the price for cleaned and filleted fish was significantly higher, and considering her budget, she ultimately purchased only 1,000 fish, totaling 5,000 jin, at a cost of over 40,000. The various goods were delivered to a temporary warehouse the following day, and Zhang Noa spent the entire night transferring them into her space. This endeavor yielded considerable rewards, albeit it was also the fastest 3 days of expenditure. Now only 1.4 million remained. However, gazing at the towering piles of food within her space brought her a sense of security, prompting her to embark on her return journey. Chapter 9. Renting a house on her way back. Zhang Noa found the old-fashioned hard sleeper train she was currently on to be less than comfortable compared to the high-speed rail, particularly in the sweltering heat. The train lacked air conditioning, rendering it akin to a large steam chamber. Fortunately, with fewer travelers aboard, the carriage was relatively quiet, devoid of any unruly children. Finding her bunk, Zhang Noa climbed to the upper berth. With a 10-hour journey ahead, she decided to lie down and feign sleep, allowing her consciousness to enter her space. Now she had the time to examine it thoroughly. The recently upgraded space had indeed expanded significantly. She estimated that the area accessible to her consciousness now resembled a square with sides of approximately 50 meters. While not vast, the height was limitless. The small building was centrally located, and the courtyard in front, along with the open space behind, had greatly increased in size due to the upgrade. The previously crowded shelves were now nearly 20 meters from the boundary. Substantial space had also opened up on either side of the building. These areas could be utilized for shelving and stockpiling supplies. Compared to before the upgrade, the usable area had at least doubled. Having assessed the situation, Zhang Noa prepared to get to work. Due to the tight schedule, the items purchased in recent days were haphazardly piled together without organization. A disarray that was particularly discomforting for someone with a slight obsessive-compulsive tendency, like Zhang Noa. Seizing the opportunity, she began to categorize and arrange them, fish with fish. meat with meat, vegetables with vegetables, and fruits with fruits, placing each type on designated shelves. Utilizing her consciousness for sorting and moving was surprisingly efficient. However, continuous usage of her space began to drain her mental energy, and before long, she felt fatigued. Thus, she paused her efforts and allowed her consciousness to linger once more by the tree at the edge of her space. Though she did not know the species, it was evident that this tree was a living plant, indicating that farming within her space could indeed be feasible and capable of sustaining life. Jiang Nua eagerly anticipated the day she could truly enter her space. She also discovered that as long as her consciousness remained near this tree, her mental energy replenished rapidly, even exceeding the restorative benefits of sleep in reality. This revelation thrilled her. With her current mental strength, she estimated that she could sustain her activities in the space for about an hour. For heavier objects, that time would diminish. Yet, as long as she drew near the tree, her mental energy would quickly recover, saving her a great deal of time. Thus, Jiang Noa continued to keep her consciousness within the space, thoroughly reviewing all the items she had purchased. As she grew more adept, she found the process remarkably convenient. In reality, managing such a large quantity of goods would require significant physical effort, needing ladders or even lifting equipment to place items at height. However, manipulating them with her consciousness felt almost magical, allowing her to position them wherever she wished. Whenever fatigue set in, she would pause to recover, and once rejuvenated, she would resume her work. Once Jiang Nua had organized the supplies to a satisfactory degree, she withdrew her consciousness from the space and was surprised to find the train was nearing its destination. Time had flown by, and she scarcely noticed that nearly 10 hours had passed. Upon disembarking, her immediate reaction was to feel the heat. The wave of warmth hit her, making her breath slow. Checking her phone, she saw the temperature had already surpassed 44 degrees. She also received a flurry of notifications about a heat wave warning, indicating that the city was experiencing its highest temperatures in 30 years. The station, lacking air conditioning, left all passengers stepping off the train to complain bitterly about the heat or to simply be too exhausted to speak, continuously quenching their thirst. Jiang Noa purchased 3 bottles of mineral water. In such high temperatures, one's sweat glands would be working overtime, depleting significant moisture, making it essential to stay hydrated. She opened 1 bottle to drink, while the remaining 2 were discreetly stashed in her space, a recent habit of hers to keep a surplus of any item she bought. At the station entrance, she also purchased several umbrellas to shield herself from the intense ultraviolet rays, which not only posed a heat hazard but also severely affected the skin. The umbrellas would remain practical even in the apocalypse, so she simply bought them and tucked them away. Upon exiting the station, the sunlight was blinding. Jiang Nua quickened her pace toward the subway station, noticing that people around her lacked vitality. Public facilities were rationing electricity. Places like the station, shopping malls, and restaurants had shut off air conditioning, leading to a significant decrease in foot traffic. Upon returning to her residential complex, she spotted a crowd gathered outside the main entrance. As dusk approached, various street vendors had begun to set up their stalls along the roadside, filling the air with a mix of trash and cooking oil. The management of Jiang Nua's complex was notoriously lax, and the area was rife with disorder. Uncertain of what incident had occurred, she could not see through the throng, only hearing someone in the center passionately cursing in dialect. Lacking the desire to join the commotion, Jiang Nua skillfully navigated around the crowd and headed straight home. Upon opening the door, the first thing that greeted her was her husky, who rushed towards her, accompanied by the cold air of the room.
Hello.
It was a delightful surprise. Jiang Noa's mood instantly lifted as she affectionately patted its head, playfully admonishing, "Be good, don't bark. I'm back now." Upon entering, I placed my bag and umbrella down, and immediately noticed Yurohua standing by the window in the living room, peering down at the entrance of the community. Oblivious to Jiang Noa's return. "Mom, what's happening at the bottom of the building?" Jiang Noa inquired just then. Yurohua turned around and, with a hint of gossip, shared, "You must have seen it, right? Those vendors are fighting over their spots again." After observing for a while, Yurohua lost interest and sighed, complaining to Jiang Noa, "It's been so long, and they're still making such a racket every day. Not long ago, the city management was called to disperse a group, and now, barely a couple of days later, they're back again. It's been keeping me up at night. Haven't we paid the property management fee? Why is no one taking action? They crowd the entrance, and the property management only makes a token effort to shoo them away, but as soon as they leave, they return." With the recent heat making people reluctant to venture out or travel far, they prefer to buy from nearby stalls. As the saying goes, where there is demand, there is supply. The more people patronize these vendors, the more proliferate they become. Listening to Yu Ruohua's lament, Jiang Noa seized the opportunity to discuss moving.
Mom,
Let us rent a better place and move out for a while. Yu Ruohua was taken aback. Why would we need to change when everything seems fine? Despite the laxity of the property management and the messy surroundings, the community still seemed livable. Jiang Noa understood her mother's perspective, as they too were accustomed to this life. As the saying goes, a golden nest or silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. Most people in the world are simply making do. However, knowing what the future holds, Jiang Noa understood the necessity for change. Their current residence was ill-equipped to handle the impending calamities. To persuade Yu Ruohua, she knew she couldn't speak of apocalyptic events, but had to coax her gently. Mom, have you seen the heat warning? I've reviewed numerous weather forecasts and expert analyses. This heat wave will persist for some time, and temperatures are only expected to rise. Our electrical system is outdated and poorly maintained, leading to frequent power outages. It was manageable before, but in this heat, how can we cope? Where else can we stay besides home? Jiang Noa continued. I've recently started a fruit wholesale business and earned some money. We could rent a place in a high-end community, pay the rent, and stay there for a few months until the temperature drops. Jiang Noa elaborated, explaining that the electrical systems in upscale communities were well-maintained, equipped with backup power, and convenience was a major advantage. Yu Ruohua, having saved diligently for most of her life, found it hard to grasp the need to leave their home for comfort. Let us forget it. It's not like we can't stay here. Why spend on rent? Money is not a concern, Jiang Noa reassured her. My colleague from the wholesale business recently introduced me to some lucrative opportunities, which will be quite time-consuming. If the living conditions are poor, I fear I won't be able to manage my health while busy. Jiang Noa continued to press her point, emphasizing that even if she could endure discomfort, their dog, Hame, could not. It lacked sweat glands and struggled with heat regulation. Hearing its name, the husky squeezed between Yu Ruohua and Jiang Noa, panting adorably. Yu Ruohua frowned at this. When Jiang Noa mentioned that her business would keep her busy, Yu Ruohua's resolve wavered. No matter how important money was, her daughter's health took precedence. In such sweltering heat, it was already exhausting for Jiang Noa to earn a living. If there were power outages, they would be deprived of air conditioning. It would be disingenuous to claim she wouldn't worry. Having raised a dog for many years, Yu Ruohua understood its needs. Huskies are cold-climate animals, with double-layered fur that can withstand frigid temperatures, yet extreme heat is perilous. Even in previous summers, they relied on air conditioning. Prolonged heat without power posed a genuine threat to the dog. Eventually, Yu Ruohua relented, advising Jiang Noa, all right, let us rent, but finding a suitable place is a hassle. It's not easy to find something ideal. You must be cautious. Those real estate agents are notoriously deceptive. Yes, Jiang Noa replied obediently. Finding the perfect rental was indeed a challenge. However, in this age, as long as the finances were in order, it could be managed. Jiang Noa first contacted a real estate agent while simultaneously searching online for listings. The primary requirement was safety, though societal order was bound to collapse post-catastrophe. Securing a community with stringent access control and cleanliness was preferable. Moreover, she sought a top-floor unit, as the ongoing heat wave would likely lead to severe rainfall, with relentless storms persisting for months. Each time the rain ceased, people would glimpse hope, only for the deluge to return shortly thereafter. Thus, she focused on selecting properties situated on elevated terrain, preferably in high-end communities. Ideally, the surrounding environment should be uncomplicated. A building with multiple neighboring units was unacceptable. Instead, a layout with fewer neighbors or a single unit per floor would afford her the opportunity to enhance security through modifications. As Jiang Noa continued her online search, the agent sent over numerous listings that met her criteria. One particular property on the 36th floor of a new upscale community caught her eye. This community had opened just 2 years prior, emphasizing a luxurious lifestyle with ample greenery and stringent entry controls for outsiders. The unit featured direct elevator access, ensuring high privacy, and boasted spacious 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, all well decorated, with the added perk of a rooftop terrace. The expansive and clean rooftop terrace came with a glass sunroom, which the listing claimed was perfect for sunbathing and tea drinking. Jiang Noa chuckled, thinking tea could be avoided, but the sunroom was ideal for planting. especially since the patches of land in her current space were unfit for cultivation. Just as she prepared to send this listing to the agent for confirmation, she noticed another nearly identical property link below it. Upon inspection, she realized it was a different unit in the same building, located on the 35th floor. Unlike the 36th floor, it lacked a terrace but came with basic furnishings and was ready for immediate move-in, equipped with a well-furnished kitchen, including a range hood, refrigerator, oven, and even a dishwasher. The property met all her requirements, with the only drawback being the height. Yet at this moment, no more suitable options were available. A thought sparked in her mind, and she sent both links to the agent. "I'd like to rent both these floors." "Absolutely. No problem." The agent's rapid typing conveyed her excitement. "Let me know when you can come to view the properties, and if all goes well, I'll contact the landlord to finalize the contract. Please negotiate on my behalf. I only want to rent for 3 months. If possible, I'll pay you double the agency fee." "All right, I'll do my best." Chapter 10. Seizing opportunities that evening. After returning from a run and completing 4 sets of exercises, Jong Noah felt the exhaustion settle in her muscles. The soreness indicated how weak she had become. Her stamina and endurance were far from adequate. After a refreshing shower, she relished the cool air of the air conditioning while ordering 3 portions of crayfish for takeout. She devoured 1 portion with delight, stashing the other 2 in her storage space, then poured herself a bottle of iced tea, sipping leisurely as she lay on her bed. Scrolling through her phone, she first noticed a notification in her department group chat. Wang Jianli, the team leader, informed everyone that due to the recent heat and power restrictions, the company would not be using air conditioning, and employees were to work from home. This was expected. She had just closed the group chat when she received a private message from Wang Jianli. "There is something that really needs your attention. It's also what Mr.
Yang requested.
Please don't make this harder for me. I'm in a tough position as well."
Yang Noe de Manors huted coldly.
Lately, she had been preoccupied with stocking up on supplies and had no time to engage with Wang Jianli. Yet, he seemed relentless in his pursuit to undermine her. Observing his relentless determination, he repeatedly attempted to leverage Yang Qingjun against her. It seemed they had conspired together, yet at that moment, they found themselves at an impasse, compelled to devise some underhanded scheme. Jong Nua's fingers glided over her phone as she composed a response. "What's the matter? The data you submitted to Qingxin in March has encountered issues. They require you to verify it again. I'm merely the intermediary. And you need to take responsibility for the company, Xiao Nua." Reflecting on the situation, Zhang Nua recalled her involvement in the collaboration with Qingxin. Qingxin was a competitor of Yang Qingjun, operating within the same industry. In a market where opportunities were scarce, alliances were sometimes essential. The project in question involved a new app, with Yang Qingjun providing research data while Qingxin offered technical support. Zhang Noah had performed numerous menial tasks, frequently running errands for Qingxin. However, as a mere graphic designer, what discrepancies could possibly arise in the data that warranted her verification? It was an overt trap, an insult to her intelligence. Wang Jianli soon sent another message. "You need to visit the company today. I'll send you my account details. Download the data on my computer and send it to Qingxin immediately." This was the first instruction, followed by the contact information for Qingxin's manager. Zhang Nua tossed her phone aside, expecting a convoluted scheme, only to find the task disappointingly straightforward. In their eyes, she was merely a young woman in her early 20s, inexperienced and easy to manipulate. Despite her recent emotional turmoil, they undoubtedly believed they could easily control her. Once she went to the company to download the data and forwarded it to Qingxin, Wang Jianli and the others would likely report her, sending her to prison. Yet, at the thought of this, Zhang Nua couldn't help but smile. The resources needed for her and her mother to survive in a post-apocalyptic world required substantial funds. And since these individuals were unwittingly delivering themselves to her, she saw no reason not to seize the opportunity. Zhang Nua promptly called Jiang Qin. After a few rings, the call connected, and Jiang Qin's voice came through, direct and to the point. "You again?" "It's me," Zhang Nua replied. "I thought we wouldn't be in touch again," Jiang Qin remarked coolly. "Neither did I, but Mr. Yang is persistent, so I must reach out to you again." Jiang Nua wasted no time, diving straight into the matter. "Ms. Jiang, I wish to access the database of Yang Rui. Do you have a way?" Yang Qingjun's company was named Yang Rui, and it was said that Jiang Qin had once been the legal representative in its early days, but as the company grew, she became estranged from it. "The database?" Jiang Qin's tone, previously indifferent, piqued with interest. What do you intend to do? Acquire some information. You might be disappointed. Yang Qingjun has changed the password 3 times this month, and his security is quite stringent. This was precisely what Jiang Noah had hoped for. A smile crept onto her lips. That's perfect. I have the account and password. I'll take what I need, and you can take something as well. It's a win-win. The phone fell silent for a few seconds before Jiang Qin hung up. Shortly afterward, Jiang Noah received a location via WeChat, directing her to a nearby cafe, along with a message. Come here. Though she had intended to sleep, upon receiving the message, she quickly changed her clothes, hopped on a shared electric bike, and made her way. It was already late at night, around 11 p.m., yet the streets were bustling, as many preferred to rest during the sweltering afternoons and venture out in the cooler evenings. As she approached, nearly all businesses were still open, including supermarkets that typically closed at 9 p.m. Jiang Noah parked the shared bike and entered the cafe, which was nearly empty due to the oppressive heat. The area was experiencing power restrictions, leaving the cafe stifling and warm. Thus, she quickly spotted Jiang Qin seated by the window. Dressed in a light brown suit, Jiang Qin appeared markedly different from Jiang Noah's preconceptions of a wealthy matron. She looked well-maintained, yet exuded a modest, understated air, lacking any ostentatious brands, resembling more of a competent middle-aged leader. As Jiang Noah assessed Jiang Qin, the latter scrutinized her in turn. Jiang Qin seemed surprised to find such a young girl contacting her, raising an eyebrow in mild astonishment. Jiang Noah understood the unspoken judgment and smiled as she introduced herself.
Hello, Yang No.
Jiang Qin nodded nonchalantly, confirming her prior investigation into Jiang Noah's background. However, this was of little concern.
Mutuelle recognition facilitated open dialogue.
I harbor no grievances with Mr. Yang, aside from his rather unsavory character. However, Yang Ning and her boyfriend have severely wronged me and continue to harass me. I intend to retaliate. Jiang Qin acknowledged her with a nod. What is your plan for accessing his company's database?
Yang me replied naturally.
I intend to copy all useful data and sell it to Yang's competitors for a small profit. You're quite audacious, but if you proceed with this, it won't remain hidden. Are you prepared for the consequences? Or are you planning to flee the country? Jiang Noah dismissed the concern, believing that by the time any fallout occurred, several months would have passed and societal order would have disintegrated. Who would care about such matters then? She offered a smile, reinforcing Jiang Qin's suspicion that she intended to abscond with the proceeds. Very well, follow me. Jiang Noah trailed Jiang Qin as they left the cafe, entering the building where the company was located through the underground parking passage. Yang Rui occupied the 21st floor, but Jiang Qin led her to the 20th, opting for the stairs due to the power restrictions that rendered the elevator and air conditioning inoperative. This suited Jiang Noah just fine. The absence of surveillance cameras in the stairwell minimized potential complications. Climbing the 20 flights of stairs left both women slightly fatigued, though Jiang Noah was surprised to find herself more out of breath than Jiang Qin, who, despite sweating and panting, quickly regained her composure after a brief pause. Given Jiang Qin's age, Jiang Noah felt a pang of frustration at her own lack of stamina, recognizing the need for more rigorous exercise. Simultaneously, it became evident that Jiang Qin was no fragile socialite. She clearly engaged in regular physical activity. Upon reaching the designated floor, Jiang Qin unlocked a door, leading Jiang Noah into a small consulting firm. I expected you would take me directly to Yang Qingjun's office. Do you believe me to be that naive? Jiang Qin entered a small office at the back, where a computer awaited. She powered it on and gestured for Jiang Noah to sit. This is a registered company. Only a few people work here. I established it to monitor Yang Qingjun. I'm aware he has some financial discrepancies, but I've yet to find concrete evidence. As she spoke, Jiang Qin pushed the keyboard toward Jiang Noah. This computer can access Yang Qingjun's internal network, but he frequently changes accounts, making it difficult for me to enter. Jiang Noah nodded, appreciating Jiang Qin's meticulousness, which saved her some hassle. Without hesitation, she began inputting the login credentials, accessing the network, and swiftly downloading all pertinent project information onto a portable hard drive. Next, it was Jiang Qin's turn. She worked with equal efficiency, though Jiang Noah didn't observe the specifics of her actions. They were both focused on their respective goals. Jiang Qin collected the hard drive and promptly logged out, then called her technical staff to have them retrieve the computer, wishing to avoid detection. Observing Jiang Qin's methodical approach, Jiang Noah felt a sense of admiration. Ms. Jiang, After this divorce, Yang Qingjun is unlikely to benefit at all. Jiang Qin remained unperturbed, replying matter-of-factly, "That's not sufficient. I want him to lose everything and be utterly disgraced." Remarkable. Unfortunately, by the time their divorce proceedings yield a resolution, the apocalypse may very well have arrived. As she contemplated, a notification popped up on her phone. Jiang Qin had transferred 2 million to her. Stunned, she heard Jiang Qin's voice. "Take it. You look like you could use the money." Jiang Noah remained silent, merely nodding. In truth, she had no justification for accepting Jiang Qin's funds. Jiang Qin had contributed more to their collaboration this time, and they both had their own needs. Jiang Noah yearned to gracefully decline, but reality loomed before her, leaving no room for pretentiousness. After some thought, she decided to offer Jiang Qin a few words of caution. She gazed at Jiang Qin and inquired, "Miss Jiang, what are your thoughts on the recent apocalyptic discussion circulating online?" Jiang Qin furrowed her brow, a fleeting look of confusion crossing her features. "I do not frequent the internet." In truth, the notion of an apocalypse was still a topic confined to a small group of people. It hardly constituted a popular discourse. Furthermore, even for those who frequently surf the web, in this era of information bubbles, such discussions might elude their notice. People would not believe in impending disasters unless they witnessed them firsthand. Rising from her chair, Jiang Nua addressed Jiang Qin earnestly. "It would be wise to stockpile some supplies. It may prove beneficial." With that, she bid farewell to Jiang Qin and departed alone. Her warnings could go no further. Whether Jiang Qin chose to heed them was entirely her own business. Chapter 11. Playing to the end, descending the stairs from the 20th floor, Jiang Noah was drenched in sweat. The outside air was slightly cooler than during the day, yet only marginally so. She hurriedly purchased a bottle of mineral water from a roadside vendor. After hydrating, she passed by the cafe she had visited earlier. Fond of iced lattes, she ordered 50 to go, savoring one while stowing the others along with the water in her bag. Subsequently, she took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Wang Jianli. "I'm busy. Do not contact me." Enraged, Wang Jianli immediately called her. But Jiang Noah did not even glance at the screen before hanging up. Just after disconnecting, Wang Jianli attempted to call again. It appeared they assumed she was ensnared in their trap, awaiting her submission, only to receive a curt reply of busy. Jiang Noah, disinterested, promptly blocked him on WeChat. Inside Yang Qingjun's office, the entire company was devoid of electricity, shrouded in darkness, save for a faint light filtering in from outside. With no air conditioning, the stifling heat left several individuals sweating profusely. Wang Jianli and a few security guards sat anxiously in the office, growing increasingly impatient. Wang Jianli assured Yang Qingjun that if Jiang Nua showed up tonight, he would access the database, and with the security guards, they would ambush her, capturing her red-handed. Charged with stealing trade secrets, the charges could range from severe to minor. Yet if Yang Qingjun exerted his influence, sending her to prison for years would pose no difficulty. He was eager to witness how she would maintain her haughty demeanor once incarcerated. Yet, after a prolonged wait, no sign of her materialized, and the silence was maddening. Wang Jianli had been bitten by mosquitoes multiple times when he suddenly received a WeChat message from Jiang Noah. His excitement quickly dissipated upon reading her curt response. "I'm busy. Do not contact me." It felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, leaving him bewildered. He could not fathom what had transpired with Jiang Noah. Did his affair with Yang Ning affect her so profoundly? She seemed like an entirely different person. Not long ago, she had gazed at him with affection and trust, believing every word he uttered. Why was this happening? Had love turned to hatred? Had it warped her mind?
Wang Jianli hastily replied to Yang Noah.
Yet his messages were met with silence, the red, indicating he had been blocked. This was inconceivable. He attempted to call her again.
"Sorry.
The user you are trying to reach is currently on another call. Please try again later." The monotonous mechanical voice echoed repeatedly in the quiet office, driving Wang Jianli to the brink of rage. Had she blocked his number as well? What was she thinking? Did she intend to forfeit her job and salary? Did she believe she could swindle them out of money for life? Wang Jianli was utterly perplexed by the situation. Not long ago, Jiang Noah had been obedient and easily swayed. And for what? A mere design. Hardly a masterpiece, yet she had gone to such lengths? In a fit of anger, he kicked the table with force. As long as that wretched woman did not resign, he would play this game to the bitter end. Jiang Noah continued on her way until she discovered a mobile phone repair shop. It was already past midnight, yet many shops remained open, albeit under power restrictions. Everywhere was stiflingly hot except in residential areas. Jiang Nua spent 600 yuan on an old phone complete with a SIM card and stood by the roadside, casually purchasing some fruit as she dialed the number of the person in charge at Qingxin. She had just searched for the number on WeChat, confirming that he was Li Duoguang, the technical general manager of Qingxin. They had met briefly during their project collaboration, so she recognized him. "Hello, is this Mr. Li?" she inquired. "Yes," came the hesitant reply. "What is it?" Jiang Noah, opting for directness, wasted no time on pleasantries. "I understand Qingxin has recently launched several new app projects, competing significantly with Yang Qingjuan's Yang Rui network. I happen to have information that may pique your interest. May I add you as a friend?" "Who are you?" The other party's tone shifted to one of suspicion. Without further ado, Jiang Noah hung up. In such situations, the more one sought to entrap the other, the more one must remain composed. She was no salesperson and needed to project an air of indifference. As expected, Li Duoguang soon accepted her friend request. Jiang Noah sent him several pieces of data, along with pricing details. "I will sell you the complete package of all programs, user research, pain point data, product design, competitor analysis, operational statistics, and user analysis for 10 million. The transaction can occur on-site, no negotiations." In all honesty, disclosing this information to Qingxin could nearly bankrupt Yang Qingjuan's company. 10 million was merely a nominal sum. Given ample time, she could have sold the information piecemeal for several times that amount. Yet, she lacked the luxury of time. After a lengthy silence, Li Duoguang replied, "Please hold on." Then, he ceased communication altogether. It was common knowledge that Qingxin and Yang Rui were rivals, engaged in a long-standing battle. The internet market was solely driven by data. Where quick profits reigned supreme, larger entities devoured smaller ones in the blink of an eye. Jiang Noah understood how desperately Qingxin desired this information, so she felt no trepidation. After a long day, it was time to return home and rest. The next morning, Jiang Noah rose early and checked her phone. Li Duoguang had not yet responded. But she paid it no mind and completed her morning exercises before heading out. By 8 in the morning, the temperature had already soared to 37 degrees. There were no breakfast stalls in sight, save for a bun shop. Jiang Noah purchased 30 small steamed buns, 10 cups of soybean milk, and 10 fried dough sticks. Then rounded it off with 20 pan-fried buns, ensuring she bought plenty of everything. She first accompanied the real estate agent to view an apartment. They ascended to the top floor, the 36th, where the images matched the real thing perfectly, and Jiang Noah felt the space was even more expansive than it appeared online. Each floor housed only one household, resulting in substantial public space. The residents were either affluent or aristocratic. Upon exiting the elevator, they entered a spacious area, far larger than her own living room, capable of accommodating shoe racks, raincoat stands, storage cabinets, and featuring a simple security gate leading to the fire escape. The 35th floor mirrored this layout. Excluding the shared space, each unit had a net area of 162 square meters, ample for living needs. Both apartments were furnished, and the kitchens were fully equipped. The bathrooms boasted water heaters, bathtubs, and shower heads, while the dining area featured a long table with chairs. And the living room was furnished with a sofa. Jiang Noah even made a point to visit the rooftop platform, which, as in the photos, was free of clutter and debris, presenting a clean and open atmosphere with expansive glass spaces. No dissatisfaction arose. Jiang Noah expressed her willingness to rent both floors, and a contract could be signed on the spot. The reason for leasing 2 levels was that both were conveniently vacant. In the event of an apocalypse, unoccupied houses are typically ransacked, with indiscriminate individuals entering, leaving behind litter and waste. If only the 35th floor were rented, there would inevitably be those attempting to invade the 36th floor, and vice versa. Since the rent was relatively modest, it made sense to secure the entire space, thereby adding an extra layer of protection and enhancing safety. After paying double the agency fee, a sum of 48,000 was swiftly deducted from her account. Despite her efforts to economize, money flowed away as if it were water. She could move at any moment, yet Jiang Noah remained unhurried. The subway's air conditioning had been turned off, and the number of passengers was sparse compared to the past. Finding a seat at random, she focused on the map of the subway stations, her gaze lingering on the home improvement materials market. After a few stops, she disembarked. This area housed various stores selling building materials, furniture, home decoration items, lighting, doors, and windows, but what she sought was a shop specializing in security doors and windows. When the true apocalypse arrived, the most terrifying aspect was not the natural disasters, but the hearts of men. In her previous life, even securing the door with her mother proved futile. Burglars would pry it open at night, some bold enough to kick it in. Initially, they relied on the fierce presence of Yu Ruohua wielding a kitchen knife to scare off intruders. Later, with Wang Jianli bringing people along, her home had essentially become a public space. Thus, this time, she intended to install robust security doors at the elevator entrance, the front door, and the main door of the house, with an additional one in the fire escape hallway. 3 layers of sturdy protection would be necessary to ensure her mother's safety. Upon exiting the subway station, Jiang Nua braved the scorching heat as she opened her sunshade, making her way toward the market across the street. The afternoon sun blazed fiercely, with temperatures soaring to 46 degrees Celsius and the pavement exceeding 50 degrees. The atmosphere of this home improvement market, typically bustling, now felt eerily desolate. As Jiang Nua passed by, she observed the store owners on either side appearing lethargic, with only the occasional delivery truck carrying building materials rolling by her side. She walked briskly, spending her days either running errands for supplies or practicing meditation to master spatial control, as well as enhancing her physical fitness. With no urgency, she avoided the elevator, her legs significantly more agile than when she had just been reborn. Soon, she found a shop that sold security doors. The owner, initially preoccupied with his phone, quickly greeted her upon noticing her presence. "Beautiful lady, are you looking to install security doors?"
Yang Mo nodded.
The owner immediately began his sales pitch. "We have stock available, custom orders are also possible, and a variety of styles. Just wait a moment. I'll fetch a catalog for you." He turned and went inside, returning shortly with a booklet showcasing various security doors along with brief descriptions. Jiang Nua flipped through it quickly and inquired, "Are all these electronic locks?" The owner replied, "Currently, electronic locks are safe, offering dual protection with passwords and fingerprints." However, what she required were not these ordinary goods. She needed reinforced steel plates and mechanical locks, with windows featuring double-layered bulletproof glass. In a world without electricity, electronic locks would be virtually useless. Even if they had batteries, their reliability was questionable.
Can you provide that?
The owner's expression turned hesitant, and while he said to wait a moment, he retreated to make a phone call. The dialect was incomprehensible to Jiang Nua, but judging by the owner's demeanor, it seemed promising. "The doors you requested can indeed be customized, but it will require some time."
How long?
"If you place the order today, installation should commence in 10 days, but the duration will depend on how many you require." Considering the complete renovation of 2 units, Jiang Nua pondered and continued. "All doors and windows must feature a steel structure and double-layer bulletproof glass. Could you provide an estimate?" "It's difficult to say at this moment. Actual measurements are necessary for a precise quote," the owner explained. "I just need to know when you are available. Right now will suffice. I will find someone to handle the soundproofing, and we can go together." The owner's face brightened. "That's fortunate. A friend of mine specializes in soundproofing materials. Shall I have him come over to discuss with you?" In this industry, mutual referrals were commonplace, and Jiang Nua nodded in agreement. It would save time and spare her from the sun's harsh rays. The owner promptly called his contact, and after a brief inquiry about the quality and price of the soundproofing materials, Jiang Nua led them to the site for measurements. The security doors would consist of 7 layers, with one required for both levels of the fire escape and additional doors for the elevator and entrance. Every window would be replaced with double-layer bulletproof glass, and the balcony would need to be entirely encased in a steel frame. Once the 2 men completed the measurements and calculated the costs, the total came to just over 160,000. In such oppressive heat, the risk of heat stroke was high, and although Jiang Nua was short on cash, she did not wish to haggle with those earning a meager living. Gratefully, she paid the deposit without hesitation. Observing her generosity, the owner cheerfully offered to install a rainwater collection system near the glass house on the rooftop, setting up 4 5-ton water tanks and connecting the pipes to the 36th floor. He would also ensure the roof was waterproof and provide sufficient soil to transform the glass house into a viable vegetable garden. Jiang Nua expressed her approval. "That's wonderful. I see you are fortifying your homes so thoroughly. Would you require a safe?" The owner was adept at seizing business opportunities. However, Jiang Nua had no need for a safe. Her space was more secure than any vault. "What about fire extinguishers and fire safety kits?" Jiang Nua considered. Realizing those items could indeed be useful, persuaded by his recommendations, she purchased several thousand worth of fire safety equipment, including extinguishers, escape ropes, gas masks, and sledgehammers. Although she felt they might not be immediately necessary, it was always wise to be prepared. Consequently, the total cost for the renovations of both apartments rose to 172,000. Unable to eliminate the leftover amount entirely, Jong Nura did not press the issue, simply insisting on maintaining high quality. Otherwise, she would not pay the final amount. After signing the contract and paying the deposit, the security door owner promptly contacted the manufacturer, sending over the blueprints for customization. The manufacturer assured her that delivery would occur within 5 days at the latest. Jong Nua received 2 keys, stating she would return for an inspection once everything was installed. With the renovation costs deducted, Jong Nua's account balance stood at 178,000. However, there remained many items to procure, such as essential fuel supplies for the early days of the apocalypse. Fuel could be categorized into 2 types: liquefied gas and coal for cooking, bathing, and heating, and diesel and gasoline for electricity generation and vehicular use. In truth, once the floods receded, the necessary fuel was plentiful, as countless dead trees could be dried out for burning. Procuring liquefied gas proved somewhat challenging, with prices being relatively high. After contacting several suppliers and comparing prices, she finally placed an order. Not long after making the call, a weary middle-aged man arrived at her warehouse on a tricycle. Upon learning that she required 1,000 cylinders of 50 kilograms each, he immediately understood. Your factory intends to use liquefied gas as a substitute for acetylene, right? Many factories are doing that now. It can cut regular steel plates just fine and save a lot of money. Do you also need oxygen? I can deliver that as well. Jong Nua agreed. The price for oxygen was quite reasonable, merely around 30 yuan per cylinder, and having some on hand would prove useful later. The order comprised 1,000 cylinders of liquefied gas, 500 bottles of oxygen, and a deposit for the gas cylinders, amounting to approximately 150,000. She paid the deposit and agreed to pay the delivery charges as they came, recognizing that these were hard-working individuals trying to make a living. Ordinary people with a bit of cash could still exchange for some supplies in the early days of the apocalypse. After completing these tasks, Jong Nua felt utterly exhausted. In the oppressive heat, the excessive sweating left her feeling faint, and she could only drink water, yet even bottled water failed to quench her thirst. As she spotted a milk tea shop open by the roadside, Jong Nua's eyes sparkled with delight. She approached and promptly ordered 3 cups of iced milk tea. It was only when the refreshing sweetness of the tea flooded her mouth that she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. In her memory, this establishment was a trendy hotspot, heavily marketed online, often drawing long queues. Yet now, it stood completely devoid of customers. Without hesitation, Jong Nua decided to order all the popular varieties, both iced and hot, and transported them to a secluded spot for storage. She could stockpile more coffee and milk tea, but there was no rush. Her daily excursions allowed her to conveniently purchase dozens of cups, enough to last a lifetime. After a brief respite, Jong Nua pressed on to a place selling honeycomb coal. Nowadays, very few people used honeycomb coal, and the modern variants were no longer just round. Square shapes were also available with a simple change of mold. Square honeycomb coal was more space-efficient, allowing for optimal storage. Jong Nua ordered 40 tons, roughly equivalent to 2 truckloads of coal. Compared to liquefied gas, coal was significantly cheaper, and with processing and framing costs, 40 tons would only amount to 40,000 yuan. Given the lengthy interruption in mineral extraction post-apocalypse, stockpiling honeycomb coal was imperative. Identifying herself as a company buyer, she placed a substantial order. I need 40 tons of square coal. Please frame and pack it for me. The soot-covered shop owner was elated by the order. My shop is small, so I can only deliver 1 ton at a time. Will that work for you? That's fine. Jong Nura provided the warehouse address and Lu Mei's contact number, thus concluding the coal transaction. With liquefied gas and coal secured, the essential fuel needs of life were mostly addressed, yet diesel and gasoline still needed to be prepared. Diesel was manageable, but acquiring a significant quantity of gasoline posed a challenge due to its classification as a hazardous material, subject to stringent regulations. She needed to devise a strategy for that. Having been busy since dawn, Jong Nua felt hunger pangs as she realized mealtime had passed. She located a popular fast food restaurant, ordering fried chicken, grilled wings, French fries, egg tarts, and icy cola. indulging in a feast of high-calorie delights while also ordering a plethora of takeout. After her meal, the night had fully descended, temperatures dropping several degrees, and the streets began to fill with people. Jiang Nua initially intended to return home but received an unexpected phone call. She rummaged through her bag for her primary phone, noticing no incoming call, yet the ringing persisted, indicating it was her other phone, from Li Duoguang. "We do have some interest in what you mentioned yesterday," he spoke cautiously, "but how can I trust that what you said is true?" He added, "After all, we both bear substantial risks in this matter." Jiang Nua understood the gravity of the situation. Li Duoguang, as a general manager, could not make decisions alone. And today he had likely been in meetings with his superiors. The prospect of such a significant business secret falling into their laps felt almost like a windfall, but the question of whether to seize it remained. "Let's discuss this in person," Jiang Nua proposed. Without hesitation, he agreed. After pondering for a moment, she opened her map application to find a nearby shopping mall and sent him the location. She chose this venue for its supermarket and cosmetic stores. Since the day before, supermarkets across the city had begun opening at 7 p.m., and it was now bustling with shoppers. Jiang Nua entered the supermarket and filled an entire cart with essential supplies. Though this amount was still insufficient, her detour allowed her to check for any overlooked items. Sitting at her computer drafting a list, she often doubted her thoroughness, leading her to stroll through the supermarket several times, ultimately recalling additional necessities that required bulk purchasing. Upon exiting the supermarket, she discreetly stored her items in her space and proceeded to a large beauty retail store. She selected a variety of skincare products: toner, face cream, lotion, hand cream, lip balm, shower gel, shampoo, conditioner, and face masks. In the harsh cold of the post-apocalyptic world, with temperatures often plummeting below freezing, these items were essential to prevent skin damage. Preferring affordable domestic brands over luxury ones, she gathered enough to last a lifetime. Coincidentally, the store was running promotions, and after applying discounts, Jiang Nua saved over 6,000 yuan on her purchase of more than 40,000 yuan. The staff, assuming she was a bulk buyer, informed her she could redeem points for samples, which she eagerly accepted, resulting in a collection of small bottles and jars. The sheer volume of her purchases necessitated the use of a small cart, which the staff lent her. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Nua concealed her items in her space, returned the cart, and realized she was already half an hour late for her 8 p.m. meeting with Li Duoguang. The meeting was set at a dessert shop within the mall. Due to the heat, few patrons were present, and from a distance, she spotted a reserved middle-aged man seated by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Jiang Nua first ordered dozens of desserts to take away before slowly approaching and sitting down across from him. Li Duoguang appeared taken aback. He hesitated, scrutinizing her, and quietly remarked, "Little Jiang?" After a quick glance around, he cleared his throat and added, "What a coincidence. Are you here shopping?" "There's no need for pretense. I'm the one who called you," Jiang Nua replied calmly. Chapter 13. A balance exceeding 10 million. Li Duoguang was genuinely stunned. They had spent the day deliberating various scenarios, considering possibilities such as a scam or that Yang Qingjuan's wife, Jiang Qin, was orchestrating a scheme amidst rumors of their impending divorce. However, he never imagined the source of the information would be a young woman from Yang Qingjuan's company. "I truly did not expect it to be you," he said, a wry smile crossing his face. The girl before him exuded composure, rendering their earlier discussions both tense and somewhat absurd. In just a few years, Li Duoguang had ascended from a junior programmer to a general manager, thriving in the industry thanks to his exceptional ability to read people. During a collaborative project with Yang Rui, he had encountered Jiang Nua in a meeting, recalling her as an ordinary girl dressed in professional attire, her hair neatly tied back, possessing a certain charming innocence, yet not leaving a lasting impression. His remarkable memory allowed him to vaguely recall her surname, Jiang, though the full name eluded him. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, but he sensed something different about her this time. Unfazed by his thoughts, Jiang Nua retrieved her phone and showed him screenshots of some documents stored on it. As both were seasoned professionals, Li Duoguang quickly discerned the authenticity of the files. Initially, they had presumed that even if they were presented with a windfall, it would only consist of a fraction of the data. After all, with 4 or 5 new projects, it was improbable that all documents could be included. However, Jiang Nua's implication suggested that she was indeed selling everything as a package. Was he losing his mind, or was the world itself in chaos? Ignoring his tumultuous thoughts, Jiang Nua inquired directly, "Do you wish to purchase it?" "Of course." He responded swiftly, despite lingering doubts. Everything is here. Jiang Noa waved a black external hard drive in her hand. You may check it on site. But please don't take too long. I have other matters to attend to. She raised an eyebrow at him. Li, I assume you brought your laptop? Clearing his throat, Li Duoguang affirmed, of course. He retrieved his laptop from his bag, and Jiang Noa connected the external hard drive for him to examine. As he delved deeper into the files, his excitement grew, and his face flushed. This was beyond a mere windfall. It was as if a grand moon had descended upon them. These projects, devoid of Yang Rui's involvement, meant that Qingxin would seize the entire market share, effectively suffocating Yang Rui for the next 3 years. In these 3 years, he would rise to prominence. He could conceal a portion of the documents, submitting only half or even less to the company, thereby securing greater profits for himself. Moreover, he could establish his own enterprise, leveraging resources from Qingxin to secure financing, attracting investments through these projects and profiting from both Qingxin and Yang Rui's funds. Once he completed this venture, he would hasten to divorce, marry a wealthy beauty, and emigrate to Europe, achieving financial freedom. The more Li Duoguang contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, his thoughts spiraling beyond control. History has shown that greed leads to ruin, a truth as old as time. He suppressed his excitement, incessantly scrolling the mouse until Jiang Noa interrupted him by taking the external hard drive away. Li Duoguang's gaze remained fixated on the hard drive as he repressed his emotions, offering a friendly smile to Jiang Noa. Xiao Jiang, I am genuinely concerned for you, he stated. This matter cannot stay hidden for long. Eventually, Yang Qingjun will find you. Jiang Noa, uninterested in the middle-aged man's clumsy and greasy performance, interrupted him directly. What do you wish to convey? I want to inquire about the origins of your materials, but apart from me, have you disclosed this to anyone else?
Li Duoguang inquirat.
No, she replied. That is good, he appeared relieved. Xiao Jiang, this matter truly cannot remain concealed. Frankly, selling these items to me would greatly benefit our company. I would hate to see you incarcerated. I will ensure that your identity remains undisclosed to the company. And you should take the money and leave the country as soon as possible. Jiang Noa smiled, recognizing his feigned benevolence. Suspecting he sought to seize a portion of the documents and data for himself. Should Qingxin become aware of her, it would pose risks for her, but offer him no advantage. Rest assured, I will be leaving the country next month. No one will be able to find me, she assured him. Mr. Li, to be frank, I possess some crucial data that I have not yet revealed. Once I am abroad, they will be of no use to me. At that time, I will send everything to your email as a token of gratitude. Jiang Noa paused, enunciating clearly, it is for you, not for Qingxin. Anyone can draw grandiose plans, she mused. In truth, she had retained some documents as a safeguard, should Li Duoguang prove cunning and difficult to deal with. However, it seemed she would not need them after all. Li Duoguang, now wholly intoxicated by greed, ensured that all transactions were settled promptly. This time, without Jiang Noa needing to urge him, he eagerly called to expedite the payment, even helping her find a transit account, transferring the funds twice before sending them to her. After deducting expenses, Jiang Noa received 9.96 million. This brought her account balance to an unprecedented 12.9 million, a significant milestone, enabling her to stockpile an even greater variety of goods. She felt increasingly secure. If only she had a few billion from the outset, she could have avoided the incessant cycle of buying and selling. After taking the external hard drive, Li Duoguang feigned further concern for Jiang Noa, advising her to remain discreet. Expressing his eagerness to assist her in leaving the country, wishing she could depart from Huagua immediately to hand over the remaining documents. He then quickly departed with his bag. Jiang Noa retrieved her assortment of desserts. This dessert shop truly offered a plethora of options, showcasing a delightful fusion of Hong Kong, Chinese, Western, and Japanese delicacies, causing her to overorder. She selected cheesecake, cookies, double-skin milk, red bean ice, taro balls, mango pudding, yangji ganlu, bowl cake, and wagashi, ordering 3 portions of each. Ultimately, she found herself unable to carry them all, but fortunately, the shop was devoid of customers, and the staff kindly assisted her outside. Early the next morning, before the alarm rang, Jiang Noa was already awake, ready to begin another day of stockpiling. She first engaged in some physical activity, feeling the benefits of her consistent exercise. Previously, after every morning workout, she would be sore all over, but today, although fatigued, she felt invigorated after sweating profusely, aware that her physical stamina was steadily improving. After a shower, she had cake and milk for breakfast, finding the cake mediocre. She then retrieved a warm, fragrant cheese and bacon omelet from her storage space, indulging in its delightful taste. Reborn, she found herself becoming picky with food, having previously enjoyed everything. Yet, the convenience of her storage space was undeniable. While having breakfast, she glanced at her phone. There were no new messages on WeChat, but she received a notification about the 77 shopping festival, where several major platforms were offering significant promotions. Merchants seemed to fabricate holidays to stimulate consumption almost every month, but this time, the various discounts were quite appealing, perfect for her stockpiling needs. She had previously inquired with manufacturers, but the product types were limited, requiring her to wait for orders and pay shipping fees. Most manufacturers had fixed contracts, and she didn't have the time to approach each one. After questioning two, she found their prices were higher than those on 1688, even less favorable than on Pinduoduo. So she abandoned the idea. Why do people abroad stockpile toilet paper when crises arise? Because using leaves, branches, or stones is truly uncomfortable. Don't ask how she knows. Tissue paper was her first choice, ordering from various official stores and platforms like Pinduoduo and 1688 for the best deals. She ordered 3,000 boxes, each containing 40 packs. Additionally, she procured 3,000 boxes of bulk toilet paper, 40 rolls per box, and 8,000 bundles of cheap, coreless rolls. Menstrual pads and adult diapers were of utmost importance, with each major brand receiving an order of 1,000 packs, ensuring she had enough for future needs. Lighters were another necessity to stockpile. They were inexpensive, with brand-name items costing only 2.5 yuan for a pack of 25 on 1688, and the more she purchased, the greater the discount. Jiang Noah placed an order for over 50,000 lighters. Next came household cleaning and bathing products. She ordered 300 barrels of 5-kilogram dish soap and prepared ample amounts of laundry detergent, anticipating that the apocalyptic environment would be far from favorable during the volcanic eruptions. Stepping outside felt akin to digging for coal all day. She ordered 1,000 barrels of laundry detergent and 500 barrels of 38-kilogram washing powder. Purchasing soap on Pinduoduo proved cheaper than what she had found at the wholesale market, so she placed an order for 2,000 yuan. Items like brooms, mops, water basins, and buckets, although required in smaller quantities, were still essential, as were electrical supplies like wires, power strips, and insulating tape. Jiang Noah added these items to her shopping cart as she thought of them. Toothpaste and toothbrushes also needed to be stockpiled. Additionally, she required towels and bath towels, preparing 200 of each. Compared to towels, Jiang Noah found disposable facial wipes more convenient, ordering 3,000 packs of 200-count wipes wholesale from 1688. She also bought 500 packs of disposable wet wipes. For undergarments, she typically ordered online, knowing her mother's size, and placed a comprehensive order. To simplify, she ordered 100 packs of disposable underwear as well. She ordered a large quantity of affordable clothing, prioritizing comfort over style, sourcing from 1688 for bulk purchases. Her shopping involved comparing prices across various platforms. On Taobao, purchases over 300 yuan earned a 50 yuan discount, along with an array of complex coupons. After some time, she finally settled on her selections. Sitting comfortably in the cool air conditioning, Jiang Noah slowly enjoyed a sweet treat she had brought home the previous day. She also ordered 500 barrels of cooking oil, which was about 3 yuan more expensive than at the wholesale market, but without shipping fees, it was roughly equivalent. She purchased 100 bottles of various vitamins and added some snacks. Her fingers glided across her phone screen, navigating to the electronics section. In the early stages of the apocalypse, there would be no power supply, yet Jiang Noah prepared to acquire a generator, knowing that electricity would eventually be available in the later stages, making it convenient to purchase some essential appliances. She would wait to acquire more expensive items through zero-cost promotions. She enjoys watching dramas or variety shows while dining, and she needs to store a substantial amount of data, necessitating the purchase of storage hardware. A 10 terabytes hard drive, she directly acquired 500 units. Chapter 14. Indulging in delicacies beyond films, television series, variety shows, and games that merely serve to pass the time, Jiang Noah yearned to preserve a plethora of materials. This included various instructional documents, learning resources, technical references, and an array of documentaries covering practical subjects such as technology, architecture, medicine, agriculture, animal husbandry, astronomy, and chemistry. Some less practical materials on humanities, history, and literature could also be stored if convenient. Much of this knowledge would inevitably perish in the apocalypse. Thus, she aimed to safeguard as much as possible, harboring hope for the potential reconstruction of human civilization in the future. She planned to acquire 10 tablets, 10 mobile phones, and 10 laptops. While these could be obtained at no cost, investing in them would ensure a basic reserve for future storage needs. Once these items arrived, it would take considerable time to seek out resources for download. She truly lacked time. With this in mind, Jiang Noah contacted the telecommunications company to upgrade Lu Mei's internet to 500 M and doubled her salary, assigning her the sole task of gathering these materials online. If any content required payment for download, she would reimburse Lu Mei. If the work was executed efficiently and promptly, a bonus might also be considered.
Liu Mei, naturally,
was more than willing. Given the sweltering weather, she hardly ventured outside of work. Downloading materials was a straightforward task for a university student. Admittedly, she felt slightly embarrassed about the salary, but Jiang Noah insisted she need not decline, as the volume of data required was immense and the time frame short, rendering the task anything but easy. Lu Mei repeatedly assured her of her commitment to the task. After processing all payments, Jiang Noah calculated her expenses. Including the 2,600 yuan for the upgraded broadband, she spent a total of 927,000 yuan in just over 2 hours. These purchases were essential for her and her mother. However, she also had a pet dog, Hame, which she would not forget. She had previously refrained from stockpiling dog food, waiting for this shopping festival for discounts. Hame was not picky. Any dog food would suffice, making her relatively easy to care for. Now that funds were ample, there was no need to be overly frugal. She purchased the dog's favorite brands, including dry meat chunks, averaging around 20 yuan per kilogram, with a discount of 50 yuan on purchases over 300 yuan. The final cost came to less than 15 yuan per kilogram. After a flurry of transactions, she bought nearly 20,000 kilograms, 20 tons of dog food, enough to last 10 Hame dogs. The discounts alone saved her over 30,000 yuan. However, Hame could not subsist solely on dog food. They supplemented her diet with various other foods, with dog food serving merely as a change of pace. In the later stages of the apocalypse, she might treat her to some mutated creatures as a delicacy. Confirming the payment, Jiang Noah effortlessly spent 1 million yuan. Such extravagant online shopping was unlikely to happen again in her lifetime. Yet, money must be spent when necessary. Otherwise, it would become worthless paper in the future. Throughout the day, apart from purchasing items on her phone, she immersed herself in organizing the supplies in her space. Whenever she had a moment, she tidied up. With so many resources, haphazardly tossing them in would complicate future retrieval, requiring considerable time for organization. Thus, she remained diligent. Before she knew it, dusk had settled outside. After deducting her expenses for the day, Jiang Noah still had 11.9 million yuan in her account. She silently calculated the major expenses that lay ahead. She needed to rent a villa with a basement for moisture and waterproofing renovations, where she could reside during seismic events. Additionally, she required solar batteries, medical supplies, weapons, outdoor survival gear, a vehicle, power generation equipment, fuel, clothing, and bedding. Most crucially, drinking water was not an immediate concern, as she contemplated a trip to another province to source pristine natural water. She had already ordered water tanks long ago. There were also 2 other matters to address. First, she aimed to enhance her own skills. With limited time remaining, she intended to not only increase her physical fitness, but also acquire practical skills such as combat and diving. The second important task was to carve out time to treat Yu Ruohua to some enjoyment. Having endured significant hardship throughout her life, Yu Ruohua now meticulously budgeted, hesitating to purchase expensive clothing or indulge in fine foods. With the apocalypse looming, Jiang Noah resolved to occasionally take her out for something special, perhaps upscale Chinese or Western cuisine, or seafood. In truth, she herself loved gourmet food. Having been financially constrained in her previous life, she felt that if she did not savor it now, she would miss the opportunity forever. Thus, it was settled. They would indulge in a lavish seafood buffet that evening. "You say you have no business eating seafood while I've prepared dinner at home, Mom," It's rare for us to dine out like this, Zhang Nua insisted, gently seating Yu Ruohua. I've earned a bit of money recently, and there's an even better opportunity on the horizon, so just sit back and enjoy. Yu Ruohua remained reluctant, arguing that such an outing was unnecessary. If you want seafood, I can prepare it at home. Isn't that more economical? Eating here must cost at least 200 to 300 per person.
Yang nos miled.
This is the city's most expensive seafood buffet, priced at 10.99 per guest. Such a price point was unattainable for them. Yu Ruohua felt that even a 100 yuan buffet would not yield sufficient value. True to its reputation, the upscale restaurant boasted a delightful ambience. Regardless of the sweltering heat outside, the restaurant's air conditioning was ample, with booths adorned with greenery and decorations, creating a comfortable space. According to online reviews, this establishment offered over 500 varieties of ingredients, with high ratings for taste and freshness. Boston lobsters and king crabs were served in limited quantities, 1 portion per person, directly delivered to the table. While the portions were modest, the quality was exceptional, with the king crab being larger than her head. This was Zhang Nua's first experience with such high-end seafood, and Yu Ruohua was equally astonished, savoring each bite and relishing the fresh, sweet flavors. Mom, sit tight, I'll fetch some food, Zhang Nua announced as she headed to the ingredient area. She first selected some mantis shrimp, which were visually appealing, large and plump, their shells removed to reveal glistening, succulent flesh, brimming with roe. Such quality seafood she had only ever seen in culinary videos. The salmon, Arctic shrimp, and scallops were cut fresh on site, while the oysters were impressively sized, with a young man tirelessly shucking them and 2 others grilling nearby. There were also hairtail crabs, large scallops, fish maw, abalone, steak, lamb chops, and grilled sausages. As the table filled to capacity, Yu Ruohua warned, "Don't take more. If we can't finish, we'll incur a penalty." Zhang Nua assured her, "We will certainly finish it. Who knows what the situation will be like after the apocalypse? This might be our only chance to indulge." Seafood was prohibitively expensive, making mass stockpiling unnecessary. As they dined, Zhang Nua discreetly stored some in her space. After the first round, she unabashedly took 3 more, each round brimming with food. Yu Ruohua was astonished by her appetite. Today's buffet, priced over 200 yuan, was barely worth the cost. Though she worried about Zhang Nua overindulging, she continuously helped peel shrimp, scoop crab roe, and detach crab legs. After nearly 3 hours of eating, Zhang Nua felt it was time to stop, lest it become unreasonable. Of course, even now it was rather unreasonable. Coughing lightly upon returning home, Hame caught a whiff of the lingering aroma on them and became restless, eagerly watching. "I want to forget you," Zhang Nua declared, magically retrieving 2 unseasoned steaks from her space and placing them in Hame's bowl. "Why are you giving her such fine food?" her mother remarked. "Can't you save it for tomorrow?" Hame seemed to ponder. "Sometimes, she deserves a treat too." Yuhua found it hard to part with the food she had prepared for dinner, knowing that it would suffice for the evening meal. As Zhang Nua opened the refrigerator, she discovered that Yuhua had indeed cooked a delightful dinner. The aroma of her mother's cooking was truly enchanting, even after indulging in a lavish meal out. Nothing could compare to the comforting taste of home-cooked dishes. The world boasts countless delicacies, yet many individuals find it difficult to forget the unique flavors crafted by their mothers. An idea suddenly struck Zhang Nua. Recently, Yuhua had been cooped up at home, lamenting her boredom, and perhaps finding her some engaging tasks would lift her spirits. "Mom, I'd like to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "You know, I've been working on a freelancing project. Our team comprises several members. And, besides managing their tasks, I must order meals for them twice a day, all through takeout that gets billed to the company. Would you be interested in earning some money by helping with this?" Upon hearing about the prospect of making money, Yuhua's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "How do we earn?" "The company allocates a meal allowance of 60 yuan per person per day for lunch and dinner. With 20 individuals, that amounts to 1,200 yuan in reimbursement each day." Zhang Nua casually fabricated the details. "If you handle the cooking, we could see if there's a profit." Without a moment's hesitation, Yuhua, confident in her cooking skills and knowledge of grocery prices, eagerly responded, "Of course. Do you know how much food I can buy with 1,200 yuan? It's an absolute bargain." Her excitement was palpable, and Zhang Nua felt a surge of joy in her mother's happiness. "But I don't want you to overexert yourself. Perhaps we could find a couple of helpers." Yuhua, amused and slightly exasperated, retorted. Cooking for just a few people, and you want me to hire assistants? Are you joking? After some persuasion from Jiang Nua, Yuhua agreed to recruit one helper and to work 4 days with a day off. Recently, Yuhua had been feeling restless at home. Having something to occupy her time rejuvenated her spirit. She even set aside watching television to meticulously plan her grocery shopping for the following day. Jiang Nua ordered a batch of meal boxes, intending to portion the dishes Yuhua prepared into them for convenient collection. The plan was to provide meals for 20 employees. 2 meals each day, totaling 1,200 meals, complete with soup. Ultimately, she sought to preserve the essence of home-cooked meals, the flavors of her mother's cooking. Chapter 15, A Lifetime of Culinary Security Before Dawn. Jiang Nua ventured out with a small cart. Since entering high school, she and her mother had not strolled through the markets together, let alone visited a vegetable market like this. The sun had yet to rise, and after a night of cooling temperatures, it was the coldest time of day, hovering around 36 degrees. The market buzzed with vibrant energy. Jiang Nua reveled in the lively atmosphere that was soon to fade. With a budget of 1,200 yuan to prepare meals for 20 individuals, the funds were ample. Yuhua began by purchasing some pork belly, followed by a few chickens, and then proceeded to select various vegetables, quickly filling her cart to the brim. She then acquired an assortment of spices, condiments, and oil. At that moment, Jiang Nua caught a whiff of a familiar aroma and turned to discover a stall selling lotus leaf chicken, a dish she hadn't savored in ages. Since finances were not a pressing issue, she decided to stock up on prepared foods. After sending Yuhua home, Jiang Nua approached the vendor of the lotus leaf chicken. This establishment had been in business for over a decade, and Jiang Nua remembered indulging in their offerings since middle school. According to the pleasantly plump proprietress, the chickens were raised organically on her family's rural farm, free from the growth hormones typically used for industrial poultry, with a daily limit of 20 birds. The quality of their lotus leaf chicken was exceptional, with tender, flavorful meat and a unique recipe that imparted an indescribable fragrance, albeit at a slightly higher price point. Quality merits a fair price, after all. Excuse me, how many chickens can you prepare each day? I'd like to order a substantial quantity. We can only produce a maximum of 20 chickens daily. That's all we have. Is there any way to increase that? My demand is quite significant. The proprietress shook her head. I'm afraid not. We absolutely refuse to use chickens from other suppliers. While that might be lucrative, it would tarnish my reputation. And I want to compromise on that. Jiang Nua felt reassured and joyfully placed an order for the lotus leaf chicken. Let us go with 20 chickens daily, packed in takeout containers, half a chicken per box, for at least a month. Can you deliver? It's not far. Absolutely, the proprietress replied, pleased. As the current heat made it challenging to manage the stall, many vendors only set up shop at night, but she, being older, found it difficult to stay awake after dark. Over the course of a month, she could stockpile 600 lotus leaf chickens. Once the proprietress had prepared the day's batch, Jiang Nua paid for it and left a deposit for the next day's order, providing her phone number and address before moving on to other prepared food stalls. Given her intent to stock up on prepared foods, it was only logical to diversify beyond lotus leaf chicken. She sought out various delicacies: beggar's chicken, jarred chicken, mouth-watering chicken, white-cut chicken, salted duck, sweet-skinned duck, marinated goose, marinated pig's ears, braised intestines, and spicy chicken feet, ensuring none were overlooked. Each type would be ordered in quantities of 50 daily, accumulating to 18,000 portions over the month. After finalizing her plans at the market, Jiang Nua took a taxi to a nearby popular seafood restaurant renowned for its crayfish. The sleepy owner perked up upon hearing her request for a large catering order. How many do you need each day? A total of 100 large portions, half spicy and half garlic, delivered to my designated location by 7 o'clock each evening. This amounted to 3,000 servings of crayfish. Once that was settled, Jiang Nua sought out several small restaurants known for their delectable home-style dishes: braised pork with preserved vegetables, red braised intestines, beef brisket stew, twice-cooked pork, stir-fried meat, and red braised meat. Regarding quantities, Jiang Nua's principle was simple: as long as quality was assured, she would order as much as they could provide, contingent on the owner's ambition and capability. Based on the owner's estimates, she anticipated ordering at least 30 servings of each dish daily, comprising 8 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes. Jiang Nua engaged 4 restaurants, projecting a total of at least 39,600 servings of home-style meals over the month. Considering the challenges of cooking in a post-apocalyptic scenario, She would also need an additional 10 kilograms of rice each day, totaling at least 4,800 kilograms of rice from the 4 restaurants. In such a dismal business climate, the sudden influx of orders prompted each restaurant owner to commit to quality. Jiang Nua had no fears of them cutting corners. Any infractions would be meticulously monitored by Lu Mei, who would immediately terminate any collaborations that involved deceit. Such occurrences were unlikely, as the establishments she had selected were ones she frequented often, and while the owners may not have been exemplary, they were at least honest in their business practices. Jiang Nua also approached a bun shop, ordering a total of 50,000 buns, 50,000 dumplings, 10,000 flour rolls, and 10,000 xiaomai. She negotiated favorable pricing with the owners, but the total for these prepared foods still amounted to over 100,000 yuan daily. Given the warm weather, food could spoil if left too long, so she also signed a monthly contract with a delivery service. Jiang Nua would personally visit the warehouse multiple times to collect freshly prepared meals. While it might be somewhat taxing, it was undeniably worthwhile, as this food would sustain her and her mother. Coupled with 1,000 or so portions her mother prepared, it would be sufficient for several lifetimes. The continuous delivery of these prepared foods over 30 days would cost over 2 million yuan. Of course, this was not a one-time payment. She could settle accounts every few days, and for the more unscrupulous vendors, she could leave a deposit and delay payment until the end of days. However, Jiang Nua had no intention of exploiting these ordinary people. She would ensure prompt payments daily. Once these arrangements were complete, it was already 10 in the morning, and the streets were nearly deserted. Jiang Nua opted not to linger in the sweltering heat and made her way directly to the warehouse. In the morning, there was no need to receive goods, and Lu Mei did not come. After Jiang Nua closed the door, she swiftly began to store the warehouse supplies into her space. By noon, everything piled up in the warehouse had been neatly stored away. The meals prepared by Yu Ruohua for 20 people arrived just in time for the delivery person to bring them over. And Lu Mei also received a call to come and collect the goods. Today, Yu Ruohua had made a sumptuous spread: a box of stir-fried, twice-cooked pork, a box of fish-flavored shredded pork, a braised chicken leg, stir-fried bok choy, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup, with 4 dishes and a soup. The portions were quite generous, making this work meal exceptionally lavish. Dining at a restaurant would surely cost at least 70 or 80. Indeed, if one wishes to save money, cooking at home is the way to go. Jiang Nua unwrapped 2 portions on site for her and Lu Mei's lunch. Calculating the time, Lu Mei had been working for a week, and it was time to issue her first paycheck. Upon receiving a transfer of 1,000 yuan, joy sparkled in Lu Mei's eyes. This was her very first job and her inaugural salary. Given the current situation of remote work, where graduates struggle to find employment and businesses are bleak, she felt fortunate to have encountered a boss like Jiang Nua. While they ate, Jiang Nua engaged in casual conversation with Lu Mei, learning that she, too, grew up in a single-parent household. Her father had passed away due to illness years ago, and her mother now tended to the land alone. Hearing this, Jiang Nua couldn't help but shake her head. In the face of an impending apocalypse, the first to suffer would be the elderly, the weak, and children. Lu Mei's family lacked an adult male, and she would soon be subject to the cruel survival of the fittest. Countless individuals like her existed in this world. To survive under the harsh elimination mechanisms of nature, one requires not only physical strength and resources but also luck, determination, and willpower. Lacking even one of these attributes could lead to elimination. Work diligently, Jiang Nua concluded, and by the end of the month, I will consider your bonus based on your performance.
Tranquille.
Rest assured, I will ensure everything is done well.
Lu Mei replied.
You can head home for the afternoon. I'll handle the shipments here. Just come by in the evening when you receive the call. After Lu Mei left, Jiang Nua had no time for a nap. Entering her space, everything remained as it had been yesterday. She first checked the various meats and fish, confirming that they were just as fresh as when she had stored them, with time apparently not having elapsed at all. She then began to organize the remaining items in the warehouse. There was an overwhelming amount of supplies, and the disarray on the shelves distressed Jiang Nua. It was essential to tidy up. Organizing was a daily necessity, otherwise, the workload would only increase. Having painstakingly accumulated funds to stockpile so much inventory, each round of organization provided a sense of accomplishment. Moreover, it was not sufficient to merely tidy up afterward. Planning was also required during the collection. For instance, placing supplies directly onto designated shelves would reduce operational steps and enhance her mental acuity. In recent days, She had noticed that the more intricate and numerous her operations within the space became, the greater the expenditure of energy. However, upon recovery, there was a slight enhancement of her mental capabilities. This was evident as she could now maintain prolonged operations. On her inventory list remained several large and heavy items, and without sufficient energy, she might not be able to store them in her space. After over 2 hours of organizing, all remaining supplies in the warehouse were finally sorted, coinciding with the hottest part of the day. Gazing at the scorching sun outside, Jiang Noah felt averse to going out, yet there were still many items left to purchase. With a determined sigh, she retrieved her sun umbrella, donned a sun-protective mask, slipped on ice sleeves, grasped a bottle of water, and steeled herself to venture out once more. The afternoon's objective was medicine. In an apocalypse, the highest mortality rates stem from hunger, cold, and disease. The first two factors would gradually diminish as time passed and the population dwindled, but illness and injury would persist throughout the entirety of the apocalypse as she understood it. Particularly in the mid-stages, a few anti-inflammatory amoxicillin capsules could equate to a life saved. Even with the establishment of various survivor bases and shelters that regained some pharmaceutical production capabilities, costs and prices remained exorbitantly high. Some individuals painstakingly saved for months, only to find themselves back to square one due to a minor wound infection. Jiang Noah was not well versed in medicine. Many drugs were regulated, with limited sources, making it impossible to stockpile them like toilet paper. She could only resort to a tedious method of visiting pharmacies one by one, guided by her phone's map. Her focus was on anti-inflammatory drugs, fever reducers, painkillers, white medicine, cold remedies, and anti-diarrheal medications. With these, she could manage minor ailments herself. She also collected liver detoxifiers, blood pressure medications, and treatments for acute heart disease, gastritis, and gynecological issues. Anything available at the pharmacy was gathered. Additionally, she ensured to acquire bandages, gauze, adhesive tape, hydrogen peroxide, medical alcohol, iodine, and band-aids, taking everything she could find. A few health supplements like amino acids, vitamin tablets, and various oral solutions were also on her list. She deemed traditional Chinese medicine unnecessary for the moment. Firstly, she had no knowledge of it, and secondly, in the later stages of the apocalypse, wild plants would be abundant, with major bases primarily relying on herbal remedies for treatment. However, this method of scavenging from one store to another was remarkably inefficient. Each visit took at least half an hour, and as dusk approached, she had barely managed to cover 20 stores. Moreover, the prices of medicines were genuinely steep. It felt as though she had hardly purchased anything, yet she had already spent 100,000 yuan. While she did not mind the expenditure, the pace was far from satisfactory. It seemed imperative to find a way to contact the higher-level suppliers of these pharmacies. Upon returning to the warehouse, she found Lu Mei busy counting the items delivered from the vegetable shop, the lobster store, and the small restaurant.
Liu Mei was thoroughly engaged,
fulfilling the promise made at noon, and Jiang Noah felt a sense of satisfaction. After letting Lu Mei end her shift, she stored all the items into her space and returned home. Chapter 16. As an assistant upon opening her front door, Jiang Noah was greeted by the delightful aroma of cooking wafting through the house. The dishes on the dining table remained untouched as her mother and sister awaited her. "You're back. Hurry and eat. It's almost cold," Yuruahua called out, her voice a bit boisterous. "Mom, how did it go today? Are you tired?"
Yang Noin waited.
"Not at all," Yuruahua replied. "Honestly, cooking for 20 people isn't much different from cooking for 5, especially with a helping hand. We finished in 2 hours this morning and 3 this afternoon. After she left, I watched TV for a while. I said, let us not do this every few days. It interferes with my ability to earn money." Jiang Noah chuckled. Her mother's energetic demeanor was indeed characteristic of her. "Let us not talk about that. Let us eat first. I'm quite hungry." "Then you should eat more." The spread on the table mirrored that which was delivered to the warehouse. But what surprised Jiang Noah was when her mother suddenly pulled out over 300 yuan in change from her bag with a mysterious expression. "What's this for?" "This is leftover from buying groceries," Yuruahua said with a smile. "I didn't mean to. According to your budget, I simply couldn't spend it all. Tomorrow, we need to buy oil or seasoning, so there will be even more left."
Yang Mo nodded.
"Keep whatever remains. Buy something you like." "What do I have to buy?" Yuruahua replied. "I'll save it for you." Noah, we shouldn't be greedy, but we also can't be too straightforward. You can't just bury your head in work. You need to consider the returns too. Society is competitive. Even vegetable sellers are scheming every day. Jiang Nua thought to herself how trivial that seemed. However, she felt reassured. In an apocalypse, Yu Ruohua was certainly not the type to be overly naive. She was quite perceptive. By the way, I wanted to ask you something, Yu Ruohua suddenly said. What is it? Today, Aunt Hu messaged me, saying she saw you at the pharmacy and that you bought a lot of medicine. Sometimes in a large city, finding someone is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Sometimes, the world feels small. One never knows when they might unexpectedly encounter an acquaintance. However, Jiang Noah found herself somewhat perplexed. Who exactly was Aunt Hu? It was only natural that she had forgotten her after not seeing her for 2 or 3 years. I merely wish to inquire, why have you procured so many medicines?
Yu Ruohua asked.
Jiang Noah quickly devised a response. These are for my company. We plan to donate a batch of medical supplies to some remote schools to assist in establishing their infirmaries. The others are too busy, so this responsibility fell upon me. You must manage this well, Yu Ruohua replied earnestly. In fact, Aunt Hu mentioned you. I understand her intentions. Her son-in-law is in the pharmaceutical industry and likely wishes for you to purchase from him.
What?
Such a fortuitous opportunity. Jiang Nua's spirits lifted at the thought, as she had been troubled by the hassle of daily trips to the pharmacy. You should contact Aunt Hu immediately and tell her I require 500,000 worth of medicines. Yu Ruohua served her some food, somewhat reluctant. Let's do it tomorrow. It's quite late now.
Right now.
I cannot sleep until this matter is settled. Yu Ruohua shook her head in resignation, sending several voice messages via WeChat. Indeed, she was correct. Aunt Hu's inquiries were merely a pretext to facilitate a business connection for her son-in-law. No sooner had the call ended than Jiang Nua received a friend request on WeChat from him, a testament to the efficiency of the process. It was evident that business was indeed challenging nowadays. After accepting the request, the other party introduced himself. I am Zhou Yong, a secondary agent for a pharmaceutical group in this city. Our firm has a significant presence. He mentioned he was currently meeting with another client and asked if she would like to join for a face-to-face discussion. Jiang Nua, of course, was eager to expedite the procurement of medicines, saving herself considerable time. Zhou Yong had chosen a rather upscale Western restaurant for their meeting. Upon her arrival, Jiang Nua found that his other client had yet to arrive. Seizing the opportunity, she directly stated her needs. Zhou Yong replied, I have all the medicines you require. Frankly, as long as they are not special controlled substances, there shouldn't be any issue. When can we finalize the transaction? She inquired.
No rush, Zhou Yong replied.
I actually invited you here because I need a small favor. I have a backlog of prescription medicines worth over 3 million that are nearing their expiration date, and I am eager to offload them. With half the shelf life gone, they are indeed harder to sell. The other client I am waiting for is interested in this batch but is hesitating, likely trying to negotiate a lower price. I hope to apply some pressure on him through this meeting. After hearing his explanation, Jiang Nua understood. Essentially, he sought her assistance as a decoy. Given my connection through my mother-in-law, I trust you, Zhou Yong continued. Rest assured, should this deal go through, I am well aware of the customary arrangements. This was a clear indication of potential profit, and Jiang Nua felt invigorated. All right, let's assess the situation. Just then, Zhou Yong's acquaintance arrived. Upon seeing him, Jiang Nua's eyes narrowed slightly. It was Jiang Jichuan, a man in his 30s, characterized by his slanted eyes, who evoked strong and vivid memories in her. During the early days of the apocalypse, survival was fraught with challenges, including rampant disease and scarcity of food, resulting in many deaths. Jiang Zichuan had emerged as a formidable figure during that time, leveraging his control over pharmaceuticals to barter for food and other resources. He gathered a large group, exploiting the gravely ill, demanding exorbitant amounts of food for basic medications. As he amassed power, he transformed into a nefarious force, notorious for his lewdness, demanding that individuals exchange their bodies or those of their loved ones for medical aid. Many vulnerable women also fell victim to his gang's predatory behavior. Eventually, after the establishment of government bases, Jiang Jichuan gained undue influence by donating medicines, becoming a prominent figure in the community. Among his victims was a girl Jiang Noa knew. Now that she had encountered him, Jiang Noa was determined not to allow Jiang Jichuan to benefit from this transaction. She needed to devise a plan, after all. This was not the apocalypse, and acting rashly could lead to complications. Analyzing the current situation, it became apparent that Jiang Jichuan's extensive stock of medicines was likely tied to this transaction, indicating that the pharmaceuticals he possessed were indeed valuable. Jiang Noah pressed her lips together, her resolve solidifying. She intended to confront him while also acquiring the medicines. At that moment, Jiang Zichuan took a seat and leered at her with his unsettling eyes. Well, who do we have here? A pretty young lady. Jiang Noah ignored him. Mr. Jiang. Allow me to introduce you, Zhou Yong interjected cheerfully. This is my friend. You may call her Xiao Jiang. She is quite interested in the batch of supplies I have. Jiang Zichuan, a shrewd businessman, understood Zhou Yong's intentions and, with a disingenuous smile, responded, A pleasure to meet you, Miss Jiang. Please, make yourselves comfortable while I take this call. Once Zhou Yong stepped away, Jiang Zichuan turned to Jiang Noah. Are you a local? He inquired. I don't recall seeing you before. Do you know every local?
Yang no replied coldly.
Not quite, he chuckled, but I certainly know all those involved in the pharmaceutical trade. Jiang Noah, uninterested in wasting time, stated directly, If you have something to say, please do so. My dear, you are quite forthright, Jiang Zichuan remarked. I have been pursuing this batch of goods for quite some time and intend to acquire them. Of course, I wouldn't monopolize the opportunity. You would certainly benefit as well. I wonder if you'd be willing to extend me a favor and become friends. In business, one must rely on their own capabilities, Jiang Noah countered. If you expect others to yield to you, perhaps you should reconsider your approach. Jiang Zichuan's expression shifted slightly at her bluntness. However, as a savvy businessman, he masked his discomfort, though he harbored suspicions regarding Jiang Noah's identity. In that case, I shall not compete with you. Beautiful. Not interested? Jiang Noah felt unconcerned. If it came to over 3 million worth of medicines, she could very well purchase them herself. Thank you, she replied, calmly sipping her water, which only deepened Jiang Zichuan's intrigue. When Zhou Yong returned, Jiang Noah proactively stated, Mr. Zhou, I have come to an agreement with Mr. Jiang. He will not be pursuing this batch, and I would like to sign the contract immediately. Zhou Yong was momentarily taken aback, astonished by how the situation had turned in just a few minutes. The decoy had unexpectedly become the genuine buyer. Yet, seeing Jiang Noah's composed demeanor, he quickly regained his composure. That is certainly possible, but I have a long-standing relationship with Mr. Jiang, and he was the one who initially discussed this batch with me. I should at least consult him. Jiang Zichuan's expression darkened. He considered leaving but was reluctant to part with the medicines. Yet, with Jiang Noah sitting across from him, he couldn't afford to lose face and could only let out a disdainful huff. Zhou Yong, noting Jiang Zichuan's reaction, realized the deal was sealed and felt a surge of satisfaction, secretly giving Jiang Noah a thumbs up. While others might have acted as mere decoys, she had effectively undercut the competition. Thus, Zhou Yong adopted a troubled expression and said, Very well, Xiao Jiang, let us sign the first contract. And we can discuss the second one later. Jiang Noah nodded, glanced at the list of medications, and without hesitation signed for the 500,000 worth. She then stood up with a bag in hand and said, Mr. Zhou, I have purchased your medicines, but you must clarify this matter with others first. She shot a glance at Zhou Yong, adding, I do not wish to encounter any complications. That is assured, Zhou Yong replied earnestly. Then I shall take my leave. Can I collect the goods tomorrow?
Yang no invited.
No problem, I will contact you then, he assured.
Yang no departed promptly.
And only after her exit did Jiang Zichuan's grim expression soften somewhat. Who is she? He questioned, his tone tinged with suspicion, as he had never encountered such a person before, and her demeanor was quite assertive. She is not from our line of work, Zhou Yong chuckled, but her company has substantial backing. She wouldn't bat an eye at spending millions. The medicines she purchased are intended for donation. That explains it, Jiang Zichuan scoffed, staring at Zhou Yong. With her beauty, I thought she might be your mistress, acting as your accomplice. Zhou Yong quickly shook his head. You are overthinking it, my friend. Why would she be interested in me? Let me be candid. If you want this batch of medicines, act swiftly. If you do not, so be it. She is not in our industry, and donations cannot occur every month. It is not a sustainable business. Which is why I sought your opinion first rather than merely aiming for a quick profit of 10,000. After all, we are in this for the long haul. After a series of discussions, Jiang Zichuan finally signed the contract. Selling the batch at the anticipated price, Zhou Yong promptly transferred a 2,000 yuan commission to Jiang Noah. When she received the transfer notification, she was already at the entrance of her community. Her expression darkened. The commission meant that Jiang Zichuan had indeed purchased the medicines, and it seemed she would finally be able to stretch her limbs tomorrow. Chapter 17. Underworld affairs the next day, July 9th. The temperature soared to 40 degrees early in the morning. However, Jong Noa had no time to rest. She spent the entire day scurrying about to stock up on supplies and even treated Yu Ruohua to an extravagant buffet barbecue, costing 688 per person. Upon inquiring, she discovered that business had been sluggish recently, and the usually upscale restaurant had reduced its price to 388.
Yang Nuo,
Having contributed a portion of her earnings from cooking over the past few days, joyfully informed Yu Ruohua that it was only 138 per person. The restaurant featured a Japanese decor style, with private booths. They were served several appetizers, small portions of fish, shredded radish, and cheese tofu, which Yu Ruohua barely tasted before they were gone. The decor is beautiful, but it's not as good as the last place, she remarked. The server, dressed in traditional attire, continued to present dishes, explaining that they were French oysters paired with salmon roe and purple sea urchin accompanied by plum wine jelly. As more side dishes were presented, Yu Ruohua was amazed but could not discern any particular flavor. Observing the exquisite and expensive food, Jong Noa reflected on her experiences during the apocalypse, when people would resort to any means to stave off hunger, even turning against one another. Humanity perhaps now demanded too much from nature. Yu Ruohua's complaints ceased when plate after plate of top-quality beef, including M12, M10, and M6, arrived. She had never seen such beautifully marbled beef and eagerly began grilling it. Only the M6 cuts were available for unlimited refills, and Jong Noa discreetly stored some in her space as she ate. After their sumptuous meal, she received a call from Zhou Yong, instructing her to come pick up the goods. Jong Noa sent her mother home first and called Lu Mei before heading out. Zhou Yong was already waiting, and the 500,000 worth of medicines fit comfortably into 30 boxes, easily loaded onto a small truck. Zhou Yong presented the list for Jong Noa to verify, and she glanced over it, finding no discrepancies. I must thank you for yesterday. As soon as you left, Jiang Zichuan rushed to sign the contract. Zhou Yong chuckled, noting that he was also there to collect his goods. He quickly added, rest assured. I have scheduled him to arrive 2 hours later, so there will be no overlap. Though you assisted me yesterday, he is not someone to be trifled with. So, it is best to avoid encounters with him. Hearing this, Jong Noa regarded him thoughtfully. Zhou Yong was not only diligent in business, but also possessed a commendable character. In a world rife with malevolence, it seemed that good people were becoming increasingly rare, making survival all the more challenging. She instructed the truck to head directly to Lu Mei's location while she purchased a variety of drinks from a nearby tea shop. Next door, a vendor selling grilled lamb skewers was struggling in the sweltering heat, and Jong Noa ordered 300 skewers. Settling down in the tea shop to enjoy her drinks and skewers while waiting for the rest to be ready. Time flew by, and from a distance, she spotted another truck at the warehouse, already loaded and ready to go. Jong Noa called for a taxi, discreetly slipped the driver a 100 yuan cash tip, and instructed him to wait by the roadside. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Zichuan emerged, climbing into the passenger seat of the truck, which then drove off. Jong Noa immediately directed the taxi driver to follow closely. Unexpectedly, they drove out of the city. As the surroundings grew more desolate, Jong Noa relaxed her demeanor, feeling safer away from the numerous surveillance cameras in the city. The taxi driver, noticing she was just a young girl, engaged in casual conversation without suspicion. He was not a full-time taxi driver, but had taken to driving due to the recent work stoppages, believing it better to earn some money than remain idle. My daughter got into a prestigious university last year, majoring in a good field, but it's quite far from home. I'm working extra to provide her with pocket money when school starts. You know how it is. Girls need money for the things they like. The man spoke of his daughter with pride and tenderness, prompting Jong Noa to think of Yu Ruohua, who had also worked tirelessly during their high school years. I was planning to take her on a trip during summer vacation, but with this dreadful weather, it seems impossible. If it weren't for the need to survive, who would venture out during the day? Although Jong Noa did not engage much in the conversation, the man continued. My elderly mother even called to complain about how bizarre the weather has been this year. It was warm enough to reach 30 degrees in winter, hail during the spring festival, and now snow in April. Each day it becomes hotter. My mother insists it's an omen of chaos to come and urges us to return to our hometown. Upon hearing this, Jong Noa felt a stir of emotion. The wisdom of the elderly, born from their long lives and experiences, held weight, especially as rumors circulated online that the weather would continue to deteriorate. The taxi driver paused, perhaps surprised that a young girl would heed such notions. Jong Noa broke her silence, with business so slow and work halted, perhaps it's wise to listen to the elders? The driver nodded, whether in agreement or simply to acknowledge her statement. He replied, "Indeed, a trip back home would be nice. It's certainly cooler in the countryside than in the city." Their conversation continued as the taxi followed Jiang Zichuan's truck to Wangzi Mountain, an area known for its scenic views and cable cars, yet now devoid of any tourists. Jiang Nua paid the fare and, utilizing the terrain for cover, observed from a distance. Soon, she spotted Jiang Zichuan near a two-story building. Quickly, gather some people and move the items inside. At that moment, another familiar figure appeared in her line of sight. Fu Ming, Jiang Zichuan's right-hand man, notorious for his nefarious deeds. Before the apocalypse, the two had already established a connection. "Brother Chuan," Fu Ming remarked reluctantly, "wasn't it agreed to negotiate a lower price? Why did you just buy everything without notifying me?" "Humph, I called you, but your phone was off. Whom can I blame?" Jiang Zichuan replied impatiently. "Besides, given yesterday's circumstances, if I hadn't acted swiftly, I wouldn't have secured a single pill. Zhou Yong, that fellow, has somehow befriended a woman who dares to compete with me for this shipment. Fortunately, she fled swiftly. Otherwise, I would have dealt with her on the spot. Yet such a high price, over 200,000 extra, is simply unacceptable. Are you done?" Jiang Zichuan's expression darkened. "The goods have already been procured. If you find them unsatisfactory, I can return your portion of the money, if that suits you." Upon hearing this, Fu Ming lost his temper, gesturing to several workers as they proceeded towards the back of the small building. Jiang Nua circumvented the adjacent structures, trailing behind them slowly. The small building was erected against a steep hillside, adorned with a simple colored steel canopy, beneath which loomed a heavy metal door. The door swung open swiftly, releasing a plume of white mist into the air. The workers donned thick cotton clothing and, under Fu Ming's direction, hurriedly began transporting boxes from the truck inside. "Move faster," Jiang Zichuan shouted. "On such a hot day, every extra minute the door is open consumes dozens of kilowatts." In that moment, Jiang Nua understood. This was a cold storage facility. It became clear that Jiang Zichuan owned a cold storage, which explained why his pharmaceuticals and supplies had not been destroyed by the flood. The elevated terrain of Wangzi Mountain, coupled with the cold storage's capacity to preserve many items, elucidated why he thrived in the apocalypse. After all the medications had been moved inside, Fu Ming confirmed that everyone had exited before meticulously locking the cold storage door. "For the next few days, you're to remain here and keep an eye on the goods," Jiang Zichuan instructed. "I've already made arrangements. Within a week, this shipment will be completely sold." "Understood." "Understood?" Jiang Zichuan's voice turned icy. "You'd better be. If I catch you sneaking out at night to chase after women again, don't expect me to take you along next time." Once Jiang Zichuan departed, Fu Ming returned to the small building, suggesting he was the one responsible for guarding the cold storage. A thought flickered in Jiang Nua's mind as she surveyed her surroundings. Then she climbed the slope above the cold storage. The incline was steep, dotted with enormous boulders, and the slope was devoid of trees, overgrown only with wild grass, which had been bleached yellow by the sun. Jiang Nua's expression shifted, a smile gradually forming at her lips. Initially intending to test Jiang Zichuan, she now conceived a better plan. She reached the top of the slope, collected 5 or 6 large stones into her space, then found a concealed spot to sit, eat, drink, and organize her supplies, as darkness soon enveloped the sky. Due to power restrictions in the scenic area, Wangzi Mountain remained quite dark at night. Jiang Nua stealthily approached the vicinity of the cold storage, brandishing a flashlight. As expected, only one room in the small building was illuminated, presumably occupied by Fu Ming. While the other workers had clocked out, wearing a mask and a baseball cap, Jiang Nua crept downstairs, retrieving a stone from her space and hurling it at the first-floor window. The resounding crash of breaking glass echoed. Fu Ming, who had been watching television, hurriedly emerged in his slippers, switching on the outdoor lights while clutching a knife. "Who did that? Come out."
Yang Mo crept closer.
Fu Ming only heard a faint, rapid footfall approaching, and before he could turn around, Jiang Nua's iron hammer struck his skull with a heavy thud. Fu Ming fell to the ground without uttering a sound. Gazing at his limp form, Jiang Nua hesitated momentarily before refraining from delivering a fatal blow. Instead, she bound his hands and feet with rope and sealed his mouth with tape. Next, she smashed the surveillance equipment and stowed away the computer from Fu Ming's room into her space. After retrieving the key to the cold storage from his person, she opened the door. A bone-chilling gust rushed out, prompting her to shiver involuntarily. She quickly donned a down jacket before hastily entering the cold storage. Jiang Zichuan's cold storage was not expansive, merely over 30 square meters, but it was stocked with pharmaceuticals, all meticulously categorized and labeled on shelves. Without hesitation, she gathered all the medications. Just as she finished collecting the items, Jiang Nua heard Jiang Zichuan's voice from outside. "Fu Ming, where the hell are you?" Jiang Nua dashed out of the cold storage, her eyes catching sight of Jiang Zichuan's silhouette approaching from beside the small building. Jiang Zichuan noticed a shadow darting out of the cold storage and up the hillside, and a sense of foreboding gripped him. Arriving at the cold storage door, he found it ajar, the light still on inside, and he began to curse vehemently. "Fu Ming, what the hell is going on?" Yet he dared not step inside. If the cold storage were to be locked from the inside, the only fate awaiting him would be to freeze to death. Grinding his teeth, Jiang Zichuan pursued the shadow. He was intent on discovering who had the audacity to tamper with his belongings. In the darkness, Jiang Zichuan fixated on the figure atop the slope, a shadow wearing a hat, his eyes brimming with rage. However, the next moment he sensed something amiss. A thunderous crash resounded. Jiang Zichuan barely had time to comprehend the situation before several boulders cascaded down the slope, striking him directly. Everything was over. The lightest stone weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds, crashing down upon him. After a few pitiful cries, Jiang Zichuan fell silent. Jiang Nua returned below. Witnessing Jiang Zichuan sprawled on the ground, one arm and one leg crushed into a mangled mess beneath the boulders. Other parts of his body bore numerous severe injuries. Even if he were to miraculously survive, he would be rendered incapacitated. Regardless, he could no longer pose a threat to anyone. She meticulously examined the scene, ensuring all potential evidence of her presence was stored away, then untied Fu Ming and returned the cold storage key to his pocket. Once satisfied, she swiftly departed the scene. In the ICU of the hospital, Jiang Zichuan regained consciousness. To his surprise, the person by his side was not a family member, but rather a worker from the cold storage. The worker informed him that the boulders on the slope had unexpectedly slid down for unknown reasons, striking him and causing severe injuries, but he had just been resuscitated. Jiang Zichuan's mind blinked momentarily. The stones on that slope had stood undisturbed for decades. How could they have fallen precisely at that moment? "Where's that dog Fu Ming?" he inquired. "We haven't seen him," the worker replied. "Call the police." "Get me the police." Jiang Zichuan gritted his teeth, nearly expending all his energy. "He stole my things and tried to kill me. He must be punished." "We've already contacted the authorities," the worker replied. "Boss, don't get agitated. The doctor said we must wait for your family to sign off before proceeding with surgery." "What's wrong with me?" "Your left hand and right leg will likely need to be amputated." "Amputated?" Jiang Zichuan's vision darkened, and he fainted once more. Chapter 18. Cold Weapons. On July 11th, Jiang Nua visited the electrical market to retrieve her ordered goods, primarily consisting of generators, solar panels, and batteries. Small diesel and gasoline generators were readily available, reasonably priced. A generator with a power output of 6 kilowatts cost only 500 yuan. Such a generator would be more than sufficient to meet a household's daily electricity needs. If necessary, 2 could be employed. However, these products posed challenges when repairs were needed, prompting Jiang Nua to order 200 units. Various consumable parts were also essential. The electrical market was only partially operational, but Jiang Nua scoured the area, purchasing all available stock. Regrettably, despite inquiring at each store, none could provide leads on sourcing a substantial quantity of gasoline. If it's not available, then so be it. I'll devise a solution later. Next on her agenda was solar power equipment. Initially, this technology had limited utility. During heavy rain or extreme cold, sunlight was scarce, and electricity generation was minimal, becoming virtually non-existent during dark periods. It would not be until the mid-stages of the apocalypse that solar power would prove advantageous. Nonetheless, suppliers were scarce, so she found 2 vendors to place orders for a total of 100 sets, each set comprising the generating equipment, 12 solar panels, 8 batteries, switches, wiring, and inverters. In total, there are 100 generators, 200 solar panels, 800 batteries, and 100 switches and inverters. The combined power of these 100 sets amounts to 1,000 kilowatts, theoretically sufficient to meet the daily needs of a residential building. While the number of generators is adequate, the accompanying batteries are clearly insufficient. Ordinary batteries need to be discarded after 2 years of use, necessitating a larger supply. Upon visiting a store selling batteries, the owner introduced a brand new type of battery, purportedly capable of storing 15 kilowatt-hours, suitable for powering appliances under 6 kilowatts, and capable of rapid charging. However, the price is steep, at 15,000 each. Jiang Nora felt it prudent to purchase some, though not all at that high quality, so she ordered 10 sets for future use. Additionally, she opted for regular batteries, which were reasonably priced, and placed an order for 500,000 worth. Besides serving as a complement to solar energy, these batteries can also be utilized in emergencies. After calculating, she found that if all the batteries were fully charged, they would suffice for her and her mother's full load usage for 3 months, and if used sparingly, could last a year. With so many generators, they would be well equipped. After leaving the machinery market, Jiang Noa headed to the largest sports and outdoor goods store in the city. Her first focus was on inflatable boats. During flood periods, boating is the only means of transportation, and a powerful, fast inflatable boat is undoubtedly the best choice. The price is also reasonable, with the 3-meter-long boat complete with a gasoline engine costing only 8,000. She ordered 20 units. Next came the smaller items: waterproof jackets, raincoats, waterproof shoes, hiking boots, backpacks, ropes, tents, sleeping bags, high-intensity flashlights, tactical daggers, magnesium rods, and binoculars. Anything available in the store, she selected nearly 200,000 worth. To her delight, she discovered the store also offered diving equipment, including wetsuits, masks, fins, and oxygen tanks. Most importantly, they provided diving training courses. During the Great Flood, the water level had submerged the 3rd floor, and most supplies were washed away. Without professional diving gear and skills, no one dared to retrieve anything, as a moment's inattention could lead to being swept away by the rushing waters. Jiang Noa purchased 20 sets of diving gear, stocked up on oxygen tanks, and with the training course fees, spent an additional 250,000. Since she was there, she decided to begin her training immediately. Our introductory training base is just behind. A remarkably fit instructor quickly led Jiang Noa to a large swimming facility. In the current weather, being in the water is undoubtedly the most comfortable option, and the swimming pool was teeming with people. Fortunately, the diving training pool was designated for that purpose, with only a few individuals, all clad in wetsuits, floating and submerging. After changing into her gear, Jiang Noa began her lessons. The instructor was thorough, and Jiang Noa learned rapidly. Within 2 hours, she could dive to a depth of 10 meters and remain submerged for several minutes before resurfacing according to the protocol. Noticing the time, the instructor advised her, "Let us take a break today. Progressing too quickly may harm your body." Jiang Noa, not wishing to rush, observed that it was already evening and decided to leave the swimming facility. Even at night, the temperature remained above 40 degrees. Taking a brief respite, Jiang Noa entered a secluded little shop. Under the dim light, the owner sat by the door, watching a sports game while fanning himself, showing no inclination to greet her. Jiang Noa stepped inside, where the shelves were lined with antique vases and the glass counter displayed various old trinkets. Yet this shop specialized in cold weapons. After spending nearly a week on a forum for enthusiasts and sending out several thousand in red envelopes to gather information, she had found her way here. "Sir, I wish to see something else," Jiang Noa said. The owner remained indifferent. "There's nothing. I was sent by Lao Guang," she countered. "Which Lao Guang?" "The one from the slaughterhouse, with a scar on his face." "And who are you to him?" "I am his niece," Jiang Noa replied, echoing what she had learned from the forum. Hearing this, the owner, though reluctant, slowly walked behind the counter. "What do you want?" "A blade, preferably a long knife, and also a dagger. If you have a gun, I'd like that too." The owner frowned. "What would a young girl like you want these for?" "That's not for you to ask. Just tell me if you have them." Perhaps amused by her response, the owner chuckled, gesturing for her to follow him. They passed through a door at the back and ascended a narrow staircase. Jiang Noa followed closely, maintaining a high level of vigilance. The upper floor appeared to be a tea and chat area. The owner pointed to an old-style armchair. "Sit here, serve yourself some tea, and I'll fetch the goods." After a good 10 minutes, the owner returned leisurely, holding a large rectangular box that looked quite heavy. Upon opening it, she found 6 knives, seemingly a set, including short and long blades. The long blades measured just over a meter, while the short ones comprised military and traditional knives. The craftsmanship appeared consistent. The sheaths and handles were a dark shade, devoid of any intricate designs, save for fine anti-slip textures on the handles. The owner presented each blade for her inspection. The blades were dark and the edges sharp. These knives had relatively long handles, allowing for a two-handed grip, and though heavy, they were not overly so, capable of inflicting considerable damage. "Have you seen enough?" the owner inquired. "Are the edges not dull?" "Ha," he scoffed, as if her question was absurd. "If you want them, take them. If not, don't waste my time." "How much?" 5,000, bundled price. 3,000, I'll take as many as you have. The owner's expression soured. And with a snap, he closed the lid, responding curtly, "At most, I'll discount 2,000. Take it or leave it. Do you have anything better?" "This is all I have." It seemed there were no alternatives. Such items were inherently regulated, and even if there were others, the owner might be hesitant to display them. Ultimately, 6 knives for 5,000 was not entirely unreasonable. "I'll take these. What about the others?" The owner's demeanor softened slightly as he retrieved a pair of daggers from his waistband and casually tossed them onto the table. Jiang Noah examined them. They were reasonably well-crafted, with materials that appeared quite good, and the length suited her preferences. Compared to the long knives and shorter blades, these slender daggers felt much more manageable. However, the price for the daggers was not trivial. In total, she ended up spending 68,000 to take them all. As for the guns she sought, they were not available here. Placing the daggers into her pocket and carrying the heavy box downstairs, the owner opened the back door of the shop. "Leave through here." Behind was a dark alley, and Jiang Nua quickly stored her items in her space, remaining alert to her surroundings, ready to draw her knife at a moment's notice. Fortunately, she walked all the way to a well-lit area without encountering any threats. It appeared she had been overly cautious, but such habits ingrained during the apocalypse were hard to shake. With weapons in hand, Jiang Noah felt a rush of excitement. She knew she wouldn't sleep well that night without testing them. Thus, she hailed a taxi to the warehouse, retrieving the daggers from her space to practice for a while. Although her techniques had been self-taught during the end times, often referred to as wild methods, her dexterity with the daggers was commendable. The 2 daggers danced in her hands like 2 agile serpents. Coupled with her spatial abilities, their stealth and surprise attack potential were significantly enhanced, elevating their intimidating presence to several levels. Next, she turned her attention to the long knife. Now aware that the owner had not sold it to her at an exorbitant price, she felt reassured. With a swift chop against the wooden board, it cleaved cleanly in 2. The incision was neat and smooth. The blade remained razor-sharp. Jiang Nua felt a sense of satisfaction with a weapon at hand. She resolved to intensify her training the following day. There were only 36 days left until the apocalypse. During this period, she aimed to bring her body into peak condition. Chapter 19. Lethal Techniques. Jiang Nua sprinted home from the warehouse, her body drenched in sweat by the time she arrived, her clothes thoroughly soaked. After indulging in a refreshing shower, she embraced her pet, Hame, and spoiled her with a generous portion of supper. After enjoying a cup of milk tea, she felt rejuvenated. As she played with her phone, she noticed mixed sentiments online, with some lamenting their situation while others reveled in the absence of work. At that moment, Yu Ruahua returned from her evening stroll. "I heard that our community will soon begin power rationing, and water might also be cut off."
Sigh.
"How much longer will this dreadful heat persist?" Several elderly residents haven't managed to endure it, and some have suffered heat strokes. The hospital is nearing capacity. Noticing the anxiety etched on her face, Jiang Nua reassured her residents' access to water and electricity should be guaranteed. "Who can say for certain?" Yu Ruahua replied. "I must stock up on supplies tomorrow." "What do you plan to hoard?" "Of course, rice, flour, vegetables, and meat, essentials for sustenance. It's always prudent to have a surplus at home." Jiang Noah recalled that in her previous life, her mother had begun stockpiling supplies around this time. Had she not been blinded by her foolish partner, the early days of the apocalypse would not have been so arduous for them. "Do you need money? I can transfer 20,000 to you." Yu Ruahua shook her head.
No need to worry about me. Get some rest.
Indeed, it was time for bed. Yet her phone buzzed incessantly. Logistics and delivery services had altered their operating hours, commencing deliveries at 8 p.m. and continuing until 7 a.m., resulting in a complete reversal of day and night. On July 12th, Jiang Nua searched online for a well-reviewed combat club. Upon calling, she learned they welcomed beginners, but only opened in the evening. Just as she contemplated a visit to the warehouse, she received a call from the Mercedes-Benz dealership, informing her that her ordered vehicle had arrived. The luxury SUV, with its square and robust appearance, exuded a distinctly masculine aura. Yet, it housed a powerful V8 engine with a displacement of 40 liters, capable of traversing most terrains, and, most importantly, the entire vehicle was bulletproof. She had paid extra to expedite the delivery, foregoing any extravagant features, settling for a price of $2 million, which was not even the full amount. After completing the payment, she drove the car away and practiced for the better part of the afternoon before realizing it was nearly time to head to the combat club. Upon arrival, she was greeted by Coach Wang, a burly man in his 30s, who claimed to have won a bronze medal in the Asian Youth Free Fighting Championship, serving as the club's prized instructor. "You're Zhang Noah, right?" Coach Wang handed her a brochure. "What type of course are you considering?" Zhang Noah examined the brochure, which categorized the courses into 4 types: interest, beginner, amateur, and professional. "I want a professional course," she stated, "but my time is limited. I only wish to learn practical skills. Money is not an issue." Coach Wang pondered for a moment before responding, "I can understand your eagerness, but without a foundation, I cannot directly enroll you in professional classes. I have a foundation. You've trained before?" Coach Wang was slightly taken aback, examining the seemingly delicate girl. "How long did you practice?" "A few years," Zhang Noah replied nonchalantly, having honed her skills for survival. She chose not to elaborate. Coach Wang shook his head, evidently skeptical of her claim. If she had truly trained for years, he would have been able to discern it. This young lady appeared too soft and fragile. Perhaps she was a social media influencer here for video content. Teaching such individuals could be troublesome. They often lacked seriousness, yet when they did engage earnestly, they tended to complain after a few sessions of foundational training. "Why not start with an amateur class? After a year or 2, I can teach you," Coach Wang suggested. Zhang Nuo frowned, realizing he would not easily acquiesce to her request. "Let's do this," she proposed. "How about we spar?" "You want to spar with me?" Coach Wang's expression was a mix of amusement and scrutiny. "I won't take advantage of you. Consider me a challenger," Zhang Nuo replied, a teasing smirk gracing her lips. "Are you brave enough to accept?" Coach Wang chuckled and shook his head. Such provocations held no sway over him. It was akin to a preschooler daring an adult. "Very well, I shall go easy on you," he said, rolling his neck and eyeing Zhang Nuo with confidence. He felt it prudent to showcase a semblance of professional prowess, hoping she would reconsider her ambitions. He retrieved 2 pairs of boxing gloves, offering one to Zhang Nuo. "No need," she declined, believing that gloves would impede her agility. Leaping onto the ring, Zhang Nuo warmed up slightly, then shed her outer layer, revealing a fitted sports tank top. Tall and slender, with fair skin and delicate features, she possessed an ideal physique. Coach Wang, despite priding himself on being principled, could not help but steal a few more glances. He marveled at her figure, while Zhang Nuo praised him in turn. A retired professional fighter, he still exhibited well-defined muscles, standing tall and exuding immense power. In terms of strength and agility, he surpassed her significantly. Having swiftly devised a close combat strategy, Zhang Nuo tensed her body. "Begin." At Coach Wang's command, Zhang Nuo propelled herself forward, her legs powering her into a sudden advance. Anticipating her movement, Coach Wang sidestepped to evade a punch. However, her target was not his face, but a direct strike to his throat. In a bid to showcase his skill, Coach Wang barely avoided the blow, yet in doing so, he left himself vulnerable. Zhang Nuo's fist grazed his throat. His face flushed immediately. "Stop." He clutched his neck, coughing several times, irritation evident in his gaze. "Are you unaware of the rules of free fighting? Attacks to the eyes, throat, back of the head, and groin are forbidden." Disappointment washed over Zhang Nuo. She sought to learn techniques for survival, not mere flashy moves. If the most effective strikes were off-limits, then what was the point of learning? In a true life-or-death scenario, combat would not consist of fair exchanges. It would involve utilizing every means available to extinguish the opponent's life. In fact, she had even held back some of her strength. Had she struck him with full force, it would have caused temporary asphyxiation, exposing a weakness. Had her intention been to kill him, he would have already been dead. "Let's start over." Coach Wang, slightly embarrassed, adjusted his stance and commanded, "Begin." This time, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. His strikes were more powerful and rapid, incorporating a series of quick combinations. Zhang Nuo, unaccustomed to such continuous assaults, found herself taken down to the ground. Gritting her teeth through the pain, she sprang back up and launched a flurry of relentless attacks against Coach Wang. Eye strikes, ear slaps, throat locks, knee strikes, and low kicks, all executed with the intent to claim a life, fighting as if her own depended on it. To her, Coach Wang's defenses appeared riddled with flaws. Within mere moments, she had at least 5 opportunities to incapacitate him without the use of space or weapons, leaving him utterly defenseless. Had she employed her surroundings and a dagger, he would have met his demise at least 10 times over. Even a seasoned warrior like Coach Wang had never encountered such a ferocious and reckless opponent. His rhythm was thrown into disarray, leaving him with no choice but to adopt a purely defensive stance. As she pressed him back to the edge of the ring, with no retreat left, he finally shouted, "Stop, stop, stop." Jiang Noah swiftly retreated, panting heavily as she half-squatted, closely observing Coach Wang's every move. An adversary could resort to deceit at any moment. This was a lesson learned through blood and experience. "Xiao Jiang, you mustn't strike like that," Coach Wang sighed. "We are practicing free fighting, not engaging in a reckless battle." Jiang Noah shook her head, realizing that she would not learn anything further here. "Forget it," she muttered, donning her sun protection jacket as she stepped down from the ring. Looking up at Coach Wang, she declared, "I have no time to waste here. I bid you farewell." Watching the slender figure depart, Coach Wang sighed softly and called out, "Wait, come with me." He led Jiang Noah to his lounge, retrieving a USB drive from his drawer. "I know this is what you seek." Jiang Noah accepted the USB, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "There are some techniques here, but they are explicitly forbidden in competitions and are rarely applicable in practice. I don't often train them, but if you're interested, you can learn them at home," Coach Wang added. "I know you wish to master lethal moves, having collected your trial lesson fee. It cannot be in vain." "How much?" Yang Nguyen waited. "No charge," Coach Wang replied, "but I must caution you that your foundational skills are lacking. Never underestimate this. A solid foundation is the strongest support in any endeavor." "Thank you, I appreciate your guidance," Jiang Noah replied, securing the USB. Coach Wang observed her for a moment longer, unable to suppress a frown as he advised, "I won't pry into your motivations, but as a young girl, you may have your struggles. Remember, violence does not resolve any issues. If there is trouble, it is best to seek the police." Jiang Noah shook her head, offering no explanation. Compared to ordinary people, Coach Wang was well-versed in combat, having trained for years, and he would likely survive in a post-apocalyptic world, provided he adapted to its rules. Should they meet again in the future, what would be his reflections on today's council? Before departing, Jiang Noah left him with a parting phrase, "Coach Wang, I hope to see you again." Coach Wang was taken aback, yet Jiang Noah's figure had already vanished, leaving him perplexed in her wake. Chapter 20. A transformation. Upon acquiring the USB drive, Jiang Noah returned home and connected it to her computer. Inside were images and videos. The images detailed the disassembly of moves, while the videos showcased practice sessions. However, the videos were of poor quality, evidently recorded years prior, rendering them almost indistinguishable. The collection also included classic fighting scenes featuring renowned fighters' signature moves. If applied adeptly, these techniques could prove advantageous for swift victories or counterattacks. Jiang Noah spent the entire night dissecting the videos and practicing, regrettably without a sparring partner, merely striking at the air. The absence of real combat was a significant hindrance. She practiced tirelessly, taking breaks to hydrate and practicing her archery until exhaustion consumed her in the early hours of the morning. Yuruahua, accustomed to an early sleep schedule, was already awake when Jiang Noah prepared for bed. Upon seeing her freshly bathed, she remarked, "Don't sleep just yet. Have something to eat first. Otherwise, you'll sleep through to noon, and your stomach won't handle it well." Jiang Noah, feeling a bit tired, complied. Yuruahua worked quickly, preparing 2 bowls of scallion oil noodles accompanied by fried eggs, sitting down to share the meal with her. After only a couple of bites, Yuruahua inquired, "Xiao Noah, you've been going out daily. How come you've become so much fairer?" "Have I?" Jiang Noah responded, amused. "Really, you think so?" "Absolutely. Just look at yourself. You're positively radiant," Yuruahua insisted. Jiang Noah chuckled, dismissing her words. After returning from the apocalypse, she perceived herself as delicate and fragile, unable to discern any notable changes. On July 16th, there were 30 days remaining before the apocalypse's arrival, coinciding with her planned moving day. The renovation of her rented apartment had been completed a couple of days prior, and she had inspected it, finding the results satisfactory. The sooner she moved, the more at ease she would feel, considering they would only be living there for 3 months and could return to retrieve belongings at any time. Yuruahua quickly packed a few changes of clothes and daily necessities before taking her dog, Hame, downstairs. Excited upon exiting, Hame quickly wilted under the heat. Jiang Nua locked the door behind them, lingering for a moment to gaze at the home she had known since childhood. With marks of her childhood scribbles on the walls and her height recorded on the doorframe. Today, she would leave and likely never return. Jiang Nua stored all her belongings in the space, piling them in a corner of the small building. She then retrieved a large lock, securing the door and wrapping it with a chain for added security. Arriving at her new residence, she had rented both the 35th and 36th floors, though she had yet to disclose this to Yuruahua, opting instead to settle them in the 35th floor first. The corridor leading to the 35th floor featured a security door, necessitating the opening of 2 additional security doors to access it, leaving Yuruahua bewildered. Goodness! Why so many doors? What is the landlord thinking? Jiang Nua, however, felt quite satisfied. The 35th floor was already heavily fortified, and accessing the 36th floor from there would be exceedingly difficult. She stood by the window, tapping on the genuine double-layer bulletproof glass. During her inspection, she had struck it with a hammer with all her might, but it hadn't even cracked. Taking Yuruahua to the rooftop, they found a greenhouse with a vegetable garden and several water tanks, which further pleased her. I could plant some vegetables here. The landlord shouldn't mind, right? Jiang Nua shook her head. Of course not. Just see what you'd like to plant. I happen to have some seeds. She had purchased a plethora of vegetable and grain seeds, which were still arriving in batches, and if she were to plant them all herself, it would likely take a lifetime to finish. Pointing to the water tanks, she explained, these 4 large tanks can store 20 tons of water, primarily for collecting rainwater. They are equipped with filters, so you can use them for watering plants and bathing. With these tanks, even in the event of a complete water stoppage, they would have sufficient water for daily use. And don't worry about what happens when the 20 tons are used up. These tanks can be replenished in the early stages of the apocalypse when there's heavy rainfall. Regarding drinking water, she planned to make a trip to a nearby province in a couple of days to source quality water from a freshwater lake. With construction halted and the outdoors largely deserted, it would attract little attention. Jiang Nua considered her finances, noting she still had 5 million, which could be allocated for purchasing purified water. She contacted several delivery companies, arranging for a truckload of around 5 tons of purified water daily. After reaching out to 3 companies, she ordered 15 tons of purified water to be delivered daily for 10 days, totaling 150 tons, which was not excessive and could serve as a supplement. Since she was purchasing the water barrels as well, the price was somewhat elevated but still within an acceptable range. Additionally, she arranged for a shipment of mineral water, both in small bottles and large containers, along with various beverages, amounting to approximately 3,000 cases, each containing 20 bottles, totaling 30,000 large bottles and 30,000 small bottles. These would also be delivered to the warehouse gradually. The total expenditure for this came to over 900,000. In her space, Jiang Nua still had 160 water tanks equipped with purifiers, capable of storing an additional 400 tons of drinking water from natural sources. However, this resulted in the warehouse being somewhat overburdened. She called Lu Mei, informing her that there would be a significant influx of goods, and she might not have time to handle data storage tasks. She suggested Lu Mei could refer a college friend to assist with daily wages. Lu Mei hesitated for a moment. Sister Nua, I've actually already enlisted some classmates to help. I've been sending them red envelopes along with milk tea and snacks daily, and they're willing to help. Progress has been swift, but if you still want to find someone specifically for this, I can look for one.
Hyano understood. No worries.
Let it be as you've arranged. With so much to handle lately, just be thorough. Lu Mei readily agreed. She also purchased construction machinery, acquiring 20 basic mixers along with various consumable parts and spare motors for a total of 500,000. With a firm resolve, she invested in a 53-ton excavator, along with components such as sealing rings, various valves, specialty screws, oil hoses, bearings, hydraulic oil, and lubricants, amounting to a further 300,000 in parts, bringing her total expenditure to over 3 million. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, mutated creatures roam unchecked. Should she wish to construct her own fortified base, the necessity of heavy machinery is paramount. While the boss arranged for delivery trucks, Zhang Noa inquired about diesel fuel. Excavators cannot simply drive to gas stations for refueling. More often than not, someone is dispatched to deliver fuel directly to the site. The owner of the excavator, well connected in this regard, handed her a stack of business cards for specialized trucks, those that deliver fuel, provide maintenance, and operate excavators. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. Diesel and gasoline were the final supplies she needed to secure. With such a large excavator, the fuel consumption per hour was staggering. The fuel delivery man, undeterred by the sweltering heat, promptly arrived. Currently, diesel was priced at 8 yuan per liter, with the delivery man typically selling it by the barrel. A 400-liter drum costs 300 yuan, with an additional 100 yuan for transportation. He agreed to deliver 50 barrels daily, payment upon arrival, for 10 consecutive days. In total, that amounted to 200,000 liters of diesel, which would suffice. With significant business at hand and no need to toil at construction sites, the fuel delivery man was more than happy to assure her of timely deliveries. Additionally, do you have gasoline? After a moment's contemplation, the delivery man replied, yes. But it's not easy to procure. It depends on whether you want a large quantity or a small one. How so? You know, it's a regulated item, he explained. A small amount isn't worth the trouble, but a larger quantity can be arranged. Zhang Noa smiled slightly. How much can you get? I'll take it. Is 1 truckload a day sufficient? He referred to a large tanker capable of holding 16 tons. For 10 days, that would yield 220,000 liters. Moreover, the delivery man promised to help her find enough barrels for proper storage. Zhang Noa was pleasantly surprised. The most pressing issue had been resolved, eliminating the need for daily trips to the gas station, thereby saving time and effort. Upon calculation, the total cost for diesel was 2 million yuan, with gasoline also amounting to 2 million yuan. Consequently, Zhang Nua's inventory list progressed to 90 completion. However, her funds dwindled to less than 1 million. Chapter 21. In the Trap Bamboo Garden is a villa area nestled in the southern mountains. A few years ago, before the real estate market took a downturn, plans were underway to transform the southern mountains into a small commercial district combining residence, leisure, and tourism. Some investors seized the opportunity and hastily invested in this villa area. However, upon completion of the villas, the promised amenities never materialized, leaving the southern mountains almost devoid of any construction aside from the villas themselves. Many of those who purchased villas here never moved in, resulting in a disturbingly low occupancy rate. At night, only a handful of lights could be seen. The homeowners, most of whom were not locals, owned numerous properties, yet the villas remained unsold for a long time, only recently beginning to be rented out. The agent was concerned that Zhang Noa might be dissatisfied with the low occupancy rate, unaware that this was precisely what she desired. After promptly signing the lease, Zhang Noa contacted the security door supplier to install security doors and bulletproof windows. This backup residence, suited for the impending cataclysm, was nearly ready. Zhang Noa had also contemplated the emptiness of this villa area. With so few residents, she could simply find a vacant house after the apocalypse and save on rent. However, without securing a lease, she could not commence renovations, so renting was the prudent choice. Regardless, when the end times arrived, this place would be submerged, completely swallowed by water. She intended to move in only after the floodwaters receded. July 21st, 24 days until the apocalypse. By day, she slept and trained. In the evenings, she practiced diving. After leaving the gym, neglecting dinner, she drove to the largest clothing wholesale market in the city. With intermittent water and power outages, business was dismal, and the market was set to temporarily close the following day. Upon her arrival, she found the market nearly deserted, with only store employees packing up inventory and preparing to close, while some shops had not opened at all. Zhang Noa called for a truck to stop at the entrance of the wholesale market and used a cart to collect goods. She had already stocked up on underwear and shoes, so she focused on selecting comfortable clothing suitable for everyday wear, ensuring they would be easy to move in. Without needing to negotiate, the shopkeepers readily offered her the lowest prices. At this point, any sale was welcome. The shop owner sighed, helping Zhang Noa package her purchases. The market was expansive, spanning 5 floors, and even with only a third of the shops open, it was sufficient for Zhang Noa to browse all night. Given the current weather, down jackets and furs were being sold at rock-bottom prices. Zhang Noa, not picky about styles, purchased the last of a store's stock. She also bought wool blankets, cotton quilts, duvet covers, and pillows, reasoning that even though these items had low consumption rates, it was wise to have some on hand. Several athletic shoes were on clearance, priced incredibly low yet of decent quality. The owner candidly admitted they were imitation brands. But Jong Noa had no qualms and collected all that suited her. As for snow boots, hiking shoes, and sandals, although she had already stocked some, she seized the opportunity to buy more if they were suitable. Finally, she gathered tents, sleeping bags, and blankets, items essential for outdoor survival. A small truck was filled to capacity and transported to the warehouse. July 23rd, 22 days until the apocalypse. Having procured nearly everything on her list, Jong Noa still had over 400,000 yuan remaining. Since acquiring the excavator and other equipment, her storage space was nearly full, although there was room to stack higher. It was evidently insufficient. Jong Noa resolved to use the remaining funds to purchase some jade raw stones to upgrade her space. Upon returning to the warehouse, and just as she arrived at her residential complex, Jong Noa spotted her mother walking with Ha Mei, accompanied by Aunt Hu. Aunt Hu, who lived nearby, had reached out to her mother for a stroll. Jong Noa admired their determination, despite it being night and the temperature exceeding 40 degrees Celsius. They were insistent on going out for a walk, even more restless than Ha Mei at home. However, she refrained from interfering with her mother, knowing few days remained for such outings. Just as she was about to leave, her attention was drawn to Aunt Hu's bracelet. The wooden bead bracelet appeared unremarkable, yet Jong Noa sensed there was something unique about it. It seemed to emanate a certain aura, one that felt particularly friendly and vaguely connected to her space. Yet, what exactly it was she could not articulate. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Aunt Hu, where did you buy that bracelet? It's truly beautiful." "Ah, this?" Aunt Hu lifted her hand and chuckled. "This was a gift from Zhou Yong. He said it's an old artifact that can ward off evil. It's not particularly valuable." "An old artifact, you say?" Jong Noa felt a stirring in her heart. It was already established that upgrading her space required jade. But this did not imply it was the sole method. She felt a connection to this bracelet. Could it be a sign? Since it was still early, Jong Noa decided to visit the antique market. She drove straight to the antique market. However, it was not so much a market as it was an old street lined with numerous shops selling antiques and artwork. Jong Noa's aim was not to acquire expensive antiques. She intended to hunt for some inexpensive items first to test their effects. After visiting several shops, she finally found something that caught her eye: a somewhat aged wooden comb and a black lacquered copper box, both exuding the same aura as Aunt Hu's bracelet. The comb was reasonably priced, merely a few hundred yuan, but the shopkeeper asked for 20,000 yuan for the lacquered box. Jong Noa hesitated for only a moment before successfully negotiating it down to 18,000 yuan. Just as she was about to return to her car to test the effects, a lean middle-aged man with a thin mustache entered the shop, also intending to purchase the box. Upon seeing Jong Noa exiting with the box in her arms, he hurriedly called out, "Young lady, please wait." Jong Noa came to a halt, scrutinizing the individual before her. His appearance was far from charming. He exuded a sinister aura. Yet, strangely, she detected a similar energy emanating from him, likely due to some sort of adornment. "What do you want?" she inquired. "I wish to discuss a matter with you. That box you possess, could you part with it?" "Not a chance," she replied, turning to leave. However, he intercepted her, stating, "Young lady, whatever you paid for it, I'll add 2,000. This item holds great importance for me, truly." Jong Noa dismissed him, unwilling to sell regardless of the price. His smirk was unsettling. "Don't be ungrateful, little girl." A cold smile crept across her face. Such scoundrels prey on the weak, and a sound thrashing usually sufficed to rectify their behavior. If all else failed, a second beating would do. "You may attempt it," she replied calmly, then deftly maneuvered around him and returned to her vehicle. With a mere thought, she stored the wooden comb and the box away, her consciousness slipping into her spatial realm. The comb and box vanished, while the mists at the boundary of her space, though still present, had significantly thinned. "Indeed, it works," she mused, pleased, noting that the combined worth of these two items did not exceed 20,000, yet rivaled the efficacy of the previous stone worth over 600,000. Elated, she ventured forth to indulge in a shopping spree across various stores. Unfortunately, luck did not favor her. After exhausting all her options, she found nothing of value, a testament to the depth of the antiquities market. Nonetheless, she exchanged pleasantries with the shopkeepers, ensuring they would contact her if any such artifacts came into their possession. On July 26th, with merely 21 days remaining until the apocalypse, Zhang Nua visited the warehouse twice daily and traversed the streets, purchasing anything she deemed necessary while dedicating the remainder of her time to training at home. Just as she planned to take a shower and rest, a call from an antique shop owner interrupted her, informing her of a remarkable item that had just arrived. Without hesitation, she changed her attire and set out. The elevator halted on the 6th floor, where a tall young woman entered. Zhang Nua felt a flicker of recognition upon seeing her, and the girl immediately identified her.
Yang Nuo.
Is that you? The voice sparked memories. The girl was Tan Ling, a junior of Wang Jianli, who had visited the company several times, clearly infatuated with him. A naive soul akin to her past self, oblivious to the truth, believing herself to be special. After the onset of the apocalypse, Zhang Nua had not encountered her again. Surprised to see her here, she frowned slightly and inquired, "Do you live here?" "Yes, on the 6th floor," Tan Ling replied. "What about you? Do you live here too?" "How come I've never seen you before? I just moved in recently."
Great.
"Now we're neighbors," Tan Ling exclaimed cheerfully. Zhang Nua, however, felt no inclination to continue the conversation. She bore no fondness for anyone associated with Wang Jianli and would have chosen another residence had she known Tan Ling lived here. Noting Zhang Nua's indifferent demeanor, Tan Ling ceased her attempts at conversation, exiting the elevator with a parting smile as they went their separate ways. Zhang Nua arrived at the antique street. The shop she sought was somewhat tucked away in a narrow alley, dimly lit due to power restrictions, with only a third of the streetlights functioning. Upon entering the store, the proprietor produced an ancient bronze mirror. Without needing to inspect it closely, Zhang Nua sensed its extraordinary nature, far superior to the wooden box she had acquired the previous day. Naturally, the price reflected its quality. The owner demanded 300,000. Aware of the inflated pricing typical of the antiquities market, she countered 5,000. The owner retorted, "You must be quite the bargainer." Ultimately, they settled on 100,000. Completing the exchange, Zhang Nua cradled the bronze mirror and turned to exit. Yet, only a short distance away, she perceived two figures emerging from the shadows behind her, while two others advanced directly in her path. With alarming speed, the shop she had just visited lowered its rolling shutter. Surrounding shops, previously open, had mysteriously sealed their doors, enveloping the area in darkness. Realizing she had fallen into a trap, she faced the approaching man with a calm demeanor. "I warned you not to underestimate me," he stated ominously. "Leave the items behind and hand over that box, and you may walk away unscathed. Otherwise." The remaining assailants brandished steel pipes, closing in on her. Unfazed by this rabble, Zhang Nua sidestepped the swings of the pipes, pivoting to deliver a powerful kick to one man's chin while simultaneously striking another with the bronze mirror. The two men collapsed in unison. Witnessing her ferocity, the remaining thug hastily retracted his punch and retreated, turning to flee. But Zhang Nua would not grant him an escape. She summoned a hammer from her spatial realm, bringing it down decisively upon his skull. As he crumpled to the ground, Zhang Nua exhaled, somewhat dissatisfied with her performance. Turning her cold gaze back to the man who had initiated this confrontation, she inquired, "Do you understand what you need to do?" Chapter 22. Countdown to the apocalypse. Unprepared for the prowess of this woman, the man grimaced. "I comprehend. Then hurry, I have little time." He swiftly retrieved a bundle of cash, along with his phone and watch. "This is all I possess. If it falls into your hands, I concede defeat, but please,
Do not overreach.
Zhang Nua seized the delicate jade pendant hanging around his neck, yanking it free. This artifact radiated a potent aura of antiquity. "Consider this a gift from me," she remarked, choosing not to accept his money or belongings, merely asking, "Why do you covet that box so much?" "It's not for me," he explained, "but for someone else who is offering a high price."
Who?
"I've only encountered him once, a middle-aged man. I know nothing more." Unable to extract useful information, Zhang Nua narrowed her eyes, contemplating the possibility of silencing him permanently. With 21 days until the apocalypse, she wished to avoid complications. To kill, or not to kill. Weighing the crowded and chaotic nature of the antique market, which would make erasing her tracks nearly impossible, she regained her composure and turned to leave. Upon returning to her vehicle, she stored the bronze mirror and the jade pendant in her spatial realm. Entering her space once more, she immediately sensed a change. It had upgraded. The mist at the boundary receded approximately 30 meters, revealing greater expanses within. Directly ahead lay a lush green meadow adorned with several unknown wildflowers in gentle bloom. To the sides and in the rear, more trees had appeared, their gaps filled with verdant grass. Beyond the trees, a glimpse of a mountain emerged, from which a crystal-clear spring cascaded down, its gentle stream winding past the left side of her home and quietly feeding into a small pond before her. The pond, spanning 200 to 300 square meters, brimmed with the pure spring water, sparkling brilliantly. Water had finally manifested, marking the most significant transformation since the spatial upgrade, filling Jiang Noah with excitement. Though the quantity was modest, it promised a steady supply. With a thought, she conjured a cup, filling it with the pristine stream water. The cup felt icy in her grasp, the water within exuding a refreshing chill. Despite not being filtered, she sensed it was safe to consume. Drink, she encouraged herself. The spring water was sweet and far more delightful than bottled water, refreshing her body and lifting her spirits, easing her fatigue. Jiang Nua closed her eyes, suppressing her exhilaration. The spring water could replenish her stamina, while proximity to the grand trees could restore her mental fortitude, implying that her training duration could now be extended. Alas! The earth remained cracked and arid, still unsuitable for cultivation. Nonetheless, this upgrade had brought her immense joy. Although the spring water has not fully filled the pond, merely forming a shallow layer, the steady flow over time will increase the water volume. Given the pond's considerable size, it is more than sufficient for her family's needs. More importantly, it is of superior quality compared to any natural water source, offering health benefits when consumed. Jiang Noah resolved to continue her pursuits, spending all her available funds on antiquities. Should she fail to procure any, she would turn to purchasing jade, eschewing miscellaneous items in favor of upgrading her space. Having departed from the antique street, Jiang Noah drove around the city to ascertain that no one was following her before heading to the warehouse. All goods had been collected. For the past few days, no new items had arrived. Lu Mei concentrated on data storage, filling a total of 122 terabyte hard drives, with the inventory list printed across more than 600 pages, forming a substantial stack. Lu Mei meticulously numbered the documents and labeled the hard drives, maintaining detailed records that clearly reflected her diligent efforts. "You can go home now," Jiang Nua said as she observed Lu Mei's labor. "In just a week, the entire nation will face widespread power and water outages, and it will be too late to start stockpiling supplies then."
Liu Mei's conscientiousness had saved Jiang Nuo considerable worry.
In addition to her agreed salary, Jiang Noah awarded her a bonus of 3,000 yuan. For her excellent work in compiling the database, she received an additional 2,000 yuan as a reward. Lu Mei, taken aback, gazed at Jiang Nua with disbelief. "I didn't expect such a sum." "Take it," Jiang Nua encouraged. "When you return home, you can purchase some items for your family." Lu Mei had performed admirably, and Jiang Nua was pleased to conclude their collaboration on a positive note. In the early days of the apocalypse, rural life proved more manageable than urban existence. Lu Mei took the money and returned to her hometown the following day. On the train, she even video-called Jiang Nua to express her gratitude for the care she had received during this time. They exchanged a few words. She mentioned that she was hurrying back to help harvest the crops, as the sweltering heat necessitated nighttime labor. Being a labor force herself, she could alleviate some of the burdens at home. Anticipating a busy month ahead, she made the call to Jiang Nua en route. Upon seeing Lu Mei indeed seated on the train, Jiang Nua felt a sense of relief. The decision to hire a student who intended to return home after finishing her work was made precisely for this reason. Her hometown lay over 1,000 kilometers away in the inland province, and after the apocalypse, transportation would become severely disrupted. Traveling to a neighboring city would be challenging, let alone covering such a vast distance. They were unlikely to meet again. On July 29th, only 18 days remained until the apocalypse. The daytime temperatures had soared to unbearable levels, compelling most individuals to venture out only after 9 in the evening. Reports indicated that some remote areas had already implemented power outages, causing many small rivers to dry up and vast swathes of crops to wither under the relentless heat. Additionally, the incidence of fires had surged, with fire alarms triggered over 10 times in a single day. Aging electrical facilities and lines began to deteriorate, and incidents of spontaneous combustion in vehicles became commonplace. Discussions online proliferated, with some individuals jesting about the impending apocalypse, while only a small fraction began hoarding supplies in earnest. Transportation and the logistics industry were also affected, leading to rapid price increases across various regions, particularly for essential goods such as food. However, the government's effective management kept the price hikes within acceptable limits, and advisories reassured the populace that the nation had ample food reserves to meet the minimum living needs of its citizens for over 6 months. While the domestic situation remained stable, matters abroad were chaotic. In this climate, capitalists disregarded the struggles of ordinary people, initiating mass layoffs while hoarding and speculating on essential goods, causing prices to skyrocket. In impoverished and underdeveloped regions, the plight of the populace worsened, leading to protests as people engaged in frenzied zero-cost purchasing. Disasters had yet to arrive, but man-made calamities had already begun. For several days, Zhang Nua had cautiously navigated the antique street, yet found nothing of value. While there were indeed genuine antiques among the offerings, she could not sense their essence, leaving her perplexed about the standards of her space. Determined to stop wasting time, she visited the raw stone market, nearly exhausting her remaining funds on raw stones, leaving only 20,000 yuan as a reserve. Perhaps due to the scarcity of raw stones, her space absorbed everything without achieving another upgrade. On August 3rd, temperatures peaked at 50 degrees Celsius, with only 13 days until the apocalypse. All items on her inventory list had been successfully gathered. After storing everything in her space, Zhang Nua commenced the final organization and inventory check. She relocated the excavator to the grassy area outside her small yard. The yard was now clean, furnished with beach chairs and a small table, an idyllic setting for when she could eventually enter the space with her mother to enjoy tea, conversation, and the view. Inside the small building, various pieces of furniture were arranged. Clothes, shoes, and bedding were categorized within the wardrobe and shoe rack. On either side of the building, 150 tons of bottled purified water and large barrels of liquor were stacked. In the spacious area behind the building, a dense array of supplies was organized. As the space had expanded through upgrades, Zhang Nua divided all materials into 6 major zones, the first for food, the second for clothing, bedding, and outdoor gear, the third for daily necessities, electronic products and appliances, the fourth for pharmaceuticals, the fifth for generators and machinery components, and the last for fuel, including honeycomb coal, gas canisters, diesel, and gasoline. With these provisions, Zhang Nua felt assured that she and her mother would comfortably navigate the remainder of their lives. Content with her preparations, she locked the warehouse, deeming it no longer necessary. At home, Yu Ruohua was glued to the news daily, her anxiety heightened by the rumors circulating among the local aunties. Each evening at 8 o'clock, she insisted on accompanying Zhang Nua to shop. However, the supermarket shelves grew emptier by the day, and the market's vegetables and fruits dwindled, with even the once unpopular sweet potatoes facing a buying frenzy. Fortunately, meat and grains remained relatively abundant, likely due to the government activating emergency resources from cold storage. Yet even with replenishment efforts, the demand from the entire nation proved overwhelming. Many were willing to endure the sweltering heat each afternoon just to queue for more supplies. On August 6th, temperatures peaked at 52 degrees Celsius, with only 10 days remaining until the apocalypse. The surface appeared calm, yet undercurrents of turmoil surged. Individuals in poor health began to fall ill and perish. Hospitals were so overwhelmed that even the corridors were filled with patients. Crematoriums operated around the clock, struggling to keep up with the unending demand. Meanwhile, unscrupulous individuals began to sow discord, instilling fear within the populace. For her mother's health and safety, Zhang Nua firmly prohibited her from leaving the house. Given the current state of affairs, venturing out might yield little more than a pound of rice, which seemed futile. Moreover, her mother had already stockpiled a substantial amount of supplies at home. The entire refrigerator was filled with meat, and what could not fit was salted for preservation, preparing it to be dried into cured meats. Rice and flour were plentiful, with a base stock of 500 pounds, while other items were piled high in the living room. The rooftop water tank was also filled to capacity. Just like in her previous life, even without relying on the supplies from her space, these provisions would suffice for them for a considerable time. This time, however, there would be no reappearance of Wang Jianli. On August 10th, the highest temperature reached 53 degrees Celsius. The continuous heat and drought posed significant challenges to the power grid. Some areas of the city had already experienced power outages, leading to the complete shutdown of entertainment venues, restaurants, hotels, and large commercial facilities. A few days prior, the neighborhood committee had begun to take action, registering residents in their respective areas and limiting the supply of essential goods. In such circumstances, no one pays attention to the turmoil abroad. everyone remains at home, hearts filled with trepidation, praying for the arrival of the next rain to dispel the infernal heat. Yet, Jong Noa has not ceased her daily exercises. With the aid of the spatial spring water, she feels her stamina has significantly increased, her reflexes nearing the pinnacle they once were during the apocalypse. And her strength has even surpassed that, thanks to an improved diet. She also ensures her mother drinks some of the spring water daily, and the effects are evident. Her mother appears much more spirited than before. The spring water flows gently, but has yet to fill the pond in front of their small building. Though the lotus flowers in the pond have bloomed beautifully, Jong Noa attempted to introduce a live fish into the pond but met with failure. As before, any living creature that enters the space perishes instantly. It seems that raising chickens or fish within the space will require further upgrades to achieve. On August 13th, the highest daytime temperature reached 55 degrees Celsius, with only 3 days remaining until the apocalypse. Despite government intervention preventing food shortages, the relentless heat has incited growing panic among the populace. Various rumors circulated online and among the public have led to an escalating sense of impending chaos. Suddenly, news appeared in all the WeChat groups, rapidly shared by everyone. Rain is imminent. Whether true or false, this rumor ignited excitement and anticipation among the people. At last, it seemed the cursed weather, the hellish heat, would come to an end. Chapter 23. Zero-cost shopping. August 16th may be a day etched in the memories of all. The apocalypse struck in the early hours, shortly after 5, as the long-anticipated torrential rain finally arrived, bringing an end to the prolonged extreme heat. Everyone reveled in the downpour, eagerly awaiting the chance to step outside once the rain subsided. However, it seemed as though the heavens had torn open. The rain poured mercilessly, flooding many streets and homes while people were still asleep. Within mere hours, the city's drainage system faltered, and lower-lying areas began to inundate. As the day approached, Jong Noa found her emotions growing increasingly tranquil. She had endured what was necessary and witnessed all that she needed. She understood the nature of the apocalypse and recognized that some things were beyond her control. Thus, she resolved to strive for a better existence. On August 15th, the final day before the apocalypse, Jong Noa woke after a restful 10 hours of sleep and proceeded to her usual morning exercises, repeating her combat movements. After a hurried breakfast, she prepared for the day's significant venture, which held as much importance as all her previous stockpiling and preparations. Clad in a breathable black sun-protective shirt, donning a sun hat, and wearing practical athletic shoes, she slung a hiking backpack over her shoulders. She retrieved 20 chilled sports drinks and 10 ice pops from the refrigerator, placing them within the space. After training, she had become adept at retrieving items from the space, her consciousness quickly locating the desired area. Given her diligent organization of supplies, this process had become almost instantaneous. Next, she gathered items she might need for the day: an electric baton, a dagger, a long knife, and ropes, ensuring that all necessary tools were easily accessible in a moment's notice. Among her purchases was a pair of lock-cutting pliers over 2 meters long, capable of violently severing the majority of locks in existence. Additionally, she had 2 small electric saws, fully charged and each capable of operating for 3 hours without pause. Also included were 2 fully charged balance scooters. Fully equipped, Jong Noa bid farewell to Yuruahua, urging her not to venture outside that day. Yuruahua responded affirmatively, saying she would heed her advice, though she mentioned the rumors of impending rain, the truth of which remained uncertain. Jong Noa merely blinked and refrained from further comment, reminding Yuruahua once more to stay indoors, which elicited a chuckle from her friend. Finally, Jong Noa stepped outside, ready to embark on her zero-cost shopping expedition. The streets were nearly deserted as Jong Noa drove directly to the port. This city's port ranks among the top 3 in the nation, with all incoming and outgoing goods piled high at the docks. Due to the sweltering heat, daytime operations had ceased, and nighttime efficiency was low, compounded by the global heat wave. Maritime transport had been severely impacted, resulting in a backlog of goods. Jong Noa parked her vehicle outside the dock and, braving the oppressive heat, stepped out. With a thought, her balance scooter materialized beneath her, and after testing its functionality for a short distance, she blinked, causing the scooter to vanish. She briefly experienced a sensation of weightlessness before standing firmly on the ground. After practicing this process several times, Jong Noa grew proficient at maintaining her balance when the scooter disappeared, making her ascent quicker. She intended to traverse numerous locations today, a strategy to conserve her energy. Retrieving a chilled drink from a space, she took a few sips to alleviate her discomfort, holding an ice pop as she glided onto the dock. Countless containers loomed like mountains, creating a veritable sea of steel. Previously, Zhang Nua had little interaction with such things, having only occasionally observed large trucks transporting containers along the highway. Standing by the roadside, they appeared as enormous behemoths. Now, she stood amidst countless such giants, their vibrant colors stacked high like a child's building blocks. Containers are indispensable tools of modern transport, capable of holding cargo and facilitating logistics, a testament to human ingenuity. Regrettably, this scene is on the brink of destruction due to the impending natural disaster, and it remains uncertain if revival is possible in the future. Shaking her head, Zhang Nua pushed such thoughts aside. Everything before her would soon be submerged on the first day of the torrential rain, which would persist for 2 months, raising the water level in the dock by over 10 meters, sweeping everything into the depths of the sea. Zhang Nua had stockpiled sufficient supplies and had no desire to seize the meager resources of ordinary people. Thus, she waited until today to embark on her zero-cost shopping venture. Moreover, the items she intended to collect would soon be lost to the ocean. She resolved to gather as much as possible, though the dock undoubtedly had surveillance. Zhang Nua felt unconcerned, knowing that the rising tide would soon engulf the area. She had prepared to deal with the dock's security, but was surprised to find it utterly deserted, with most electrical systems shut down. The entrance bore signs of a recent fire, leaving it charred and blackened. After observing the surroundings for some time, she lowered her hat, donned a neck-covering sun mask, and concealed her face before cautiously entering. Each container bore a label detailing the contents: names, quantities, sizes, weights, and brand logos, all presented clearly for convenience. Zhang Nua approached the nearest medium-sized container. Having conducted her research, she recognized the approximate sizes of containers: large, medium, and small. For ease of transport, all sizes share the same width, roughly 2.5 meters, and heights range between 2 to 2.5 meters. The distinction lies in their lengths, with small containers measuring just over 2 meters, while the largest can extend up to 12 meters. Just one container can equate to the size of a house, making it easy to imagine the volume of goods they could hold. Upon examining the label, Zhang Nua discovered that this entire container was filled with garments. The label provided detailed information, indicating it was a complete shipment of cashmere products meant for export, including coats, cashmere sweaters, long trousers, and various styles in different colors and sizes. Cashmere is exceptionally warm and lightweight, with no flaws aside from its lack of durability, making it highly practical in a post-apocalyptic world. With ample space available, the containers can be stacked conveniently, allowing for easy storage in the vacant area behind the small dwelling. As she continued her search, she discovered several small containers filled with daily necessities, including basins, cups, cutlery, and hangers, as well as bedding items like down comforters, cotton quilts, and bed covers. Initially, she contemplated cutting the locks to take only a portion, but upon opening the containers, she found them packed to the brim, each containing nearly 1,000 neatly organized and labeled sets, making it difficult to extract just a few without causing disarray. Consequently, she decided to take the entire container. After taking a few more steps, she collected another container filled with a total of 15,000 thermos cups and thermal buckets. While she didn't require such a vast quantity, she swiftly placed them into her space after glancing at the shipping list, with no time to ponder further. Frankly, the accumulation of items during her rebirth paled in comparison to the sheer volume she could collect from just a couple of containers. The allure of zero-cost acquisition was undeniable, explaining why individuals have taken risks throughout history. The dock was inundated with countless containers, stretching endlessly into the distance. Initially, Zhang Nua attempted to identify and catalog each type and quantity in her small notebook. However, after an hour, she reached the outermost perimeter and had to abandon her record-keeping. She decided to collect as much as possible, taking note of the general contents from the shipping lists, with plans to meticulously document and organize the details later. After gathering over 10 medium-sized containers from the periphery, she encountered several large ones. To her astonishment, the shipping list revealed that these 3 massive containers were filled with vehicles. Without hesitation, she claimed all 4 off-road vehicles and 1 bus, stacking them neatly in her space like a game of Tetris. Continuing her exploration, she found that the large containers primarily housed ores, coal, and fertilizers, all of which she promptly collected. At this point, Jiang Nua had accumulated only a small portion of the items, yet fatigue began to set in. The oppressive heat from the midday sun by the seaside made her feel dizzy. Previously, even in the harsh sunlight at the harbor, the sea breeze would provide some relief. But today, the dock was devoid of any wind, leaving her exposed to the relentless sun's scorching rays and the stifling, salty air. She could not recall how she had felt on this day in her previous life, but everything seemed awry now. The steel containers, heated to an unbearable temperature by the sun, made resting against them impossible. Scanning her surroundings, she spotted a large forklift in the distance, its windows wide open, offering some shade from the sun. Climbing onto the vehicle, she squeezed through the window into the driver's seat. The metal was scorching, causing her hands to redden, but the driver's seat provided some refuge from the sun, albeit with a strong aroma of machine oil. She took a moment to drink half a bottle of ice water before closing her eyes and entering her space, allowing her consciousness to drift toward a tree. Feeling its branches and leaves rejuvenate her spirit. After retrieving 2 ice cubes to hold in her hands, she rested for 15 minutes, feeling somewhat revitalized before proceeding. Before leaving, Jiang Nua stored the forklift in her space, not neglecting the nearby large loader, and shortly after, she found a substantial truck, which she also collected. After more than an hour of labor, she finally arrived at a row of green containers. Upon examining the shipping list, excitement surged within her. The next 10 or so were refrigerated containers. There are 2 types, those equipped with refrigeration units and those without. The latter must be transported on refrigerated ships. But given the current weather, most containers were likely to have refrigeration units. These containers contained fresh fruits, vegetables, temperature-sensitive meats, seafood, pharmaceuticals, and beverages. Finally, she had found what she had been seeking. The shipping list provided detailed descriptions, and Jiang Nua eagerly photographed each page with her phone. One entire container filled with pharmaceuticals made her sweat with excitement, but a closer inspection left her somewhat disheartened, as the medications were mostly similar in nature, comprising several common categories, with half being animal vaccines of limited utility. Nevertheless, she resolved to collect them. Further along, she discovered an abundance of meats, including lamb chops and beef, several tons of each, with the export-quality beef undoubtedly being the finest. She collected them all, and to her delight, she also found seafood. Using bolt cutters, she opened the container, revealing shelves packed full of ice-fresh seafood, with a total of 2,000 boxes, ample supplies for local markets and those in surrounding cities. Chapter 24. The young man in black having gathered so much, Jiang Nua felt invigorated and pressed on without taking a lengthy break. The subsequent containers were filled with various handicrafts, which seemed largely impractical and took up space. Regrettably, she thought, even if these items were of little use, the containers themselves were incredibly valuable. With the rising popularity of container homes, they could provide shelter from the elements and resist moisture and cold. Thus, Jiang Nua had no choice but to collect these handicrafts as well. The last 2 containers contained industrial products, including mechanical parts, tires, machinery, and factory materials, as well as a plethora of electronic devices. Among the shipping list, she noted a batch of 3,000 drones, which brought her joy. In harsh environments, drones could replace humans for reconnaissance and transport small items, proving immensely convenient. Just as she intended to claim them all, she suddenly heard some noises, faint voices nearby. Instantly, her hair stood on end, and she instinctively stepped back, focusing her mind. Despite the burning pain of her hands against the scorching steel, she quietly climbed onto a container and took cover beneath a large plastic tarp draped over some cargo. Regaining her composure, she adjusted her breathing and retrieved a pair of binoculars from her space, peering through a small gap for a better view. Throughout her time at the dock, she had seen no one, so she had grown somewhat careless. Squinting her eyes, she considered the danger. Should someone discover her secret of making the massive containers vanish, they would likely resort to extreme measures. Listening carefully, she detected the sound of metal clashing in the distance. Following the sound, she adjusted the binoculars to get a clear view, and soon several figures came into sight. Among them was a tall young man dressed entirely in black, flanked by several burly individuals in gray work uniforms. They appeared to be about 200 meters away from her. Carefully recalling her movements, Jiang Nua realized she had made little noise while collecting items, and at this distance, they likely hadn't noticed her. These individuals seemed to have just arrived at the dock, having tossed their bags on the ground and now extracting scanning devices, folding carts, and a crowbar for forced entry. Jiang Nua furrowed her brow. They were evidently purposefully selecting items, scanning several containers before opening one to extract goods and load them onto the carts. However, they were only taking a few boxes, having moved only about 10 before breaking into another container. Certainly, Jiang Nua soon realized that it was not a matter of reluctance on their part to finish moving, but rather that a thorough search had resulted in all the carts being filled to the brim. Several individuals clad in gray work uniforms transported the carts away, presumably to unload their cargo, only to return with empty carts to continue the loading process. Jiang Nua remained motionless, observing quietly from a distance. She surmised that these individuals would soon depart. They had limited space and could only select items to take, and the number of arrivals was not substantial, indicating that their intentions were likely modest. Throughout this time, the young man in black stood silently beside her, neither participating in the search nor the moving, clearly indicating his role as either an employer or a leader. One of the men in gray scanned several containers before finally pausing to approach the young man in black, speaking to him. At last, the young man in black moved towards a small container. Jiang Nura adjusted the focus of her binoculars to scrutinize the scene. The container appeared unusual, completely sealed and encased in multiple layers of steel, impervious even after numerous strikes with an axe. The young man in black remained silent as he drew a long knife from its sheath. Without hesitation, he struck at the junction of the container, cleaving it open. After several more strikes, he created an entrance. Still without uttering a word, he sheathed his knife and stood quietly. The men in gray quickly rushed forward, prying and hacking to enlarge the opening for entry, and swiftly made their way inside. Jiang Nua furrowed her brow. The recent scene struck her as peculiar, as if the ordinary world had been infiltrated by an odd narrative that did not belong. To observe more clearly, she cautiously aimed her binoculars at the young man in black. It was imperative to recognize his face in case they crossed paths in the future. As she focused the lens, she was taken aback by his youth. Initially, she had assumed that this efficient and well-trained group would have a leader of considerable age. Yet before her was a remarkably youthful visage. His expression was calm, his gaze indifferent, an exceptionally handsome face devoid of unnecessary embellishments. Everything about him seemed perfectly proportioned. And this face was vividly visible through her binoculars. Jiang Nua found herself unable to ascertain his exact age or the nature of his group. Instinctively, she scrutinized him further through the binoculars, seeking to glean some detail, only to find that he appeared to notice something, turning his gaze in her direction. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Nua was certain he had looked toward her. Their eyes met across a distance of 200 meters, through the minuscule gap in the plastic covering, almost locking onto each other through the lens. Jiang Nua quickly regained her composure, retracting the binoculars and concealing herself completely. Would she be discovered from such a distance? That would be exceedingly perceptive. In her mind, she calculated the potential outcomes. If he did notice her and conflict ensued, how could she prevail? Did she have any chance? Could she release all the containers, unleashing thousands of tons of weight upon him? With his agility, could he evade it or retaliate? Jiang Nua urged herself to remain calm, listening intently to the sounds outside, and once more raised the binoculars, peering through the narrow opening. The group was still present. It appeared that the young man in black had uncovered something significant within the container he had previously opened, as several men in gray carefully cradled 2 boxes. Upon seeing the boxes, the young man in black nodded slightly. Jiang Nua's heart raced. She realized the contents were undoubtedly extraordinary. After several boxes were carried away, the young man in black turned and left, while the others continued to transport their findings. Jiang Nua maintained her position unmoving, until she eventually heard the sound of an engine starting. Following the sound, she directed her binoculars to witness a truck departing. The dock returned to tranquility. Jiang Nua did not immediately emerge, continuing to hide beneath the plastic. It was exceedingly hot, so she retrieved some ice from her space and placed it beside her, the cool air providing much-needed relief from the heat. After approximately half an hour, she stepped out. Scanning her surroundings, Jiang Nua suddenly declared, "Come out. I know you've discovered me." No one responded. She called out more sternly, "Show yourselves." Yet still, there was no reply. Well, although this behavior felt somewhat embarrassing, caution was never misplaced. As long as she remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness belonged entirely to the absence of others. Jiang Nua cleared her throat twice, sheathed her knife back into her space, and took a few sips of water. It appeared that the group had indeed departed. Jiang Nua walked straight towards the direction they had taken, curious about what they had been seeking. for containers had been opened, all of which were rather special. They were mostly empty. Unlike the others that were filled to capacity, these contained less than a fifth of their potential space. They had only taken a portion, leaving some behind. It seemed they had chosen selectively based on necessity, as the truck could not accommodate too much. Entering one of the relatively empty containers, the first contained some metal plates. Jiang Noah examined the material, noting that the packing list provided no description. The plates varied in size, with the larger ones measuring over 2 meters and the smaller ones under 1 meter. She took out her most reliable dagger and scratched the surface of the metal plates, finding that it hardly left a mark. With greater force, she managed to etch a line, but the blade suffered slight damage, causing her to retract her hand in distress. Excellent materials, Jiang Noah thought, as she collected the plates and the entire container into her space. In another container, there were some inconspicuous gray fabrics, resembling the uniforms worn by the men, cool to the touch and quite pleasant. There was little fabric left, as most had already been taken. She decided to collect these as well. In another container, based on the packing list, Jiang Noah discerned its significance. It was filled with various chemical liquids and powders, carefully stored in glass and plastic bottles, all neatly arranged in wooden boxes. Without daring to touch, she secured the locks from the outside and collected everything into her space. Finally, she approached the container that the young man in black had sliced open. The most intriguing of all, likely the true objective of the group. Upon entering, she immediately spotted a large safe, now open, revealing an empty box inside. She picked up the box to inspect it. It was made of solid wood and felt surprisingly heavy, as if it were crafted from metal rather than wood. The surface was adorned with intricate patterns, which she recognized as cloud motifs, with a fierce beast depicted in the center, its expression vividly lifelike. Clearly, it was no ordinary box. This box was about 1.5 meters long, reminiscent of a legendary sword case, yet it was empty, apparently taken by those individuals. Regrettably, the binoculars had not allowed her to see its true nature earlier. It was likely the primary target of their endeavor. Besides the safe, there were several ordinary wooden boxes, which upon opening revealed an assortment of knives, predominantly daggers. Jiang Noah retrieved one, finding it reasonably balanced and not particularly heavy. She tested it against a regular wooden box, noting its sharpness, although it did not compare to her favorite steel knife. However, the quantity was impressive, about 30 or so, in various sizes. Although these were the leftovers rejected by the young man in black, Jiang Noah had no qualms about taking them all, cheerfully collecting them along with the empty wooden box, which she deemed beautiful enough to place on her vanity in her space. Well, it can be considered the first addition to the small cabin. After collecting this pile, the dock was nearly cleared, leaving only 2 containers filled with an unknown ore, which Jiang Noah decided to take as well. A rough estimate indicated that over 10,000 containers had been gathered. Additionally, all the tools and transport vehicles at the dock had been removed, rendering the area barren, with all containers taken away. This was largely due to prolonged high temperatures that had stifled many industries, resulting in a significant reduction in the dock's throughput. Otherwise, there could have been several times more supplies. As Jiang Noah departed the dock and returned to her vehicle, she activated the air conditioning, retrieved some food and water from her storage, and took a moment to rest. Afterward, she entered her space to rearrange her belongings, creating a larger area. Upon reopening her eyes, she felt her mental and physical energies restored and started the car to leave. It was now 7 p.m., and the fiery sun continued to scorch the earth, offering no hint of the impending night. Driving along the coastal highway, Jiang Noah gazed at the sea, which appeared as if dyed, merging with the sky into a fiery panorama, with majestic red clouds sprawling across the heavens, a sight both breathtaking and awe-inspiring. After taking in the beauty, she decisively turned onto the road back to town. On her journey back, after nearly half an hour of driving, Jiang Noah noticed a construction materials factory and a furniture factory by the roadside. All the street lights were extinguished, and with the dim light remaining, she saw that the main gate was ajar. Being close to the coast, it was the first line to be submerged. Any useful items were worth salvaging. As she approached, she discovered several warehouses. Alighting from her vehicle, she noted the eerie silence, with not a soul in sight, indicating the factory had likely been inactive for quite some time. However, recalling the earlier group of individuals, she felt a surge of caution, drawing her knife and flashlight as she cautiously moved closer. Inside the warehouses, she found an orderly array of construction materials, stones, ceramics, timber, and various colored cut glass, neatly stacked or boxed. Jiang Nua meticulously collected everything, traversing through all the warehouses. Exiting the warehouses, she spotted several storefronts. Such shops were typically operated by the manufacturers themselves, designed for simultaneous production and sales. Jiang Nua forcefully broke the locks, opened the roll-up doors, and with her flashlight, confirmed that the interiors were indeed stocked with renovation supplies, faucets, vanity cabinets, paints, and wallpapers. With limited time, she swiftly gathered everything into her storage, knowing there would be a future need for these items. Exiting through the back door, she encountered another factory. As darkness deepened, she had barely taken a few steps inside when she accidentally kicked something with her foot. It turned out to be a chain. Instantly alert, she followed the chain with her flashlight, discovering at the other end, curled in a corner, a border collie wearing a collar. The border collie, known for its exceptional intelligence among dog breeds, typically displays black and white, golden, or rare meteorite-colored fur. This particular dog, a rare meteorite-colored specimen, was still alive, lying on the ground with its chain tethered to a hook embedded in the wall, which appeared slightly loose, as if it had been yanked forcefully. Its emaciated form was visibly pronounced, suffering from days without food and the oppressive heat. Yet, upon noticing a stranger, the border collie squinted its eyes and emitted a low growl. The defining characteristic of a herding dog like the border collie is its ability to shepherd with mere eye contact, its lowered posture and unwavering gaze ingrained with the primal instincts of a wolf. Despite its gaunt appearance and matted fur, Jiang Nua could discern that this was once a magnificent specimen. Before the apocalypse, a border collie of this meteorite color could fetch tens of thousands in competitive markets. And if it were a direct descendant of an award-winning lineage, the price could multiply significantly. Wondering why its previous owner had abandoned it here to fend for itself, Jiang Nua retrieved an iron axe from her storage and approached the border collie slowly. It lowered its body and took a hesitant step back. Just as Jiang Nua raised the axe, the dog instinctively shut its eyes, bracing for impact, but instead of the anticipated pain, it felt the metallic clang of the chain being severed. Jiang Nua placed a generous amount of dog food and other sustenance before it. The dog looked at her in confusion, and even on the brink of starvation, it hesitated to accept food from an intruder. "Good boy," Jiang Nua murmured, wishing to stroke it, yet merely thought of doing so. "Go ahead and eat." After a long moment of mutual staring, the border collie finally approached the food, lowering its head to eat. Jiang Nua softly said, "You should leave. Your owner wants to return, and this place will soon vanish." Subsequently, she entered the warehouse. This factory primarily produced wooden furniture, though not large. It was filled with numerous items. Unable to take everything, she planned to return to the city for more supplies, such as supermarkets and hardware stores, and needed to reserve some space. Therefore, she selected several comfortable sofas, soft beds, and tables and chairs for her storage. She also gathered all solid wood furniture and 100 tons of raw timber outside, leaving behind only low-end boards and lesser-quality items. When she emerged, she found the border collie had finished the food but had not left, still waiting for its owner despite the chain being broken. A pang of sadness struck Jiang Nua. "Do you still believe in humanity?" She pondered, gazing into its eyes, feeling an inexplicable connection, as if the dog could understand her. "But I no longer do." The border collie remained stubbornly in place, its glossy black eyes looking at her with an innocent, yet resolute expression. With a sigh, Jiang Nua realized she had no time to linger. She left behind a large bag of dog food and water before departing in her vehicle. By the time she returned to the city, it was already past 1 in the morning, yet the streets were bustling, even more crowded than usual. Jiang Nua first drove into a gas station, feeling a long-forgotten coolness fill the air, pleasantly refreshing, as she checked her phone to find the temperature down to 30 degrees. Only 30 degrees, she thought, reflecting on how just months ago, such a statement would have been met with disbelief, yet now, it sparked excitement among the people. The entertainment shops remained closed, and the night food stalls were still inactive, but the populace was nonetheless exhilarated, strolling the streets at this hour to relish the comfortable temperature. The hard days have finally come to an end," she heard someone exclaim. "It's really cooler now. If it rains, everything will be all right." Almost every store was open, various small shops and supermarkets bustling with activity, though essentials like grains and vegetables were still out of stock, and some items were limited to purchases. Yet the city seemed to have regained its vitality overnight. Seizing a moment, Jiang Nua headed to the Old City's West District. having prepared in advance. This area housed a wholesale grocery market and several underground warehouses. Situated in a low-lying region, heavy rain could inundate the roads within hours. When the torrential rains hit at dawn, the underground warehouses would quickly be submerged. In her previous life, it took several days of downpour before the entire city lost power. But many individuals in the West District went missing the next day, particularly near the wholesale market, where high-voltage electrical hazards rendered the submerged goods irretrievable, leading to their abandonment. Jiang Noa raced against time, determined to salvage as much as possible. She parked within the wholesale market, which had been closed for over half a month. The hundreds of small shops locked tight, shrouded in darkness. With her flashlight in hand, she explored the interior, discovering that many shops had been broken into, their contents thoroughly looted. Recently, the situation has grown increasingly chaotic. The closed markets have already been plundered by certain gangs, primarily targeting food vendors. Various snacks, bread, pastries, and candies have become nearly invisible in the market. It is likely that even if they were not robbed, the store owners have retreated back home. Upon arriving at an underground warehouse, Jiang Nua forcefully pried open the lock. The warehouse contained a sparse and disordered collection of items, yet after a thorough search, she made considerable discoveries. First, she found over 50 boxes of disinfectants, soaps, and laundry detergents. There were also more than 70 boxes of various stationery supplies, including paper, pens, notebooks, and folders. The most abundant items were small electrical appliances such as fans, heaters, electric blankets, hot water bottles, razors, hair dryers, table lamps, light bulbs, power strips, and electric kettles, totaling over 130 boxes. Additionally, there were various plastic household items like brooms, buckets, cups, and toothbrushes, as well as textiles including bed covers, blankets, and sofa cushions. Although the quality of these textiles was inferior to that found in supermarkets, their sheer quantity promised future utility. All these soon-to-be disappeared items were stored away. After clearing the warehouse, Jiang Nua proceeded to the market. The vast expanse of the market had little of use left, but she had pinpointed a hardware store. She meticulously gathered various hardware components, tools, and pipes. This prompted her to reminisce about her past life, where she had worked in a mid-sized base. Back then, repairing a pump required significant effort. All it truly needed were suitable tools and screws, which could have been resolved in a matter of days. Unfortunately, the base was incapable of producing screws, forcing them to twist wire instead. She vividly recalled the blisters that covered her hands after 10 days of labor, her nails falling off, and the absence of anti-inflammatory medication. The fear of blister infections in the sweltering heat loomed large, leaving them reliant on their immune systems while their bodies quickly deteriorated. Who could have imagined that these seemingly insignificant items would become so essential? After collecting items from the hardware store, Jiang Nua intended to leave, but noticed a door within the shop, previously concealed, with a heavy-duty bolt cutter. She unlocked it and discovered it led to another store, one that had all its doors and windows sealed with metal sheets, rendering it invisible from the outside. This was a tobacco and alcohol shop, where such luxuries had become rare commodities in the apocalypse. Naturally, she collected everything inside into her storage space. Chapter 26. Welcome to the apocalypse. After a busy night, she returned her vehicle and departed the wholesale market, only to realize it was already 4 a.m. In just over an hour, a torrential downpour was expected. Jiang Noa pondered. Even if it rained, it would take several hours for water to accumulate, and she could not return home just yet. Time was of the essence for her continued scavenging, as many items left behind would surely be ruined by the rain. Thus, she turned her vehicle toward a nearby supermarket. This was an imported goods warehouse supermarket, the largest in the city, where the bulk buying model meant that everything was sold in large quantities. The supermarket spanned 3 floors, vast yet situated in a low-lying area, making it susceptible to flooding shortly after heavy rainfall. Now was the time to gather supplies before they vanished completely. At around 4 a.m., the supermarket was closed. Yet as Jiang Noa approached, she found the side door wide open, evidently forced open by someone. The alarm had been smashed, and shards of glass littered the ground. Essential goods and fresh produce were located on the basement floor, and upon entering, she discovered that almost everything had been taken. With 2 groups of people fighting over the remaining food, Jiang Nua shook her head. These individuals had arrived too late, emboldened to fight for the last scraps of fresh fruits and meats. Though the apocalypse had not officially begun, disorder had already set in. With food supplies dwindling and prices soaring, many had resorted to various means of hoarding, hoping to profit from the situation. Yet not long after, the money they earned would turn to worthless paper. As she prepared to leave the first floor, Jong Noah was confronted by two individuals. Little girl, out so late at night, are you here to steal from the supermarket? She glanced at them. Two lean men of average height who were part of a group of four, having just driven off another trio. What have you taken? Share with your brother. One of them continued to approach her, sizing her up. You look rather innocent. Let me take care of you. The man reached out his hand. Jong Nua's gaze turned icy. With a swift movement, she drew a dagger, brandishing it towards him while quickly retreating 2 steps. A scream erupted as the man felt a long gash slice across his arm, blood immediately spilling forth. The onlookers were stunned. After all their brawling, this woman had just drawn a knife and attacked. Was she out of her mind? You're asking for death. The man, infuriated yet in pain, could only curse while clutching his arm. Hold this woman down. If I don't make her bleed today, I'll write my name backward. Ignoring his threats, Jong Noah turned her attention to his companions. Are you all going to help him? She remained calm, no longer afraid of taking a life. These miscreants were hardly a threat. The men exchanged glances, hesitating. I haven't taken anything. My bag is empty. There's nothing you'd want from me. He provoked me first, and I merely retaliated. If you insist on a fight, you might end up giving your spoils to someone else. Her words evidently swayed their stance. They had relied on their numbers to seize these supplies, but with one injured, they now had a liability. Moving those goods would be nearly impossible for him, and encountering the earlier trio again could jeopardize their haul. Realizing this, the man with a gold chain, clearly the leader, gritted his teeth. Forget it. Let us take what we have and go. Go where? The injured man grimaced in pain, drenched in cold sweat. Are you really going to let a woman scare you off? If we don't deal with her today, you'll always be under her thumb. Enough. You brought this upon yourself. Stop talking nonsense, and let us go. The man with the gold chain shot him a glare, signaling the others to push their loaded carts away. The injured man watched helplessly as his companions nearly abandoned him, his face darkening with rage. Ultimately, he could only swear as he followed behind. During this brief moment of potential discord, Jong Noah made her way to the second floor. It was now past 4:40 a.m., and she needed to gather her items quickly before returning home. Every minute was precious and not worth wasting on trivialities. The second floor was stocked with daily necessities, shrouded in darkness, due to the lights being off. Jong Noah concealed herself in the shadows, using her flashlight to survey the area. This vast supermarket floor was deserted. Aside from the completely emptied toilet paper shelves, many items were already out of stock. Yet the majority remained available. Clothing for all ages, shoes, towels, skincare products, and various cooking utensils were plentiful. With no time to be selective, Jong Noah collected everything from the shelves. The sheer size of the supermarket meant that clearing this floor alone took half an hour, and it was now 5:18 a.m. After emptying the second floor, she proceeded to the third. The lights on the third floor were illuminated, sending a shiver down Jong Nua's spine. The illumination indicated that someone had been there recently, perhaps still lingering. As this floor was closer to the exit and more visible, she steeled herself, opting to selectively gather items rather than indiscriminately clear entire shelves. The shelves stocked with snacks, canned goods, and instant meals were nearly empty, possibly ransacked or depleted by citizens hoarding supplies prior to the chaos. Cautiously, she proceeded down the aisles, selectively picking a few items. Suddenly, she caught sight of a figure. Jong Noah halted abruptly, concealing herself behind a shelf to observe. The individual was clad entirely in black and stood tall. Even before he turned around, a sense of dread gripped her heart. When he finally faced her, she held her breath, realizing it was the same young man she had seen earlier, brandishing a knife. Jong Noah was startled to come face to face with him, her heart racing, the feeling of danger making her skin crawl. However, she maintained a stoic expression, glaring at him with a cold gaze to convey that she was not to be trifled with. The young man carried a large backpack. At this hour, he must also be scavenging. They were akin to one another, and it was best to coexist peacefully. The young man's perceptive nature was evident, as he had clearly noticed her presence. He glanced her way, his eyes strikingly dark and calm, yet Jong Noah had no inclination to appreciate their beauty, only a heightened sense of wariness. She wished to avoid any interaction with him. He studied her for a moment before turning his gaze away. seemingly indifferent to everything around him. He took a few steps towards the shelf and, unlike the frenzied crowd, he was purposefully searching for specific items. Under her watchful gaze, he collected all the dry batteries, stowing them away in his bag. Finally, he looked back at her. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Nuo felt he had something to say. Yet he remained silent and walked away. Once he had distanced himself, she approached the shelf, noting that various types of dry batteries were still available. What could this mean? Was he leaving them for her? A sense of unease washed over her, and she recalled the young man's gaze from the dock, magnified by the distance. It was impossible for him to have seen her, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that he had.
Yang mos berat fuitskened.
What should she do? He had to be nearby. Should she confront him? That thought flitted away, swiftly dismissed. Thus far, he had shown no hostility, and his strength was inscrutable. Seeking confrontation would be tantamount to courting disaster. He had vacated the supermarket, allowing Zhang Nuo to exhale in relief. As for the batteries he had seemingly left for her, she decided to take them. If he was willing to share, why should she hesitate? She gathered the batteries into her canvas bag and slung it over her shoulder. In a world like this, dry batteries were not essential supplies, as they couldn't be consumed or drunk, and one's focus would rightly be on survival. However, if one had an abundance of resources, they could indeed prove useful. After the young man's departure, the third floor appeared to be deserted. Zhang Nuo felt emboldened, collecting everything from nearby shelves. After a few meters, she entered the appliance section, gathering air conditioners, refrigerators, televisions, fans, and washing machines. She even took some mountain bikes, regular bicycles, skateboards, and sleds. Once her collection was complete, fatigue washed over her, and she leaned against the wall, her consciousness drifting into her space, drawing nearer to the towering tree within. Moments later, she exited that realm, retrieved a chocolate bar, and consumed it, feeling revitalized before venturing outside. In haste, she broke into the storeroom of the supermarket. It was expansive and dark, void of light. In the shadows, she collected everything within the storeroom, moving swiftly as she lost count of the items, including the shelves. The shelves contained small items, but as she ventured further inside, she encountered mountains of large goods, all packed in cardboard boxes, stacked high and heavy, some separated by wooden dividers while others were not. With a flashlight in hand, she meticulously gathered everything in the darkness. When fatigue set in, she took a sip from her water source in the space and finally located the cold storage. The cold storage was locked, so she retrieved a cutting tool to unlock it. Once inside, she collected seafood, frozen goods, meats, drinks, frozen foods, and yogurt. She even gathered all the ice, along with various carts and ladders, leaving nothing behind. After finishing, she hurriedly exited. Before she could leave the supermarket, a sudden, thunderous clap echoed from the sky. Thunder had struck. She rushed outside, the terrifying thunderbolts illuminating the darkness like silver serpents, causing the surroundings to brighten instantaneously. With each crack of thunder, the long-awaited rain finally fell after 3 months of oppressive heat. Heavy raindrops pelted down. Some people, awakened from their slumber, burst into cheers upon seeing the rain, their jubilant sounds reverberating through every neighborhood and street. Some even dashed into the rain clad in pajamas, reveling in the joyous celebration. Finally, the rain had come. Temperatures would drop. No longer would they endure the terrifying heat of over 50 degrees. No more would lives be lost to the heat, nor would fires rage. Tomorrow would bring renewal. Work would resume. Gatherings would occur. Shopping, singing, hot pot, drinking, traveling, flying, and the enjoyment of life would return. If it were not for the early hour, everyone would be out celebrating. Zhang Nuo silently gazed at the dark sky and the rain-soaked streets, the bustling signs, making an effort to memorize the city's final visage. Welcome to the apocalypse, she thought to herself. Chapter 27. A fortuitous encounter. Zhang Nuo retrieved a raincoat from her space, donning it while still carrying the canvas bag filled with dry batteries. There was no other reason. It was raining, and she needed to return home swiftly. There was nothing of value left to take, and her visit would raise no suspicion. The downpour was relentless. As if the heavens had opened up, the raindrops creating a cacophony on the ground. Zhang Nuo's vehicle was parked roadside, but she remained on the 3rd floor. For the sake of safety, she opted for the stairs instead of the elevator. The stairwell was dimly lit, but the green safety lights were illuminated. As she stepped inside, she encountered another individual. In a narrow passage, the man in black, burdened by his hefty bag, unexpectedly crossed paths with Jiang Nua on the staircase. The dim light barely revealed his silhouette, but his towering stature exuded an inexplicable sense of pressure. Strangely, despite the darkness, the tranquility in his gaze conveyed both strength and harmlessness. She frowned, remaining still. She would not allow a stranger to walk behind her. The man in black appeared indifferent to her presence and continued down the stairs. Jiang Nua followed at a distance, discreetly gripping her dagger. Maintaining a safe distance, they descended the staircase, and as Jiang Nua approached the exit, she noticed the man's pace falter, as if he had detected something. He then altered his course towards the parking lot. This reaction piqued Jiang Nua's interest. Was there something amiss ahead? Should she proceed or follow his lead? A thought crossed her mind, but she decided against exiting. Jiang Nua trailed behind him, and as they neared the parking lot, she realized that mere minutes after the rain began, the basement was already flooding, likely due to the area's topography and drainage system. Approaching the parking lot, she discovered that the basement exit was locked, and frantic cries for help echoed from within. Kick the door open.
Is anyone out there?
Open the door. We're drowning. The water is rising so fast. Jiang Nua's brow furrowed slightly as she discerned that there were quite a few individuals trapped inside, approximately 7 or 8, all of whom were frantically kicking the door. However, the door remained securely locked and submerged in water. Their efforts were futile. The water level was rising rapidly, and in their despair, they became increasingly powerless. Among the voices, one was particularly familiar. It belonged to the man she had previously wounded when he attempted to provoke her. She had no intention of meddling further, let alone rescuing a scoundrel. The man in black discarded his backpack by the roadside and approached with a knife in hand. Jiang Nua caught sight of the peculiar blade again. It was approximately 1 meter long with a somewhat broad edge, appearing deceptively unimpressive. Yet, with a single swing, it effortlessly severed the steel lock, shattering it. Jiang Nua was undeniably shaken. Had she possessed an electric axe, she too could have breached the lock. But it certainly wouldn't have been so effortless. This knife was formidable. Her gaze lingered on it, igniting a spark of interest within her, when suddenly, she heard screams from inside. The power's out. The power's out. Indeed, a cluster of sparks flickered within, prompting a chorus of desperate cries. It's over. We're getting electrocuted. Get out quickly. Without hesitation, the man in black pushed the door open. At that moment, the water surged in more violently, rendering humanity powerless against nature. Despite the robust physiques of those inside, they were swiftly overwhelmed by the incoming water. The man in black acted decisively, grabbing 2 individuals and tossing them aside so they could cling to the door while he gradually made his escape. The darkness obscured Jiang Nua's view, and she could not discern the unfolding events clearly. In a swift motion, he seized another person, dragging him against the current as if hauling a lightweight sack. She took a few steps back, preparing to discreetly depart, merely seeking to ascertain the depth of the situation. At that moment, the man adorned with a gold chain emerged, scrambling out in a panic while cursing, "Damn it. Everything was washed away. We didn't salvage a thing. What a wasted trip." It couldn't have rained earlier or later, but it had to be now. His companions followed closely, yet Jiang Nua did not spot the man she had injured. He was likely hindered by his wound and abandoned in the chaos, probably drowned below. As the gold chain-wearer vented his frustration, he caught sight of the backpack abandoned by the man in black, his eyes gleaming with greed as he reached for it. "Wait. That might belong to the guy who just saved us," one of his companions cautioned. "That person could be dangerous. What's there to be afraid of? This is all we have left." The gold chain-wearer retorted, seizing the bag and attempting to flee. However, the weight of the bag, filled with items, proved burdensome. He struggled to lift it, eventually twisting his body to hoist it onto his back. After taking a few steps, he collided directly with Jiang Nua. Both he and his companion fixated on Jiang Nua and her canvas bag, which clearly contained some valuables. With all their supplies washed away, meat, fruits, and other scarce resources now worth a fortune, they were consumed by anger and desperation, their eyes glinting like famished wolves spotting a bone as they advanced toward her. "You let me go before, but now you dare to steal from us?" The gold chain-wearer reached out to snatch her belongings. "You whore. I'll remember the debt owed to my brother." Before he could approach, Jiang Nua struck first, delivering a powerful kick to his groin. "Ah!" He gasped in pain, doubling over just as Jiang Nua's dagger sliced deeply across his back. She noted distinctly that these men were unarmed and had just emerged from the water. Their strength nearly depleted. It was the perfect opportunity for her to hone her combat skills and regain her edge. Soaked through, the gold chain wearer bled profusely, quickly transforming into a crimson figure. Damn it! He howled in agony, his pain igniting a feral rage as he lunged at her. His companion, recovering from the shock, drew a knife to strike at Jiang Nua, but his clumsy, frantic movements provided her with an opening. She swiftly sidestepped and plunged her dagger into his shoulder. His agonized screams echoed through the air. Jiang Nua took a step back, preparing to deliver another blow when the man in black arrived, swiftly incapacitating the assailant with a single strike. Jiang Nua assessed him coolly, weighing his intentions. He remained silent, delivering a similar fate to the gold chain wearer. With both men sprawled on the ground, blood mingled with the rainwater, initially staining the ground crimson before being washed away. The underground parking lot flooded rapidly, and while others fled, these two lay unconscious, oblivious to their impending doom. The man in black, however, spared them no further glance. He cast a fleeting glance at the canvas bag slung over Jiang Nua's shoulder, said nothing, and bent to retrieve his backpack, seemingly intent on departing. Jiang Nua, too, had nothing to say, sheathed her knife, and stepped out. Suddenly, the man in black produced an object and extended it toward her. Jiang Nua instinctively retreated a couple of steps, maintaining a safe distance, yet before she could comprehend the situation, he had inexplicably closed the gap. By the time she realized what had transpired, she found herself holding a cold, metallic object. Upon inspection, it revealed itself to be a compact handgun, a Beretta BU-9 Nano. Jiang Nua recognized this weapon, having encountered it once in the apocalyptic landscape. It was reputedly one of the most common handguns in Western countries, small, easily portable, and with a sufficient magazine capacity of 10 rounds. In a firefight, it could provide substantial suppressive fire, significantly increasing survival odds during an escape. Jiang Nua was momentarily taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. After presenting the firearm, the man in black remained silent, merely observing her before turning to leave. Jiang Nua regained her composure and exited, catching sight of him boarding a vehicle in the distance. Without hesitation, she hastened back to her own car. Truth be told, she was perplexed as to why he had gifted her a gun. The situation felt exceedingly strange. Glancing at the weapon in her hands, she gave a wry smile before stowing it away in her spatial pouch. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind regarding the bag of dog food she had left for the border collie at the factory entrance. In retrospect, his actions may have mirrored her own at that moment, an act of convenience. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt relieved that he was not an enemy, for that would have posed a significant challenge. The rain fell heavily, shrouding visibility, and Jiang Nua struggled to see a few meters ahead as she drove. Water accumulated swiftly on the roads, but fortunately, the residential area she had chosen was elevated, allowing her to navigate toward home with less difficulty. Moreover, being a high-end community with recently constructed roads, her journey back was relatively smooth. After parking in a secluded spot, she concealed her vehicle in her spatial pouch. For the foreseeable future, the car would serve little purpose. Unlocking multiple security doors, Jiang Nua finally arrived home. After 20 hours of wandering outside, she had barely managed to recover her energy with the aid of the spatial spring water. Yet, despite this, upon returning to the safety and familiarity of her abode, she felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over her. Checking the time, she noted it was 6:26 p.m. Xiao Noa, where have you been? Yuruahua, already awake, had risen early. You didn't return home last night, and with such heavy rain, I was just about to call you. I was out handling some matters. Jiang Noa replied, removing her raincoat and handing it to Yuruahua, who promptly shook off the water and hung it on the balcony to dry. It's raining. How wonderful! Yuruahua exclaimed from the balcony, her joy evident as she gazed outside. Finally, it's cooling down. Perhaps everything will return to normal now. Who knows? Jiang Nua murmured softly, turning to her mother with a serious look. Mom, the rain is quite heavy, and when I returned, there was already a lot of water outside.
Please don't go out.
Alas, I pondered, what compels one to venture out into such torrential rain? With the deluge pouring relentlessly, seeking shelter becomes paramount. And with a well-stocked pantry at home, I certainly would not step outside. Yuruahua smiled, acknowledging my thoughts. It was then that Jiang Nua nodded, feeling a bit fatigued, and resolved to take a brief respite before continuing her day. Chapter 28. The rain persists. The rain cascaded down in torrents, as if it were free of cost, continuously drenching the earth below. Shops situated in low-lying areas were inundated, while the streets transformed into vast bodies of water, submerging numerous vehicles and rendering many ground-floor apartments uninhabitable. Fortunately, Zhongnua's vicinity had yet to experience flooding, and all electrical facilities continued to function normally. Upon awakening, she discovered that dusk had settled. Having indulged in a lengthy slumber of 13 hours, Yu Ruohua was still gazing out from the balcony. Upon noticing Zhongnua's wakefulness, she beckoned her to join for a meal. Zhongnua, somewhat disoriented from her deep sleep and lacking appetite, was offered a plate of sliced watermelon to help ease her back to consciousness. These past few days, I wonder what you have been occupied with. In such sweltering heat, you were constantly outdoors. Now, at last, you can take a breather, Yu Ruohua remarked, observing Zhongnua's face, which appeared to be a healthy shade of rosy white. Did you perhaps wear makeup while you slept? Zhongnua, perched on the sofa and nibbling on watermelon, replied, No, when have I ever worn makeup? In truth, she had attempted it when she first entered the workforce, but her efforts had fallen short of expectations, prompting her to abandon the endeavor. Nevertheless, this was the second time her mother had made such a comment. Mothers possess an uncanny understanding of their daughters. Perhaps it was not merely a mother's bias, but rather that she had genuinely become fairer. Could this transformation be attributed to the spring water from her space? Since her mother had consumed it, her condition had visibly improved. Outside, the rain continued to fall incessantly, leading to further accumulation of water. With few daring to venture out, Zhongnua decided to unwind and relax, engaging in light exercise before lounging on the sofa, sipping milk tea while watching television. Yu Ruohua, feeling sympathy for her daughter's relentless schedule over the past 2 months, occasionally brought in snacks for her. Thus, the first day of the apocalypse was spent in this languid manner. The rain persisted for 24 hours, and social media was inundated with images of flooding from both domestic and international cities, as if the world had transformed overnight into a water city. Many households faced flooding, and with the relentless downpour showing no signs of abating, some began seeking assistance online or within their community groups. The streets were awash with deep water, rendering most vehicles inoperable and creating perilous conditions, with the number of missing persons steadily rising. Authorities could only advise citizens to seek refuge in higher floors. Nevertheless, the overall sentiment remained optimistic. Many had stocked up on food supplies in anticipation of such events, believing that the rain could not possibly last like the heat waves had, as that would defy logic. They felt assured that if they could endure a day or two, normalcy would eventually return. However, pessimists voiced differing opinions, speculating that the apocalypse was upon them and urging others to stockpile food and seek shelter on higher floors, as the deluge could persist for an extended period, much like the heat had. Yet, these warnings were swiftly mocked and dismissed by prominent figures online, who ridiculed the naivety of the alarmists, suggesting that one would not make such foolish claims after a basic education. Nonetheless, many supported the dissenting voices, recalling how the temperature had soared to 40 degrees, then to 50, and how the heat had lingered for an entire month. What was truly impossible? Amidst the chaos, Zhongnua's community began experiencing flooding. The basement garage was the first to suffer, filling with rainwater before midnight, followed by significant water ingress on the ground floor. Residents and property management were kept awake throughout the night, frantically relocating valuables to the fire escape, creating a cacophony of distress. Yet the downpour did not relent as anticipated. Within 3 days, the entire ground floor was thoroughly submerged and widespread power outages occurred. Fortunately, the electrical infrastructure of Zhongnua's community was situated at a higher elevation, allowing for temporary electricity and running water. During this tumultuous time, the most animated discussions were not in the hallways, but rather within the owners' group. Residents of the flooded ground floor had taken to sleeping in makeshift arrangements in the hallways and were nearing despair. Some compassionate owners suggested that those living on higher floors temporarily accommodate their neighbors until the waters receded, which was expected to be a matter of days at most. Ultimately, a kind elderly resident on the 7th floor agreed to take in those in need, as her children resided abroad, leaving her with vacant rooms. However, other ground floor residents in different buildings were not as fortunate. Despite being separated by mere walls, many did not even know their neighbors, and few were inclined to invite strangers into their homes. Ding dong. While exercising, Jong Nuo received a WeChat message from a girl. Her profile picture revealing a cheerful selfie, undoubtedly from Tan Ling. Jong Nuo had forgotten when she had added her contact. Over the past few days, the once quiet high school and college group chats had come alive, with notifications piling up to 99 unread messages. Classmates, some with whom she had lost touch, began reaching out, perhaps out of boredom or anxiety, eager to share updates. Tan Ling, Jong Nuo, do you have enough food at home? If not, feel free to come by and grab some. I live on the 6th floor. Jong Nuo hesitated before responding, thank you, but I have enough for now. Tan Ling continued. I heard you're living with just your mother? Jong Nuo frowned slightly, uncertain how Tan Ling had come to know that, and felt a twinge of defensiveness.
Who told you that?
Tan Ling replied, I saw it in the owners group. They have connections with the property management and are quite aware of our situations. There are only about 30 households in our unit. If the water rises further, they may need to accommodate those with fewer residents on the 2nd floor. Tan Ling added, there are only 2 of us in my household as well. My parents are in the capital, and I live here for school. They bought this apartment for me. But being alone is a bit frightening, so I invited my best friend to stay with me. Now, it's just us 2 girls, and it feels quite daunting. Jong Nuo had not previously known much about Tan Ling's circumstances, but deduced that her family was well off, as Wang Jianli, a man known for his lack of altruism, would not maintain contact with her otherwise. Tan Ling, by the way, if the water continues to rise, would you be willing to take in those from the lower floors? I'm feeling a bit scared, and having more people might make it less intimidating. Jong Nuo found this notion utterly absurd. You 2 are already frightened alone behind closed doors. Why would you invite strangers in, possibly including men? Tan Ling replied, it's not that terrifying. We all live in the same building and can look out for each other for a few days. Such an idea was sheer folly. And Jong Nuo could not help but roll her eyes. If you're scared, just lock your doors and find ways to protect yourself. Relying on others is futile. After sending her message, she tossed her phone aside, unwilling to engage further. If others wished to play the role of savior, that was their prerogative. But she had no desire to become embroiled in it. The rain continued unabated. Jong Nuo spent her days either exercising or lounging on the sofa, indulging in moments of relaxation with her cat, occasionally petting its head. The shows and movies she had previously lacked time to watch had accumulated, and now she could savor them at leisure. Many resources had been directly cached from websites, ensuring that even if the internet went down, the lively commentary would keep her entertained. Yu Ruohua, feeling the weight of monotony, prepared a variety of delightful meals for her daughter each day. As power outages and internet disruptions spread across the region, online discussions dwindled, yet the narrative of the apocalyptic flood had taken precedence in public discourse. Trapped at home with no outlet for their frustrations and devoid of conversation, residents voiced their pessimism within the community groups. At first, everyone believed that the heavy rain would soon cease, but a week has now passed, and the entire city has transformed into a vast expanse of water. The sky and earth have merged into a single entity through the relentless barrage of raindrops. The downpour not only continues, but seems to intensify. Chapter 29. Moments of Reflection. Yu Ruohua has begun to feel anxious. Sigh, I wonder when this rain will finally stop. Even if it does, everything will likely be submerged. Jong Nuo acknowledges that her mother possesses a certain foresight. Given the current situation, the crops in the fields are undoubtedly lost, and the national grain reserves are dwindling. So even if the flood recedes, the community will still face a severe food shortage. Moreover, this torrential rain shows no signs of abating in the near future. I wonder if our stock of meat and vegetables will suffice, Yu Ruohua mused. Xiao Noa, how about we start rationing our meat and consume more rice from today onward? Reduce our meals, especially the meat quota? Ha Mei was the first to object. After finally cooling down, you want to take away my meat? Absolutely not. Jong Nuo gently ruffled Ha Mei's hair, calming her down. Mom, you needn't worry about our food supplies, Jong Nuo reassured. We have plenty of grain. Plenty? Yu Ruohua replied. While we have enough rice and flour, at this rate, our vegetables will be gone in half a month. I've prepared some cured meats and sausages, which can last a while, but given the circumstances, it's wise to conserve. That's not what I meant, Jong Nuo said, pulling her mother to the 36th floor. As she opened the door to the 36th floor, Yu Ruohua's eyes widened in astonishment. You prepared all this? Yes, I did, Jong Nuo explained. This building was originally rented together with the 35th floor as a backup. With the apocalypse upon us, I felt it was time to reveal some truths. There is much more supplies than this. You needn't worry. I can explain everything you wish to know. Yu Ruohua, deep in thought, stared at the scene before her, eventually nodding. No wonder you were so busy recently. I thought everyone was working from home. Why was my daughter running around in the heat? And these layers of security doors, I used to find them bothersome, but now I realize how safe they are. With a touch of tenderness, she grasped Jiang Nua's hand. You don't need to explain anything to me. I trust you. As long as we are safe, that is enough for me. I may not have much education or cunning, but I understand. Jiang Nua felt a swell of emotion, her eyes glistening as she buried her head on her mother's shoulder. Regardless of past hardships, the presence of family is both her vulnerability and her armor. She whispered, Mom, I will protect you. Just trust me. Of course, I trust you. Who else would I trust but my own daughter? Yu Ruohua checked all the windows and doors on the 36th floor, ensuring they were securely shut. And only then did she feel at ease. After moving in for so long, she scrutinized the 2 floors once more, growing increasingly satisfied with her daughter's meticulousness. The stairs between the 34th and 35th floors had a security gate and an additional anti-theft door, while the passage from the 35th to the 36th had the same. The windows were reinforced with steel bars and fitted with bulletproof glass, providing maximum security. Thinking of the vegetables she had planted in the glass house on the rooftop, Yu Ruohua felt even more reassured. Mom, this rain isn't going to stop anytime soon, so prepare yourself mentally, Jiang Nua advised. Yu Ruohua sighed. How many lives will be lost? Jiang Nua pressed her lips together, refraining from responding. How many? One can only say many. The torrential rain had persisted for almost half a year, with brief pauses, but each time it returned with renewed ferocity. In the face of such natural disasters, people struggled to survive, crops perished, and many starved. When the seemingly endless rain finally ceased and the flood receded, the nation and various factions could finally breathe and begin establishing bases of varying sizes. However, when the bases first opened, they were chaotic. The one Jiang Nua had visited in her past life had initially only built walls, lacking even shelter from the wind. Each day, people had to work for food while facing continuous earthquakes and acid rain, resulting in many not surviving. It would take another year or 2 before the houses were built. Order was restored in the bases, and crops were cultivated, allowing for gradual stabilization. As the saying goes, a household with grain is a heart at ease. With her spirits lifted, Yu Ruohua no longer mentioned rationing meals. I'll go prepare dinner. Tonight we'll have ribs, half braised and half sweet and sour.
Yay! Ame exclaimed.
As Jiang Nura comfortably settled on the sofa, awaiting dinner, she realized her phone was unable to connect to the internet. While she had anticipated this outcome, she still felt a tinge of regret, knowing this disconnection would last at least a decade. Fortunately, the 5G signal might last a few more days. In truth, whether or not there was internet had become inconsequential. The vast majority were unable to connect, rendering it meaningless. The official notices primarily encouraged self-rescue and to remain calm while waiting for the flood to pass. Jiang Nua casually opened the homeowners group chat and saw that some residents were running low on their food supplies and were seeking assistance, offering to pay several times the usual price for food. Those with ample reserves began selling some of their stock. Noticing that Tan Ling was selling a bag of rice, Jiang Nua clicked on her friend circle and discovered a recent post. The water has reached the 2nd floor. When will it stop? Thank goodness for Dreamy the hamster. I stocked up enough supplies, or else I would be starving, accompanied by 2 photos, one a selfie and the other showcasing a small pile of provisions. Jiang Nua felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Even now, many refused to believe that social order would collapse. Some girls seemed to enjoy sharing everything on their friend circles. Soon, they would find themselves among the unfortunate. In the following 2 days, Jiang Nua focused on honing her combat skills. She envisioned conjuring a small dagger in her hand simultaneously as she struck, attacking and then returning it to her space, leaving her opponents bewildered as to how they had been harmed. She aimed to practice her martial techniques until they seamlessly merged into an assassination effect, but achieving such proficiency required immense practice. She acknowledged that the enigmatic young man in black had inspired her. Previously, she thought her survival skills, honed during the apocalypse, coupled with good weaponry, would suffice for self-defense. Yet, she now realized that in this world, there are always stronger individuals, and to protect herself and her family, she must become even stronger. After working up a sweat, Jiang Nua took a shower and emerged to hear her mother calling her. Dinner is ready. The table was set with fish-flavored eggplant, spicy stir-fried meat, and a winter melon shrimp soup, each dish vibrant and appetizing. Ha Mei, ever eager, dashed over, her bowl ready. For when it came to eating, she was unparalleled in speed. As Zhang Nua enjoyed her meal, she noticed Yu Ruohua was pensive, barely touching her chopsticks. Prompting her to ask directly, "Mom, what are you thinking about?" Yu Ruohua snapped back to reality. "Since we moved here, I've taken Ha Mei out for walks and chatted with the neighbors, so we've become somewhat acquainted. Today, I overheard them discussing a plan to salvage supplies, and were asking who would be willing to join. I intend to go. What are they salvaging?"
Yang Noinwired.
"There's a small supermarket in the community, which has been submerged for quite some time. They mentioned seeing if they could retrieve some supplies," Yu Ruohua replied. "I thought about it, and while we could stay hidden, not showing ourselves might raise suspicions and lead others to think we have a lot of food stashed away. Going out would allow us to gather information too, don't you think?" She added earnestly, "We should develop cautiously, and not act rashly." Zhang Nua considered this and replied, "That does make some sense. I'll go." Yu Ruohua disagreed, questioning the necessity of entering such deep waters. "I won't dive in but will assist from the sidelines."
Yang no replied.
"At the very least, I can swim and have learned diving, making it far safer for me than for you." Seeing her determination, Yu Ruohua relented, saying, "All right, I will inform them. Just be extremely cautious. We are only pretending to fish. After all, we are not truly in need of food. Rest assured, I am aware of the risks." Chapter 30. The salvage team, although they had only recently moved in, Yu Ruohua, at her age, had developed a slight social anxiety. Knowing most families in the apartment building. This time, the initiative came from the 9th floor, where the resident, surnamed Du, was commonly referred to as Brother Du. He was quite affluent, owning a large gym and maintaining good relations with the property management, even running a small supermarket within the community, managed primarily by his mother. Their shop, located on the ground floor, had been submerged since the first day of the torrential rain. Initially, there had been an opportunity to salvage their goods. But Brother Du's family did not grasp the severity of the situation, believing the rain would cease soon and planning to wait until it stopped. Days passed, and the supermarket was now completely submerged under several meters of water, rendering it inaccessible. As their stockpile of food dwindled daily, Brother Du realized the rain was not going to cease and began to panic. Initially, he intended to retrieve his belongings himself. But with the floodwaters rising to the 3rd floor and the rain pouring relentlessly, he was uncertain whether he could return with just a swimming ring. Moreover, without diving equipment, salvaging items from the submerged supermarket seemed insurmountable. Ultimately, he had to compromise, gathering people from the building some offered manpower. Others contributed supplies, to find a way to recover the resources and share them. The supermarket contained essential living supplies, including instant noodles, ham, eggs, snacks, and drinks. All sealed and likely still edible despite being soaked for days. Yu Ruohua went out to relay the situation, and soon, Zhang Noa was added to a WeChat group where these details were communicated by Brother Du. He was forthright, explaining the situation thoroughly, as is common among those in business. With everyone feeling anxious about the unending rain and the dwindling food supply, many were eager to help. Zhang Nua noted that the group now included 10 individuals, representing 10 households, with Tan Ling among them. Brother Du stated, "This is our group. Please change your names to your real names. And then we will discuss the division of labor. I can dive and Tan Ling can be the first to speak. She can go into the water to retrieve the items." "I can dive as well," someone added. "Should we first construct a boat? We can gather our swimming rings and life jackets, tie them together, and create a temporary raft. We could also assemble empty drink bottles to test their buoyancy." "No need for that. I have a small boat and can go down," another voice interjected.
Wow.
"That's fantastic. You're a lifesaver." The conversation grew lively as everyone actively contributed. Zhang Noa remained silent for the moment, observing the person who mentioned the small boat, named Wu Dai. For the foreseeable future, the small boat would be the sole means of transport, and possessing one significantly increased their chances of survival. Zhang Noa inquired, "Wu Dai, what does your boat look like?" "Yes, we need to clarify this as it pertains to safety," another chimed in. Wu Dai promptly shared a photograph. The background appeared to be a guest room in his home, devoid of furniture, but filled with several shelves housing intricate handcrafted models. Against the wall stood a workbench, with a small welding machine and tools scattered about. In the center of the room lay a pile of stainless steel pipes, seemingly removed from a security window, along with several boards likely intended for constructing the boat. It was evident that the materials were pieced together from various sources, including scrap metal and flattened stainless bowls. Upon seeing what he described as a small boat, unease rippled through the group. Can that carry a person? It won't sink once in the water, will it? Wu De reassured, it won't sink, don't worry. I tested it yesterday. Did you just build this boat in the last few days? Others pressed. Wu De explained, yes, I noticed the flooding was severe, and realized we could only rely on a boat to go out, so I decided to construct one. And it has come in handy. Impressive, Wu. You truly are the star of our unit. Your skills are remarkable. Jiang Nua set her phone down and asked Yuruahua, Mom, do you know Wu De? Her mother, having moved in not long ago but already familiar with the situation, responded that Wu De ran a repair shop and was quite handy, reputed for his ability to create anything. He even crafted a uniquely styled car for his daughter, which attracted attention in the community, almost making him a local internet sensation. She added that he was a divorced man raising his daughter alone, typically living haphazardly without much food storage, making him particularly eager for this operation. I know him, he owns a repair shop, Yuruahua confirmed, stating his reputation for crafting toys for his daughter and even constructing a functioning princess carriage that many in the community filmed and shared online, nearly turning him into a celebrity. His skills are certainly impressive, Yuruahua continued, sharing more gossip about his situation as a divorced father, living without adequate food supplies. Jiang Nua nodded, realizing why he was so eager to build a boat to search for food. Individuals with strong practical skills, creativity, and proficiency with tools have a good chance of thriving in the future if they can endure the coming challenges. Meanwhile, the group reached a consensus. That night, Wu De would work late to reinforce the boat, and the next morning he would test it again to ensure its safety before proceeding.
Broder du concluded.
Let us clarify the division of labor to avoid chaos later. After a brief discussion, the salvage team's roles were swiftly established. Out of the 10 people, Brother Du would only take 30% of his family's items. Wu De, Tan Ling, and Wang Chong, who were the main contributors, would each take 20%, while the remaining 6 helpers would evenly share the last 10%, as their contributions involved minimal effort without significant risk. Receiving a warm meal would be a fair outcome. Brother Du said, that's settled then. Everyone should stay alert for messages in the group. I cannot predict when we will gather. However, there will inevitably be moments when the rain lightens, and we will seize that opportunity to set out. Let's assess the situation as it unfolds, shall we?
All right.
We will follow your lead, came the chorus of responses. That night, Jiang Noah remained awake late, engrossed in the news. The torrential rain had led to widespread power outages even in high-altitude areas, leaving only a few with internet access. Based on her hazy recollection, it would not be long, perhaps 2 or 3 days, before mobile signals would be entirely cut off, making it crucial to stay connected for as long as possible. The night passed quietly. Breakfast consisted of freshly made pork buns and hot soy milk prepared by her mother, while Jiang Noah washed an apple and sliced 2 kiwis, ensuring a balanced meal of carbohydrates, proteins, and vitamins. After breakfast, Jiang Noah received a notification. Brother Du had called for a gathering at 8:30 on the 3rd floor. She changed into comfortable sportswear, tied her hair back, and retrieved a sturdy nylon fishing net before heading downstairs. Upon arriving at the meeting point, the other members of the salvage team quickly assembled as well. Tan Ling was the last to arrive, holding a pair of diving goggles. She greeted Du Go and then waved at Jiang Nua before walking over to her. You're here too?
Tan Ling smiled.
Actually, we have plenty of food, but I wanted to grab some sanitary napkins and sleep pants. My roommate was busy buying snacks and forgot those essentials. I hope everything goes smoothly today, Tan Ling added. Let us hope so, Jiang Nua replied, her tone neither warm nor cold. They were not very familiar with each other, and there was little to discuss. Noticing Jiang Nua's indifferent demeanor, Tan Ling shook her head, sensing that Jiang Nua might be difficult to approach, so she turned to Du Go instead. Du Go made a brief introduction of everyone, mainly focusing on the 3 key players, while the others were tasked with supporting roles. At that moment, Jiang Nua glanced at Wu De, who appeared to be in his 30s, thin and disheveled, perhaps due to working overtime the previous night, his eyes red-rimmed. He had already set up a small boat, which, though patched together, was well crafted with smooth, even welds and reinforced with many anti-theft window pipes, looking quite sturdy.
All right.
Everyone is here, Du Go announced loudly. Let us get started. Everyone, please help out as we launch the boat into the water. The group donned their raincoats and together pushed the boat to smoothly slide into the water. although they had chosen a time when the rain was at its lightest. When Jiang Noa stood in the downpour, she found the dense raindrops somewhat suffocating. However, she quickly adjusted, noticing that others were also gritting their teeth to endure. Wu De went first to inspect the boat, then signaled to everyone no leaks. "You can come aboard." Everyone collectively exhaled in relief. Chapter 31. Not to be provoked, Wu De's small boat could accommodate a maximum of 4 people. Rowing primarily depended on him, and he distributed 3 rudimentary paddles among the group. "Follow my instructions and row together. It will be much quicker," he said. The others had no objections as they rowed through the pouring rain. Fortunately, they were still within the community and not too far from their destination. Jiang Noa was among the last aboard, rowing vigorously for a while until she spotted Du Go waving at them from a distance. Wu De and Du Go remained on the boat, while Jiang Noa and the others crowded onto a narrow platform above the supermarket. Tan Ling removed her outer clothing, revealing a swimsuit, and put on a bathing cap and diving goggles, performing some warm-up exercises that looked quite professional. No wonder she was willing to take the plunge. After warming up, Tan Ling entered the water to acclimatize to the temperature, sticking out her tongue. "It's so cold." Du Go quickly reassured her. "Hang in there.
Xiao Tan.
We brought ginger soup for you to drink later." Accompanying her into the water was Wang Chong, a slightly overweight man in his 30s. Bare-chested and displaying a large tattooed arm, giving off an intimidating appearance. With a scowl, he barked at Jiang Noa and the others. "Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Isn't it cold in the water?" At his command, everyone scrambled to help secure ropes around the two. "Be alert. If I pull the rope hard, you need to pull up quickly. The current is strong, and it's dangerous down there. A moment's inattention could be fatal." Got it, got it." The group responded hastily. After Wang Chong bit down on the key Du Go had given him, he plunged into the water, struggling below for a while before surfacing again. "Damn, the water is so murky I can't see anything, not even the keyhole." A woman nearby remarked, "The keyhole should be easy to find." "What do you mean?" Wang Chong shot back, "If it's so easy, why don't you try to find it?" The woman fell silent, intimidated by his retort. Wang Chong grumbled and dove down again, trying 2 more times but to no avail. It seemed indeed challenging. "You take a break, I'll go down and try," Tan Ling suggested. She took the key from Wang Chong, initially intending to bite it, but remembering that it had just been in Wang Chong's mouth. She washed it in the water before threading it onto her finger. Wang Chong noticed her actions. "Oh, the beauty is disgusted by me," he said with a smirk, his eyes darkening. "Not at all, Wang Go," Tan Ling replied playfully, attempting to deflect the situation. Wang Chong remained silent as Tan Ling swiftly submerged. Yang Nuo, who had also practiced diving for a few days, could tell that Tan Ling's movements were much more agile and professional than Wang Chong's. However, due to the poor visibility underwater, it took her several attempts before she finally managed to open the door. Soon, various items began to float up from below: cigarettes, balloons, and plastic toys, all remnants of what had been displayed at the supermarket entrance. The people above immediately sprang into action, collecting everything regardless of its usefulness. Wu De and Du Go used the boat to retrieve items from farther away, while those who could swim dove in to gather nearby objects, and those who couldn't swam along the edges to pack and sort. Once the door was open, the real scavenging began. Wang Chong and Tan Ling descended with 2 large nets, capturing drinks, milk, and bottled condiments, instructing those above to pull the ropes. As for instant noodles and snacks, they let them float to the surface for others to retrieve. Without oxygen tanks, their efficiency was quite poor. Each trip required a break. They fashioned a makeshift canopy from extra raincoats to give themselves a place to catch their breath. A man from the 11th floor brought 2 thermal containers filled with ginger soup prepared by his wife, allowing the divers to sip a little during each break. As the rain began to fall more heavily again, Wang Chong gritted his teeth and said to Tan Ling, "There are still plenty of items inside. Let us not take a break. Let us get them out first." Tan Ling nodded and dove back into the water with Wang Chong. They had managed to retrieve quite a bit, and Du Go and Wu De began transporting the haul back, lifting everyone's spirits with the sheer volume of supplies. Jiang Noa, with her extendable net rod, which could stretch over 4 meters, was adept at retrieving items. The net was made of thick nylon, and although the stainless steel material was somewhat heavy, it became quite manageable once she mastered the technique of maneuvering it with the current. With 6 people assisting her from above, she didn't even need to dive into the water. Yet she managed to haul up more than the combined efforts of the other 5. Her efficiency made it seem effortless. Seeing her productivity, the others decided to assist her, helping to pinpoint items, directing her, and unpacking from her net, which was far quicker than diving. This net is truly effective. A man from the 11th floor remarked with a grin. We're saving energy, thanks to you. It looks like the kind used for deep-sea fishing. Do you enjoy fishing too? Not at all. I won it in a company raffle, Zhang Nua replied softly. What floor do you live on? You seem a bit unfamiliar. The man from the 11th floor inquired. Before Zhang Nua could respond, a nearby ant interjected excitedly on her behalf. She lives on the 35th floor and just moved in a month ago. It's just her and her mother at home. Zhang Nua frowned. The aunt Lu Shuqin lived on the 14th floor. They had all changed their names in the WeChat group, and she had mentally matched names to faces as soon as she arrived.
Luya.
You seem to know quite a bit. The man from the 11th floor chuckled. Of course I do. Her mother is quite the character. Going to the supermarket every day before the heavy rain to stock up on food, carrying all sorts of bags home, Lu Shuqin continued, deliberately sighing with so much food. You can't possibly finish it all, can you? Lu Jia, that's not fair. You seem to be the one always going to the supermarket. The man from the 11th floor retorted. Nonsense. Your wife is the one always waiting in line at the supermarket, hauling stuff home. Don't think I don't know. Lu Shuqin replied, her tone exaggerated. I only go out to buy vegetables since I have a big family. We're almost out of rice. Just some noodles left to hold us over. Don't even get me started. Who isn't in the same boat? When it comes to shopping, who would dare to venture out? With a family to feed, we could barely last a few days. In this torrential downpour, who would willingly brave the elements? 6 of us are sharing one portion, and we have no idea if it will suffice for a single day. This topic elicited a chorus of sighs from the others. And after the lamentations, they couldn't help but cast furtive glances at Zhang Nua. She realized that Lu Shuqin's words had attracted the attention of a few. On the 35th floor, only 2 women were present, a rather precarious situation. Within the owners group, some had connections to the property management, and the circumstances of each household were essentially public knowledge. Just then, Wang Chong emerged from the water. Lu Shuqin hurried to grab the bag from his hands, but before she could secure it, he released his grip, and the contents tumbled into the water, swiftly swept away by the current. Fortunately, Zhang Nua was quick-witted and used a net to salvage most of it, but the remainder sank beneath the surface, likely lost forever. The others, still shaken, rushed to assist Zhang Nua with the retrieval. Wang Chong, witnessing this, unleashed a torrent of curses. You foolish woman, can't you be more careful? This is what I risked my life to retrieve. If it weren't for Zhang, everything would have been lost. Lu Shuqin, stung by his words, fell silent. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Thankfully, Du Ge and Wu De returned, having paddled their small boat to a farther spot, managing to recover 2 large bags of biscuits. When Tan Ling surfaced, she also swam over to help. As the rain intensified, both Tan Ling and Wang Chong were nearing exhaustion. Tan Ling's face turned pale from the cold, and she was visibly displeased, exclaiming, "Make sure you catch the items properly. This is ridiculous." Wang Chong continued to vent his frustration. This old hag, just a dead weight. Doesn't she realize her own limitations? She can't even help and is only hindering us. Lu Shuqin, being of a certain age, felt deeply hurt by Wang Chong's merciless tirade, but she dared not confront him, instead casting a resentful glance at Zhang Nua. Zhang Nua returned the icy stare. The downpour was relentless, and standing in the rain became unbearable. Wang Chong gritted his teeth and said to Tan Ling, "Let us make one last trip to gather everything we can." Tan Ling nodded in agreement. At that moment, Du Ge produced a few chocolate bars to replenish their energy. The 2 quickly consumed the chocolate and plunged back into the water. The moment the rope shifted, they needed to pull. Given the darkening skies, Du Ge felt a twinge of anxiety. Wu De and I will handle the retrieval. You 2 focus on pulling the people. Move swiftly, Zhang Nua. Keep an eye on the items that are spilling out. Du Ge issued his instructions, and everyone complied admirably. This time in the water, they managed to recover a substantial amount of supplies. As soon as Wang Chong emerged, he hurriedly donned his clothing, shivering from the cold. We need to head back first. You all stay to sort through the items. Tan Ling quickly put on her outerwear and raincoat, clutching the thermos to finish the last of the ginger soup, saying, "I need to take a hot bath as soon as possible." Thus, they returned in waves with their haul, and Zhang Nua, Lu Shuqin, and the other stayed behind to take stock. Once Wang Chong and the others were out of sight, Lu Shuqin suddenly grabbed a large bag of biscuits and stuffed it into her clothing, hoping to hoard some for herself. On the 11th floor, someone couldn't bear to watch any longer. Lu Jie, that's too blatant. Even if we remain silent, others will see right through it. I advise you against this. Du Ge and Wang Chong are not to be trifled with. Upon hearing Wang Chong's name, Lu Shuqin's expression faltered, and she reluctantly tossed the biscuits back. But not without a hint of resentment. She quickly sought out 2 bags of candy to hide in her pockets. Chapter 32, Total Power Outage. Wu De was the last to come and fetch the 3 of them. He wasn't oblivious. He noticed Lu Shuqin's bulging pockets and then glanced at Jiang Nua and the others, ultimately saying nothing. Upon returning to the apartment building, they finally escaped the relentless downpour and collectively sighed in relief. Let us rest for a bit. Once the supplies are sorted, we'll push the small boat up. Right now, we simply can't move it, someone on the 11th floor suggested. At this point, Wang Chong and Tan Ling had changed into dry clothes and joined them. The 10 of them, with Du Ge taking the lead, divided the supplies into 10 portions. While they hadn't felt the weight of the haul while retrieving it, now that everything was piled together, it was evident they had gathered quite a substantial amount, having salvaged most of the supermarket's inventory. Their efforts had not been in vain. As agreed, Du Ge would take 3 portions, while Wang Chong, Tan Ling, and Wu De would each receive 2, leaving the remaining 1 portion to be divided among a few others. During the distribution, Lu Shuqin was particularly eager. She scanned the area and pulled 2 large bags of instant noodles towards herself, addressing Jiang Nua. Young lady, perhaps you should take less? Jiang Nua regarded her incredulously. On what grounds? There are only 2 mouths to feed in your household, and you want to even finish what you have. What is the point of competing with us for such a meager share? My family consists of 4 people and we've been starving for days. Lu Shuqin argued vehemently. Jiang Nua scoffed. Whether you're hungry or not is of no concern to me. Lu Shuqin, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Nua's retort, felt her face flush with anger. You've had it easy today, contributing the least. What did you actually do? You didn't go into the water. We did all the heavy lifting while you merely stood there with a net, your clothes dry the entire time. What about us? Jiang Nua remained unfazed and replied slowly. Had it not been for me, all the supplies Wang Chong retrieved would have ended up in the water. The moment she mentioned this, Lu Shuqin's bravado diminished, and the words she was about to utter died on her lips. The agreed-upon distribution shall be adhered to. I will not accept anything less than my fair share. Jiang Nua stated firmly, stepping forward to reclaim the instant noodles. Lu Shuqin's countenance darkened considerably. Being bested by a young girl left her feeling utterly humiliated. If you refuse to give it, then so be it. Some people are just so selfish. They'd rather let others starve than share, Lu Shuqin muttered under her breath. Her resentment swelling. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, she feigned tidying up her belongings and stealthily approached Jiang Nua from behind, intending to shove her into the water. However, Jiang Nua was swifter. Before Lu Shuqin could reach her, she elbowed her, sending Lu Shuqin sprawling into the water with a splash. Help! Help! As Lu Shuqin flailed in the water, Jiang Nua remained unmoved. The others exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to react. Fortunately, Lu Shuqin was capable of swimming. After an initial bout of panic, she steadied herself and clung to the exterior wall of the 3rd floor, calling out to the group, "Pull me up." Du Ge and those on the 11th floor hurried to assist her. You little wretch, I curse you to an unhappy demise. As soon as she was pulled up, she ignored the water dripping from her face and unleashed a barrage of insults. You all saw it. She pushed me into the water. What should be done about this? Du Ge and the others merely shook their heads, remaining silent. In such a confined space, none were blind or deaf. They all understood what had transpired. Lu Shuqin was no innocent party, and Jiang Nua was no pushover. Had Lu Shuqin been unable to swim, the outcome could have been dire. Seeing that no one was willing to speak on her behalf, Lu Shuqin resorted to more threats. You wait. This isn't over. Not by any means. Quit your whining. Wang Chong, clearly exasperated, shouted, Do you want me to kick you back in? In this lawless world, the strong prey on the weak. And the dynamics were gradually revealing themselves. While none voiced it aloud, the others were growing weary of Lu Shuqin's antics. Particularly those who had already been in the water, soaked to the bone, unable to return to change clothes, and now had to endure the cold while watching her tantrum. I have something to say. Wang Chong finally spoke up. Even though we had an agreement on how to divide the supplies, I believe in a system of meritocracy. Everyone turned to him, puzzled by his intent. Tan Ling, is it? Wang Chong addressed her directly. I'll be blunt. Please don't take it personally. While you've entered the water as many times as I have, all you've retrieved are useless items like paper and sanitary napkins. I single-handedly dragged out a significant amount of rice and nearly drowned in the process. Hence, I rightfully deserve a larger share, as sanitary napkins wouldn't feed anyone. Wouldn't you agree? Tan Ling noticed that everyone was looking at her and could only manage an awkward smile before softly saying, Brother Wang, please take the food. I'll keep these sanitary napkins for myself, if that's all right. Let us settle it this way. Wang Chong took at least half of her items and placed them into his bag, while handing the sanitary napkins and tissues back to Tan Ling. She seemed taken aback by his assertiveness and, given his imposing stature, she dared not oppose him. Observing her submissiveness, Wang Chong began to appraise her, thinking that as neighbors, there would be ample opportunities for cooperation in the future, so he wouldn't be courteous. Meanwhile, a nearby aunt seized the opportunity to snatch 3 packs of ham. You're just a young girl. You can't eat much. And your family must already have a stockpile of food, right? People like us who are starving don't think about sanitary napkins. You are a kind-hearted girl, unlike some whose hearts are as dark as night. With that, she cast a resentful glance at Jiang Nua and hurried upstairs with her spoils. The others said little, quietly taking their belongings and leaving. Jiang Nua glanced at Tan Ling as promised 20%, now reduced to less than 1, but since she didn't object, there was nothing more to discuss. Wu Dea retrieved a woven bag to help Tan Ling organize her items. Shall I help you take it upstairs? No need. Tan Ling replied, pulling at her hair and smiling. I actually came for these things, but Brother Wang is what he is. Thank you, Brother Wu. Accepting the bag, she made her way upstairs. Passing by Jiang Nua, she paused, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Wu Dea produced a rope, intending to secure the small boat to prevent it from being swept away by the water. It's best to move it back home, Jiang Nua advised before departing. Wu Dea was taken aback for a moment, but then expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the reminder. Upon entering the house, her mother and younger sister greeted her. How is it? Yu Ruohua inquired, brushing her clothes. Although they were not very wet, they felt oddly damp. You should hurry and take a shower and change. We wouldn't want you to catch a cold. Jiang Nua handed the bag to her mother, saying, Let us have instant noodles for lunch today. It's been a while since I had them, and I must admit I've missed them. All right, I'll cook them right away. By the time Jiang Nua finished her shower, 2 steaming bowls of instant noodles awaited her on the dining table. Her mother-esque cooking technique for instant noodles was nothing short of divine. She peeled tomatoes, diced them, and boiled them for about 10 minutes before adding the sauce pack and a bit of pickled vegetables, then the noodles to break apart. Afterward, she added the washed vegetables for a minute, serving the broth with a fried egg and a few slices of ham. The tomato broth-infused noodles, served with vegetables, were easy to enjoy. After consuming a bowl, Jiang Nua felt a warm sensation envelop her. The chill from the rain had completely dissipated. Naturally, she wasn't yet full. When the main dish is insufficient, snacks will suffice. Deciding against exercising that afternoon, Jiang Nua resolved to give herself a half-day break to spend more time online. However, before nightfall, the bedroom lights suddenly went out. Has the power finally gone out? The outage was hardly surprising, given that the water had already flooded the second floor. The community chat erupted into chaos. Some still had a bit of battery left on their phones, but it would deplete quickly, sending everyone into a panic. Did the circuit trip? Does anyone know how to fix it? Life without power is unbearable. The neighboring community seems unaffected. Why are we the only ones without power? Amidst the cacophony, Wu Dea quietly sent a message. I know a little, I'll go check it out. Jiang Nua saw Wu Dea rowing his small boat toward the power distribution room. Uncertain of what was happening, she soon observed him returning repeatedly, making several trips back and forth, but the power remained out well into the night. In the darkened community, the sound of heavy rain mingled with the cries of children. Those with functioning phones spent the night complaining in the group chat, expressing anxiety about what would happen next. Jiang Nua slept soundly until 7 the next morning. When she pressed the light switch, she discovered the power was still out. This time, it was truly over. Chapter 33. Unwilling to tear the veil, Jiang Nua stretched and retrieved a battery from her storage, preparing to connect it to a power strip when she heard a knock at the door. Who is it? Yu Ruohua was more alert. immediately heading toward the staircase upon hearing the sound. Jiang Nua stopped her, listening intently before opening the door. Through the iron gate, she saw Tan Ling standing outside alone. "Are you looking for me?" Jiang Nua asked, observing her. Tan Ling nodded, appearing troubled, but after a moment of hesitation, she gathered her courage and said, "Jiang Nua, I need to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "Last night, I received a call from Jianli. Fortunately, my phone still had a bit of battery left, or I would have missed it." She patted her chest, as if still shaken.
Ban Jianli.
Upon hearing the name, Jiang Nua's expression darkened further. "He is looking for you?"
Yes.
He mentioned that conditions on his side are dire, primarily due to a lack of food, and he is struggling to hold on. "I'm considering inviting him to my place. I still have plenty of food at home." Tan Ling's tone was tinged with concern. Yet her face showed a hint of infatuation. "I recall you two had a good relationship. Now that he is in trouble, let us go fetch him together." Jiang Nua let out a cold laugh. "Are you seeking to court disaster? If you want to perish alone, don't do it at my doorstep." Tan Ling was taken aback, staring at Jiang Nua in disbelief, unable to process her words for a while. "Why do you speak so harshly? What do you mean by perish?" Frustrated and anxious, she found it incomprehensible. "Jianli's place isn't far. We can borrow Brother Wu's boat to take us. It won't be dangerous. And we can quickly bring him back. What makes you think he'd help you? It's not for free. I said I'd trade food with him." And he immediately agreed. Jiang Nua furrowed her brows slightly. "Have you been broadcasting about how much food your roommate has hoarded?" "No, I'm not that foolish. When I posted on social media, I only shared a small portion. Most of the food wasn't included." Tan Ling attempted to prove her cleverness, explaining, "My roommate is rather reclusive. Recently, she has been buying things out of fear of a doomsday scenario, emptying her savings. Now our home is filled with food, and sharing some with Brother Wu while fetching Jianli shouldn't be a problem." Jiang Nua was left utterly speechless. Truth be told, Tan Ling had encountered a remarkable roommate. Having such a person at the onset of an apocalypse was fortunate, yet she was intent on squandering it. Watching her so infatuated with Wang Jianli, Jiang Nua felt a mix of frustration and pity, as if she were witnessing a reflection of her past folly. Unable to restrain herself, she offered one last piece of advice. "Your roommate is innocent. Don't drag her down with your recklessness. I urge you not to go." Tan Ling was infuriated, glaring at her with raised voice. "I've tolerated you for long enough. Jiang Nua, you constantly speak in that sarcastic tone.
As if someone owes you something."
Who doesn't he know what you're thinking? Is it just because he called me instead of you? It's his choice whom he likes. If you like him, you can pursue him too." Jiang Nua regarded her as though she were simple-minded. "Which of your eyes saw me liking him? Isn't it?" Tan Ling was both angry and anxious. "Otherwise, why do you always target me with your sarcasm? Yesterday, when I was gathering things, you took advantage of me. When Wang Chong and the others bullied me, you merely stood by." Jiang Nua found it laughable. "You can't even voice a single objection, yet you blame others for not helping you?" Tan Ling's face suddenly flushed. "You needn't hide your feelings. I know what you're thinking. However, Jianli is my senior from university, and we have known each other for quite some time. Perhaps in the company. He is merely being considerate towards you, as a newcomer out of kindness. Your misunderstanding of his intentions is your own issue. Do not blame it on others." The more she spoke, the more earnest she became, raising her chin defiantly and declaring, "Why should there be rivalry among women? Even if you are misinterpreting his feelings, you should confront him directly, rather than directing your resentment towards me. Have you finished?" Jiang Nua regarded her with an impassive expression. "You may leave once you are done." When one is infatuated with love, they truly become impervious to the words of others. Jiang Nua, weary of her lengthy discourse, promptly closed the door. Tan Ling stood dazedly before the sound of the door slamming shut, regaining her senses after a while. In a fit of anger, she stamped her foot and turned to leave. In the afternoon, the rain had lessened somewhat. Jiang Nua peered through the window and saw Wu Dai paddling his small boat, taking Tan Ling away from the community. The boat swayed erratically in the turbulent waters, resembling a leaf drifting with the current. Soon enough, this small vessel would bring Wang Jianli to her. That would save her the trouble of seeking him out later. Now that he was here, he would never have the chance to leave this building again. A series of knocks resounded at the door, urgent in their cadence. Tan Ling had just departed, and now someone was seeking her? Jiang Nua pondered for a moment, surmising the visitor's identity, and proceeded to open the door. Standing outside the iron gate was an unfamiliar girl. With her short hair and athletic attire, she exuded a sense of efficiency, though her face bore an anxious expression. "Hello," Jiang Nua interjected. "You must be Meng Meng?" The girl paused, then nodded.
Yes, im limang, tan ling's room mata.
Jiang Nua did not invite her in, but instead inquired through the iron gate, "What brings you here?" Li Meng bit her lip, looking at Jiang Nua as she asked, "I would like to discuss Wang Jianli with you."
What are your thoughts on him?
Jiang Nua countered with a question of her own. "What do you think?"
Limang lohret hergaze, seemingly gathering hertots.
I haven't interacted much with Wang Jianli, perhaps 2 or 3 times. My impression is that he is quite a charming and affable young man. He conducts himself well. However, she hesitated. Perhaps I am being overly cautious. But I can't shake the feeling that he is stringing Tan Ling along, using her in some manner. It seemed she had been holding these thoughts for quite some time. And she exhaled as she continued. Tan Ling comes from a well-off family and has led a charmed life. She is somewhat naive and romantic, to put it bluntly. Rather love-struck. Wang Jianli only seeks her out when he needs something, claiming to be busy with work otherwise. He sends her messages of good morning and good night, responds promptly when she reaches out, and offers her comforting words when she is downcast. This has left Tan Ling utterly entranced.
Yang no nodded.
Indeed, that aligns with Wang Jianli's character. However, those good night and good morning messages are likely mass sent. Given the current situation, with the rainstorm showing no signs of abating and uncertainty looming over what tomorrow would bring, it was difficult to maintain the optimism that Tan Ling seemed to possess. Li Meng's brows furrowed with worry. Yet Tan Ling insists that I spend too much time online and is becoming paranoid. Now she is going to fetch Wang Jianli, and we will all be living together. I find that truly frightening. You came to me just to express these concerns? Jiang Nua raised an eyebrow. You did not oppose Tan Ling when she went to fetch him, and now to voice your fears seems a bit late. I opposed her.
Limang raturta.
I argued with her last night, and we had another fight just before she left. She has become so obsessed that she refuses to listen to anything I say, even accusing me of being as cold-blooded as you. Li Meng's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. In our argument, she declared that this place is hers, and she has contributed half the money for supplies. Even though I am solely responsible for procurement, she believes she has the right to assist a friend. Jiang Nua remained silent. Li Meng did not wish to sever ties with Tan Ling. Discussing the matter with her seemed futile. Standing outside the iron gate, she sighed and lowered her head. I have known Tan Ling for many years. Aside from her love-struck tendencies, she is a wonderful friend. My training facility is far from school, and she graciously invited me to live with her. Although I insisted on paying rent and took on more household chores, she has treated me exceptionally well over the past 2 years. I simply cannot bring myself to sever that bond. Chapter 34. Have you seen anyone? Li Meng may have been harboring her distress for too long, leading her to confide in this stranger, revealing her innermost thoughts. If I were to confront her directly, and she chose Wang Jianli over me, what would I do? Even if Tan Ling allowed me to take half the supplies. In this situation, I would be left homeless with only supplies in hand, leading to an even worse outcome. With the outside flooded, Tan Ling is an adept swimmer. That skill may prove useful. Having a close friend by my side is better than facing this alone. That is how I initially felt.
Yang no listened intently.
Eager to glean information about Tan Ling from Li Meng's account, to ascertain what kind of person Tan Ling truly was. After all, now that she had brought Wang Jianli here, Jiang Nua was determined to eliminate him. She could not afford to be careless with such individuals. Li Meng remained relatively clear-headed, yet she lacked an understanding of the brutal realities of the world, and more critically, the true nature of Wang Jianli. You clearly have a solution. You just refuse to act. What solution? Lock the door, then barricade it with all the furniture. Your supplies would last you for quite some time. If Tan Ling brings him back, they will only starve together outside, and you would be left unscathed. Within a week, they would surely turn on each other. You can observe how long her infatuation can endure.
Jiang Nua suggested.
Li Meng fell silent, evidently shaken by Jiang Nua's words. She closed her eyes and remained quiet for more than half a minute before speaking with a bitter tone. What you propose is indeed the best course of action. But I cannot bring myself to do it. I can picture Tan Ling being bullied while starving, pleading for me to open the door. Could I truly harden my heart against her? She has not wronged me in any way. I simply cannot turn a blind eye. Jiang Nua shook her head. Then there is nothing more to discuss. You have been shown the way, yet you refuse it. Knowing full well that you are inviting a wolf into your home, you still cling to the fantasy of friendship, only to watch everything unravel before your eyes, resulting in a slow demise. The opinions of others are futile. Until the very last moment, few possess the clarity to make a decisive choice. Li Meng clenched her fists and looked up at Jiang Nua. I have contemplated this for a long time. The only solution I can think of now requires your assistance. I hope you will consider it. I won't ask you to do this for free. She paused, as if having made a resolution. While Tan Ling is away, I wish to hide a portion of my supplies with you. Please help me safeguard them, and you may keep half. Jiang Nua found it curious. You do not even know me, yet you would entrust your belongings to me? What if I were to take everything for myself? You place your trust in a stranger rather than your longtime friend? You refuse to accompany Tan Ling to fetch Wang Jianli, which I find quite astute, different from what Tan Ling has claimed.
Li Meng responda.
What did she say about me?
Yang no inuited.
Li Meng paused, then quietly replied. She said that you are infatuated with Wang Jianli and view her as a rival. However, the one Wang Jianli is interested in is her. She sought her help, not yours, which left you feeling humiliated. Yet I do not believe that is entirely accurate. I witnessed you while waiting for Tan Ling on the stairs yesterday when you retrieved supplies. Lu Shuqin attempted to push you into the water, but you reacted swiftly,
causing her to fall instead.
As an athlete, my dynamic vision is sharper than most. Your movements were decisive and skillful, indicating you possess some talent. She took a breath and added, right now, I am taking a gamble. Even if I lose and you consume everything, it is still my choice. Whether I give to you or someone else, I am willing to take that risk. Moreover, once Wang Jianli arrives and sees that our supplies are not as abundant as he might expect, will he not quickly reveal his true nature? Perhaps that would awaken Tan Ling?
Irafuse Yang no replied softly.
I have no need to become entangled in your troubles. In a post-apocalyptic world, what does the goodwill of a stranger signify? She had no desire to involve herself in others' affairs. Li Meng gritted her teeth. I understand your concerns. I have previously stated that half of the supplies here belong to you, and I also have 2 firearms, of which one shall be yours. Firearms? Jiang Nua's interest was piqued. Where did they come from? I am a national-level shooting athlete with a top 8 finish in the World Championship, Li Meng explained. Recently, with the rumors of the end of the world spreading online, I discreetly stashed away 2 guns at home. I can also teach you how to use them and enhance your shooting skills. My only condition is that you help me safeguard the supplies. And when I am in need, you assist me once. Jiang Nua pondered briefly and found the offer quite enticing. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, mutated creatures were rampant, and most missions at the base were related to this. No one had specifically taught her how to use a firearm. She had merely struggled through life-and-death situations to learn gradually. However, she lacked confidence in her shooting skills. Moreover, while she could currently fend for herself, it was imperative to secure additional safety for her mother. With only a single firearm gifted by the charming man in black and a mere 10 bullets, she was far from adequately prepared. In the early days of the apocalypse, firearms were akin to divine tools, possessing an astonishing deterrent effect that significantly enhanced survival rates. Li Meng's willingness to part with one indicated her resolute determination. Very well, I accept this transaction, Jiang Nua stated decisively. You may temporarily store your belongings at my home. But I must clarify one point. Should you require my assistance in the future, you must heed my commands. After all, it is difficult to reason with a stubborn person. I will not bear the consequences of your whims. No problem, it's settled. Li Meng exhaled deeply, then added, let us move the items now. There is quite a lot. And it would be best if your mother joins us. The 3 of us will work more efficiently. We must finish before Tan Ling returns. Wait a moment. Jiang Nua turned back inside, retrieving 2 large hiking backpacks from her space, and called for Yu Ruahua, briefly explaining the situation. So you need me to help hide things? No problem, Yu Ruahua understood, but you must be cautious and not let her pull any tricks. Yes, Mom, no matter what happens, do not speak a word. Just follow my lead. Yu Ruahua nodded, assuring her not to worry. Jiang Nua, accompanied by her mother, followed Li Meng to the 6th floor. As Li Meng opened the door, Yu Ruahua watched her intently, brimming with vigilance, positioning Jiang Nua behind her like a protective hen shielding her chick. Li Meng felt a bit awkward and looked to Jiang Nua for help, but Jiang Nua instructed, you go in first. As she spoke, her knife was pressed against Li Meng's back. Li Meng said nothing further, entering and cooperating with Jiang Nua to check the room. confirming it was empty before gently closing the door. Upon entering the living room, they saw a corner piled with food: rice, noodles, vegetables, canned goods, and instant noodles, exactly what Tanling had posted about. This indicated that Li Meng had indeed made serious preparations. Had it not been for Tanling, their unreliable teammate. With these provisions, they could at least manage to survive this deluge. Wang Jianli's residence was not far from here, if all went smoothly. Wu Dajiang would return in an hour and a half. We must transport the items to your 35th floor within that time frame, without being detected, Li Meng stated.
Follow me.
Leading Jiang Nua into the bedroom, Li Meng opened the wardrobe, which was devoid of clothing but filled with neatly packaged compressed biscuits and bagged food. Stockpiling compressed biscuits was indeed a wise strategy. They take up little space, are nutritionally comprehensive, encompassing proteins, carbohydrates, sugars, vegetables, and vitamins essential for the human body. A small piece suffices for a day's needs. To demonstrate her sincerity, Li Meng first produced 2 long black fabric bags, unzipping them to reveal dark rifles. Jiang Noah had initially assumed the firearms were training air rifles, but was astonished to discover they were the real deal, complete with scopes. This girl certainly had some skills. After showing her the guns, Li Meng quickly zipped them back up. If this rain ceases and the world returns to normal, I hope you can return them to me. As they are illegal.
Jiang Noah nodded in agreement. Understood.
Li Meng then retrieved several boxes of ammunition from the wardrobe, instructing Jiang Noah to place them into the hiking backpack while she swiftly packed the compressed biscuits. I purchased 500 kilograms of compressed biscuits, totaling 5,000 pieces. In various flavors, all with the most recent production dates, capable of lasting at least 6 years. Yu Ruohua moved swiftly, following Jiang Nua's lead without uttering a word, focused solely on gathering the items. As soon as Li Meng extracted the goods from the wardrobe, she quickly stuffed them into the hiking backpack. Jiang Nua realized she had underestimated Li Meng's hoarding capabilities. Compressed biscuits were easy to carry and had a long shelf life, making them crucial supplies in the latter stages of the apocalypse. It was fortunate she had come. Had these provisions fallen into Wang Jianli's hands, they would have become his means of resurgence. Both hiking backpacks were filled to capacity, with anything that couldn't fit being carried in plastic bags. Jiang Noah told Li Meng, I will take these up first, you all hurry. Be careful not to be seen. The keys are on the shoe cabinet, Li Meng nodded, continuing to retrieve items from the wardrobe. Jiang Nua took the keys and stepped outside, finding no one around. She entered the hallway and placed all the items into her space, pausing for a moment before returning with 2 empty backpacks. Did anyone see you? Li Meng asked nervously as Jiang Nua entered. Caution is not a fault. Jiang Nua shook her head at her. Chapter 35. We shall see. Li Meng's bed was piled high with supplies awaiting transport, primarily dry rations and freeze-dried foods she had sourced from overseas. Freeze-dried food is processed by vacuum freezing and drying, preserving the original freshness, flavor, and nutritional value to the greatest extent, even the appearance. No preservatives are needed for it to last for 5 years. Previously, this technology was a luxury for astronauts in space, but it has gradually become commonplace. Jiang Noah, who kept pets, would buy freeze-dried food for her dog, but nothing compared to what was available for human consumption. She had never seen such a variety of freeze-dried items. These were customized from a foreign company specializing in such products. Li Meng explained, ever since the rumors of the apocalypse surged online, their website was bombarded with orders. Thankfully, I ordered early and received the goods 3 days before the downpour. I repackaged everything in vacuum-sealed bags. They can last 7 to 8 years with no issue. Li Meng had amassed a comprehensive variety of freeze-dried items: mushrooms, vegetables, corn, strawberries, diced beef, shrimp, and kung pao chicken. When it's time to eat, simply soaking them in warm water will quickly restore their original appearance, flavor, and texture. The beef and shrimp are already seasoned and can be consumed directly after soaking in hot water. In total, Li Meng had stockpiled 500 packets of such freeze-dried food. If consumed sparingly, 1 packet a day could last 6 years. Additionally, there was a large stash of dark chocolate and 200 packets of protein powder. You young people certainly know more. Yu Ruohua's eyes sparkled with excitement. I had no idea such items could be purchased. However, Li Meng's expression was somewhat bittersweet. I spent all my savings on these things and maxed out my credit card. If Tanling hadn't insisted on fetching Wang Jianli, this would have been enough for us to survive. With a sigh, she continued, I should really consider renting a place again, but it's too late to say anything now. How do you plan to explain this to Tan Ling once she returns? There's no need for an explanation. She is rather carefree and want to be aware of how much I actually bought, Li Meng replied. As long as the food lasts, she want to question it. Seeing she was aware of the situation, Zhang Nuo chose not to say more. During the journey, Zhang Nuo made 3 separate trips to transport goods, each time discreetly disposing of them in a secluded area before returning empty-handed. By the time she returned to Li Meng for the 4th time, only 1 large bag remained. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Li Meng finally felt a sense of relief. Her mind was at ease, at least for the moment. Zhang Nuo glanced at the clock. It had been over an hour since Tan Ling had rushed out to meet Wang Jianli. Outside, the rain intensified. Yuruhua stood by the window, slightly parting the curtains to gaze outside, and suddenly exclaimed, "Xiao Nuo, look, is that the person you mentioned returning?" Zhang Nuo approached, and indeed saw Wu De's small boat returning, albeit with 5 people aboard. Originally, the boat could only accommodate 4. So they had tied 2 swimming rings around it and filled it with many empty beverage bottles to increase buoyancy. Seeing Wang Jianli's silhouette from afar ignited a surge of hatred within Zhang Nuo, momentarily overwhelming her with an impulse to drown him. Yet, she restrained herself. To kill him outright would be too merciful. Why are there so many people? Li Meng appeared somewhat distraught. Who are those 2? They are Wang Jianli's friends. Zhang Nuo responded, knowing full well from her past life that things would unfold this way. They had previously agreed on only Wang Jianli coming, but upon her consent to shelter him, 3 had arrived instead. Furious, Zhang Nuo blocked the doorway, refusing them entry, but they were numerous and quickly turned hostile. Taking over her home, Zhang Nuo argued with them, yet she was outnumbered. The neighbors merely watched with cold indifference, some even coming to gawk, and after a brief altercation, they all retreated behind closed doors. She would never forget her enemies' names. One was Zhang Cheng and the other Lu Wenyu. Li Meng's complexion darkened, her eyes filled with conflict. The 6th floor was destined to become a coveted prize in the eyes of the entire unit. Every household was hungry, fearing a shortage. Yet they brought in 3 large men, clearly not lacking in resources. The dealings with Wu De regarding food could not remain hidden. Why would anyone assist them? How much supplies do you really have on the 6th floor? She felt a chill run through her, closing her eyes for a moment, but ultimately, her concern for Tan Ling prevailed. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Zhang Nuo, you must return quickly. When I need your help, I will seek you out." Zhang Nuo regarded her, warning, "The 2 people Wang Jianli brought are not to be trifled with. Be careful." With that, she departed with Yuruhua. Once outside and seeing no one around, Zhang Nuo once again placed her bag into the space and ascended the stairs with her mother. As they neared home, Yuruhua suddenly noticed Zhang Nuo's empty hands and gasped, "Xiao Nuo, where are the things?" The secret of the space would eventually be revealed to her mother. So Zhang Nuo did not feel the need to conceal it. "I've put them away, Mom. I'll find time to explain later. Let's just go home for now." Yuruhua paused, then nodded gravely. "All right, as long as you know what you're doing, I won't pry." Upon returning home, they opened and closed door after door. And Yuruhua instantly felt a surge of security. "I'll go make dinner. We still have potatoes. Tonight, I'll prepare a beef stew with potatoes and some potato cakes." With that, she headed to the kitchen. Zhang Nuo, curious about Li Meng's freeze-dried food, casually took out 2 packets, soaking them in warm water. Before long, a vibrant red strawberry and a steaming plate of kung pao chicken were ready. She sampled a strawberry. Although not as delectable as fresh ones, it was still quite good, with a rich aroma and a delightful sweet and sour flavor. The kung pao chicken looked even more appetizing, tasting nearly identical to Western-style Chinese cuisine. It couldn't compare to freshly cooked meals from restaurants back home, but amidst the end of the world, it was undoubtedly a treat. After satisfying her curiosity, Zhang Nuo stored Li Meng's supplies in a designated corner of the space, resolving not to touch them again. The tender beef absorbed the flavors beautifully, and the potatoes, having soaked in the essence of the meat, were both soft and sandy in texture. Pouring the rich broth over the rice, complemented by a heap of pickled mustard greens, followed by a bowl of delightful vegetable and mushroom soup to cleanse the palate, Zhang Nuo found herself utterly captivated by her mother's culinary skills. Compared to the lavish meals outside, these home-cooked flavors were far more satisfying, filling their bellies with warmth and familiarity. With water and electricity cut off, they had long since stopped using gas. Yuruhua now cooked with liquefied gas, relying on the provisions she had previously stockpiled at the supermarket. She was cautious, preparing meals on the 36th floor and ensuring all doors and windows were tightly shut. The soundproofing on the 36th floor had cost a pretty penny. When the doors were firmly closed, not a whisper escaped. Just as they finished dinner, Jang Nua, contentedly sipping her soup, was interrupted by a loud knocking at the door. The resounding knocks echoed from the hallway into the room. Yu Ruahua looked at Jang Nua, noticing her frown, and asked with concern, "Should we open the door?"
Yes.
Jiang Nua replied, suspecting the visitor was most likely Wang Jianli. Indeed, when Yu Ruahua opened the stairwell door, Wang Jianli stood there with a feigned smile, greeting her, "Auntie." Yu Ruahua had previously held a favorable impression of Wang Jianli, but after hearing about Li Meng's situation, she sensed something was amiss. "Who do you think you are calling Auntie?" Yu Ruahua's face turned cold. This man, who brought misfortune to others, dared to come and trouble her daughter. She would certainly drive him away with a kitchen knife. Wang Jianli appeared unperturbed by her demeanor, maintaining his smile as he asked, "Is Xiao Nua home?"
No.
Just as Yu Ruahua was about to slam the door shut in anger, Jiang Nua stepped beside her, gently pushing her aside, signaling her to let him in. Yu Ruahua understood, stepping aside. "Do you need something?" Jiang Nua had no intention of engaging with him, but she was determined to handle her own affairs. She would never allow her mother to stand in front of her again. Wang Jianli's expression softened, becoming more sincere and gentle as he said, "Xiao Nua, I have come to apologize." Jiang Nua regarded him coldly, remaining silent. He paused briefly before continuing, "Actually, you've misunderstood many things, such as my relationship with Yang Ning. I did indeed have a past with her, but it was beyond my control. I know you have endured much hardship. I do not expect your forgiveness, but I simply wish for you to understand my remorse." Jiang Nua silently observed his performance. "Are you finished? If so, you may leave."
Donwa.
"Please don't be like this," Wang Jianli frowned, reaching out as if to grasp her through the iron bars, but before he could make contact, he felt a sudden chill on his wrist. Instantly, a sharp pain shot through him, and he noticed a cut on his wrist, blood gushing forth.
Ah!
Jiang Nua looked at him coldly, casually playing with a dark dagger, as nimble as a serpent. That swift slash had left him wounded. Could she sever his hand entirely? Wang Jianli recoiled a few steps in fear, terrified she might strike again, his face paling. "What are you doing?" Tan Ling's shrill scream echoed from behind. She had come looking for Wang Jianli and stumbled upon the scene, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Have you lost your mind? Jianli just wanted to talk to you, and you respond with such ingratitude. Do you understand that you can't go to the hospital now? An injury can lead to infection. It could be fatal."
You lunatic.
"Get lost, or I'll chop you up too," Jiang Nua replied with indifference. Tan Ling hurriedly removed her outer coat and pressed it against Wang Jianli's hand to staunch the bleeding, her heart aching for him. "Jianli, let us go." She angrily helped Wang Jianli up, but Jiang Nua had already slammed the door shut, ignoring her protests. "Don't pay her any mind, Jianli. She's the type who will destroy what she cannot have. I believe she has some psychological issues," Tan Ling consoled him. "I'm fine, don't worry." Wang Jianli reassured her, his gaze fixed on the closed door, his heart seething with resentment. He could not believe that Jiang Nua had completely ceased to care for him. Without love, how could there be hate? Her current animosity towards him only indicated that she still held him in her thoughts.
We shall see.
Chapter 36. Will the rain ever cease? After being turned away by Jiang Nua, Wang Jianli returned to Tan Ling's home, feeling dejected. Li Meng's room was equipped with a first aid kit, complete with disinfectants and bandaging materials. Tan Ling promptly fetched them and carefully tended to Wang Jianli's wounds. He had not anticipated the depth of his injury. The iodine sting made him flinch, causing Tan Ling to wince in sympathy. "What did that woman, Jiang Nua, say?" Zhang Chen inquired. Wang Jianli shook his head and said to Tan Ling, "In this situation, we may have to rely entirely on you." "You don't need to be so formal," Tan Ling replied. "Given the current circumstances, how could I possibly turn a blind eye to your difficulties?" "Thank you. I am fortunate to have you," Wang Jianli said, offering her a gentle smile. After finishing the bandaging, Tan Ling hurried to prepare a meal. She rushed into the kitchen, calling out, "Meng Meng, is the food ready?" Li Meng, busy organizing leftover items in the refrigerator, ignored her, not even turning around.
Tan Ling Said.
"Did I not ask you to prepare something to eat before I left? Jianli and the others have gone days without food. The water and gas have been cut off for quite some time. How could I cook?" Li Meng snapped, slamming the refrigerator door shut. Understanding that Li Meng was in a foul mood, Tan chose not to engage further. Instead, she retrieved several boxes of self-heating rice, a cake, and baked muffins, along with some milk that Li Meng usually reserved. We have guests today. We cannot be stingy. The trio, famished, stared at the spread with glazed eyes, disregarding their manners as they dove into the food. The meal was devoured in a frenzy, and Tan realized there was not enough to go around, prompting her to fetch more, a quantity that would have sufficed for her and Li Meng for several days. Jianli, slow down. You have an injury, Tan cautioned. Thank you, he replied, suddenly aware of his unrefined eating. Tan felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing his embarrassment. It's fine. We have plenty of food. We'll manage. She reassured him. Tonight, we'll have self-heating hot pot, and there are snacks at home. You won't go hungry again. I'm grateful for you, Wang Jianli said softly, gazing at her. In the past, my mind was consumed by work, believing that achieving success would allow me to pursue my dreams. This torrential rain has forced me to pause. I have reflected on so much these past few days. Wealth and fame are but fleeting illusions, easily washed away by a storm. Cherishing those around us and our emotions is what truly matters. He spoke with an air of enlightenment, leaving Tan deeply moved as she picked up a tissue to wipe the corner of his mouth. Sated and sprawled on the sofa, Zhang Qing teased, Jianli, your girlfriend is truly good to you. It makes us single folks envious. Wang Jianli smiled faintly at Tan and replied, your envy is of no consequence. Noticing his lack of denial regarding the girlfriend remark, Tan heart raced, her cheeks flushed, and a smile crept onto her face, causing Li Meng to nearly burst with frustration.
Bang!
Li Meng produced a bucket and placed it on the floor, addressing them. We have no running water now to drink. We must collect rainwater and filter it, otherwise there will be nothing to consume. Yet Zhang Cheng and Lu Wenyi seemed oblivious to her words, simply closing their eyes as if to feign sleep. Li Meng felt a chill in her heart. She understood that these two were trying to assert their dominance. In times like these, she knew it was crucial not to appear easily manipulated. Since they were brought by Wang Jianli, their attitudes would ultimately reflect his. Therefore, she approached Wang Jianli directly, speaking coldly, Wangge, I understand your relationship with Tan and I do not oppose your staying here. However, the situation is different now. I believe it is essential to establish some ground rules. Since we are living together, I hope we can unite and face this challenge together. We can be casual during downtime, but when there is work to be done, we should share the burden. What do you think? Wang Jianli sat up straight, maintaining a gentle demeanor. You are absolutely right. Zhang Cheng, did you hear that? I heard, Zhang Cheng replied, sitting up with a playful grin. Come on, little lady. Don't be so anxious. With us big men around, how could we let you two ladies do all the heavy lifting? Exactly. Lu Wenyi chimed in, winking. We'll handle the tough tasks. You just need to look pretty, haha. Li Meng was taken aback by their shamelessness. They had barely arrived and were already acting this way, unwilling to even pretend to be considerate. Seeing Li Meng's distressed expression, Tan interjected. There's no need to rush about the water situation. With such heavy rain, we won't be short on water, she said. Meng, let us arrange the rooms first, so they can rest properly. We can discuss other matters later. With 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, but only 3 rooms available. The main bedroom with an ensuite was occupied by Tan while Li Meng resided in the second bedroom. The remaining guest room was furnished with a tatami mat. Meng, why not move in with me? You can give your room to Jianli since he has an injury. He won't rest well in the tatami room. Zhang Cheng and Lu Wenyi can take the guest room. What do you think? No way, Li Meng immediately protested. She was somewhat of a neat freak, and her room was meticulously arranged, from the rug by her bed to the potted plants on her desk, all carefully selected. Why should she relinquish her well-kept space to a man she barely knew? Just the thought of it was intolerable. Girl, that's a bit unreasonable, Zhang Qing remarked. How could 3 big men fit in such a tiny tatami room? Li Meng stood firm, arguing that it was only temporary, just a few days, and that moving back and forth was unnecessary. Meng, please try to understand, Tan pleaded, shaking her hand. Isn't better to stay with me? Li Meng pulled her hand back, expressionless, ignoring Tan seeing this. Lu Wenyi began to mock. I remember this is Jianli's girlfriend's house, right? Or, am I mistaken? Is it your place? Li Meng turned to glare at him. What are you implying? The homeowner is here talking respectfully, and you, what are you trying to prove? We are all just borrowing space. Why act so high and mighty? My friends are in a tight spot. But that doesn't mean they need to bow to a woman. I can pay my share of the rent in full. As she spoke, Lu Wenyi tossed some cash onto the coffee table. Tan Ling felt torn. She was caught between her best friend and her boyfriend's friends, making her feel conflicted. She couldn't understand why Li Meng, who had always been her greatest supporter with a good temperament, was so critical of Wang Jianli. Hey, Wenyi, put the money away. Let's not say things out of anger, Tan Ling advised, subtly tugging at Wang Jianli's hand, casting him a pleading look. Let us not argue. Since we're in this together, we shouldn't fight over trivial matters. How about this? They can sleep in the guest room, and I'll take the living room. If Li Meng finds it inconvenient, I can sleep outside. It's a single-entry unit, and there's enough space for a small bed. Upon hearing this, Tan Ling immediately stood up to object. No, you have an injury. You're my guest, not a homeless person. How could I allow you to sleep outside? Li Meng shot a cold glance at Wang Jianli, saying icily, Do you really believe what a man says? Just let him try sleeping outside for a night. Meng, could you please watch your tone? Tan Ling exclaimed, feeling utterly helpless, her eyes welling with tears. Tan Ling, don't worry. I'm fine, Wang Jianli reassured her. It's understandable that Li Meng feels this way. After all, order matters in situations like this. Li Meng's heart sank further. Wang Jianli was on a different level than those two. Tan Ling was no match for him, and with just a few words, he could sway her completely. The young woman, unwilling to relinquish her room, seemed resolute. If you won't let us use the room, then so be it. We can manage sleeping in the living room. One of the men said with a grin, reclining on the sofa, with his legs spread wide. But I must warn you, I prefer to sleep without clothes. So if I happen to run into you on my way to the bathroom, please don't accuse me of misconduct. Wang Jianli interjected, What nonsense are you spouting? You simply cannot resist making jokes, regardless of the occasion. Tan Ling, feeling outmatched, tugged at Li Meng's hand with a pleading look. Please, just let us have the room, for my sake. It would be so convenient for us to share it, especially with an independent bathroom. We can chat and pass the time together, right? Faced with their relentless pressure and Tan Ling's unwavering obedience to Wang Jianli, Li Meng felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Clenching her fists, her hands trembled slightly, yet she found herself compelled to acquiesce. If only this rain would cease, she thought. Then I could move out immediately, and everything would come to an end. But will this rain ever stop? Chapter 37. How he achieved it. Jiang No awoke from her slumber. Outside, dawn had arrived, yet the thick soundproof curtains allowed scarcely a glimmer of light to penetrate. Disliking the oppressive darkness, she connected a small night light to a battery, providing a faint glow that did not disturb her rest. Lying in bed, she listened to the torrential rain outside. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the sound of rain had never ceased, and everyone gradually grew accustomed to its presence. She rose to engage in physical exercise, aware that in the later stages of the apocalypse, mutated creatures would proliferate. With dark clouds of birds casting shadows over the skies, an absolute nightmare for all bases. With countless animals and plants undergoing mutation and evolution, humanity's supremacy in the food chain was increasingly challenged. While animals and plants evolved, humans struggled to find their own path to evolution. The formidable leaders of the major bases were merely individuals with superior physical abilities, skilled in combat, but there was no evidence of supernatural powers. The encounter with the men in black at the docks had sparked her doubts about the potential for human evolution, regardless of whether they were foes or allies. She knew she must rapidly enhance her strength to protect herself and her mother. She began with fundamental physical training, then practiced combat techniques through videos. When fatigue set in, she took a sip of spring water from her space and repeatedly practiced a series of moves with her dagger, executing thrusts and strikes. The broadsword she currently possessed was her most valuable and longest weapon, yet it felt unwieldy in her hands, limiting her to only nimble slashing techniques. Which was somewhat regrettable. She found herself more suited to a lighter dagger. Observing the men in black, she marveled at how effortlessly they wielded their blades, slicing through steel like tofu, and could not fathom how they accomplished such feats. Jiang Noah pondered their graceful footwork and light movements, attempting to emulate their style. That day, when the waters rose, she had hesitated to leave, merely wishing to gauge the depth of this individual. Yet, in her hurried glances, she had failed to comprehend their methods, making imitation impossible. Before she knew it, she had trained until noon, her body drenched in sweat. In recent days, Her meals and bathing had gradually transitioned to the 36th floor, prompting her and Yu Ruohua to move their sleeping arrangements there. The soundproofing on the 36th floor was exceptional, and the rooftop water tank was conveniently connected to that floor, making it easy for Yu Ruohua to prepare meals. After dining, she would take Hame for walks in the stairwell, returning to the 35th floor to watch shows on her iPad. Had it not been for the need to stay alert to the happenings below, Yu Ruohua might have been reluctant to descend to the 35th floor at all. Currently, the household electricity was primarily utilized for lighting, bathing, and charging mobile devices. A single battery could last quite some time, and she had ample batteries charged in her space, along with numerous solar panels. Previously unaware, she discovered that solar energy could be harnessed even on rainy days. The vacuum tubes gathered heat even in less than sunny conditions. Although the energy output was far inferior to that of a sunny day, Zhang Nua placed 2 panels in charge, sufficient for illumination. After a refreshing shower, she heard Yu Ruohua calling her for lunch. Stepping out, she was greeted by a delightful aroma. "Mom, what is cooking that smells so good?" "Spicy fish hot pot." Yu Ruohua replied from the kitchen. "The fish in the fridge has been frozen for days. If we don't eat it soon, it will spoil." Indeed. Fish is best enjoyed fresh, and once frozen, it tends to carry a strong fishy taste, making it ideal for preparation in a hot pot. I used up the remaining ingredients in the fridge and turned it off to conserve battery. After all, our electricity is limited. Yu Ruohua skillfully chopped cilantro and prepared the fish, while Zhang Nua attempted to assist, but was gently shooed away. "Just wait until it's ready. Don't complicate matters." "Then let me add some ingredients," Zhang Nua insisted, retrieving some duck gizzards and quail eggs from her space to place on the table. "I also want luncheon meat. Hot pot noodles, lotus slices, and potato slices." Yu Ruohua had grown accustomed to her daughter's sudden procurement of items, barely glancing at them as she washed the ingredients and asked, "Do you think we can finish all that?"
Why not? Yang replied cheerfully.
"And we have Hame to help. But how can it eat hot pot? It's so spicy." "Hame, are you underestimating me?" Standing by the kitchen, Zhang Nua watched her mother cook, exchanging light-hearted banter. "Xiao Nua, didn't you mention having honeycomb coal?" Yu Ruohua inquired. "Yes, I do. Do you have a stove?" "Of course," Zhang Nua affirmed. Yu Ruohua felt relieved. "Make sure to keep it safe. With this humid weather, I don't care where you store it, but be vigilant. I believe this weather won't improve anytime soon, and that honeycomb coal will be invaluable in the future." Before long, the prepared spicy fish hot pot, along with the vegetables, was brought to the table.
"Come and eat."
"This damp weather calls for something spicy to dispel the humidity," Yu Ruohua urged. Zhang Nua, not one to decline, found her mother's hot pot truly delectable, tender, succulent, and flavorful, devoid of any fishy taste. Paired with the rich broth, the combination of spiciness and freshness was utterly delightful. Just as she was savoring her meal, Ame approached, holding its food bowl, eyes wide with anticipation. "You want some too? It's quite spicy." "Wong wong." Zhang Nua plucked a piece of luncheon meat from the pot and placed it in Hame's small bowl. "Be careful not to burn yourself." Hame cautiously sniffed the food, perhaps unfamiliar with such flavors. Ultimately, however, it could not resist the enticing aroma and devoured the luncheon meat, only to regret it immediately. "Hame Wang?" Seeing it leap 2 meters high, howling in dismay, Zhang Nua nearly burst into laughter. "I told you it's spicy. Hurry and drink some water." Hame dashed to its water bowl, burying its head to drink. Zhang Nua suddenly thought Hame seemed to have grown a bit larger and appeared to be more intelligent. Previously, it was just a purebred husky, not known for its cleverness. Now, at mealtime, it would come to her, holding its bowl, displaying a wealth of expressive emotions, and responding promptly when told to drink water, creating an impression of seamless communication.
Yang no pondered.
Could it be the spring water from her space that had brought about such changes? Yu Ruohua returned Hame's south bowl to its place, filling it with dog food. Having had a rough initiation into hot pot, Hame vented its frustration on the dog food. With a fervent appetite, it devoured half the bowl. "Wong wong. All gone?" Yu Ruohua said, without turning around. "You know, your portion for one meal now is enough to last you a whole day before, and yet you still want more?" Hame, "Wong wong 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 wong." Hame nudged Yu Ruohua with its head, playfully begging while stealing glances at her. When she remained unyielding, it fetched 2 tissues, rubbing its face with its paws. Yu Ruohua, Zhang Nua could not help but chuckle. It was amusing to see Hame mimic her mother's habit of using tissues whenever she cried while watching television. Faced with Hame's antics, Yu Ruahua relented and poured more dog food.
Yang no contemplate deeply.
The spring water from her space could very well have been the catalyst for Hame's transformation. She has been drinking continuously, and her physical condition has noticeably improved. Her hearing and vision have strengthened, and despite only sleeping 5 hours each night, she remains quite energetic. The changes in my mother are also evident. She has fewer gray hairs, her spirit is uplifted, and her skin radiates a healthy glow. While the space spring water may not possess miraculous properties to induce transformation or reverse aging, it indeed contributes to enhancing one's physical constitution and restoring vitality. However, this transformation may not occur swiftly. Rather, it unfolds gradually day by day. My mother had previously struggled with her health, likely due to exhaustion, and bore several minor ailments. Once she has had more time to recuperate and her health has further improved, we can engage in exercise together. Nonetheless, she feels it necessary to assess Hame first.
Hame,
Come with me upstairs.
woof.
Hame eagerly followed, blissfully unaware that it was about to face the most exhausting night of its life. Chapter 38 approaches to ascertain the changes in Hame. Zhang Noa conducted various tests. The first was measuring its weight. Since the prolonged heat wave, Hame had lost considerable weight, but it has now regained it and appears even more robust. To be precise, it has grown stronger. Its fur has become sleek and soft, reminiscent of its winter coat. It seems to have gained a bit in both length and height. Most importantly, its eyes now exude a newfound liveliness, no longer appearing as dull and foolish as before. Of course, these are merely superficial changes. Zhang Noa was more interested in uncovering the hidden attributes within its body, such as strength, speed, endurance, reaction time, and intelligence. Let us begin with strength. Stand still. I will place some weight on your back, and you mustn't move. Zhang Noa brought several bags of rice, and added them one by one. At first, Hame handled it with ease, but when the weight reached 7 bags, equating to 140 pounds, it began to tremble slightly. Yet, this was enough to astonish Zhang Noa. Could an ordinary dog bear such weight? Many people struggle to carry 140 pounds. Zhang Noa, weighing exactly 100 pounds, found that Hame could comfortably bear her weight. Next came the tests of speed and reaction time. Zhang Noa and Hame dashed up and down the stairs. Zhang Noa exerted herself to the fullest, but after only 10 laps, Hame had completed 15. It was utterly overwhelming. Why was she even comparing herself to a sled dog? Given its speed in running back and forth, its reaction time must be impressive as well. The moment Zhang Noa pointed her laser pen, Hame's paw was already pressing the spot. However, after a long period of inactivity, Hame seemed reluctant to stop playing. Hame barked enthusiastically, eyes sparkling with desire for more playtime. Yet, Zhang Noa had no time to indulge. She initiated a stamina test, encouraging Hame to leap and bound in the corridor. It took a full hour before Hame finally lay down, panting and playfully whining. This was absurd. Zhang Noa realized that in terms of strength, speed, and endurance, Hame surpassed her. Reality is indeed inferior to a dog. After Hame rested for a bit, Zhang Noa said, "Now answer my questions. Correct answers earn rewards, while wrong ones incur penalties." Hame responded with a puzzled bark. "What is 1 plus 2? Bark bark." "Still incorrect. Today's meals will be deducted."
Through these simple tests,
Hame demonstrated a degree of intelligence greater than that of an average dog, but its IQ still left much to be desired. Perhaps her expectations had been too high. She couldn't help but think, had she brought back that border collie she encountered at the seaside and fed it spring water daily, it would likely have graduated from elementary school by now. After feeding Hame meat and freeze-dried food from the space, Zhang Noa petted its head while she herself enjoyed an apple and yogurt. They both sat on the stairs, replenishing their energy. It was time for bed. Zhang Noa affectionately ruffled its fluffy head. "Woof woof." Full of joy. "Tomorrow we continue testing." Hame whimpered in agreement. The following days were marked by relentless rain. With no electricity, gas, or food, most households were nearing their breaking point. Some individuals knocked on doors seeking food, but during such times, everyone was struggling to survive, leaving no one able to share. Whenever Zhang Noa grew weary from her training, she would train Hame instead. After several days, there was notable progress. Hame could now jump high enough to touch the chandelier on the ceiling. As noon approached, Zhang Noa returned to the 35th floor with Hame, only to find her mother was not home. Just as she was preparing to search for her, the door swung open, and Yu Ruahua returned. "Mom, where have you been?" Seeing her daughter's concern, Yuruahua smiled and replied, I went downstairs to borrow some food. Jiang Noa thought she must have misheard. Borrow food? I know it's unlikely to succeed, but this is a proactive approach. As Yuruahua changed her shoes, she continued, if I don't attempt to borrow, they will assume we have food and could come knocking, which would be troublesome. It's fine. They can't get in, Jiang Noa replied calmly.
Mom.
Please don't go out alone anymore. I find it unsafe. Don't worry, I'm just putting on a show and gathering information, Yuruahua reassured her. While our home appears secure, being cooped up all day without knowing what is happening outside isn't ideal either. We must stay informed.
Yang no nodded silently.
Her mother had a point. Being cut off from information was never beneficial. Having sufficient intelligence was essential for preparing accurate and effective responses. In this world, one must not be reckless or overly complacent. However, allowing her mother to venture out for information seemed unsafe. It was best to minimize her outings. Perhaps she needed someone to act as her eyes and ears. This matter shouldn't be rushed. The thought lingered in Jiang Nu's mind as she set it aside for the moment. I'll talk to you more about it later. I need to prepare dinner now. As Yuruahua headed to the 36th floor, Jiang Noa called out, Mom, we're not cooking today. Let us have something ready-made. Yuruahua shook her head. Those bread, ham, and instant rice can't compare to a freshly cooked meal. I still prefer my own cooking. Jiang Noa retrieved 2 meal boxes from the space and placed them on the coffee table, one containing spicy stir-fried meat with potatoes, and the other featuring dry-fried cauliflower with cured meat and mushrooms, accompanied by steaming rice. What do you think? Do you like the taste? Jiang Noa smiled at her. Yuruahua was stunned. She knew Jiang Noa occasionally produced items and sometimes took them away, but she had always assumed her daughter had a hidden room to store things. She never imagined Jiang Noa could conjure items from thin air. Yuruahua's mouth hung open in shock, her gaze fixed on Jiang Noa. Eat up. Jiang Noa sat on the floor mat, opened the meal boxes, and pushed one toward Yuruahua. Upon closer inspection, Yuruahua felt a storm of emotions. Wasn't this her own cooking? Recognizing the disposable containers and the dishes, she recalled making them for Jiang Noa when she mentioned wanting to prepare work meals to earn money before the heavy rains. Yuruahua looked at Jiang Noa, struggling to suppress her curiosity, finally managing to hold back her questions. She had promised her daughter she wouldn't pry. Yet, the urge to ask gnawed at her. Noticing her mother's reaction, Jiang Noa pursed her lips and sat up straight, stating earnestly, Mom, I understand you may doubt your eyes, but you're not mistaken. I truly can place items into an alternate space and retrieve them as they were. Whatever I place inside is exactly what I take out. Yuruahua swallowed hard, still reeling from the shock. How did you acquire this ability? Jiang Noa pulled down her collar to reveal a peculiar scar near her collarbone. Do you remember the necklace you gave me? Yuruahua nodded, recalling fondly that the necklace was a treasured heirloom passed down through generations. It looked splendid on her. And when she eventually stopped wearing it, Yuruahua assumed it was no longer to her liking, so she refrained from inquiring further. As time passed, with the relentless heat and her daily labor, she forgot to ask about the necklace. It had shattered. To spare her feelings, Jiang Noa ultimately chose not to reveal the truth about having died once. The remnants of the shattered necklace left a mark on her, endowing her with the extraordinary ability to traverse dimensions. So, it was like this, Yuruahua murmured, digesting this unfathomable reality. As she reflected on Jiang Noa's recent busyness, her shock morphed into sheer elation. In today's world, what did this ability signify for her daughter? It symbolized survival. The more she pondered, the more exhilarated she became. Her face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling, her heart pounding. This is wonderful. Why didn't you tell me sooner?
No, wait.
You shouldn't have told me at all. Such secrets are best kept hidden for safety. Why share it with me? You would eventually find out, Jiang Noa replied, serving her more food. I didn't wish to deceive you, merely struggled to find the right moment to disclose it, fearing it would burden you. Yuruahua steadied herself, took a few bites, and savored the stir-fried peppers that tasted as fresh as if they had just been prepared, a truly miraculous experience that felt dreamlike. I am getting older and may not be as meticulous as you. If you believe it should remain hidden, then do so, and if you wish to share, then speak freely. Rest assured, this secret shall remain with me until my last breath. Glancing out at the torrential rain, Yuruahua remarked, I will support you to the best of my abilities, even if it means preparing meals and ensuring your well-being. After this open exchange, Jiang Noah shared a knowing smile with her mother. In this lifetime, they must bolster each other and strive to live well. As they dined, their conversation turned to Yuruahua's plan to procure grain. I heard them discussing the 6th floor today, she began. Their days are about to become quite difficult. What are they saying about the 6th floor?
Yang Noi Nuited.
They say everyone is starving, yet the 6th floor managed to bring back 3 large men from outside, indicating they must have food. Who wouldn't feel envious? Yuruahua instinctively lowered her voice. Our unit is forming a residence committee, initiated by Wang Chong, who will also serve as the head. He is quite shameless, already married, yet still has an interest in Tangling. He was already plotting against the 6th floor, which has now become the focus of everyone's attention. It won't be long before they take action against them. Jiang Noah was not surprised by this development. There's no need to wait. Wang Chong just became the head of the committee and needs to establish his authority. He will act within 2 days at the latest. Yuruahua's concern grew. What will you do if Li Meng comes looking for you then? Do not worry. I have it all under control, Jiang Noah reassured her, a glint of cold determination flickering in her eyes. I will personally deal with Wang Jianli. Chapter 39. Planting. The following morning, members of the residence committee knocked on doors, requesting families with surplus food to contribute to those facing starvation. They insisted that the community should not stand idly by while neighbors suffered. Wang Chong was even contemplating a public grain management system, collecting all food from the building for unified distribution to ensure each household received a share daily. Most supported this proposal, while a few opposed it, primarily those with ample reserves who could afford to ration their supplies for a while. The support stemmed from those who were running low on provisions and were desperate. Public management sacrificed the surplus of a few to benefit the many, earning Wang Chong widespread admiration. In the midst of relentless rain, the building had become an island, and the elderly residents were struggling. The atmosphere was one of despair. If Wang Chong could temporarily alleviate hunger, he would gain supporters. The first household targeted for food was that of Brother Du, who had amassed the most supplies during a previous scavenging run. Although reluctant, he had no choice but to comply when confronted by the group, seeking to avoid trouble. Yuruahua, inquiring among the other residents, learned that the 6th floor had also been approached. Yet, aside from Li Meng's dissent, the others chose to avoid conflict. Even Zhang Cheng and his friends yielded, offering some of their reserves. Those with food ultimately contributed, at least a little, fearing the repercussions of Wang Chong and the committee's inquiries. After all, Wang Chong had boldly declared, "Do you think you can claim you have no food? We will find out if that's true." To avoid drawing ire, Yuruahua took half a bag of flour from her home to contribute for the committee's distribution. Jiang Noah disapproved of this concession, believing it to be a sign of weakness. However, Yuruahua felt that standing firm now would protect Wang Jianli and the others. Jiang Noah, seeing her resolve, chose to acquiesce for the time being. Conflict was inevitable, and retreating only encouraged further aggression. Yet, small skirmishes were trivial to establish authority. One must engage in decisive action that instilled fear. Jiang Noah was prepared for this. After a week of relative calm, the committee could no longer procure food. While some families claimed they had none, the 6th floor's denials were met with skepticism. The residents who had been living off the bounty of their food supplies appeared rejuvenated, while others grew increasingly envious. The 6th floor, represented by Tangling, flatly refused to provide any further assistance to the committee, inciting fury among its members. Primarily Lu Shiqin's family, who caused a ruckus at Wang Chong's residence. What should we do now, Brother Chong? The 6th floor is so selfish. Neighbors living together refuse to help, hoarding food while inviting men from outside to feast. Each time we request food, it feels like begging, and their disdain is truly repugnant. They even flaunted their abundance on social media, only to now claim they have run out. Is this a joke? What kind of superiority complex is that? Showing off while others starve? Wang Chong deliberately delayed action for 2 days, refraining from distributing grain. Those genuinely facing hunger were now utterly reliant on the committee for sustenance. As the sentiments of the residents boiled over, Wang Chong smiled, knowing that since the community was growing increasingly restless, he would pay the 6th floor a visit today. Jiang Noah had a general understanding of the situation between the committee and the 6th floor, even without direct involvement. Since Li Meng had remained silent, Jiang Noah decided to observe the unfolding events. Meanwhile, both she and Yuruahua had been preoccupied with planting. Before the apocalypse, Yuruahua had cultivated some plants in a glass house on the rooftop, which had initially thrived until the torrential rains arrived. Uncertain whether it was the temperature fluctuations or lack of sunlight, the plants began to wither. Despite Jiang Nua assuring her that she had sufficient supplies stored away, Yu Ruohua felt uneasy, believing that without tangible harvests, even the greatest riches could dwindle. Thus, they uprooted the dying plants and prepared the soil anew, fertilizing it. Jiang Nua retrieved resources from her storage, finding valuable information about agriculture and cultivation, selecting practical guides to upload to a tablet for Yu Ruohua's convenience. Jiang Nua also utilized her training breaks to study further. After thorough consideration, she decided to plant cherry radishes and lettuce. Cherry radish, also known as the 30-day radish, earns its name from its rapid growth, requiring merely around 30 days from sowing to harvest. It serves as an excellent choice for urban balcony gardening, thriving even in pots. This delightful fruit radish is crisp, tender, and slightly sweet, making it an ideal ingredient for refreshing salads when julienne. Lettuce is a more familiar vegetable, perhaps the most commonly consumed raw vegetable for many. A slice pairs perfectly with grilled meat, cutting through the richness while adding flavor. It also enhances the texture and vitamin content in burgers or sandwiches, proving both delicious and practical. Remarkably, lettuce can also be harvested in approximately 30 days and can be continuously cultivated. Both of these vegetables are relatively easy to grow, though care must be taken to manage pests in lettuce. She purchased a substantial number of seeds, with only a few being somewhat expensive. Balcony vegetables are the most economical, practical, and cost-effective. She acquired seeds for lettuce, Shanghai greens, chives, cherry radishes, spinach, Chinese cabbage, and chickweed from a reliable source, with 2,000 seeds costing merely 11 yuan. And the set options are even more affordable, packaged in small plastic bags. At such prices, some promotions even offered buy one get one free deals, or included tools like spray bottles. She had ordered from several suppliers and had lost track of the total quantity received. Finding cherry radish and lettuce seeds from her storage, she took a small amount of each, and together with Yu Ruohua, they sowed them into the prepared soil. Following the book's guidance should yield results, shouldn't it? Yu Ruohua remarked, glancing at the information on her tablet, still apprehensive after their previous failure. Jiang Nua shared her concern. Although they had plenty of seeds, they could not afford to waste them. After some contemplation, she fetched some spring water from her storage and sprinkled it over the soil where the seeds were buried. The spring water from her space invigorates both humans and animals, undoubtedly benefiting the plants as well. The outcome was astonishing. The following afternoon, Yu Ruohua checked the garden and discovered that most of the seeds had already sprouted. Gazing at the vibrant green seedlings, Yu Ruohua was filled with joy. In her years, she had never witnessed crops growing so rapidly, and she couldn't help but marvel. The spring water in my alternate space revitalizes the body. The water I provided you is the same. Have you not noticed a reduction in your gray hairs? Jiang Nua said. Yu Ruohua paused, touching her hair. Given my current state, I hardly have time to look in the mirror. Just washing my face each day is an achievement. However, now that you mention it, my sleep has indeed improved significantly. I used to wake up frequently at night, but lately, I sleep soundly until dawn and don't feel tired during the day. As she spoke, her eyes turned to Jiang Nua. I must say, you are becoming increasingly radiant, exuding a captivating aura, transformed as if reborn. With a grace surpassing that of any celebrity. Jiang Nua chuckled at the compliment, amused by her mother's unwavering admiration. A mother always perceives her child as exceptional, finding them pleasing in every regard. Even when she was exhausted from late-night projects, looking pale and breaking out in acne, her mother still saw her as a fairy. Furthermore, the first time her mother remarked on her skin becoming fairer was before the spring water appeared in her space upgrade. Thus, Jiang Nua dismissed her mother's words and focused intently on their garden. The benefits of the spring water for gardening were evident, yet its supply was limited. Both she, her mother, and Hame consumed it daily, and the small pond remained shallow. She hesitated to use it liberally on the garden. Perhaps watering every 3 to 4 days would suffice, ensuring the vegetables thrived without perishing. It might even be possible to harvest them in less than 30 days. Checking the time, an idea struck her, and she turned to Yu Ruohua with a serious expression. Mom, from this moment on, you absolutely must not go outside. Stay on the 36th floor, cook, tend to the garden, and avoid unnecessary outings.
Why?
Yu Ruohua pondered. Are you concerned that the building committee will trouble us? Yes. But do not worry, I will handle it. Just follow my instructions, and do not wander. Seeing her serious tone, Yu Ruohua quickly nodded. I will listen to you. I may not be able to help much, but I will not cause you any trouble. Chapter 40. On the 36th floor. Knock, knock, knock. Li Meng was resting alone in her bedroom when she heard loud banging on the door. Frowning, she quickly dressed and stepped outside. Who the hell is it now? In the living room, Zhang Qing shouted. It's from the 6th floor. Open the door. We are the building management committee. Open up. Not them again. Is this never ending? Zhang Qing replied impatiently. We have no food left, so just stop coming. At this point, everyone had gathered in the living room. Tan Ling appeared somewhat frightened, clutching Wang Jianli's arm tightly. Hurry and open the door. Don't provoke them. The voices outside demanded. This is not a sustainable situation, Wang Jianli said to Zhang Qing. Have you dealt with the committee before? What are they like? Zhang Qing scoffed. That Wang Chong is the leader. He has some influence, and everyone listens to him now. Lu Wenyi, just waking up, sat on the sofa shirtless, wearing only shorts, cursing loudly. We've already given them food twice. They should be satisfied. I refuse to deal with them. Wang Jianli pondered, but what if they keep knocking? If they force their way in, the three of us might not be able to stop them. Hearing this, Tan Ling grew even more anxious, her face pale. I hate Wang Chong. I don't want to see him. Don't worry. I'm here, Wang Jianli reassured her softly. That's right, sister-in-law. Don't fret. We three big men are here. We won't let them bully you, Lu Wenyi added. If it comes to it, we can fight. They won't dare to do anything serious. As the incessant banging continued, Wang Jianli exchanged glances with the two men, and they positioned themselves together, prepared to face the intruders. Seeing Wang Jianli's reliability, Tan Ling felt somewhat reassured and moved closer to Li Meng, whispering, you see, without them, how could we handle this? Li Meng stared at her impassively. If it weren't for them, none of this would have happened. Tan Ling shook her head, feeling that Li Meng still harbored prejudice against Wang Jianli. Not wishing to argue further, she felt a twinge of frustration. At that moment, Zhang Qing approached the door, shouting, Who the hell are you? If anyone dares to knock again, I'll come out and make you pay.
Bang!
Before he could finish his threat, a large foot kicked him in the stomach, sending him and Lu Wenyi tumbling to the ground. Leading the charge, Wang Chom entered with a stern expression, flanked by his men, who wielded knives, metal rods, and cleavers. And without hesitation, they began to beat Zhang Cheng and Lu Wenyi. Trying to be tough? Wang Chong slapped Zhang Cheng across the face. You said you'd kill me? Just moments ago, Zhang Cheng was brimming with bravado. Now, he and Lu Wenyi were on their knees, begging for mercy. Please, big brother, don't hit me. I was wrong. They continued to beat them until both men were bloodied and bruised. Only then did Wang Chong and his crew relent. Seeing their resistance cease, the intruders began to scour the apartment, quickly uncovering a wealth of food supplies, their excitement palpable. The 6th floor truly has plenty of resources. Instant noodles, self-heating rice, hot pot kits, spiral noodles, ham, luncheon meat, sausages, bread, cakes, cookies, and egg tarts. 3 boxes of mineral water and a box of green tea. Amidst the abundance of rice, flour, and salt, the few individuals present could scarcely consume it all. Fortunately, they burst in, for otherwise, she would have starved in her home while others feasted heartily. Watching as their belongings were dragged away, Tan Ling's eyes brimmed with tears, yet she was too fearful of Wang Chong and his cohort to cry out. It was over. Everything was lost. Was there no longer any sense of justice? She questioned herself, having wronged no one, and accepted that in her efforts to salvage what she could, she would receive the least. All she desired was to hide away with her beloved at home. Was that too much to ask? What would she do now? Meanwhile, Li Meng observed the scene with a cold gaze, standing motionless in the corner, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. The circumstances were indeed more formidable than individuals. Wang Jianli, seeing the two incapable of mounting any resistance while outnumbered and facing ruthless adversaries, suddenly changed his demeanor. He approached Wang Chong. Brother Chong, let us converse amicably. Wang Chong smirked, reclining on the sofa and crossing his legs. Now you wish to talk nicely? Would it not have been preferable to recognize the situation sooner? Wang Jianli gritted his teeth. Brother Chong, since you've personally come here, let us be straightforward. We do have some provisions on the 6th floor, but even if we turned everything over, it wouldn't suffice for all the residents for more than a few days. That is not your concern, Wang Chong interrupted him, clenching his fist. Wang Jianli glanced at his two beaten friends, understanding that resistance today would yield no fruit. In this entire building, no one could best Wang Chang. Wait. Wang Jianli suddenly recalled the madwoman, Jiang Nua, and a treacherous idea took root in his mind. Brother Chang, I have a proposal. Wang Chang shot him an impatient glare. What more could you possibly want to discuss? Your 6th floor has earned the ire of the masses. I am merely stepping in for everyone. Wang Jianli managed to smile. You're right, Brother Chang. We've indeed erred. Everyone is starving. How could we shut ourselves away and feast alone? The resources on the 6th floor can be handed over to the Residence Committee today, but I have one condition. What condition? Wang Chang inquired. Since we reside here, we are part of this building. Given our contribution of resources, we should be entitled to join the Residence Committee, Wang Jianli proposed. Wang Chang laughed at this, abruptly striking Wang Jianli across the face. If you can't fight, join. You're amusing, but I'm not interested in bargaining. Stunned by the slap, Wang Jianli felt a flash of anger and determination, but quickly suppressed it. He remained still, feigning indifference to the blow. Brother Chang, I reiterate. This paltry food won't last for everyone, but I know of a place stocked with far more supplies than we have here. If you allow me to join the Residence Committee and associate with you, I will reveal how to obtain it. Feigning a grimace, Wang Jianli added. If you refuse even this, it would seem you're leaving us no escape, and we would be forced to seal our lips and let others benefit. Upon hearing this, not only did Wang Chang's expression darken, but so did those of his companions. More than what you have. Where is it? Is it true? Seeing their interest piqued, Wang Jianli earnestly replied, Of course it's true. If I were fabricating lies, would Brother Chang spare me? After a moment's contemplation, Wang Chang clapped him on the shoulder. You're perceptive. In this entire building, you seem to possess a modicum of intelligence. It's merely a position on the Residence Committee. If you assist us, it's only fair you receive your share. Wang Jianli smiled, adopting a compliant demeanor. Thank you, Brother Chang. I will work alongside you to aid our building and help everyone endure these hardships. All right, it's settled. Now, tell me where we can find more food. At this moment, all eyes in the room were fixed on Wang Jianli. Was there truly another place in the building with greater supplies? Everyone was eager to hear what he would say. Only Li Meng's expression shifted slightly, as if she had discerned his ulterior motives. And she bit her lip in silent fury. Wang Jianli smiled faintly, extending a finger toward the ceiling. I'll tell you, it's on the 36th floor. Chapter 41. If you can't beat them, join them. Wang Jianli was not entirely certain if Jiang Nua's home contained a substantial stockpile of supplies. However, based on his understanding of her family, he knew her mother was quite fond of bargains, always eager to seize discounted items, often returning from the supermarket with meat to freeze. She also enjoyed making sausages, cured meats, and dried chicken, preserved foods that could last a long time. Moreover, before the torrential rain, this madwoman had secured a sum of money from both him and Yang Ning and had abruptly moved to this location. On his first day in the neighborhood, he attempted to visit her, only to be thwarted by 2 layers of doors blocking the entrance to her apartment. When he inquired with Tan Ling, she had little recollection of the door and was unsure when it had been installed, uncertain if it was related to Jiang Nuo's arrival. Yet, with a sum of money in hand, she moved to a notably secure location. What did that signify? Did she possess foreknowledge of impending events and thus prepared accordingly? Of course, these were merely his conjectures. However, they were of little consequence. Regardless of whether Jiang Nua's home held provisions, that madwoman had locked her doors tight, blocking everyone from accessing her apartment. Would she willingly allow Wang Chang to enter and search? It was implausible. Wang Chang had pilfered his belongings, and his anger was palpable. Yet, his resentment toward Jiang Nua was even greater. If he could not enjoy a comfortable life, why should she? Ideally, Wang Chang would confront Jiang Nua, leading to mutual destruction. With this thought, a glint of malice flickered in Wang Jianli's eyes. If he could find an opportunity to eliminate Wang Chang and place the blame on Jiang Nua, he could assume control of the Residence Committee under the guise of an officer and dominate the entire building. To ensnare Wang Chang, he would need to bait him with an enticing lure. Brother Chang, I know that the top floor has an abundance of supplies, all food, sufficient to sustain the residents of the first floor for an extended period. Wang Jianli painted an enticing picture. Wang Chang regarded him skeptically. The top floor is occupied by a mother and daughter, surnamed Yu or something. The woman previously sought to borrow food. Claiming hard times, she doesn't seem like someone with an excess of supplies. Brother Chang, some matters require a more discreet setting for discussion. Wang Jianli, sensing Wang Chong's skepticism, lowered his voice deliberately to pique his curiosity. Wang Chong, indeed intrigued, urged him to continue, signaling for his men to keep moving their belongings as he led Wang Jianli outside. Speak freely. There's no one here. Wang Jianli maintained a sincere expression. Brother Chong, did you notice I mentioned the 36th floor, not the 35th? Wang Chong paused, perplexed. What do you mean? Our building has a total of 36 floors. The 35th is occupied by Jiang Nua and her mother, who have installed 2 doors in the stairwell between the 34th and 35th floors, a wrought iron gate, and a security door. But what about the 36th floor? Why has no one ever seen anyone there? Wang Jianli continued, the 36th floor is uninhabited, but it is filled with supplies. Trust me. Wang Chong's body nearly jolted with realization.
Right.
We have the 36th floor. Wang Jianli pressed on. Brother Chong, Jiang Nua is my colleague. I know she defrauded a substantial sum before the torrential rain, converting it all into supplies and hiding them on the 36th floor. The entire area is brimming with provisions. If you don't believe me, have her open the door. I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. Wang Jianli was all in, convinced that Jiang Nua and her mother had stockpiled food. Even if it wasn't as plentiful as he claimed, they would undoubtedly resist anyone attempting to enter. Once she and Wang Chong clashed, everything would fall into place. Are you certain? Wang Chong was visibly tempted. Absolutely certain. Wang Jianli spoke with unwavering conviction, and her house, fortified with several doors, appeared remarkably secure, making it an ideal base for our building committee. In these uncertain times, with rain that may never cease and chaos looming, the 35th and 36th floors were well guarded. I suggested to Brother Chong that he should acquire the property altogether. Wang Chong nodded, finding himself increasingly fond of Wang Jianli as he listened. What will happen to the mother and daughter once they are expelled? I inquired. If they are willing, we can arrange for other families in the building to take them in. If not, there is little we can do. These are extraordinary circumstances. Let her report it if she dares. Wang Chong shared my sentiments, but felt it more appropriate for Wang Jianli to voice them. After some contemplation, he placed his hand on Wang Jianli's shoulder and said, You make a valid point. Let us proceed this way. You lead the charge, and we'll go to the 35th floor and demand they open the door. Wang Jianli's expression became somewhat tense. Brother Chong, I can think through situations, but I may not be of much help in a fight. Wang Chong chuckled and patted his face. You propose the strategy, yet you refuse to participate? Do you take me for a fool? Not only will you go, but your 2 brothers must join us as well. As a member of the building committee, you must contribute significantly. Though apprehensive about the knife in the madwoman's possession, Wang Jianli soon calmed as he observed Wang Chong's formidable fists. Of course, I will go. Rest assured, Brother Chong. However, we should discuss this matter further and devise a plan. Wang Chong, who preferred not to engage in intricate strategizing, recognized Wang Jianli's value as a resourceful individual and grew increasingly amicable. What plan do you propose? Wang Chong asked. Brother Chong, I suggest we withhold the supplies acquired from the 6th floor for now, allowing them to feel hunger. Simultaneously, we should spread the word about the abundance of food on the 36th floor, ensuring everyone is aware. This way, we won't even need to speak. The residents will naturally clamor to storm the 35th floor, and we will have a legitimate reason for our actions. What do you think? Wang Chong erupted in laughter. You are quite the schemer. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. In high spirits, he instructed that some food be left on the 6th floor as a reward for Wang Jianli. The atmosphere within the house was chaotic. Zhang Cheng and Lu Wenyu, bruised and battered, lay on the sofa, cursing as they tended to their wounds, while Tan Ling sobbed, struggling to catch her breath.
Wang Jianli gently comforted Tan Ling.
Do not fear, I have joined the building committee, and no one will bully you again. But what about our supplies? They are gone, and I am still scared. What will we do?
Tan Ling lamented.
I spoke with Wang Chong. He has reserved some for us. We will ration it and manage for a while. Do not cry. I won't let you go hungry. If you keep crying, you won't look pretty. Wang Jianli embraced her, wiping away her tears. As she listened to his soothing voice, Tan Ling gradually felt more at ease, her panic subsiding. You were frightened today. Go rest for a while, Wang Jianli suggested. But the house is such a mess. I must tidy it up. Leave the cleaning for now and rest. I need to check on Zhang Cheng and the others. They sustained injuries while protecting our belongings. I will return to keep you company later. Wang Jianli offered words of comfort and guided Tanling back to her bedroom. He glanced at Li Meng, who had been silently observing, intending to ask her to keep Tanling company. However, Li Meng's cold demeanor made him uncomfortable. Since arriving on the 6th floor, Li Meng had regarded him with disdain, often silent but harboring unspoken resentment. Just days ago, Zhang Qing had considered taking his frustrations out on Li Meng, but Wang Jianli had restrained him. Now that circumstances had escalated, he felt no obligation to be overly courteous toward her. Though he harbored these thoughts, Wang Jianli maintained a pleasant facade and addressed Li Meng. Everyone should rest now. Li Meng ignored him, her expression unreadable as she watched him help Zhang Cheng and Lu Wenyu into a room. Li Meng could surmise Wang Jianli's intentions without needing to hear his conversation with Wang Chong. He redirected the blame onto the 35th floor and, using the supplies from the 6th floor, struck a favorable deal with Wang Chong. Whether he genuinely sought to curry favor with Wang Chong for sustenance or had ulterior motives mattered little to Li Meng. Once she regained her composure, Li Meng felt less anxious about Jiang Noa. First and foremost, the 35th floor was fortified with multiple barriers. As long as Jiang Noa did not open the door, it would not be easy for anyone to breach it. Even if they managed to enter, Jiang Nua's 2 firearms remained in her possession, capable of intimidating any unruly mob. Moreover, she believed Jiang Nua to be composed and likely had additional strategies at her disposal, leaving Li Meng with little cause for concern. What she needed to contemplate was her own course of action. Chapter 42. The erosion of friendship. Li Meng returned to her bedroom to find Tan Ling with tear-stained eyes. Meng, why have good people suddenly turned into this? It's just a storm. How can it corrupt human hearts? Do you still view this as merely a storm?
Li mancaría.
What else could it be?
Tan Ling replied, bewildered.
Seeing her helplessness, Li Meng's heart softened uncontrollably. She sat beside her and asked, "Have you considered that if the rain never stops, or even if it does, other calamities may arise? What will we do?" "That's impossible,"
Tan Ling exclaimed.
"Why is it impossible?"
Li Meng kuntarat.
When the temperature reaches 45 degrees, who could fathom that it would escalate to 50 degrees? Once it reaches 50, everyone will be saying that if only it would rain. And then what? Who knows if the day the storm ceases will bring hope or despair?
Tan Ling sighed heavily,
feeling a throbbing headache as she lay back on the bed. "You're at it again. Why do you always envision the worst possible outcomes? You're about to accuse me of paranoia, aren't you?" Li Meng gazed into her eyes. "The last time you said that was when I maxed out my credit card hoarding supplies. Do you still maintain that viewpoint?" Tan Ling fell silent. Li Meng's words struck her like a heavy blow, leaving her dizzy and her head aching. Fear surged within her, and she felt tears welling up again. "Please just stop. Today has already been dreadful. Let me rest, please." Her voice trembled with suppressed sobs. Li Meng felt her resolve soften once more. She shook her head and poured a glass of water for Tan Ling. "Tan Ling, I do not intend to cause you distress. I merely wish for you to grow stronger. In times of hardship, we cannot rely on others. We must learn to survive, and to do so, we must first empower ourselves." Tan Ling lay motionless, uncertain if she absorbed Li Meng's words or if she was simply exhausted. Before long, she drifted into sleep. Li Meng ceased her conversation and went to the bathroom, retrieving a small package from beneath the sink, concealed beneath several garments. Inside were 2 folding knives. Such weapons, if carelessly brandished, could be seized and used against oneself. She had initially planned for both herself and Tan Ling to carry one, but it seemed wiser for Tan Ling to forego it. This folding knife had been purchased last year during an overseas competition in a local Chinatown. Its mechanism resembled that of a butterfly knife, concealing the blade, yet it was slimmer and more delicately crafted, resembling a girl's folding fan. With a simple flick of the exterior, it transformed into a lethal weapon. In critical moments, this knife could not only save her life, but could also be used to take one. The mechanism of the folding knife was more intricate than that of the butterfly knife and required considerable skill to wield effectively. Over the past few days, Li Meng had been practicing discreetly. From this day forward, she would keep the knife on her person at all times. After mastering its use with her right hand, she would practice with her left, for one could never predict which hand would need to wield the blade in a life-or-death situation. Both hands must be adept. Exhausted from her training, she climbed onto the bathing platform, where she had concealed a small stash of compressed biscuits behind the LED mirror. Taking out half a piece, Li Meng slowly swallowed it. With her food supply depleted, and the little that Wang Chong had left clutched in Wang Jianli's hands, She knew he would surely give her a disapproving look. To lower their guard, Li Meng needed to make them believe she was starving. Now was not the time to seek out Jiang Nua. She had to learn how to survive on her own. At this point, if she continued to rely on others, it would truly be her undoing. After practicing for a considerable time, Li Meng tucked a knife into her pocket and returned to her bedroom to rest. As soon as she lay down, she fell into a deep sleep. When she awoke, it was already late at night, and Tan Ling, who had been sleeping beside her, was nowhere to be found. Checking the time, she realized it was past 2 in the morning. Just as she was pondering Tan Ling's absence from the bedroom, the door creaked open, and Tan Ling entered in her pajamas. Upon seeing Li Meng awake, she paused for a moment and said, "You're awake. I saw you sleeping and didn't want to disturb you for dinner, but I brought you something." With that, she placed a small piece of bread on the bedside table. Naturally, Li Meng accepted the food and began to nibble on the bread. A glance at Tan Ling revealed her flushed face and swollen lips as she lazily unbuttoned her clothing and leaned back against the bed.
Limang ingkirat.
"Did you let him take advantage of you?" Since Wang Jinli moved in, Li Meng had repeatedly warned her not to easily bet him, as it would mean being thoroughly used, especially with 2 men still in the house. Who knew what sordid tactics they might employ?
Tan Ling kilirit her troat.
Her eyes brimming with affection as she replied, "What are you saying? He is my boyfriend. It's perfectly normal for us to be together." She continued, "He just got beaten up today for protecting us, and he still has the energy for this."
Limang skufa.
Tan Ling's demeanor shifted, and she straightened up. Meng, can you please stop targeting Jinli? Why did he get hurt today? Was it not to protect us?" Her voice grew increasingly agitated. "What I do with my boyfriend is none of your business." Li Meng, wishing to avoid an argument, buried her head in the bread. But Tan Ling seemed unable to contain herself, continuing her questions. "You always say he is using me, but what about now? All our supplies have been taken, and the little we have left was fought for by him with Wang Chong. What value do I have left? Why does he still treat me well? Why can't you just admit that he loves me? Does Wang Chong have feelings for you? Can't you see that?
Limang kuntarat.
How could you possibly lack any value to him? Have you considered why he chose to sleep with you today? Are you implying?" Tan Ling was taken aback, her expression darkening. Finally, in anger, she kicked off the blanket, stood up, and exclaimed, "Is it in your mind that there is no pure love in this world? Only filthy transactions between men and women? So this is how you view me and him?" Tan Ling scoffed, "I am so disappointed in you." With that, she opened the bedroom door and walked out, heading to Wang Jinli's room. Li Meng closed her eyes, feeling a profound sense of powerlessness. Her friendship with Tan Ling was slowly fading, which was truly tragic. In Wu Day's room, Wang Chong lounged on the sofa, saying, "It's not like I'm asking you to commit murder. What are you afraid of?" "I'm not afraid, just stop dragging this out. I need you to pry open the door. I'm not sending you to your death. You know the entire building is out of food. Everyone must obey the management of the building, and your family is no exception. Otherwise, someone will undoubtedly starve," Wang Chong said, glancing at Wu Dae's daughter with a smirk, "especially the little ones." Wu Dae felt a surge of anxiety and quickly hid his daughter behind him. "Don't panic. I won't harm children," Wang Chong chuckled. "However, who knows what others might do? If something were to happen to such a small child, how tragic would that be, right?" Wu Dae's face changed, anger causing his hands and feet to tremble. This was a threat against his daughter. "Besides, you're not exactly a sane either," Wang Chong replied dismissively. "On the day the power went out, you made several trips to the power room, pretending to repair things while actually dismantling it and bringing back many parts. You think nobody noticed?" Wu Dae was taken aback, clearly not expecting such an accusation. "You selfishly hoarded those materials, leaving everyone without power. Don't you think you deserve a reckoning?" Wang Chong pointed at him. Wu Dae protested. "That's not true. I genuinely went to fix the power. I was only going back and forth to get tools, but after it flooded like that, I simply couldn't repair it anymore. I took the parts to save them for future use. They would have been ruined by the water. Anyone can speak sweetly. The truth remains known only to you," Wang Chong said skeptically, his gaze fixed on Wu Dae and his daughter. "No need for useless chatter. Are you going or not? Make your stance clear." "Fine, I agree," Wu Dae gritted his teeth, "but I will only open the door. I want to be responsible for anything else." "That's all we need from you," Wang Chong said, satisfied with Wu Dae's response. He stood up and walked to the door, reminding him, "You have 1 day to prepare whatever you need. Meet at the stairway on the 35th floor at 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow." With that, Wang Chong strode away. Daddy, I'm scared. His daughter tugged at Wu De's hand. He's not a good person. Please don't go with him. Wu De tenderly ruffled his daughter's hair, wishing to avoid this path. He understood that aiding Wang Chong would only lead to dire consequences. The 36th floor might provide a counterbalance to Wang Chong, and rational thought, as well as basic morality, compelled him to refuse assistance. After soothing his daughter to sleep, Wu De sat alone in the living room for a long time, ultimately making a decisive resolution. He swiftly turned off the living room lights, quietly opened the door, and, ensuring no one was outside, hurried up the stairs towards the 35th floor. Chapter 43. The warning. In the past few days, Zhang Nua had been either tending to her garden or training, occasionally contemplating training Ha Mei as well, imagining that the spring water in her space would not be wasted should it evolve impressively. She could still rely on Ha Mei to aid her. However, this plan stalled at the outset. Moreover, she seriously suspected Ha Mei was feigning ignorance. Otherwise, why did it understand everything when food was mentioned, sprinting for its bowl with delight, yet became utterly clueless when asked to train, acting as if it were confused? This must be selective attention, right? Observing Ha Mei sprawled on the stairs in a relaxed manner, Zhang Nua shook her head and decided to temporarily abandon her dog training ambitions. Let it be. After taking a shower, it was now just past 2 in the morning. Her mother had long since gone to bed, yet she was still quite alert. She retrieved a portion of spicy crayfish and a bottle of soda from her space, preparing for a late-night snack. However, as a routine, she would check the curtains on the 35th floor and listen for any commotion outside before heading to bed. Coincidentally, as she approached the door, she heard a faint noise coming from the iron gate at the stairwell, as if something were scraping against it. Furrowing her brow, Zhang Nua thought, "Is someone trying to pry the door?" She strode forward and pointed her flashlight at the shadow outside the iron gate, demanding, "Who is it?" "Sho, keep it down, Ms. Zhang, it's me." Though Zhang Nua did not recognize the voice, the beam of the flashlight soon revealed it was Wu De. "What are you doing?" A dagger quietly found its way into Zhang Nua's hand as she cautiously stepped back.
I'm knocking, Wu De whispered.
I was afraid of being discovered, so I dared not knock loudly, only making a few small noises. "I've been hiding here for almost an hour." Zhang Nua responded. "Oh, you need something?" "Wang Chong plans to bring people to break into your home the day after tomorrow at 9 in the morning. He instructed me to forcefully open the 2 doors of your house and confiscate all your supplies. You need to think of something quickly." Zhang Nua was not the least bit surprised. She had anticipated this day would come. "However, can you manage to open these doors?" She arched an eyebrow. Wu De sighed softly, admitting, "To be honest, there are ways to force them open. I possess a small flame cutter at home, along with a blowtorch, and I have enough fuel to breach 2 doors. Do you think my home only has those 2 doors at the stairwell? Don't I have my own doors? If it comes to it, I could smash walls, break doors, and employ any means necessary. Wang Chong is threatening me using my daughter, and I have no other options." Zhang Nua interrupted him. "Then why are you telling me this? I do not wish to become an accomplice, allowing Wang Chong to rampage in this building, plundering one household after another. We are essentially cut off from the outside world, and if someone like Wang Chong becomes the tyrant here, it will be a nightmare for everyone." Wu De continued. "Moreover, out of conscience, I cannot commit such acts." Zhang Nua nodded. "Indeed." Wu De was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean by indeed?" "I accept kindness grounded in rational thought and detest mindless sanctimoniousness. Do you understand my meaning?" Zhang Nua lifted her lashes slightly, her eyes glimmering in the darkness. Wu De was momentarily stunned by her words. It took him a moment to grasp her intent. A man in his 30s. He felt perplexed before this young girl. He had expected a girl would react with fear upon hearing this news, yet Miss Zhang seemed remarkably composed. Clearing his throat, Wu De scratched his head. "I suggest you hide your belongings well. If they can't find anything, there will be no trouble. You are on the top floor, so you can stash items in the drainage pipes. You just need to access the rooftop. Alternatively, you could lower a rope from the rooftop to the exterior wall. They might not even notice." Wu De added, "But if you intend to confront Wang Chong, buying a few days' time, I will inform him that my fuel is only sufficient to open 1 door." Using the flashlight's beam, Zhang Nua scrutinized Wu De, noting that he did not appear to be lying. She then inquired, "Why is Wang Chong suddenly fixated on me? What transpired in the building today? Tell me everything in detail." Wu De divulged all he knew to Zhang Nua. For days, residents had speculated that the 6th floor was abundant with food. Today, Wang Chang finally led a group to seize the 6th floor. The 3 men on that floor were beaten, and Miss Tan's boyfriend suddenly proposed a deal to Wang Chang. Seeking to join the building committee while revealing a secret, there were plentiful supplies on the 35th floor. Jiang Nua scoffed. It is indeed the work of Wang Jianli. All right, I understand. When they come the day after tomorrow, don't position yourself too close. What are you planning to do? Wu Dai suddenly felt anxious. How will I manage then? You need not concern yourself with that, Jiang Nua replied coolly. Wu Dai nodded, reassured by Jiang Nua's calm demeanor. Sensing she had her own strategies, and refrained from further inquiries. Just as he was about to quietly depart, Jiang Nua called out to him, "Wait a moment." After a brief absence, Jiang Nua returned holding a small plastic bag containing 4 eggs. Through the iron gate, she extended the bag towards him. In the dim light, Wu Dai initially struggled to discern what it was. Upon receiving it, he realized it was indeed eggs. His heart raced as he counted them. Although some food from the supermarket salvage had been taken by Wang Chang, he had managed to hide a bit, striving to keep his child from going hungry. Yet, it was barely sufficient, and these fresh eggs represented vital protein for his 9-year-old child. Wu Dai found himself in a dilemma, eager to accept them, yet unsure if he should. "I did not come to you for food," he said, swallowing hard. "I merely wanted to inform you. Accept them." "It's a straightforward exchange," Jiang Nua insisted. "In the future, should there be any developments in the building, inform me as well. But you need not linger here at the door. Write the information on a note and slide it through my door's crack. I will check it. If I find your information useful, I will provide you with some compensation." Jiang Nua found herself in need of informants, and Wu Dai's offer was worth exploring. "If you see a small red paper stuck to my door, come here at 2 a.m. that night to collect your reward. Understood?" With the matter laid bare, Wu Dai hesitated no longer and tucked the eggs into his pocket. "Take care of yourself." Jiang Nua closed the door, contemplated her next steps, prepared several weapons, and practiced with them before retiring for the night. Chapter 44. Not yet concluded on the 3rd day, Jiang Nua woke at 8 in the morning as usual. Stepping out of her bedroom to find Yuruahua had prepared breakfast. Taking a bite of the warm rice porridge, she cracked open a salted duck egg with her chopsticks. Golden oil oozing out and mingling with the porridge, making for a soft and palatable combination. Paired with grilled sausages, it was utterly delightful. Jiang Nua felt that she had never eaten so well even before the apocalypse. Back then, she had been so engrossed in work, often burning the midnight oil, that meals had been a mere afterthought. Now, confined indoors, her mother had been creatively concocting various dishes. After breakfast, glancing at the time, it was 8:30. Jiang Nua set down her bowl and chopsticks, assisting her mother in tidying up and washing the dishes before opening her tablet to watch a series with her. "Mom, please don't come to the 35th floor later. I have something to handle." Yuruahua sensed something was amiss. "What is it?" "Don't worry, it's nothing serious." Jiang Nua reassured her. "Just stay put. I will take care of it, trust me." Yuruahua hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. "All right, if I can help." "You must tell me." "If I cannot, I won't disturb you." Jiang Nua smiled slightly. Having a mother who understood the gravity of the situation was a blessing. "Just focus on watching your show," she said, leaving the 36th floor. The corridor between the 35th and 36th floors had 2 doors, and the 36th floor was soundproofed. As long as Yuruahua kept the doors and windows closed, the commotion below would be barely audible. Before 9 o'clock, a loud commotion erupted outside. They had arrived. Bang! 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 Someone was pounding on the security door. "People from the 35th floor, open the door." Jiang Nua approached the stairwell and opened the security door. Peering through the iron gate, a considerable crowd had gathered, at least 20 people. Leading the charge was Lu Shuqin, flanked by 3 other women, with 7 or 8 middle-aged men in front. In the corner stood Wang Chang and Wang Jianli, while Wu Dai lingered at the back, wielding a tool resembling a blowtorch and wearing a mask. Lu Shuqin appeared most agitated, nearly pressing her entire body against the railing. She shouted, "We've been calling for so long. Are you deaf, or are you hiding and they're doing something shameful?" Jiang Nua could not be bothered to engage with her. Arguing with such a woman would yield no satisfaction, even if she won. "If you have something to say, say it." "What did you say?" Lu Shuqin, incensed, shouted back. "Is that how you speak?" "Enough, enough, let us get to the point," urged 2 people beside her, finally calming Lu Shuqin down. "Listen, every household in the building is gathering their food for the committee to distribute. Your family is the only one yet to comply. Open the door quickly, and bring out your supplies. Jiang Nua's expression remained cold. You think you can just take what you want? Who do you think you are? Lu Shuqin raised her voice. We are the building committee. I am an official of the committee. Young lady, you need to be reasonable. Another woman chimed in. Given the current situation, everyone should unite and face this hardship together. Yes, we need to find a solution together. Otherwise, we will starve. Then how much food have you gathered?
Yang Noi Nui Red.
If I had any, I would certainly share it all, she implied. But it seems you have not contributed at all, and expect others to do the giving? Jiang Nua regarded her with an enigmatic smile. Are you devoid of conscience? Watching someone suffer without offering help. How can one hoard such an abundance of food and still have the audacity to show their face? How can a young girl be so malicious? Who informed you that my family possesses ample provisions?
Yang Noi Nui Red.
It was him. Lu Shuqin pointed at Wang Jianli. He is your colleague and is well aware of your affairs. He cannot be mistaken. Jiang Noa glanced at Wang Jianli, who likely did not expect to encounter such a treacherous ally, hastily stepping back. Open the door at once. Several women shouted, banging on the security door with great force. If you don't open it, don't blame us for breaking it down. Feel free to break it, Jiang Noa replied coolly. If you can manage to break it down. That would indeed be a feat. Seeing this, Wang Chong squeezed forward from the back, his expression darkening. If you can't break the door down, I can just break the wall. Do you really think I can't handle you? Open the door now and I might spare you. Otherwise, both you and your mother are doomed. Calm down, Brother Chong. Let me talk to her. Wang Jianli stepped forward, though he preferred to remain in the shadows. Letting Wang Chong confront Jiang Nua, it was also necessary to rally the crowd, especially since the position of the building leader would eventually be his. With so many people amplifying their presence, he felt less intimidated by Jiang Nua. I know you have stockpiled supplies on the 36th floor. With all that food, what harm is there in sharing a bit with everyone? Can you bear to watch others starve while you indulge? Once the storm passes, we will still be neighbors. I advise you not to make things so irreparable. And what else?
Yang No retorted coldly.
Furthermore, Wang Jianli continued, I have been advocating for you out of past kindness. But now everyone is cornered. If you continue to selfishly hoard your provisions, indifferent to the suffering of others, I cannot guarantee what will happen next. Have you finished? Jiang Noa asked. Good, wait a moment. She turned and entered her home. The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of her intentions. Little Wang, you still have it in you. Lu Shuqin suddenly exclaimed with delight. Is she going to fetch the key to open the door? Wang Jianli frowned, knowing it could not be that simple. But the others were swayed by Lu Shuqin's words and began to feel triumphant. I thought she would be difficult, yet she softened after just a few words. Little Wang is quite charming. How could the girls resist? Amidst the chatter, Jiang Nua returned, holding a recurved bow with an arrow nocked, her quiver slung over her shoulder. Her icy gaze fixed on Wang Jianli. Lu Shuqin said it was you who claimed my family had food, correct? Wang Jianli's expression faltered, panic rising within him as he grasped Lu Shuqin, attempting to shield himself with her. However, it was too late. Whoosh! A sharp whistle pierced the air as an arrow shot through the gap in the security door, embedding itself in Wang Jianli's shoulder.
Ah!
Lu Shuqin screamed in terror, stumbling backward, frantically striking Wang Jianli. Let go of me. We're going to die. Let go. Wang Jianli felt a searing pain in his shoulder, and the blows from Lu Shuqin only intensified his agony. Just as he turned, Jiang Nua swiftly released another arrow, this one striking his calf. Wang Jianli cried out as he tumbled down the stairs, crashing heavily onto the landing. Vile wretch, you... Whoosh! The third arrow flew, narrowly missing Wang Jianli's ear, but tearing through flesh, blood gushing forth. Wang Jianli fell to the ground, but the arrow lodged deeper into his shoulder, causing him to lose consciousness from the pain. Everything transpired too swiftly. No one anticipated Jiang Nua would resort to violence, not even Wang Chong, who was momentarily stunned. The echoes of screams reverberated through the hallway. Oh my God! She has killed someone. Murder on the 35th floor. Help! This is illegal. Are you insane? Attacking in front of so many people. You're finished. Wang Chong's heart sank. As the building leader, he had to intervene, otherwise, he would lose his authority in the future. Yet, at that moment, he saw Jiang Nua knocking another arrow, aiming it directly at him. In that instant, their eyes locked. Her slender fingers poised on the string, as if she were contemplating the fate of a dying insect. A chill ran through him, his heart racing with fear, an instinctive dread whispering that he would not survive. Wang Chong shouted and fled.
Run.
Everyone, get out. Seeing Wang Chong bolt, the others dared not linger, fleeing in panic. Even the unconscious Wang Jianli was assisted away by Zhang Cheng, expending his last strength to escape. Watching the hallway clear in an instant, Jiang Nua's lips curled into a cold smile. She knew this was far from over. Chapter 45. It is time to spill blood. Wang Jianli returned, bloodied. 2 arrows still embedded in his shoulder and calf, his ear smeared with blood. Tan Ling trembled in fear, tears streaming down her face. Jianli, what happened to you? Wang Chong entered behind her, seated on the sofa, wiping his face in frustration. Stop crying. What good does it do? Tan Ling snapped back to reality, hurriedly retrieving a first aid kit from the room. Fortunately, the supplies prepared by Li Meng were quite comprehensive. She had often participated in outdoor activities during college and had learned some basic first aid. However, with the arrows piercing his body, removing them could lead to excessive bleeding. And with Wang Jianli wailing in agony, her hands trembled uncontrollably. Tan Ling felt as if trapped in a nightmare. The entire process of treating his wounds oscillating between her forced composure and moments of dizziness, ultimately managing to stop the bleeding with the help of Zhang Cheng and Lu Yuan. Without anesthesia, the ordeal was excruciating for him. This hurts so much. Be gentle. Wang Jianli howled, cursing Zhang Nua 100,000 times in his mind. Tan Ling dressed his wounds, noting how his clothes were nearly soaked in blood, and attempted to help him up to change, but any movement elicited screams of pain from him. Tan Ling's heart ached profoundly as she held him, tears streaming down her face. After a while, Wang Jianli managed to recover slightly, weakly addressing Wang Chong. Brother Chong, that Lu Xuqin must be expelled from the building committee. She is no longer of any use. He despised Lu Xuqin for betraying him, had she not let it slip. Jiang Noa would never have known it was he who spoke. All right, I understand, Wang Chong replied nonchalantly. Seeing his anger, Zhang Cheng vowed, don't worry, Jianli. We'll deal with that old woman later and avenge you. Wang Chong interjected, Lu Xuqin is old. Beating her could lead to serious consequences. Then let us take her supplies. Zhang Cheng exclaimed. Brother Chong, Jianli has suffered so much because of her. We must demand an explanation. Wang Chong felt a twinge of displeasure, but seeing Wang Jianli's condition, he suppressed his irritation. Fine, just don't make too much noise. Wang Jianli took a deep breath, trembling as he said, Brother Chong, you saw how ruthless Jiang Nua is. She wouldn't open the door, and her supplies must exceed our expectations. Things were not going well. Wang Chong's expression darkened. I didn't expect that girl to be armed. This situation is tricky. How about this? You all rest for a while, and we will discuss our strategy again. What are we waiting for? Zhang Cheng argued. Since she shows no mercy, we should not hold back. It's just a bow and arrow. We can easily find something to block it. Yes, we can use something to shield against her arrows. Wu Dai can cut through the door. And Lu Wenyi can help too. Get 2 more people with long sticks and a knife tied to the end. If she dares to come down and stop us, we'll stab her through the door. Zhang Cheng continued, we can also break her window from the staircase. If we can smash it, we can make a longer ladder to reach her home directly from the 34th floor. Even if she has 3 heads and 6 arms, she will still be at our mercy. Wang Chong pondered for a moment and quickly agreed to the plan. Then let us start preparing. We will act tomorrow. That night, Wang Jianli felt extremely unwell. Not only was his body in torment, but his mind was also in anguish. He was severely injured, bleeding profusely, and his body was in a state of utter weakness. Although the wound had been disinfected and treated to stop the bleeding, 2 deep punctures marred his body, necessitating an immediate tetanus shot. Yet, Li Meng claimed she was unprepared with a vaccine, dismissing Tan Ling's tearful pleas. The thought of infection loomed ominously. He would truly be finished. Contemplating the grim prospects of death or amputation, Wang Jianli found himself consumed by murderous thoughts. Fortunately, Tan Ling tended to him with utmost care, changing the dressings and disinfecting the wounds every few hours, as if the bandages and antiseptics were free of charge. After taking 2 pills, Wang Jianli drifted into a hazy sleep, but it was short-lived. Tan Ling roused him again to change the dressings. The reopening of the wound inflicted excruciating pain, leaving him too weak to even cry out. His blood-soaked clothes clung to him, and combined with the sweat, He felt as though he were being fried in an oil vat. He had never experienced such torment and helplessness. He even wondered why he wasn't simply shot through the heart with an arrow, sparing him the agony of enduring his current plight. Zhang Cheng and Lu Wenyi were busy preparing to storm the 35th floor to see supplies. Wang Chong had only glanced in before disappearing. Wang Jianli harbored resentment towards these individuals in his heart. Had he truly become devoid of value? Be quiet. Move quickly, bring the coffee table up. In the stairwell, Wang Chong rallied a group of men. Zhang Cheng and Lu Wenyi took the lead, carrying a heavy wooden coffee table like a massive shield, inching their way upward. The others followed cautiously, wielding long sticks and shards of tile. Upon reaching the staircase leading to the 35th floor, they noticed Zhang Noah was absent. Zhang Cheng and Lu swiftly positioned the coffee table against the security door. Wu De, go. Wang Chong barked at Wu De, who was slowly approaching with a spray gun. Hurry up. Do you understand the consequences of delaying? Wu De, feeling helpless, stepped forward. However, before he could ignite the flame, Zhang Noah emerged from the room. She had returned to the 36th floor briefly, but remained alert. Any commotion was instantly noted. Calmly, she grasped her recurve bow, eager to see what tricks they had up their sleeves, only to find a coffee table propped against the door, with several men cowering behind it. What is this? A shield? Zhang Noah set down her bow, retrieving a broadsword from her space, and strode confidently down the stairs. The sight of her wielding such a long blade unnerved Wang Chong and his companions, yet the situation had escalated beyond retreat. Do not fear. There is an iron gate separating us. She cannot reach us. Push forward. Use the sticks to poke at her. Two poles with sharpened blades pierced through the bars aimed at Zhang Noah, yet their movements were lethargic. With a swift arc of her broadsword, both poles were severed. The blade then sliced through the security door, aimed at Zhang Cheng's chest. Realizing the imminent danger, Zhang Cheng dropped the coffee table and fled, but not without sustaining a gash on his shoulder. Wang Chong and the others retreated to a corner platform, their eyes burning with fury as they glared at Zhang Noah. Smash the windows. At Wang Chong's command, two men shattered the stairwell's glass, hurling objects towards Zhang Noah's bedroom window. To their dismay, they found their attempts futile. Nothing left a mark on the glass. What the hell is this bulletproof glass? Wang Chong's group seethed with frustration, utterly powerless. The 35th floor was fortified, and despite their numbers, they could not breach even the outermost door. Zhang Noah narrowed her eyes, a cold smirk gracing her lips as she mused. Is this all you have? Even with a chance, you cannot enter. Now, it is my turn to seek you out. As she approached with the blade, Wang Chong felt a wave of dread wash over him. Retreat. Retreat. He commanded decisively. The group abandoned their belongings and made a hasty exit. 3 strikes and you're out. Zhang Noah's gaze turned frigid. It was time to witness more bloodshed. She stored the knife back in her space and returned to the 36th floor. As she opened and closed the doors, her mother emerged, worry etched on her face. Zhang Noah smiled reassuringly. Mom, it's all right now. Yu Ruohua pulled her close, inspecting her for injuries, and only when satisfied did she release a sigh of relief. Hastily offering her food. Here, I've cut some fruit, have a bite. Zhang Noah glanced at the diced mango and watermelon, envisioning her mother's anxious solitude on the 36th floor, torn between fear and the determination to stay busy by preparing fruit. However, such ruthless struggles would gradually become the norm in society, and her mother would need to adapt. Zhang Noah studied her mother, suddenly asking, Mom, how would you feel if I were to kill someone? Yu Ruohua was taken aback by the question. In the midst of a storm, she had witnessed the erosion of morality and order, yet the notion of her daughter committing murder felt beyond comprehension. However, Zhang Noah's demeanor was eerily calm, prompting Yu Ruohua to ponder deeply. After a long pause, she embraced Zhang Noah. In her generation, expressing affection was not a strong suit, and such intimate gestures were rare. Yet, at that moment, her grip was firm and resolute. Yu Ruohua's voice trembled as she recounted, Zhang Noah, I remembered something from your childhood. What is it? Zhang Noah leaned against her mother's shoulder, whispering, You were always honest and introverted, never telling me when you were bullied. In your 2nd year of middle school, one day I received a call from your teacher saying you had fought at school and hospitalized a classmate, and that I needed to apologize. When I arrived at the hospital, I found the injuries were not severe. The other parents were being deliberately difficult. Knowing we were financially strained, demanding extensive tests and claiming they wanted long-term hospitalization, insisting on a public apology and even kneeling before their child as a guarantee. As Yuruahua spoke, her eyes glistened with tears. It was then I realized that little wretch had been envious of you, bullying you throughout the semester until you finally snapped. Her voice suddenly hardened. I know my daughter. She never instigates trouble and is kind-hearted. For her to beat someone to the hospital indicates what? It reveals she could no longer endure it, that she had suffered countless grievances. I was heartbroken and would never scold her or demand an apology. That little wretch deserved to be beaten. I would only say, well done. To make us bow our heads and apologize? That is impossible. Jiang Nua felt a sting in her nose. After 10 years in this apocalyptic world, she believed herself strong enough to remain composed. Yet, every word from her mother now stripped her of that facade. She recalled that day vividly, remembering how Yuruahua stormed into the principal's office, demanding justice, declaring, they may be rich and powerful, but what of it? If necessary, I will transfer schools. If we lose money, we can sell the house. If they push us to desperation, we will not let them have it easy. The barefooted fear no shoes. Come and try. The memories flooded back. Yuruahua held Jiang Nua's hand tightly, her voice low. Xiao Nua, this world has descended into chaos. No matter how others act. I only wish for you to live well. Jiang Nua understood her mother's meaning and felt tears welling up. With her mother's support, she felt at peace, free from any lingering worries. Chapter 46. The break. After yet another failed attempt to storm the 35th floor, Wang Chang's group was in particularly low spirits. In truth, Wang Chang was feeling a tinge of fear. Jiang Nua's words had lodged themselves in his mind, sending shivers down his spine. Yet, at this juncture, he could not afford to appear timid. At this point, we might as well go all in. Zhang Cheng declared vehemently. Let us set her on fire. Wang Chang shot him a disdainful glance. What about the supplies if we burn them? Then we'll smoke her out. Lu Wenyi suggested, gather some clothes, blankets, rubber, and chili peppers to burn in the stairwell. 1 day might be insufficient, so perhaps 2 days. If that fails, then 3. I wonder how long she can endure. She resides on the upper 2 floors. If necessary, she can always retreat to the rooftop. How much can one possibly burn? Let us not make assumptions. Wang Chang is utterly exasperated with Zhang Cheng, whose countenance grows increasingly grim. Now that Wang Jianli is severely injured, you all must keep an eye on him. Once he recovers, we can deliberate properly, for his mind is sharper than ours. Zhang Cheng found some merit in his words and reluctantly acquiesced, conceding to that wretched person. Wang Jianli has endured yet another round of dressing changes. He truly wishes to avoid further suffering, yet Tan Ling, fearing inflammation, insists on disinfecting every 4 hours. Each time he finally drifts into slumber, pain jolts him awake, eliciting cries of agony. Since Wang Jianli's injury, Tan Ling has remained by his side, watching her beloved transform in such a manner, cursing Jiang Nua countless times in her heart. She fantasizes about ending the life of that deranged woman, Jiang Nua. With Tan Ling's devoted care, Zhang Cheng and Lu Wenyi find themselves bored. Now that Wang Chang forbids them from ascending to the 35th floor and their provisions are dwindling, they are restless and idle. Wang Jianli is indeed fortunate. Zhang Cheng gazes enviously at Wang Jianli's room. In this day and age, a man must rely on his looks as well. He too bears injuries. Although not as severe as Wang Jianli's, he has lost considerable blood, yet he must tend to his wounds himself. For Tan Ling has no time to concern herself with him. In this room, there is another woman, attractive yet seemingly cold, as if the fate of others is of no consequence to her. She keeps her door locked, and they wonder if she might starve within. Staring at that door, Zhang Cheng's thoughts grow increasingly heated. Lu Wenyi understands his intentions. They lack female companionship, but previously, they could venture out weekly to seek it. A mere matter of a few $100. Now, as the torrential rain continues, they find themselves confined. Wang Jianli, however, is incapacitated. Just a few nights ago, the commotion caused by Tan Ling had left Zhang Cheng itching with desire. Lu Wenyi murmurs, we have women in our room. I doubt she would dare resist. What's the point of not resisting? I relish defiance. The two exchanged glances, simultaneously rising to approach Wang Jianli's room. Tan Ling, we need to speak with you.
Tan Ling,
fatigued from the past few days, had fallen asleep beside Wang Jianli. Upon hearing their call, she rubbed her eyes and sat up. What is it? Zhang Cheng replied. I was cut by that madwoman Jiang Nua, and I've bled quite a bit. Could you spare me a clean towel? Hearing Jiang Nua's name, Tan Ling's eyes brimmed with hatred, and she felt an additional kinship in their shared loathing for Zhang Cheng. The towels are in the bedroom. I'll fetch one for you. Saying this, Tan Ling retrieved her keys from her handbag and headed to the bedroom. Lu Wenyi discreetly made a mental note. And as soon as Tan Ling was asleep again, he stealthily took the keys, twirling them in his hand, a smug expression on his face, anticipating the night's pleasures. Since Wang Jianli's injury, Li Meng sensed something amiss. For the past 2 days, she had hardly left her room, subsisting on compressed biscuits and water. Even at night, she kept a knife close at hand. Tan Ling was completely devoted to Wang Jianli, rarely returning to her own room to retrieve anything. Li Meng wished to speak with her, but the opportunity never arose, leaving her increasingly anxious. Hearing the door open, Li Meng initially assumed it was Tan Ling returning and paid little mind. However, as the footsteps drew nearer, she sensed something was wrong, a chill running down her spine. A hand suddenly clamped over her mouth, forcefully pinning her to the bed. Li Meng attempted to scream, but the hand muffled her cries, making even breathing a struggle. Then, she saw Zhang Cheng and Lu Wenyi, bare-chested, grinning at her, before their fists came crashing down upon her head. Li Meng had once read an article on criminal psychology, noting that assailants often strike the head forcefully, causing dizziness and incapacitating the victim. At that moment, she could hardly fathom that she would become the victim herself. A blow to her head left her dizzy and nauseated. As a professional athlete, she recognized the symptoms of a mild concussion and hesitated to move. But then, Zhang Cheng began tearing at her clothes. Li Meng felt a wave of nausea. Sister, we finally have you in our grasp. Are you delighted to be toyed with? As her outer garments were ripped away, their vile hands continued to tug at her pants, sending her into tremors, as if plunged into a nightmare. She believed she could handle it. She thought fear would not consume her, yet when faced with the reality, she loathed her own helplessness. Unable to suppress her screams, Li Meng cried out, "Slap!" Zhang Cheng struck her several times. "Go on, scream. Each time you do, I'll slap you again." Those slaps jolted Li Meng out of her stupor. As Lu Wenyi continued to undress her, she desperately grasped for her folding knife. When she suddenly brandished the object, Lu Wenyi scoffed, but as she trembled, the item transformed into a knife, and she lunged at him fiercely. Lu Wenyi hastily retreated, leaping off the bed.
Li Meng,
untrained in combat, flailed wildly, gripping the knife and pursuing Lu Wenyi in a frenzied attempt to strike, but he evaded her every move. However, her true aim was escape. As Lu Wenyi and Zhang Cheng backed away, she seized the opportunity to twist the doorknob, flinging the door open and fleeing as swiftly as possible.
"Stop!
You wretch!" The two men dashed after her, but as they reached the doorway, Tan Ling, alerted by the commotion, emerged. Upon seeing Li Meng in disarray, her shirt torn and hair wild, chased by 2 men, she was instantly filled with rage.
"Stop!"
Tan Ling shouted, rushing to shield Li Meng, glaring at the men. "What are you doing? I took you in, not for you to repay my kindness with betrayal." Turning anxiously to Li Meng, she asked, "What's wrong, Meng Meng? Are you alright?" Zhang Cheng and Lu Wenyi, mindful of their connection to Wang Jianli, refrained from pursuing Li Meng further, but they wore smug smiles, clearly unbothered. "Sister-in-law, you've misunderstood." Tan Ling interrupted loudly. "Misunderstood what? I saw you chasing her with my own eyes. Meng Meng is my friend. What you are doing is inhumane." Lu Wenyi chuckled. "It's truly a misunderstanding. Today, she was the one who lured us first." "Nonsense." Tan Ling was on the verge of fury. Meng Meng is not that kind of person. She has never even been in a relationship. How could she possibly entice you? "Not nonsense at all," Lu Wenyi insisted. "Sister-in-law, you might not know, but she has harbored feelings for Jianli for quite some time. Every time she sees you with him, she becomes furious, even wishing to kill you. You've been so naive, thinking of her as a friend, while she has been consumed with jealousy over your boyfriend." Lu Wenyi spoke with utmost seriousness, his conviction unwavering. Tan Ling, initially furious, suddenly froze at his words. How could this be possible? She stammered.
"How could it not be?"
Zhang Cheng interjected. Didn't he realize? Each time she sees you both together, her face twists with disdain, claiming she can't trust Jianli, but in truth, she's just jealous. It's not the first time she has tried to seduce us. Whenever you and Jianli are intimate, She goes mad with jealousy, lamenting why it isn't her. Why Jianli chose you. She seeks us out merely to alleviate her loneliness. Yes, she even said that if it weren't for you, she would be the one with Jianli. I'm not making this up. Tanling's mind spiraled into chaos. She struggled to accept the truth. Yet it was undeniable that since Wang Jianli's arrival, Li Meng had never uttered a kind word. Despite Wang Jianli's innocence, she had consistently opposed their relationship. Why must she oppose it? As these thoughts raced through her mind, many previously incomprehensible actions suddenly found their explanations. Li Meng had remained silent throughout. Repulsed by the vile accusations, she felt sick at the mere thought of defending herself. She coldly observed Tanling's expressions shift from anger to shock, confusion, and finally to doubt. The affection she once harbored for Tanling gradually cooled, until it vanished entirely in this moment. Meng, do you truly have feelings for Jianli? Tanli asked her. Why have you never told me? We are best friends. Tears streamed down Li Meng's face. Yet her gaze betrayed a chilling resolve.
Goodbye.
From this moment on, I will harbor no sympathy for you. With that, Li Meng turned, flung the door open, and dashed into the darkness. Tanling watched her decisive figure disappear, engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend how everything had changed so drastically. Zhang Cheng felt a sense of misfortune wash over him as he realized the opportunity had slipped away, had it not been for Tanling's unexpected interruption. They would have been enjoying their time together.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
A loud knocking echoed through the air. Zhang Nuo furrowed her brow, her mind racing as she grabbed the tang knife and cautiously approached the hallway to unlock the security door. The night had just fallen, and a faint light lingered. In the dim illumination, a slender figure stood motionless outside the gate.
Li Meng.
Zhang Nuo recognized her disheveled appearance and began to piece together what she had encountered. Zhang Nuo, grab the gun and come with me to the 6th floor, Li Meng stated firmly. Help me kill them. Zhang Nuo was not surprised. What about Tanling? From now on, her life or death is none of my concern, Li Meng replied. Zhang Nuo nodded lightly, responding with a nonchalant, all right. It seemed as if she were merely agreeing to accompany her for a meal rather than to assist in an act of violence. Li Meng's mind was clouded, fixated solely on eliminating the loathsome individuals on the 6th floor. It wasn't until Zhang Nuo opened the gate and handed her the gun that she regained some clarity. Having practiced shooting since the age of 12, Li Meng had participated in numerous competitions and earned accolades. To her, a gun had merely been a tool for competition. However, now, as she gripped the weapon tightly, it transformed into a source of security, dispelling the fear that had lingered in her heart. As long as she possessed the gun, she felt invincible, unafraid of anyone. The gun is merely for you to wield. Killing Wang Jianli and his ilk is not worth wasting a bullet. Zhang Nuo remarked calmly, her gaze fixed on Li Meng. This was the first time Li Meng had witnessed Zhang Nuo step beyond that threshold. Despite the methods employed by Wang Chong and his companions, they had been unable to breach this initial line of defense. Her composed demeanor seemed to signal that something significant would transpire upon her emergence. The stage was set for a grand performance. Chapter 47. Double kill on the 6th floor. Wang Jianli was fast asleep, while Tanling found herself restless, consumed with worry about where Li Meng could have gone at such an hour. Yet if she left, who would watch over Wang Jianli? Sighing in frustration, Tanling perked up at the sound of keys turning in the door, realizing Li Meng had returned. She dashed out joyfully, only to be struck dumb upon seeing Li Meng enter with Zhang Nuo. Flames of hatred ignited within Tanling as she confronted Li Meng. Why are you two together? Li Meng merely regarded her with indifference, fueling Tanling's anger as she stepped closer, demanding, how do you know each other? As she approached, Zhang Nuo swiftly kicked her down and tossed a rope to Li Meng. Don't let her interfere, Zhang Nuo said, locking the door behind them. What are you planning to do? Tanling sensed something was amiss, but Li Meng acted quickly, before Zhang Nuo had finished her sentence. She had seized the rope and pounced, pinning Tanling to a chair. As an athlete, Li Meng possessed far superior strength and agility. And by the time Tanling realized what was happening, the rope was already wrapped tightly around her. Li Meng used her weight to secure the rope, tightening it around Tanling, who soon found herself exhausted and began to scream. Li Meng, you've betrayed me. When did you meet Zhang Nuo? Let me go. Release me. Li Meng was drenched in sweat as she tightened the rope and tied a final knot. Only then did she truly comprehend how challenging it was to fight. Zhang Cheng and Lu Yuan rushed to the living room upon hearing the commotion, but halted in their tracks upon seeing Jiang Noah playing with a dagger, her bright yet merciless eyes causing them to hesitate. "You're walking into a trap." Zhang Cheng's shoulder wound throbbed painfully, fueling his desire to eliminate this woman. Jiang Noah regarded them with disdain. In her past life, these two had followed Wang Jianli to occupy her home and bully her, only to be driven away by her mother wielding a kitchen knife, determined to protect her.
Yet,
They had also forged a vendetta that led to her mother's demise on the way to the base. The memory of that day reignited the flames of her hatred. Seeing her remain motionless, Zhang Cheng exchanged glances with Lu Yuan, who swiftly grabbed a steel pipe from the wall and charged at Jiang Noah. "Once you are dead, everything on the 35th floor will belong to us." Lu Yuan swung the pipe with all his might toward Jiang Noah's head, having practiced swinging before. With full force behind it, a successful strike would surely shatter her skull like a watermelon. However, reality did not align with his expectations,
Yang no merely see the stepbed.
causing him to swing at nothing but air. As he steadied himself and turned for another strike, Jiang Noah's dagger had already plunged into his side. With a dull thud, Lu Yuan barely registered the pain at first, merely feeling a sharp jab at his waist. Jiang Noah twisted the knife within him before extracting it, and Lu Yuan's eyes widened as blood gushed forth.
Yang no.
"You will not escape retribution." Tan Ling, bound to the chair, struggled to lunge at Jiang Noah. But before she could rise, she toppled over with the chair, emitting a pained cry. What chilled Tan Ling's heart was that Li Meng stood by, merely observing, offering no assistance. Lu Yuan, now incapacitated, pleaded for mercy. "We were following Wang Chang's orders. If you seek vengeance, target him, not me." As he spoke, he attempted to reach for the medicine box on the sofa, but as soon as he moved, the blood flowed more profusely, the wound worsening from Jiang Noah's earlier twist of the blade. Lu Yuan nearly lost consciousness, desperately crawling toward the sofa, his hand almost brushing the medicine box, only to see Jiang Noah snatch it away just inches from his grasp. Holding the medicine box, Jiang Noah looked at him with scorn. "It's futile. You are destined to die today." In agony, Lu Yuan could not even scream, his mouth agape as he faded into unconsciousness. Jiang Noah then turned her gaze toward Zhang Cheng, who, nursing a shoulder injury, had hesitated to act. He had not anticipated Lu Yuan's swift downfall at Jiang Noah's hands and rushed into the kitchen to retrieve a watermelon knife. Zhang Cheng pointed the knife at Jiang Noah while glancing toward the door. Unfortunately, Li Meng stood vigil at the entrance. Armed with a gun, real or fake was uncertain, but escaping would not be easy. Weighing his options, Zhang Cheng resolved to confront Jiang Noah head-on. No matter how deranged she appeared, she was still merely a woman, physically weaker and less enduring. A single strike would expose her vulnerabilities, presenting his chance. With this thought, Zhang Cheng tightened his grip on the watermelon knife and threw a nearby lamp at Jiang Noah. He hurled everything within reach, desperate to land a hit. But his attempts proved futile. Jiang Noah's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Since you lack the courage to advance, it's my turn." The dagger in her hand still dripped with blood from Zhang Cheng. The overwhelming scent of blood heightened Zhang Cheng's tension, his heart raced, awakening his ferocity. In that fleeting moment he resolved to strike first.
D.
He bellowed, swinging the watermelon knife toward Jiang Noah's face. Women instinctively protect their faces. The moment she moved, it would reveal a flaw. Yet, Jiang Noah did not even blink, deftly sidestepping and thrust the knife deep into his back. She would afford her opponent no chance to retaliate. As the blade pierced, she gritted her teeth, tightened her grip, and twisted the knife to exacerbate the wound. "You..." Zhang Cheng could not utter a word before he collapsed heavily to the ground. Tan Ling lay on the floor, gazing at the blood-soaked room, her body trembling incessantly. At that moment, she realized Jiang Noah was not merely a madwoman but a heartless demon who could kill without a flicker of remorse. As Zhang Cheng fell, Jiang Noah kicked the watermelon knife far away and turned her gaze to Li Meng, commanding, "Bring me the knife." Li Meng's face turned pale as she witnessed the bloody scene. Her heart was undeniably shaken. Yet, upon seeing Zhang Cheng and Lu Wenyi sprawled on the ground like dead dogs, a sense of grim satisfaction stirred within her. She picked up the watermelon knife and approached Jiang Noah as instructed. "If we leave them be, they will soon bleed to death," Jiang Noah remarked. "But your vendetta has yet to be avenged. It is time to act."
Limang nuda.
She was determined to kill these two men. If she did not act today, She might never escape the shadows of this moment for the rest of her life. However, as she held the heavy watermelon knife aimed at Zhang Cheng, her hands trembled uncontrollably. The blood continued to flow, painting the scene in a vivid scarlet. Li Meng's breath grew heavy, and her vision blurred. Seeing her hesitate, Jiang Nuo shook her head, swiftly slicing Zhang Cheng's throat with the dagger. Zhang Cheng convulsed once and breathed his last. Next, Jiang Nuo then approached Lu Wenyi, dismissing Li Meng as she prepared to take his life herself. "Wait, let me do it," Li Meng suddenly interjected. She discarded the watermelon knife, seized the rifle slung over her shoulder, chambered around, and aimed with fluid precision. Her hands, honed through years of practice, were steady as a rock, free from any tremor. Li Meng pulled the trigger.
Bang!
The bullet struck Lu Wenyi squarely between the eyes, and he fell dead on the spot. Li Meng clutched her rifle tightly, drenched in cold sweat, her mind in a daze, yet feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She had taken a life, and there would be no turning back. When the flood recedes and societal order is restored, she would face the consequences of her actions. Yet, reflecting on the fear and humiliation these two had inflicted upon her, she felt no remorse. None at all. Indeed, Jiang Nuo remarked nonchalantly, "This girl possesses resolve." Though she wasted a bullet. Li Meng, still holding her rifle, replied vacantly, "I know where there are more guns and ammunition. Once the rain stops, I will tell you." Jiang Nuo raised an eyebrow. That was indeed promising news. Then, Jiang Nuo cast her gaze toward Tanling, who lay bound on the floor, her eyes wide with terror. "There's still one more. Do not let her scream." Li Meng nodded and picked up a towel, walking toward Tanling, realizing Jiang Nuo intended to harm Wang Jianli. Tanling desperately wanted to scream, but Li Meng swiftly stuffed the towel into her mouth. Tanling, frantic for her lover's safety, struggled with all her might. Yet, bound by layers of ropes and having her mouth sealed, she could only emit muffled sounds, tears streaming down her face. In despair, Tanling felt helpless. Her beloved was in danger, and her best friend was complicit in the atrocity. In the 3 rooms, 2 had their doors ajar, while 1 remained tightly shut. After Jiang Nuo entered and efficiently dispatched the 2, aside from the final gunshot, there had been little commotion. Now, with Tanling silenced, it was likely that no one upstairs or downstairs noticed the deaths. However, those within the house could not remain oblivious. This meant Wang Jianli was aware of his brother's tragic fates, yet chose to remain silent. Jiang Nuo approached the locked door, turned the handle to find it unsecured, and pushed it open. After a moment's contemplation, she slowly opened the door, then stepped back and, summoning all her strength, slammed the door open.
Bang!
The door flew back violently, striking Wang Jianli, who had been poised for an ambush, disorienting him and nearly reopening his wound. He let out a pained cry, his body rebounding against the wall, biting down hard to prevent the knife from slipping from his grasp. But Jiang Nuo stepped inside without hesitation, delivering a swift kick to his injured calf.
Ah!
Wang Jianli cried out in agony, almost losing consciousness. Jiang Nuo followed with another kick, this time sending his knife flying. As she looked down at the man sprawled on the floor like a dog, her gaze turned icy. "The moment I laid eyes on you again, I could have killed you. Do you know why I waited until now?" Chapter 48. Triple kill. Seeing the door close behind him and his wound opening anew, Wang Jianli, devoid of escape, collapsed to the ground in tears. "Jiang Nuo, let us be reasonable. What have I done to deserve this?" he gasped, struggling to speak. "I merely helped Yang Ning acquire your design. Surely that does not warrant death?" He continued, later, "Yang Ning and I did intend to design against you, which is why I allowed you access to the company database, but you did not fall for it, did you? Even when I informed Wang Chong of your resources, I gained nothing and ended up severely injured. We have no deep-seated hatred between us that could justify this chaos." Wang Jianli sobbed as he wiped his face, appearing utterly aggrieved. Jiang Nuo regarded him coldly. Sensing her silence, Wang Jianli's hope reignited, and he pressed on, "Jiang Nuo, you might not believe me, but I truly loved you. My involvement with Yang Ning was a fleeting lapse in judgment. She is the boss's daughter, and she pursued me openly. What could I do? But you must trust that I feel nothing for her. The only person I have ever loved is you. Think back to when I first joined the company. What value could I have offered? My closeness to you was simply because I liked you." Jiang Nuo replied slowly, "Is what you say truly sincere?" Wang Jianli's heart soared with joy. He knew Jiang Nuo still harbored feelings for him. No woman could resist a passionate confession, especially one from a man who had expertly navigated the hearts of many women over the years. Of course it's true. Jiang Noah, trust me. I have long regretted my actions, and that is why I came to find you first after arriving here. I truly, before he could finish, Jiang Noah kicked him in the face, sneering. Did you think you were the only one who could manipulate emotions? Wang Jianli spat blood from the blow. Realizing he had been played, and an icy dread coursed through him. His only chance for survival lay in killing Jiang Noah. He cast a glance at the knife on the floor, pretending to writhe in agony, inching closer to it while muttering curses. Jiang Noah, may you meet a wretched end. With blood on your hands, you will surely descend into hell. Excellent. Cursing her had drawn her attention. He was nearing the knife. One more reach, and he would have it in hand. Jiang Noah was just a woman. If he struck her with that knife, it would be over. He would make her wish she were never born. Do you not have nightmares? You've killed 2 people. Wang Jianli shouted as he stealthily extended his hand.
Bang!
At the moment he was about to grasp the knife, Jiang Noah delivered another kick to his face, causing him to scream and cover his face in agony. Yet, in the next instant, Jiang Noah stepped down hard on his shoulder wound. Did you think you had another opportunity? That knife was deliberately kicked here by me, she said softly. Wang Jianli realized he had been outsmarted once more. Repeated hopes dashed into oblivion rendered him utterly shattered, spiraling into madness. Wang Jianli's chest heaved violently, his body convulsing as blood gushed profusely from his wounds. Ultimately, his body trembled, his eyes wide with terror, and he succumbed to an untimely death. Jiang Noah gazed coldly at his lifeless form, still feeling a twinge of unquenched anger for causing her mother's demise alone. He deserved to perish 100-fold. Yet now that he was dead, it was time to turn the page completely. As Jiang Noah opened the door, Tan Ling spotted Wang Jianli lying motionless on the ground, drenched in blood from afar. Her eyes widened in silent horror, questioning whether she had entered the depths of hell, certain this could not be the realm of the living. Breathless, she fainted on the spot. Without sparing her a glance, Jiang Noah advanced towards Li Meng, instructing her, I have a task for you. Seek me out upon its completion. Li Meng's lips turned pale, her heart a tempest of confusion, yet her mind remained curiously lucid. What is it? Deliver these 3 corpses to Wang Chang. With that, Jiang Noah departed, leaving Li Meng to nod at her retreating figure. Li Meng commenced the grim task of transporting the bodies. Wang Jianli and the others were of considerable stature. Even in life, Li Meng could scarcely lift them, let alone now that they were lifeless. The elevator was out of service, and the journey from the 6th floor to Wang Chang's 16th was far from straightforward. Yet, she understood Jiang Noah's intentions. She placed the bodies onto a small cart, securing them with ropes before heaving them onto her back, slowly dragging the cart upward. As she maneuvered the first corpse, she unexpectedly encountered Lu Shuqin, who curiously inquired what she was hauling. Upon realizing the grim truth, Lu Shuqin was paralyzed with terror, collapsing onto the floor. Oh heavens! They are dead. Someone is moving corpses on the 6th floor. Blood still oozed from the bodies, leaving a gruesome trail down the staircase to Wang Chang's doorstep. Having completed the transfer of the first body, Li Meng continued with the second. Before long, nearly everyone was aware that death had struck. Some quietly ventured to the 6th floor and, apart from the unconscious Tan Ling, discovered the 3 men lifeless, blood staining the floor and walls, an utterly harrowing sight. Li Meng's expression was devoid of emotion, her attire splattered with blood, dragging the corpses step by step, reminiscent of a villain from a horror film. Some hastily secured their doors and windows, terrified of her gaze, while others dared to peek, but were overwhelmed by the gory spectacle, too frightened to approach. As she reached the last body, that of Wang Jianli, Tan Ling awoke. Her bonds had been severed, the cloth gag removed, yet her body was devoid of strength, too weak to stand. Forced to watch helplessly as Li Meng secured Wang Jianli's body onto the cart. Please, Li Meng, I beg you, do not take him away.
Tan Ling sobedan controllably.
He is the one who loves me most in this world, the kindest soul. He is a good man. Please, do not take him. Li Meng cast a vacant glance at Tan Ling but continued her grim task. Li Meng, I hate you. You and Jiang Noah conspire together. You will reap what you sow. Tan Ling cried out at Li Meng's retreating figure, her wails echoing through the corridor, mingling with the torrential rain outside, sending shivers through every listener's spine. Just moments ago, 3 robust men, full of life, had been reduced to lifeless sacks on the ground. Who would dare provoke them now? That night became a nightmare for the entire building. Li Meng discarded the 3 corpses at Wang Chang's doorstep. As his wife opened the door, she fainted at the sight. Even someone like Wang Chang, a notorious figure, had never witnessed such a blood-soaked scene. 3 corpses with eyes wide open, staring unblinkingly at him. Wang Chang's legs buckled, his face ashen. Li Meng regarded him coldly, her white shirt stained with blood, her hair disheveled, resembling a vengeful specter. "This is a gift from Jiang Nua. Do you like it?" Everyone present was struck with horror. "Do not disturb her again, or you shall know the consequences." Having fulfilled her task, Li Meng turned and departed. No one dared to obstruct her, nor utter a word. Wang Chang opened his mouth, but after a long pause, could not summon a sound. If Jiang Nua intended to establish her dominance, she had succeeded beyond measure. From this day forth, her name would haunt the nightmares of all. Chapter 49, Lethal Poison. When Li Meng sought out Jiang Nua, she was welcomed into the 35th floor. Traversing through the 4 layers of security, they arrived at the living room. The same defenses were mirrored from the 35th to the 36th floor, leaving Jiang Nua unconcerned about what Li Meng might attempt. Having changed into clean attire, washing away the remnants of blood, she carried a bag containing the weapons of Wang Jianli and his associates, steel pipes, a watermelon knife, a dagger, and 2 handcuffs. "These items are safest in your possession," she remarked. "I have retained only a saw for my temporary use." Jiang Nua accepted the items and gestured towards 2 large storage bags in the corner of the living room. "That is your share of supplies. Please take inventory." "No need." Li Meng shook her head, still somewhat dazed. After a moment of silence, she delivered grave news. "Tan Ling is dead." Wang Chang had discarded the bodies of Wang Jianli and the others from the window, watching as Wang Jianli sank beneath the water, while Tan Ling, in anguished madness,
Kursa Limang.
That night, Wang Chang sheltered the traumatized Tan Ling naturally. Everyone was aware of his ulterior motives. Yet Tan Ling had become but a pawn in Wang Chang's game. Who would care for the fate of such a girl? However, before he could act, Tan Ling, murmuring Wang Jianli's name, climbed to the window and leapt into the water. At this point, a sardonic smile crossed Li Meng's face. In the end, she still believed Wang Jianli loved her. Perhaps this belief offered her some solace. Jiang Nua shrugged. Who can say? Ultimately, it is all a matter of choice. Li Meng fell into silence again, and after a moment, she removed the gun hanging from her side, placing it on the coffee table. The magazine still contained 29 bullets. "Take them all, along with my gun and weapons," she declared. Jiang Nua raised an eyebrow, suspecting her intent. "I relinquish my gun and my belongings. I will serve you henceforth, hoping you will take me in." Li Meng spoke, closing her eyes to dispel the painful memories. "I do not wish to return to the 6th floor. I can sleep anywhere, even on the hallway floor. I am but your weapon. Use me as you see fit." Jiang Nua shook her head. "I do not easily trust anyone." "I understand," Li Meng replied calmly. From her bag, she produced a small package, meticulously unwrapping layers of bubble wrap before Jiang Nua's eyes. The secure packaging indicated it was no ordinary item. When unveiled, it contained 20 disposable syringes and 3 brown glass vials. "This is ricin poison. It can be extracted using the syringes when needed."
Limang inalat deeply.
Explaining that ricin is a potent toxin, merely a minuscule dosage, perhaps 1/20th of a small vial, could be lethal. You are familiar with cyanide, right? Ricin is 6,000 times more toxic, soluble in water, injectable, and can even be inhaled. She resolutely pushed the items towards Jiang Nua. "I went to great lengths to acquire these. They are my greatest asset and trump card." With a sardonic smile, she added, "Yet, in the end, it seems less effective than a fist. I was too weak to utilize it properly, but you are different." Jiang Nua blinked, feeling a stirring within her. If wielded correctly, these items could indeed serve as formidable weapons. With your capabilities, you could fully utilize these toxins to eliminate me without a trace, or apply them in necessary places to guard against my prying. Li Meng remarked, "I mentioned that I am your weapon. You may choose not to believe it, but now, my life is firmly in your hands." Having expressed herself to such an extent with unwavering conviction, Jiang Nua no longer wished to probe further. Engaging in conversation with a rational and intelligent individual was rather pleasant. Instead of responding immediately, she inquired, "What are your thoughts on the future? Do you have any plans?" Li Meng pondered for a moment before replying. When the temperature reaches 40 degrees, everyone claims it will soon cool down, yet it escalates to 45, then 50 degrees. Just 3 days after a torrential downpour, people assert it will cease shortly, and yet it continues for 10, then 20 days. Her voice faltered slightly. We reside in a high-end community, elevated above the rest, with affluent residents. Prior to the deluge, everyone stocked up on goods from the supermarket, buying vegetables and meat. Nonetheless, the situation has devolved into chaos. Those in less favorable environments must be enduring a true hell. I believe that even if the natural disasters abate, societal order will be exceedingly difficult to restore. To survive, I must enhance my own strength. Li Meng turned her gaze towards Jiang Nua. If it weren't for you this time, I would not have survived. I once thought of myself as an athlete, trained rigorously, with physical and mental attributes superior to most. Yet the reality has proven I am still far from sufficient. Do you have any concrete ideas? Jiang Nua asked. Indeed, Li Meng nodded. I possess a remarkable accuracy with a slingshot. I suppose it is a talent of mine. As a child, I could accurately hit a window on the 4th floor, and it was my proficiency that compelled my parents to send me for shooting lessons. Li Meng glanced at her hands, her resolve becoming even more steadfast. Guns are effective, but ammunition is limited. The same applies to your compound bow. Each arrow used is one less available. Generally, one should conserve where possible. However, a slingshot is different. One can simply pick up stones from the roadside to use. Ideally, it would be best to craft a batch of iron or steel balls, perhaps even designing them with spikes or barbs to enhance lethality. Moreover, slingshots are portable and inconspicuous, allowing for surprising effectiveness. As she spoke, Li Meng produced several sheets of paper for Jiang Nua to view, upon which she had sketched some designs. I have drafted plans for the slingshot and its ammunition. I intend to seek Wu Day's assistance in creating them, offering him all the remaining food from the 6th floor as payment. I can also teach you, whether it be about firearms or slingshots. I will impart everything I know without reservation, and I will do my utmost to protect you. Li Meng laid bare all she could offer in exchange, scrutinizing Jiang Nua earnestly. I will never betray you, nor will I become a burden. I possess food. I only ask that you take me in. Having articulated all she wished to convey, she surrendered the rest to fate, taking a deep breath and clenching her fists nervously. Very well, Jiang Nua replied. In truth, she had entertained similar thoughts. While having both the 35th and 36th floors certainly doubled their security, it also complicated the monitoring of external activity, particularly now, as she and her mother primarily occupied the 36th floor for meals, gardening, and sleeping. It was simply more convenient. In an effort to enhance secrecy, significant funds had been invested in soundproofing the 36th floor. While this had indeed achieved its purpose, it also made it difficult to hear any commotion outside. You may reside on the 35th floor, but you must remain vigilant at the door. Should any issues arise, come to me, and no independent actions are permitted. Understood. A glimmer of excitement crossed Li Meng's face, revealing her happiness as she finally exhaled, promising, I will be obedient. However, there were 2 doors between the 35th and 36th floors, and Jiang Nua playfully asked, if you knock, I might not hear you. Do you have a solution for that? This is not difficult. I have some bells. I can string them together and tie them on the 36th floor. When I need to contact you, I will pull the string to ring the bells as a signal. How does that sound? That works, Jiang Nua nodded. Then, having settled this, I also promise that without your permission, I absolutely will not venture into the hallway, nor will I touch the door leading to the 36th floor. Li Meng contemplated for a moment, suggesting, you could apply ricin on the door as a test for me. Her harsh self-assessment amused Jiang Nua slightly. That won't be necessary. Chapter 50. Harvesting vegetables. With Jiang Nua's consent, Li Meng descended to gather her belongings. Having lived there for several years, she naturally possessed a multitude of items, food, clothing, and various essentials, accumulated in several large woven bags. Given the recent bloodshed, the stains from the 6th to the 16th floors remained stark and fresh, and no one was willing to clean them up. The atmosphere was one of fear. Everyone remained behind closed doors, and Li Meng made several trips without encountering a single soul, efficiently moving her belongings to the 35th floor. Of course, this was merely the transfer of smaller items. She intended to take all her furniture as well, armed with a saw to disassemble everything for firewood. Jiang Nua provided her with 4 keys, corresponding to the 2 doors in the 35th floor corridor and the 2 doors of the apartment itself. She meticulously threaded them onto a leather cord, which she wore around her neck, concealing it beneath her clothing. To remain vigilant about external activity, she chose not to occupy the bedroom, instead converting the living room sofa into a makeshift bed. Jiang Noah shared this arrangement with Yu Ruohua, who expressed concern. Xiao Noah, people's hearts are unpredictable. We must utilize those we need, but we must also remain cautious. We are cultivating vegetables above. Many may become envious. Ensure you securely close the corridor doors each time you step out. Rest assured, Mom, I am well aware, Jiang Noah replied. The act of simply closing doors was not something she would overlook. Actually, prior to the apocalypse, she had installed a high-powered electric shock device on the corridor's security door on the 36th floor. However, it had not been activated until now, as it required a battery. When the door experienced a certain amount of pressure, it would release a strong electric current and trigger an alarm. Li Meng had agreed to contact her via the bells, vowing not to interfere elsewhere. As long as she adhered to the rules, she would not be electrocuted. Although Li Meng currently appeared earnest in her desire to ally with Jiang Noah, human nature was the most unreliable of tests.
Yang no informe Ruohua.
The corridor doors have electricity. Mom, you stay on the 36th floor. If I am not present, do not venture out. If you do not open the door, Hame cannot leave either. Upon hearing this, Yu Ruohua felt a wave of relief and nodded. You are always the steady one. At noon, Jiang Noah craved some snail noodles, but Yu Ruohua could not tolerate the smell. Despite Jiang Noah's countless attempts to recommend them, they had all been in vain. She rolled up her sleeves and decided to prepare the dish herself. Our lettuce in the garden has grown quite well, albeit still tender, which might be a slight waste. But you could harvest a little to test the flavor, right? Mom suggested, just in time to accompany your stinky noodles. Jiang Noah countered, it's not stinky, it's soulful. She approached the vegetable garden, where the previously planted lettuce and cherry radishes were thriving. She watered them every 3 days with spatial spring water to ensure their survival, and given that they were initially set for a 30-day harvest, they now appeared ready for picking in about 20 days judging by their growth. Having been planted for 15 days, the lettuce was still tender and not fully vibrant. Yet Jiang Noah felt an urge to taste it and selected 2 of the fastest-growing heads. While she was familiar with the knowledge of cultivating and harvesting various balcony vegetables, this was her first hands-on experience, and she felt a hint of anticipation. There are 2 methods to harvest lettuce. One involves cutting the entire plant down while leaving the roots in the ground to continue growing, which is how it is typically sold in markets. The other method entails plucking the outer leaves while allowing the core to continue developing. Naturally, Jiang Noah opted for the latter in order to enjoy a bowl of snail noodles. After carefully removing the leaves, Jiang Noah held them in her hands for inspection. Lettuce, something she had consumed since childhood, seemed unremarkable in theory, yet she felt a peculiar charm in her homegrown variety. Its tender green hue glistened like jade. She directly tasted a small piece. It was sweet and exceptionally crisp, imbued with the essence of the spatial spring water, complemented by the natural flavor of the vegetable. Indeed, the vegetables nurtured by the waters of the spatial spring are distinctly superior, incomparable to those cultivated elsewhere. In contrast to my homegrown produce, the ones stored in this space suddenly seem less appealing. These leafy greens, nourished solely by pure water or spring water, are remarkably clean and require only a light rinse before use. Jiang Noah prepared a fried egg and a pot of snail noodles, adding the greens just before serving. She had purchased a double portion of seasoned bamboo shoots, ensuring a rich infusion of flavor. As she presented the dish, Yuoa hastily departed, prompting Jiang Noah to chuckle and savor her meal in solitude. Later that afternoon, Jiang Noah switched off the power supply with the remote and descended to the 35th floor to inspect the surroundings. Li Meng had already crafted the bell and handed it to Jiang Noah, instructing her to hang it from the balcony on the 36th floor, allowing the rope to dangle freely. Upon inspection, Jiang Noah noticed several large water buckets placed on the balcony, along with 2 pure water machines that Li Meng had moved from the 6th floor. I have 2 pure water machines which are currently useless, without power. You can take them, Li Meng explained. Jiang Noah observed that these reverse osmosis machines could extract water molecules and convert tap water into pure water. Though she had collected over 30 units during her zero-cost shopping spree at the supermarket, they remained in use since she exclusively consumed the spatial spring water.
No worries.
Just leave them on the 35th floor. They might be useful for spare parts in the future. Let us not discard them, she advised. Li Meng nodded in agreement. With the pure water machines out of commission, Li Meng resorted to filtering rainwater through activated carbon. She had created a compartment between her wardrobe and the wall, filled with activated carbon. However, She realized that hiding it was unnecessary, as Wang Chong and his group showed little interest in anything beyond food. She had chopped some furniture from the 6th floor to use as firewood and boiled the filtered water, making it safe for consumption. She stored the boiled water in a thermos, having collected around 20 assorted cups, enough to last her for quite some time. Eventually, she dismantled all the furniture and doors on the 6th floor, thoroughly emptying the space. Should the rain persist, fuel would become scarce. Delaying the chopping would only benefit others. On the first day of moving, Li Meng treated herself to a serving of Kung Pao chicken paired with a quarter of a compressed biscuit, a delightful meal indeed. Jiang Noah, could you arm wrestle with me for a moment? Li Meng suddenly asked. I'm considering having Wu Dea craft a slingshot for you to gauge your wrist strength and determine the appropriate pull. Sure, Jiang Noah replied, sitting down to engage in the contest. With the fortifying properties of the spatial spring water, her physique far surpassed that of an average person, and her consistent training rendered her almost effortlessly victorious, as if merely pressing down a piece of paper. Li Meng, momentarily taken aback, remarked, "You truly are exceptionally strong." Upon saying this, a spark ignited in her eyes. I too shall strive to improve. Chapter 51. The slingshot. Before Li Meng could seek Wu Dea to craft the slingshot, he arrived at her doorstep unannounced. He had written a note and was attempting to slip it through the door of the 35th floor when he accidentally nudged it, causing a slight noise. Li Meng, ever vigilant of the sounds outside, immediately seized her knife and stepped out to investigate. Just as Wu Dea finished inserting the note and turned to leave, the security door swung open, revealing Li Meng with her knife drawn, nearly startling him to death. Li Meng glared at him, her expression stern. Wu Dea, caught off guard, stammered an explanation, asserting that he had made a transaction with Jiang Noah and did not intend to disturb the door. Li Meng picked up the note he had left behind and noted that it was densely packed with writing, resembling a short story, which momentarily left her in shock. Wait a moment, she said, returning inside to gently tug on the rope hanging from the upper balcony, causing the bell to ring softly. She did not ring it continuously, but rather in a rhythmic manner every 10 seconds. Soon enough, she heard the sound of footsteps descending the stairs. Indeed, it was Jiang Noah. Upon hearing the details of the encounter, Jiang Noah found Wu Dea's startled expression amusing. I did engage in a transaction with him. He informs me of events occurring in the building, and if his information proves useful, I will reward him.
Li Meng cleared her throat, acknowledging, understood.
Next time there's noise at the door, I will first check to see if there's a note being slipped through. Jiang Noah suggested Li Meng. Why not let him in? Surely, he has matters to discuss. With Jiang Noah's approval, Li Meng opened the door, gesturing for Wu Dea to enter. This door held an air of mystery for everyone in the building, particularly since Wang Chong and his group had exerted immense effort to breach it, resulting in the deaths of 3 individuals in their attempt. The dried blood that remained on the staircase was still a chilling sight. As Wu Dea stepped through the threshold, he felt an inexplicable tension, his legs trembling yet filled with excitement. Please have a seat, Li Meng invited. Wu Dea glanced around the living room, noticing only a single sofa that had been converted into a makeshift bed, indicating someone had been sleeping there. Naturally, he opted not to sit on it and instead carefully settled on the floor, crossing his legs. Li Meng paid little mind to these details and retrieved her design sketches. At this moment, Jiang Noah also fetched 4 eggs and handed them to Wu Dea, saying, "Since you're here, take these. In the future, remember to come on the night when a red paper is posted at the door to collect your items. Just keep an eye out." Wu Dea accepted the eggs, elated. "Thank you." He carefully stowed them away, mindful not to break them, as they were meant for his daughter, who was still growing and needed the protein. Fortunately, he had some skills and could collaborate with the 35th floor to exchange goods to nourish her. Since Jiang Noah had instructed Li Meng to leave the 3 bodies at Wang Chong's doorstep, there had been no significant disturbances in the building. Even Wang Chong had become subdued, reportedly not even venturing out in recent days. With no incidents occurring, it implied that he had little to report and thus would not receive any rewards. Wu Dea meticulously documented everything he had learned, fearing Jiang Noah might dismiss his information as trivial, so he endeavored to provide as much detail as possible about every household, hoping that something would pique her interest. Unexpectedly, this strategy proved effective. Jiang Noah carefully stored the note for later examination. She anticipated that nothing noteworthy would transpire in the coming days. Yet Wu Dea served as her informant and could be of use in the future. "Can you craft the slingshot?" Li Meng returned to the main topic. Wu De scrutinized the design intently before exclaiming, "Ah, what is it?" Jiang Noa inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Nothing, I just happen to be familiar with this type of slingshot." In his area of expertise, Wu De spoke with newfound confidence, his words flowing more rapidly. There are quite a few enthusiasts who use slingshots discreetly for bird hunting, employing steel balls as ammunition. What else do you know?
Yang no press said.
Although Li Meng had been adept with slingshots in her youth, she had never used a professional model, so gaining further knowledge would be beneficial. Wu De, now animated, sat up straight and said, "Interestingly, I have a friend who is also into slingshots. I once assisted him in modifying one, but he preferred purchasing from those reputable German brands instead." He paused before continuing. "From what I gather, the projectiles used for these slingshots are typically steel balls. Their smooth, round surfaces ensure uniform force distribution, which prevents deviation when fired. This is the first time I've seen a projectile with angles in the design you've drawn. It might miss the target."
Li Meng raplia confidently. "You need not worry about that."
"Very well. Then I shall share all I know. The smallest steel balls have a diameter of 8 millimeters, commonly referred to as 8 balls. The largest are around 18 millimeters, known as 18 balls, and so forth. The larger the projectile, the more lethal its impact. Though not everyone can draw such a weight. I've seen friends use slingshots. Anything above 9 balls can penetrate thin wooden boards. And various beverage cans are easily punctured as well. One even tested it against a thick iron plate, repeatedly striking the same spot with 12 balls, ultimately piercing through the metal." As Jiang Nua listened more intently, her heart raced. In Huagua, acquiring firearms proved exceedingly challenging. Moreover, guns are consumables. Even if one manages to find ammunition, each shot fired diminishes one's supply. She envied the protagonists in novels who effortlessly acquired heaps of weaponry at the border. Yet reality was far less accommodating. Bows and arrows presented similar dilemmas. While arrows could be retrieved, they still faced issues of wear and tear, and their tips often became deformed after use. Her wrist strength was not a concern, and mastering the slingshot could serve as a suitable alternative to both guns and arrows. However, despite its advantages, it was notoriously taxing on the hands. Most individuals experienced pain after firing 12 beads, risking injury. Thus, tungsten beads became a sought-after option. They were harder, denser, and boasted superior penetration power compared to steel beads, albeit at a higher cost. Wu De shared his extensive knowledge of slingshots with her. Without the torrential rain, procuring ammunition would have been feasible. One could purchase 1,000 8-bead packs online for merely 20 yuan, but under the current circumstances, it posed a significant challenge. Setting aside the matter of ammunition, Jiang Nua inquired whether Wu De could construct the slingshot. He nodded affirmatively, stating that it was a simple task requiring only a Y-shaped steel frame, some polishing, and rubber bands, all items he possessed. "Can it be polished without electricity?" Jiang Nua asked. "Indeed," Wu De patiently explained, demonstrating with gestures. "My lathe can be operated like a sewing machine. You've seen old sewing machines, right? They function without electricity, albeit slowly. Cutting is not possible, but polishing is certainly achievable." "That's reassuring." Li Meng sighed in relief. "You may commence today." Wu De scrutinized the blueprint once more, frowning. "This design differs from any slingshot I've encountered. It's more elongated. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Additionally, while these beads appear to enhance lethality, they must be smooth and evenly rounded to ensure accuracy. How will these oddly shaped ones perform?" After which, he hurriedly added, "I mean no offense. I simply fear that you may find them unusable, rendering our efforts futile." Li Meng, unfazed, replied, "Just focus on the construction. Your compensation will be ample." Wu De contemplated. "Sister, while slingshots are easy to make, your beads are more complex. They may seem small, but each spike and barb necessitates cutting or welding. I will construct the slingshot first, and provide you with steel beads from my bearings for temporary use. As for your bead design, we shall devise a solution later." "Agreed,"
Yang No responded.
"Proceed with the construction." She then retrieved 2 eggs from her pocket, stating, "This serves as a deposit." Li Meng, in turn, produced a pack of ham sausages for Wu De. They each contributed equally for the 2 slingshots, a fair arrangement. This was Li Meng's suggestion. As she had engaged Wu De, yet she did not deter Jiang Nua from contributing. Jiang Nua would not monopolize the arrangement simply because she provided more. Clear boundaries were essential for a lasting partnership, and they shared this mutual understanding. Upon returning to the 36th floor, Jiang Nua noticed her mother was absent, likely tending to the rooftop vegetable garden. She decided to follow, eager to sample the cherry radishes. Xiao Nua, come quickly. Yu Ruohua beckoned from the glass house. Stepping outside, Jiang Nua was gradually enveloped by the astonishing sound of rain. At such close proximity, she could barely hear her mother's voice. The city water level continued to rise, and the heavens were shrouded in a curtain of rain. The sky was an oppressive gray, casting a pall over the surrounding buildings, rendering the atmosphere dreary. Upon reaching the garden, Jiang Nua felt a surge of vitality. Yu Ruohua pulled a cherry radish from the ground, waving it excitedly. Look, it's stunningly beautiful. Jiang Nua inspected closely, understanding why it was named a cherry radish. It resembled a cherry indeed. The one in Yu Ruohua's hand was a vibrant crimson, plump, and approximately 3 centimeters in diameter, almost fruit-like. She tossed the radish into her space for cleaning before taking a bite. The crunch was delightful, bursting with juice and a hint of sweetness. In just 2 bites, the radish was gone, leaving Jiang Nua wanting more. If it were this delicious raw, it would surely be even better when prepared as a salad. Truly, these were cultivated using the enchanted spring water from her space, radiating an aura of vitality. I believe they are ready for harvest. They don't grow large anyway. The sooner we harvest, the sooner we can plant anew. The lettuce, however, can grow for a few more days, Yu Ruohua noted, pulling at the radish greens and uprooting 3 or 4 more, their bright red hue appearing quite appetizing. She beamed with joy, declaring they would enjoy this for dinner, as radishes could be eaten raw or in salads, and the greens could be stir-fried, rich in vitamins. Jiang Nua then checked the lettuce. In just 2 days, it had flourished, its tender green leaves now speckled with vibrant hues, each stem glistening. Unlike radishes, which were uprooted entirely, the lettuce could be harvested by cutting the heads, allowing the remaining roots to continue sprouting new growth. Jiang Nua estimated that the lettuce seeds she had stockpiled could last a lifetime. The mother-daughter duo skillfully gathered an entire patch of cherry radishes. Initially concerned for Yu Ruohua's back, Jiang Nua was relieved to see her mother's vigor. She could likely ascend 10 flights of stairs without issue. Jiang Nua retrieved some spring water from her space, and they took a moment to rest and drink. After tasting this water, the purified water at home seemed inferior. Yu Ruohua remarked, this must be what they mean by the difficulty of transitioning from luxury to moderation.
Yang musmiled faintly.
Yet noted that if the water was left out too long, its vitality would dissipate. It could only be drawn fresh. I'll fetch more later for Hame, she added. Recently, Hame had been unusually lethargic, only rousing during mealtime, eagerly approaching her bowl. The rest of the time, she slept soundly, seemingly gaining a bit of weight and her fur becoming softer and more luxurious. Observing Hame's good health, Jiang Nua allowed her to rest, knowing that sleep was preferable to her bounding around the house causing chaos. After harvesting the cherry radishes, Jiang Nua turned her attention to selecting seeds. This time, she opted for varieties that required a longer growing period, choosing tomatoes and potatoes. After burying the seeds in the soil and watering them with the spring water, she awaited their germination. Gazing at her patch of land, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction while also recalling the barren fields in her space. The space had undergone several upgrades, yet that plot remained parched and unyielding. Jiang Nua had attempted to irrigate it with the spring water, but no matter how she tried, there was no response. Reluctant to waste the precious water, she had given up. Yet suddenly, a thought struck her. If seeds from the real world could not be planted in her space, could the reverse be true? Would it be feasible to transplant the plants from her space into the outside garden? Driven by impulse, Jiang Nua promptly entered her space. Currently, the sole plant within was a towering tree, a species she had never encountered. She had scoured her data for any trace of it, yet found nothing, indicating that it was not of this world. Approaching the tree, Jiang Nua felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation, an indescribable vitality radiating from it, refreshing her spirit and clearing her mind of distractions. On 2 occasions, she had taken a book from the space, using her consciousness to turn the pages while near the tree, becoming completely engrossed in her reading. She eagerly anticipated the day she could truly step into her space. Circling the magnificent tree several times, she discovered numerous silver fruits nestled among the leaves. Gently tugging, she plucked one and brought it out into the open. Examining it in her palm, the silver, smooth fruit was the size of a small glass marble, exuding a delicate fragrance. Jiang Nua found a large flower pot, planted the fruit within, watered it generously with the spring water, and placed it in her bedroom. After completing these tasks, she remembered to check Wu De's note. It was quite extensive, detailing the status of every household he knew. Interestingly, it mentioned the 34th floor. Since the tragic incident occurred, the family on the 34th floor has been under immense pressure. The murderer resides directly above them, and his methods were particularly cruel. The haunting memories of the 3 bloodied corpses and their terrifying, unseeing faces have deprived them of sleep. In their desperation, they sought out Wang Chong, expressing their fears of continuing to live on the 34th floor, hoping he might facilitate their relocation to another level. As the building's manager, Wang Chong had already exhausted the possibilities of searching and scavenging, leaving little for him to gain. Coupled with the presence of the malevolent Jiang Nua, he had become indifferent to the affairs of the residents. He informed them that only the 6th floor was vacant and suggested they move there. Upon hearing this, the family from the 34th floor could only retreat in despair. Although the 35th floor housed a murderer, the 6th floor was the scene of a brutal homicide, stained with blood on the walls and floor. Who would dare to live there? After reviewing the notes, Jiang Nua disposed of them. While the information was not particularly significant, it provided her with insight into the residents of the building, preventing her from being completely isolated. Wu De had gathered quite a bit during his recent foray, but now he was hungry, with only a few eggs and a pack of ham to sustain him for a few more days, and this was merely an advance. With a bit more food, he could hold on to the hope of survival. If only the rain would cease soon. Upon returning home, Wu De immediately began crafting slingshots with tenfold dedication compared to his usual efforts, neglecting even to drink water. By nightfall, he had completed 2 slingshots. Clutching them, he ascended to the 35th floor, standing before the corridor door, poised to knock. Just as his hand rose, the door swung open abruptly. Startled, Wu De stammered. "I didn't touch the door. How did you know?" "Fear not," Li Meng explained. "I was conducting my routine patrol and happened to open the door just in time." She refrained from opening the iron gate immediately, first summoning Jiang Nua. Once Jiang Nua arrived, she allowed Wu De inside to inspect the slingshots and the 8 projectiles. "I crafted them as per your specifications. One has a tensile strength of 35 kilograms and the other 60 kilograms. Wu De placed the slingshots on the coffee table, and Li Meng picked one up to test it, her face lighting up with satisfaction. Jiang Nua also tried the 60-kilogram slingshot, finding it posed no challenge for her. The 8 steel balls were indeed few, but they could suffice for practice. "I can produce special projectiles, as I have ample steel at home, but cutting requires electricity, and my little reserve of diesel has already been depleted," Wu De admitted, lowering his gaze.
Yang no frovned.
She considered lending him some diesel, but her trust in Wu De was not yet firm. "I know where some diesel can be found," Li Meng suddenly interjected. Wang Chong mentioned that during their scavenging, they found a bit over 8 liters from a residence on the 25th floor. "That's sufficient. I only need a couple of liters for cutting. The remainder can be managed through polishing," Wu De quickly replied. "Very well," Jiang Nua said calmly. "I will go request it." "I'll accompany you." Li Meng instinctively reached for a knife. Jiang Nua shook her head. "No need. I shall return shortly." Their mundane exchange sent a shiver of apprehension through Wu De. This was no mere borrowing, was it? Chapter 53. Mental control. Wang Chong was currently inventorying the supplies he had gathered from the building. Although the haul was modest, the collective contributions from dozens of households amounted to a decent stockpile, with the 6th floor being particularly bountiful. Nearly everything had been moved to his home. The room was filled to the brim. If only it were all his alone, but Wang Chong dared not act so selfishly. He had to distribute small rations daily to keep people alive, lest they starve and cause unrest, which would be counterproductive. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking grated on Wang Chong's nerves. Day in and day out, trivial matters plagued him. He was a building manager, not a community caretaker. Such issues were once managed by Lu Shuqin, but after her confrontation with Wang Jianli, who, along with his brothers, attacked her and her husband, she had been nursing her injuries from the incident. The 3 useless thugs had perished, their corpses ominously displayed at his doorstep, a haunting reminder that still unsettled him. Frustrated, Wang Chong's expression darkened as he flung the door open, ready to chastise the visitor. "Who is it? Speak quickly." Upon seeing Jiang Nua standing outside, the words caught in his throat, and his demeanor shifted instantly. Miss Jiang, please come in." Jiang Nua, uninterested in pleasantries, cut to the chase. Do you have diesel? Wang Chong's heart sank. What could this mean? He felt a cold sweat forming. Perhaps he did possess some? Jiang Nua fell silent, her icy gaze fixed on him. Wang Chong swallowed hard, suddenly contemplating that this unarmed woman standing before him might signify an opportunity. Although he was unsure how she had single-handedly dispatched 3 grown men, he thought if he fought with all his might, surely he could overpower a single woman. However, fantasies aside, his body obediently led him into the house as he muttered, "Miss Jiang, please wait a moment, I shall retrieve it for you." He emerged holding a bucket of diesel, hastily offering it to Jiang Nua. She barely glanced at him, taking the diesel and departing. Watching her retreating figure, Wang Chong exhaled in relief. He knew he appeared cowardly and ridiculous. Yet he had felt sharp murderous intent from Jiang Nua on 2 previous occasions, leaving him unsettled. In these dire times, was survival not enough? Living was the primary objective. There was no need to provoke a harbinger of death. A small amount of diesel was useless to him, neither consumable nor drinkable. Upon returning to the 35th floor, Jiang Nua handed the diesel to Wu Dai. The entire exchange took less than 10 minutes, fast enough to leave Wu Dai questioning his very existence. He cautiously inquired, "Did Wang Chong die?" "No, he is alive." "Did he just hand it over to you?" "What else would you expect?"
Yang no retorted.
Wu Dai fell silent. Astonished at how the seemingly formidable Wang Chong had cowered before Jiang Nua, it appeared she had genuinely instilled fear in him. The 8-liter diesel container was quite small, akin to a laundry detergent bottle, which Wu Dai concealed under his clothing before bidding farewell. Once he departed, Li Meng eagerly set out to test the slingshot. She sketched a simple target on cardboard, propping it against the living room wall. The spacious living room had been cleared of furniture, which Li Meng had stored away for firewood, leaving ample room for practice. Li Meng fired a few rounds with the steel balls, missing the first couple but remaining undeterred. She paused to adjust her stance and strength, seeking a comfortable angle to draw the elastic. On her 3rd attempt, a loud pop echoed as the steel ball shot forth, striking the target's center. Joy illuminated Li Meng's face. "Jiang Nua, come and try." Jiang Nua nodded, mimicking Li Meng's movements as she drew back the elastic. Li Meng assisted in adjusting her grip and shared tips on aiming. As a professional marksman, her foundational knowledge was solid, and Jiang Nua grasped it swiftly. After aligning her shot, she released with haste.
Bang!
She missed. The steel ball grazed the edge of the target, sending the cardboard flying. So close. You must have been unsteady when you released it. Practice will surely improve your aim. However, with only 8 steel balls, repeated attempts would necessitate scavenging for more. Jiang Nua pondered, her gaze drifting to the fish tank in the corner of the living room. Owned by the previous tenant, the tank had been devoid of fish since Jiang Nua moved in, filled only with water and a bed of small stones at the bottom.
Now.
It was pushed into a corner along with other furniture. "Can this be used?"
Jiang Nua pointed at the fish tank.
Li Meng noticed the stones inside, and her face brightened. "I think that could work." She brought out the fish tank and emptied all the pebbles onto the ground, meticulously selecting the smoothest and roundest ones, ultimately gathering over 50 usable stones. They decided to split them equally for practice. After a while, Li Meng, feeling confident in her skills, ceased her own practice and devoted her attention to teaching Jiang Nua. Although Jiang Nua was familiar with using a gun, she had never trained in shooting, essentially starting from scratch. After some attempts, she managed to hit the target, prompting Li Meng to increase the difficulty by challenging her to hit a plastic bottle from a distance of 5.5 meters. At this point, Jiang Nua struggled, missing all 50 shots and feeling a hint of discouragement. Li Meng helped her collect the scattered stones, reassuring her that this level of difficulty was inherently high for a novice. She encouraged Jiang Nua to aim for a training goal, hitting 3 out of 10 shots, after which they could progress to moving targets. Jiang Nua nodded and inquired how Li Meng had developed her accuracy. Was it purely innate talent? Not entirely, Li Meng replied, reflecting thoughtfully before articulating. When aiming, there exists an ideal state where one is completely immersed in their own world, wholly focused on a single target. Once I enter this state, I possess the confidence to hit every shot, undistracted by external factors. With a sigh, she added that achieving this state was challenging and only occurred occasionally. She admitted to being uncertain about its nuances. Conversations with seasoned marksmen had led her to conclude that while technical skills in competitive sports can be cultivated and physical attributes are often similar among athletes, it is those with formidable mental fortitude and heightened concentration who typically emerge as champions. Zhang Nuo pondered over this theory, recalling a particularly talented child from her elementary school ping-pong class who had reportedly joined the provincial training team. The coaches had commented on his exceptional focus and promising future. Inspired by the notion of heightened concentration, Zhang Nuo took a deep breath, grasped the slingshot, and assumed her stance, fixating intently on the distant bottle's opening. Reaching the limit of her concentration, time passed slowly. Gradually, she began to grasp the sensation Li Meng had described. Clenching a stone in the rubber, she aimed at the bottle's mouth, slowed her breathing, and focused solely on that singular target. As the surrounding world faded from her vision, the target became increasingly distinct. In a moment of clarity, she realized it was now or never. With a swift pull of her wrist and a release of her fingers, the stone zipped through the air, striking the bottle's opening. Beautiful,
Li Meng exclaimed.
Zhang Nuo, undeterred, quickly seized another stone and successfully hit the target once more. With a series of swift shots, 5 in total, each stone found its mark, culminating in the last shot, which struck with such force that it sent the bottle flying. It was only then that Zhang Nuo ceased her practice. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over her, and she felt a bit dizzy. It had been a long time since she had felt this way. In the past, such sensations would accompany her when she exerted herself in the spatial realm. This sensation resembled the time she had attempted to retrieve something from the space and soon felt lightheaded. However, after consuming the spatial spring water and engaging in daily training, her mental strength had significantly improved, and she had not experienced this feeling since. Perhaps that transcendent and elusive sensation she had just encountered was a result of pushing her mental limits, maximizing her focus. Having practiced in the spatial realm, her mental control surpassed that of others, allowing her to grasp essential techniques quickly. Yet, the consequences of overexertion were serious. It seemed that until her spatial abilities upgraded again, she could not afford to shoot consecutively. One shot would necessitate a pause. Deciding not to practice any further today, she maintained her composure, nodded goodbye to Li Meng, and left with her slingshot in hand. Meanwhile, Li Meng remained momentarily speechless, astonished by Zhang Nuo's prowess, still unable to comprehend the situation as Zhang Nuo departed. Li Meng found herself at a loss for words. In less than an hour of practice, Zhang Nuo had achieved 5 consecutive hits from a distance of 6 meters, using irregularly shaped, unpredictable stones. How was this possible? Li Meng was momentarily rendered speechless. Perhaps she had just hitched her wagon to a star. Chapter 54. The rain diminishes in the following days. Aside from practicing with her slingshot, Zhang Nuo busied herself with organizing items in the spatial realm. She diligently counted the supplies purchased before the torrential rain, arranging them neatly on shelves. However, since the onset of the zero-cost purchasing initiative, she had lost track of much and had simply crammed everything into the space. The sheer volume of over 10,000 containers alone was enough to keep her occupied, and the chaos from the wholesale market and supermarket items was even more overwhelming. It was time to sort and account for everything, which would also serve to enhance her mental strength. She clearly understood that merely practicing with the slingshot held little significance. Her goal was to utilize her mental control to achieve near-perfect accuracy, focusing solely on increasing her speed. Li Meng practiced firing 2 stones simultaneously or quickly releasing 3 stones in succession. Her goals were speed, precision, agility, and the ability to shoot multiple stones at once, which required time and practice to master. However, Zhang Nuo did not intend to follow this path. Her strength surpassed that of an average person, and her ability to shoot accurately from a distance meant she could use larger projectiles to strike her targets from afar with lethal efficiency. Thus, her immediate priority lay in enhancing her mental strength, a process that could be gradually developed while tidying up the chaos in her space.
For now,
she left the contents of the containers untouched, as they were labeled, making it relatively easy to locate items. Moreover, they were already organized on shelves, each labeled, and her interference would likely cause more disorder. Upon a preliminary inventory, she discovered a rich variety of goods. Everything for daily living was accounted for, and they were all high-quality export items. To her surprise, she found 2 containers filled with charcoal. Not just any charcoal, but labeled as olive charcoal, a type she had never encountered before. Intrigued, she retrieved the documentation printed by Lu Mei and referenced the corresponding hard drive in the directory of living fuel charcoal, connecting it to her computer for further research. She discovered that olive charcoal, made from the pits of olives, produced no smoke when burned and emitted a pleasant aroma, making it a staple for high-end tea houses. crafted specifically for tea brewing. Given that olives themselves were expensive, costing around 10 yuan per pound, charcoal made from their pits was even more costly and labor-intensive. With a market price of 70 to 80 yuan per pound, no wonder Jiang Nua had never heard of it. As an ordinary citizen, she had little time for the subtleties of tea appreciation. The 2 containers contained a total of 20 tons of olive charcoal. Inspired, Jiang Nua took some charcoal out and rummaged through the pile from the zero-cost purchasing initiative to find a bag of tea leaves. Unsure of its quality, but impressed by the packaging, she also retrieved a tea set. Today, she intended to enjoy tea with her mother. After a morning of organizing, she stacked over 13,000 containers into 300 rows, each row comprising approximately 40 to 50 containers, reaching nearly 100 meters in height. Aligning the labels in the same direction. Although the height was somewhat daunting, it saved a significant amount of space, allowing her to organize further. Before long, the torrential rain would begin to subside, entering a brief period of light rain. Approximately a week later, the downpour would intensify again, repeating this cycle until the prolonged storm finally ceased. During this time, the water would recede, and the flow would become less urgent, prompting some people to venture out in search of survival supplies. Jiang Nua, of course, intended to do the same, necessitating her preparation of adequate space in advance. However, her primary objective was to seek out jade ornaments. After allowing her consciousness to recover by the large tree for a moment, Jiang Nua exited the spatial realm. Realizing that the task of organizing her space was far from over, she sat down with her mother to enjoy tea brewed with the spatial spring water, which exuded a fragrant aroma that invigorated the spirit. Yuruahua was equally intrigued by the olive charcoal, spending considerable time examining it. At mealtime, when Yuruahua was about to start cooking, Jiang Nua suggested, "Why not skip cooking today and eat something ready-made instead?" The space was filled with a variety of prepared dishes, and she had yet to indulge in them. She was somewhat tempted to dine out. However, Yuruahua disagreed, stating, "The takeout you've stocked up on lacks nutrition." Every mother in the world harbors a bias against takeout. Jiang Nua chuckled. "Then let's have what you prepare." Still, Yuruahua shook her head. "With all the vegetables, meats, oils, and seasonings you bought, why not cook instead of letting them sit? I have little to do all day except tend to the garden, and with Hame only sleeping and not keeping me company, if I don't cook, I might rust away." As per their usual routine, Yuruahua would choose the dishes while Jiang Nua fetched the ingredients. To maintain freshness, apart from some storable items like potatoes and garlic, most of what they used was requested by Yuruahua. "I need some chili and beef. I'll make you a stir-fried beef dish. You don't need to worry about the scallions. I'll pull them from the garden. We're almost out of soy sauce. So grab another bottle." Jiang Nua handed her the items in order, asking Mom, "You don't need to cook rice, do you?"
I have plenty.
Yuruahua countered. "What did you buy all that rice for if we're not going to cook it? Let it sit for now and we can eat it when it's inconvenient to cook. If we can cook now, we should." With that, she closed the kitchen door. Whenever she cooked, she ensured the doors and windows were tightly shut. Thanks to the soundproofing, Jiang Nua could hardly hear any commotion from the kitchen while in the living room. But since the exhaust fan was off, Jiang Nua worried about the health implications of stir-frying in a closed space and urged her mother to eat the prepared dishes instead. However, her mother was resolute, and Jiang Nua did not press the issue. She merely fetched spring water from the space for her to drink twice daily. As it stood, her health seemed unaffected, and her skin was becoming increasingly radiant. Reflecting on this, Jiang Nua took out a mirror to examine herself closely. She had forgotten how long it had been since she had scrutinized her reflection. After 10 years of apocalyptic living, she had grown accustomed to the lingering odors on her body, making the act of looking in the mirror feel somewhat cruel. Since acquiring the space, her mother had remarked that she had become fairer, even while toiling under the blazing sun. Drinking the spring water had invigorated her, leading to noticeable changes. Indeed, her complexion was strikingly white, which was her immediate impression upon seeing herself. It felt somewhat vain to say so, but she appeared both fair and youthful, brimming with vitality. Reminiscent of the towering tree in the space, majestic, unattainable, yet profoundly comforting and vibrant. Jiang Nua considered herself a rational person before the apocalypse. She could have been described as a fair young girl, and with some grooming, she would attract a few glances while walking down the street. But now, she felt transformed. The grace imparted by the space was substantial. Clearing her throat, she realized that admiring herself for so long was somewhat bizarre. She put away the mirror, eagerly anticipating her mother's stir-fried beef. Simultaneously, her desire to upgrade the space intensified. There were still countless mysteries within it waiting for her to unravel. In the days of her quiet existence, the outside world remained eerily still, or rather, silent. The heavy rains continued unabated. Due to the food shortages, some individuals were beginning to falter, and in times of weakness, illness would invade with even greater ferocity. Over the past few days, she often caught sight of floating corpses in the floodwaters from her window. The cries of sorrow and pleas from the community were becoming increasingly scarce. People were beginning to accept the reality of death. Jiang Nua felt little about this. Such was the nature of the apocalypse, a cycle of calamity and death,
with only a few surviving each time.
She was not a deity and could not save the world. During this time, Wu Dea visited once, delivering 80 bullets and leaving with his payment, satisfied. Each bullet was barbed and spiked, making its removal from flesh excruciatingly difficult. In a world devoid of medical care and medications, being struck by such a bullet signified a slow and painful demise. As long as there was diesel and metal, they could be produced in abundance. And Jiang Nua lacked neither. These bullets were intended for Li Meng, as Jiang Nua was unable to create them. Her aim was still to acquire steel balls of 14 beads or more. Previously, she had obtained several items from a hardware store for free. And while organizing her space recently, she discovered some bearings, though they were only of 8 or 9 beads in size. After dismantling 30, she ceased further disassembly. A few days later, Li Meng rang the bell to find Jiang Nua. "Do you remember I mentioned knowing where to find guns and bullets?" Li Meng said. "I was bored these past couple of days and drew a map for you. Keep it. I'm worried something might happen, and if I die or something, I wouldn't have had the chance to tell you. This is my promise to you." Jiang Nua accepted the map she had drawn. It was rather indecipherable. "If you die and leave me this map, I'll likely never find it in this lifetime." Li Meng coughed twice, slightly embarrassed. "Well, my geography skills are lacking." "No worries, mine aren't that great either." They exchanged smiles, and as Li Meng held the map, she began to gesture and explain the location. But Jiang Nua suddenly interjected, "Let us go retrieve it tomorrow." Li Meng was taken aback. "Tomorrow? According to your notes, that's a shooting range. Many people are likely aware of it. Once the rain subsides, it will be quickly scavenged. By then, it will be too late." "Do you really think only Wu Dei would think to use a small boat?" Li Meng frowned, but then added, "But right now, it's probably submerged and difficult to access." "I studied diving," Jiang Nua stated earnestly. "I often practice diving at the Municipal Sports Center as swimming pool. And I have a set of diving gear at home. I can go underwater." Li Meng's eyes lit up at this revelation, brimming with excitement. "That's wonderful."
Plus.
"Haven't you noticed the rain has lightened up a bit?" Jiang Nua glanced outside, and Li Meng followed her gaze. Had the rain indeed lessened? Each day, she awoke to the relentless downpour, and she had grown numb to it. However, Jiang Nua's reminder made her pay closer attention, and it seemed the rain had indeed diminished somewhat. Upon reflection, she realized that she had been collecting rainwater on the balcony daily, and today, it did seem that she had filled the containers a tad quicker than usual. Li Meng struggled to articulate her feelings. She felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety, uncertain of what changes lay ahead. If the rain had lessened, more people would venture out in search of supplies. Jiang Nua stated slowly, "We should prepare ourselves as well." Chapter 55. The outing for free goods. The next day, without waiting for Li Meng to ring the bell, Jiang Nua took her equipment to the 35th floor. Yu Ruohua was still at home, and before leaving, Jiang Nua instructed her to secure the doors and windows tightly, advising her to stay home and watch some shows while cooking. Although she was concerned, she said little, merely helping Jiang Nua fasten her raincoat. "Take Ha Mei with you. She has been cooped up at home all day and is bound to turn into a lazy pig. She might even protect you," Yu Ruohua suggested. "No need." Jiang Nua shook her head. "Let her sleep. In this time, dogs are seen merely as food. Even pet dogs can be eaten. Taking Ha Mei out would only attract unwanted attention. Besides, she is quite heavy and bulky, with limited space in the inflatable boat. It would be better to leave room for more supplies." Jiang Nua, wary of any potential delays or mishaps, discreetly left some provisions at home.
"Ame.
"While I'm gone, you must protect Mom," Jiang Nua said, rubbing the drowsy dog's head and prying open its eyelids. "Do you understand? Otherwise, I'll cut your rations." Ha Mei immediately perked up, raising her head to pledge her loyalty. Yu Ruohua accompanied Jiang Nua to the stairwell. Jiang Nua activated the door's electric lock and reminded her mother not to touch it. Li Meng possessed a foldable cart, the same one used previously to transport corpses. They both disregarded the grim memories as they loaded the cart with their supplies and made their way slowly to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was heavily flooded. With water seeping in and a foul stench overwhelming the air, it was devoid of residents. Jiang Nua managed well, but Li Meng, pushing the cart down from the 35th floor, felt exhausted and leaned on her legs to catch her breath. Jiang Nua suggested that she take a rest while she completed the remaining preparations. When they initially rented this apartment, they considered the elevated terrain, the community's conditions, and the house's amenities, ultimately selecting this location. It was perfect, as they could rent both floors together, and the glass-roofed terrace allowed for some gardening. The only drawback was the height of the building. Were it not for the space spring water enhancing her physique, carrying things up and down would have been quite exhausting. For convenience, she had brought a thick, inflatable rubber dinghy that required inflation. After inflating the dinghy, she set up the motor and fueled it. This motor did not have an electric starter. However, pulling a cord would ignite it instantly. With a buzz, Jiang Nua boarded the dinghy, followed closely by Li Meng. The sound of the motor's ignition attracted attention, and some individuals peered out of their windows, seeing the dinghy and Jiang Nua, clad in a raincoat, departing. Their gazes were fixed and intent. "We should return early, or perhaps we could bring your mother next time. Otherwise, I still feel a bit uneasy," Li Meng remarked. Jiang Nua gently shook her head, assuring her that it was fine. In her previous life, her mother had bravely chased away Wang Jianli and others with a kitchen knife, later protecting her all the way. She was not a timid person. On the contrary, she was rather fierce. Now, on the 36th floor, with heavy security, there should not be much to worry about. She could not remain indoors forever, nor could she take her mother everywhere. While her mother worried when she left, she said nothing. They both needed to trust each other a little more. The submerged city was particularly quiet, save for the sound of rain, with only the roar of the motor echoing between the towering buildings. "Let me steer. You navigate." "I'm not good with geography," Li Meng volunteered, taking over the driving duties. The two quickly maneuvered between the buildings. Previously, Jiang Nua had always felt the city streets were too narrow and the buildings too dense. However, now that they were flooded, the space between the buildings seemed significantly enlarged. The entire city appeared submerged in a vast ocean, as if countless skyscrapers had inexplicably sprouted from the boundless sea, creating an oddly surreal atmosphere. If it weren't for the floating corpses everywhere, the sensation would likely be more pleasant. With a resident population of over 10 million, at least 1/5 had perished, but thankfully, the flood carried the floating bodies away. Otherwise, the entire city would be even more horrifying than hell itself. Indeed, some people have ventured out to search for supplies, Li Meng whispered. Along their route, they observed several groups of individuals paddling various makeshift boats between the buildings. None were proper vessels, some were inflatable mats, others were constructed from plastic bottles, and some even used wooden tables strapped with foam as boats. Upon seeing their fast dinghy, many cast envious glances. However, Jiang Nua understood that those with dinghies and speedboats were not few, as long as one dared to venture out. There was a glimmer of hope for survival. When the rain subsided, various water transport options would become more abundant. In the pursuit of survival, people could always devise various methods. At that time, the law of the jungle would manifest even more profoundly. The fortunate might find some supplies to return home, while the unfortunate would vanish without a trace after leaving. Without signposts or buildings for reference, locating the precise position of the training ground was no easy feat. The shooting range's office building had 5 floors. Given the current water level, the 4th and 5th floors should be visible. There are no tall buildings nearby, only a gym. It shouldn't be too difficult to find, Li Meng said. Yet even so, the two spent another half an hour navigating the wide waters before finally spotting a 2-story roof emerging from the water. "Is that it?" "Yes, look. There are even words on the wall. It's our shooting range's office building." Soon, Li Meng anchored the dinghy beside the office building, and together they secured it before climbing over the railing to the 3rd-floor balcony, heading straight to the 5th floor. At the end of the balcony corridor was a heavy security door. This was the armory. However, opening the door proved challenging, and the surrounding windows were equipped with sturdy bars. "If only we had a key," Li Meng sighed. "For now, we can only force it open. It might take a while." Jiang Nua shook her head, stating that such a professional security door was not easily breached. "Then what should we do?"
Li Meng inquirat.
Can you pick locks? I can't, Jiang Nuo replied, pulling out the heavy hammer from her toolkit and pointing at the adjacent office. We'll break through the wall from this office. Li Meng paused, contemplating the suggestion. That could work. They took turns, starting with Li Meng. She selected a spot and swung the hammer. With a thud, the wall quivered, and her hands tingled painfully. To keep pace with Jiang Nuo, she had been training rigorously, but her starting point was too low, and her strength was still limited. After striking several times, she finally created a crack in the wall, her hair damp with sweat. Let me try. Jiang Nuo took the hammer from her, inhaled deeply, and swung with moderate force against the wall. Middle school physics taught that force is mutual. Striking with excessive strength could lead to a painful rebound. Thus, it was essential to apply just the right amount of force. With her strike, the crack widened significantly. Jiang Nuo gritted her teeth, continuing to strike until she created a hole, then spent a few more minutes enlarging the opening. All right, that's enough, Li Meng said. The opening was small but sufficient for them to squeeze through. After a brief rest and some water, they entered the armory together. Half of the warehouse was filled with shelves neatly displaying various models of air rifles and related items. Air rifles lacked significant power, even being less effective than slingshots. They were merely for training. Nevertheless, they could still be used for trade, and Li Meng produced a large woven bag to collect all the air rifles. After clearing the shelves, Jiang Nuo moved to the other half of the warehouse, where various targets and small flags were stored. Aside from a few stacks of waterproof fabric, there was nothing particularly useful. This puzzled Jiang Nuo. Where were the real firearms? However, she soon noticed a door in the corner of the warehouse, reinforced with a sliding metal gate and secured with a fist-sized lock. Jiang Nuo took the hammer, gritting her teeth as she struck the lock a dozen times, finally breaking it open and entering the inner room of the warehouse. Upon opening the door, a strong smell of machine oil greeted her, and the dark rifles on the wall filled her with excitement. The inner warehouse contained 4 rows of shelves, each holding different firearms. The top shelf of the first rack held 5 handguns of unknown models, accompanied by 2 types of ammunition. One type was rubber bullets intended for training. These had no lethality, but were precise, with around 1,000 rounds. The other type consisted of live rounds, numbering approximately 300. Additionally, there were some maintenance oils on the lower shelf. The second rack housed 3 rifles. The ammunition for these rifles was located on the bottom shelf, consisting entirely of real bullets, totaling over 500 rounds. Turning to the third rack, Jiang Nuo's heart raced at what she saw. 2 shotguns. Along with over 1,000 rounds of ammunition filling the entire shelf, these were likely meant for practicing clay pigeon shooting. Shotguns are a type of hunting firearm, effective at short ranges and requiring little aiming in close combat, making them incredibly convenient in the narrow spaces of urban alleys and buildings. The fourth rack contained no firearms, but rather several scopes, waterproof bags, and some small tools, which she quickly gathered. In summary, there were a total of 10 firearms, comprising 5 handguns, 3 rifles, and 2 shotguns, accompanied by nearly 3,000 rounds of ammunition. This trip proved to be quite worthwhile. She retrieved 2 waterproof bags, carefully packing 1 rifle and 1 shotgun inside, while Li Meng struggled with the heavy box as they emerged from the cave. Both were drenched in sweat, yet they reveled in the labor. The waterproof bags were secured, followed by woven sacks, tightly bundled. Only then did Li Meng exhale deeply, expressing her gratitude. Thank goodness. To be honest, I was genuinely worried this trip would be in vain. Were you concerned someone might arrive before you?
Yang Nguyen waited.
Li Meng gently shook her head, explaining, our management here is quite stringent. According to regulations, if the shooting range is unattended, all these must be sent to the arm department for safekeeping. However, I know our leader, who is also our head coach, would surely keep something for himself. It seems he has not disappointed my expectations.
Yang Nguyen understood.
So, you're implying your leader deliberately withheld these items? Indeed. During that time, there were constant rumors online about the apocalypse. I was frantically stockpiling supplies, and initially, he thought I was overreacting. Yet eventually, he seemed to be influenced by my fervor and purchased some items himself. Unfortunately, there were only a few days left, and time was too short. He certainly didn't have time to stockpile a speedboat. Otherwise, he would have come to retrieve it. Jiang Nuo surveyed the surroundings. Are you familiar with this building or the vicinity? Beyond these guns and ammunition, is there anything else of value? Li Meng pondered briefly. I believe there must be something. The office has a lounge area, and there's a kitchen on the bottom floor. We should be able to find something. Well then, since we are here, let us leave no stone unturned, Zhang Nua declared. Considering the distribution of physical exertion, Zhang Nua decided to dive underwater first. Li Meng concentrated hard, recalling the layout of the third floor as meticulously as possible to relay to her. No need to check the first floor, it's just the shooting range. Let us start on the second floor. As Zhang Nua committed the information to memory, she swiftly donned her diving suit and equipped herself before plunging into the water. Once submerged, she adjusted to the conditions and descended along the staircase. The water was murky, and even with the illumination from her headlamp, she could barely discern anything beyond a meter. Nevertheless, the building's layout was straightforward, making navigation simple. The third floor contained 2 offices and a lounge area. After being submerged for such a long time, there was little of interest. A quick glance revealed 2 packs of cigarettes and some tea. But the latter had long since lost its shape from soaking. Zhang Nua proceeded directly to the lounge area. Upon entering, she spotted a bar stocked with an array of red wine, spirits, and soft drinks. She opened her net bag and began filling it, securing the contents with rope, and gently tugging on it. Li Meng, positioned above, immediately exerted her strength to hoist the items upward. Zhang Nua then swam slowly to the surface. Removing her diving mask, she inhaled the fresh air, taking a moment to rest. The yield from the third floor was modest. Only the second floor remained. The second floor housed a cafeteria and a small storage room, which she recalled contained a fair amount of supplies, though she was uncertain how much remained to be salvaged. Li Meng felt a twinge of anxiety. Zhang Nua glanced at the time and resolved to dive again, heading straight for the second floor. She quickly located the cafeteria, swimming through the window and making her way to the inner storage room first. The storage room had once been filled with food, but everything had rotted in the water. Even the items in the freezer were unsalvageable. Fortunately, she discovered several unopened bottles of cooking oil, predominantly olive oil, indicating that the athletes had focused on health in their meals. She collected all of it into her net bag. As she searched, she was pleasantly surprised to find several blocks of rice cakes on the shelves. Nowadays, many rice varieties are stored in this manner, which not only conserves space and facilitates transport but also employs vacuum packaging to prevent moisture and extend shelf life. As she gathered and counted, she found over 20 blocks, totaling more than 200 pounds. There were also some unopened soy sauce, vinegar, and salt, albeit in limited quantities, yet collectively quite comprehensive. After clearing the storage room, she proceeded to the kitchen. Food was out of the question, as everything had spoiled. There were 2 gas canisters, but after being submerged for so long, they would be unsafe to use. Zhang Nua only took 1 basin and a few knives, finding little else of value. However, adhering to their agreement to leave no trace, she also salvaged the wooden tables and chairs from the cafeteria. Pulling on the rope, Li Meng quickly exerted her strength to hoist the items up. Zhang Nua resurfaced once more. Although she felt the haul was modest, Li Meng, upon seeing the rice cakes, was visibly excited, hastily removing the items from the net bag, shaking off the water and organizing them. "We actually found rice. This trip was truly worthwhile," Li Meng exclaimed, promptly handing Zhang Nua a towel to dry her hair. "Take a break. Diving is exhausting, especially with such strong currents below. Let us eat something to replenish our energy." Li Meng retrieved 2 packs of freeze-dried food from her backpack, one of fruit slices and the other of beef. She also produced a thermos, pouring hot water directly into a vacuum bag to steep for a while. Zhang Nua opened her backpack and, while reaching in, retrieved a pack of lemon-flavored chicken feet and a pack of sliced smoked ham from her storage space. Without removing her diving suit, she casually dried her hair and settled down on the ground. They placed their food together and enjoyed a hearty meal. When Zhang Nua went back underwater, Li Meng had already scoured the undamaged 4th floor but found little of interest. Only a few cans of tea, some coffee packs, a few snacks, and several thermoses. The only surprise was the discovery of over 30 exercise rubber bands, which could be used as materials for slingshots, along with about 20 sets of sportswear, all brand new and unopened, featuring the logo of their shooting team as sponsor. After showing Zhang Nua everything, Li Meng swiftly packed all the items into the woven bag. "There are many boats, but few who can dive. We should take advantage of the current situation before the water recedes and gather as much as we can," Zhang Nua suggested. Chapter 57. Effortless gains. Zhang Nua felt sufficiently rested and inquired, "What places are nearby?" Li Meng replied, I just recalled and surveyed the area. There's a KFC nearby and a domestic car dealership, but since it's been flooded, I doubt there's much to salvage. Jiang Nua considered, thinking the dealership was worth a look. What else? Nothing much beyond that. However, about 300 meters from the shooting range, there's a sports complex that includes an archery club, a climbing gym, a go-kart track, and a taekwondo center. We could check that out. That sounds promising. After finishing their meal, Li Meng prepared the motorboat, untied it, loaded their findings, and drained the water from inside. Seizing the moment, Jiang Nua dove underwater once more. Visibility was quite low in the water, but thankfully, the well-known fast food chain had a prominent sign, making it easy to locate.
Yang Mo descended slowly.
Discovering that the KFC's entrance had already been smashed open, likely during the initial flooding, indicating looting had occurred. With the door in such disarray, it was reasonable to assume the contents had been taken. Yet, Jiang Nua reasoned that since she was already there, she couldn't leave empty-handed. The equipment in the kitchen must be substantial and difficult to remove. Unlike household appliances, the equipment in a fast food restaurant designed to handle high customer volume is typically large. Indeed, Jiang Nua successfully entered the kitchen and found the soda machine and ice cream maker still intact. She decided to collect them, as they could potentially be repaired later. And even if not, they could be disassembled for parts. Continuing deeper, she discovered steam ovens, fryers, freezers, microwaves, and warming cabinets, all of which she salvaged for her storage space. Directly across from KFC was the car dealership, and relying on her instincts, Jiang Nua swam over and quickly located the establishment. The dealership was securely locked, but she had become quite adept at forced entry, swiftly gaining access. The brand was called Xingtu, and though she wasn't very knowledgeable about cars, there were 4 vehicles on the showroom floor, all SUVs. She collected those as well. After searching extensively, I could not find a gasoline canister, but I did come across numerous spare parts and tires, as well as 6 boxes containing over 200 bottles of maintenance lubricants, which I naturally collected. The reception desk in the store was quite large, with a drawer housing around a dozen car keys, a pile of soggy scraps of paper, and a few work permits. I took the car keys and tossed them into my storage space. Ultimately, I dragged a massive black dust cover that had originally been draped over a vehicle back to the water's surface. At that moment, Li Meng had already finished organizing the items, and upon seeing me emerge, she hurried over to pull me onto the speedboat, bringing the dust cover aboard as well. "This is good," Li Meng remarked with some delight. "With so many items, we need something to shield them and obscure their true nature." I dried my hair and donned a raincoat, while Li Meng quickly used the dust cover to conceal the woven bags. On this outing, we had brought 5 large woven bags, and so far, 2 were filled, leaving room for more collection. Unfortunately, the distance from the city center prohibited us from raiding shopping malls. We would have to wait until tomorrow or the day after. In my list of priorities, jade items were at the top. Li Meng pulled on the rope to start the engine, and the speedboat surged forward. It seemed the rain had lessened. The droplets hitting my face were no longer painful, Li Meng noted. I nodded in agreement, observing that many people had yet to regain their composure. In a few days, the number of those venturing out would only increase. The speedboat traveled straight for over 200 meters, and Li Meng began scanning the water's surface. She quickly pointed to a stainless steel flagpole protruding from the water. "There." These venues are all single-story buildings, but the shooting club has a tall flagpole at its entrance. We secured the speedboat to the flagpole, and I swiftly dove beneath the surface. Without any structures to shield against the current, diving here proved more challenging than before. I had to kick my fins with considerable force to stabilize myself. However, once inside the venue, the situation improved. First, I arrived at the shooting club, which was locked with a barred iron gate. But this did not deter me. I retrieved a large pair of wire cutters from my storage space and, with a decisive snip, severed the lock. The venue was spacious yet dimly lit. After swimming a considerable distance, I finally located the storage room. Inside lay traditional bows, recurve bows, and bundles of arrows, all neatly arranged. I promptly stored them in my space. However, I suspected that a shooting club of such size held more treasures. At the far end, I discovered an office, but it was empty, with an open safe indicating that valuable items had already been taken. Yet, fortune smiled upon me when I spotted 9 stainless steel slingshots on a shelf in the corner. Compared to the handcrafted ones made by Wu Dai, these appeared more refined, though their practicality remained to be tested. I placed the slingshots into my net bag. Not rushing to pull the rope, I continued my search, discovering several plastic boxes on the shelf filled with steel balls. It seemed fortune favored me. I had originally hoped to find a warehouse with steel balls in the city. Yet here they were. The steel balls were packaged in plastic bags, available in 5 different diameters, though the quantities were limited. At most, a few hundred of each. Under normal circumstances, once fired, steel balls are seldom recovered, and their price is quite low. 1,000 small ones cost merely 20 yuan. Thus, I believed there must be more in the store. I just needed to look further. Adjusting the brightness of my headlamp, I meticulously searched the area, ultimately discovering 5 wooden boxes in the storage room, their surfaces coated in silt. One could easily overlook them. Each box was labeled with its size in permanent marker. A quick glance revealed 7 sizes ranging from 8 mm to 14 mm, with the largest at 14 mm. The larger the diameter, the fewer the quantity, likely due to the difficulty in using them. Thus, the most abundant were the 8 mm and 9 mm, with an entire box of each. The remaining 5 sizes comprised 3 boxes in total. I estimated each box weighed at least 50 kilograms in the water, meaning there were at least 100,000 steel balls here. The sheer volume was almost surreal. I collected everything. For me, the importance of weapons was self-evident. The supplies I had amassed would ensure a comfortable life for my mother and me for the rest of our days. But that was contingent upon staying alive to enjoy it. Whether guns, bows, slingshots, or poison, as long as they were weapons, I would hoard them. Possessing weapons provided a sense of security. In the future, these items would only become scarcer. Who could guarantee that I would be able to stockpile them again? Next to the shooting club was a taekwondo gym. I only took a few dumbbells and barbells, finding no other items of interest. Checking the time, I realized I had been underwater for 20 minutes. Although I still had energy, I felt the cold beginning to creep in, so I surfaced. Upon my return, Li Meng promptly helped me onto the speedboat, raising the dust cover, supported by the filled woven bags, to create a small rain shelter for me. She also removed her outer jacket and offered it to me. After completing these tasks, she curiously inquired, "What are in those boxes? They feel incredibly heavy." "Good things," I replied. "Open one and take a look." The silt on the boxes had mostly been washed away by Li Meng, allowing her to open one. Her gaze immediately locked onto the contents. "Did you really find all this at the shooting club?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "Indeed." Along with a few stainless steel slingshots, I confirmed, pulling one out to test. Having used Li Meng's slender design from the start, I found this one felt slightly off. I never expected that a shooting club would also have slingshots. I'm relieved I didn't miss out. Li Meng beamed for a moment before regaining her composure. She placed an 8mm slingshot in her pocket and handed me some 12mm ones. After securing the boxes tightly, we stowed them away. Chapter 58. All collected, seizing the opportunity. I quickly set about recovering my energy. I reached into my backpack and located an empty cup. In the next instant, the cup appeared in my storage space, filled halfway with spring water. When my hand emerged from the backpack, I held the cup brimming with water, executing the motion seamlessly. In this weather, sipping on cool spring water, I felt no chill. Rather, my body rapidly regained vitality, offering a sense of profound comfort. After resting for a while, the two of us returned to the flagpole. This time, I ventured into the climbing gym first, discovering numerous bundles of sturdy ropes. These would undoubtedly prove useful in the future, so I collected them. Behind the bar, I found a freezer stuffed with various beverages, which I also took. Finally, I arrived at the go-kart venue. I collected all the neatly arranged go-karts and took the tires surrounding the track, as rubber would soon become a scarce resource. I placed the bundles of ropes and around 20 bottles of drinks into the net bag for Li Meng to pull up. I then searched the area one last time. But finding nothing else to salvage, I resurfaced. Just as I emerged, I heard Li Meng's eager voice. "Jiang Noah, hurry. I just saw some ducks." I immediately grasped the implication. If any creatures could thrive amidst the floodwaters, aside from fish, it would likely be ducks. "Where are they?" Li Meng pointed toward a distant area where a few treetops peeked above the water, suggesting the ducks might be hiding among them. "Let us go catch some ducks." I climbed onto the speedboat, the temptation of fresh meat too great to resist. Li Meng quickly started the boat, steering towards the treetops. Even from a distance, we could hear the quacking of the ducks emanating from the canopy. Li Meng's eyes sparkled as she readied her slingshot to take aim. I cautioned her. "It's difficult to shoot them from the trees. We should drive them out first." "That's true," she agreed. Li Meng nodded in understanding and directly steered the speedboat forward to collide. As the boat struck the branches, Zhang Nua seized the opportunity to grasp a branch and shook it vigorously. The sudden commotion startled the ducks, causing them to quack frantically and scatter from the dense foliage. Li Meng quickly maneuvered the boat to pursue them. Initially, her navigation was somewhat clumsy, but driven by the prospect of a meal, she transformed into a seasoned captain of drift. 15 ducks. Li Meng's face lit up with excitement. Just as she was about to catch up, the leading duck suddenly flapped its wings and took flight from the surface of the water. The others followed suit, flapping wildly and fleeing in different directions. "You won to escape," Li Meng exclaimed as she pulled out her slingshot and aimed at the nearest duck. However, both the ducks and the speedboat were in motion, complicating her aim, and she missed. One by one, the ducks took advantage of the chaos to fly far away. With the ducks on the verge of escaping, Li Meng anxiously considered using her specially crafted pellets. "No, that's too wasteful," Zhang Nua interjected, remaining calm. "Don't worry, they won't fly far." These were not wild ducks, but domesticated flower ducks. They might have lost weight over the past few months, only able to fly in desperation. Yet, since they weren't accustomed to flying, it wouldn't be long before they returned to the water. Sure enough, the ducks flew less than 100 meters before landing once more. Both had slingshots in hand. Along with guns and ammunition, these creatures would not evade capture, merely requiring a bit of effort. The speedboat gradually approached, stopping 10 meters away to avoid further startling them. Zhang Nua readied her slingshot, loading a 12mm pellet and drawing back the rubber band fully. During practice, steel pellets proved far more effective than stones, giving Zhang Nua a glimmer of confidence. This distance required greater force, and she narrowed her eyes, concentrating intently on the ducks, waiting for that moment of mental clarity. With a swift release, the steel pellet shot forth, striking the furthest duck squarely in the head without a sound. It flailed briefly on the water surface before going still. Beautiful.
Limang gaspat.
After one successful shot, Zhang Nua paused momentarily. Seeing her success, Li Meng, eager to join in, readied 3 8mm pellets and pulled her slingshot back. Swish, swish, swish. 3 shots rang out, hitting 2 more ducks. They worked in perfect harmony. Zhang Nua targeted the farthest ones while Li Meng handled the closer ones. With remarkable speed, Li Meng dispatched 8 ducks, while Zhang Nua accounted for the 4 that had fled to the distance. Thus, all 15 ducks were rendered incapacitated. Beaming with joy at their bountiful haul, Li Meng's excitement was palpable. However, 3 of the ducks remained alive, albeit injured, leaving uncertainty about their fate. Nevertheless, live ducks meant fresh meat that could be preserved longer. Li Meng gazed at the little creatures with a sincere smile, reminiscing about the last time she had savored duck neck. Zhang Nua tied them all together with rope, securing the living ones' mouths to prevent any noise. The speedboat was now loaded to its limits. "We should head back," Zhang Nua suggested. "Yes, let us go home."
Limang rapli ay ajarli.
Once back in the city, Li Meng navigated the quickest route home from memory, while Zhang Nua began tallying their spoils. The most significant finds included 5 handguns, 3 rifles, and 2 shotguns, totaling over 3,000 rounds of ammunition across all 3 types. Additionally, they recovered 8 air rifles and over 2,000 BB pellets. There were 9 stainless steel slingshots, with over 100,000 steel pellets of various calibers. They also acquired around 200 pounds of rice, 8 barrels of cooking oil, several bottles of soy sauce and vinegar, and about 20 bags of salt. They secured 15 bundles of rope, dozens of bottles of beverages, and several sets of dumbbells and barbells. Finally, they had 15 ducks. Overall, it was a substantial haul. Beyond that, they also retrieved 4 SUVs, over 300 tires, and a plethora of automotive parts and lubricants, alongside numerous go-karts. They collected a total of 15 traditional and recurve bows, with 200 arrows and some solid wooden tables and chairs, as well as an entire fast food restaurant setup. Anything too cumbersome to carry was placed into their storage space. As night fell, their return journey was smooth, with only a distant encounter with a person in a kayak. However, the speed of the kayak was no match for the speedboat, and the other party could barely make out 2 figures, the rest obscured beneath a black waterproof tarp. In the dim twilight, nothing else was discernible as the speedboat sped away. Before darkness enveloped the area, the 2 returned to their apartment building. With such a heavy load, it was impossible to transport everything in one go. Li Meng stayed behind on the speedboat to keep watch and to ensure absolute safety. Zhang Nua instructed her to take a handgun, aside from the slingshot and steel pellets. Li Meng understood and nodded, slipping the handgun into her pocket. The fourth-floor platform was still devoid of any presence, but the sound of the speedboat's engine was rather loud, likely alerting the residents within. They might be peeking from behind their windows, watching quietly. To be cautious, Li Meng pulled up the black waterproof tarp, concealing both the cargo and Zhang Nua from view. Ensuring that no one could ascertain their true situation, Zhang Nua unfolded a collapsible cart, dragging 2 large woven bags onto it before wheeling it towards the stairwell. Each bag weighed several hundred pounds. Even with the cart, moving them to the 35th floor would be a daunting task. Under Li Meng's worried gaze, Zhang Nua moved a few steps into the stairwell's corner. It's still the same old story. This building is great, but the floors are just too high. After confirming that no one was around, she listened carefully, detecting no sounds nearby. With her heightened mental acuity, Zhang Nua's hearing had improved remarkably. And once she was certain no one was approaching, she swiftly transferred the contents into her storage space, leaving only the card in her hands. She paused for a moment, observing her surroundings while resting against the wall. Estimating the time was right, she ventured out again. "You should rest for a bit," Li Meng exclaimed upon seeing her, frowning. The 2 bags Zhang Nua had carried earlier contained guns, ammunition, and pellets. Even with the cart's assistance, hauling such heavy items to the 35th floor and back would surely exhaust anyone. Even the oxen from the production team couldn't pull this much.
Imfina yang no replied.
Shaking her head, "Let's just get back for now." Seeing her determination, Li Meng refrained from further protests and hurried to work. She loaded the remaining 2 bags onto the cart, which contained rice, beverages, and salt, heavy but far lighter than the previous 2 bags. After securing the items with rope and ensuring they were tightly bound, Li Meng finally removed the waterproof tarp. As they wheeled the cart toward the stairs, they encountered several people in the corridor. Residents from the 9th, 22nd, and 26th floors. A notable number had gathered. They all stared intently at the cart and its contents, their eyes shimmering with desire. Many had not ventured outside for quite some time, conserving energy by avoiding unnecessary movement, relying solely on the meager rations provided by the building's committee to survive. Each person appeared gaunt, their eyes bulging. Yet no one spoke, despite their fixation on the cart. Zhang Nua's fearsome reputation kept them silent. They were grateful to be alive, for provoking a figure of such lethal prowess could only lead to their demise and benefit others. Finally, someone broke the silence. "Is that food? Is it really food?" Zhang Nua turned to see Lu Xuqin. Lu had lost some of her previous luster, appearing thinner. But her demeanor remained spirited, striding with the same commanding presence, suggesting that, as a member of the building committee, she had yet to suffer much from hunger. Zhang Nua merely gazed at her calmly, displaying no reaction, which emboldened Lu Xuqin further. She stepped forward, approaching Zhang Nua directly, scrutinizing the 2 large bundles concealed beneath the black waterproof cloth as if attempting to see through them. "Xiao, Zhang, have you gone outside to forage for food?" Lu Xuqin inquired. "Do you have a boat? Did you go to the supermarket? With so much food, how can you possibly consume it all? Surely, you have plenty at home too? What business is it of yours?" Li Meng's expression turned cold. Compared to Zhang Nua, Lu Xuqin was less intimidated by Li Meng. Raising her voice as she spoke, "How can it not concern us? We are neighbors, and we've foraged together before. Whenever Duga has supplies, he shares with everyone. Even those who don't work get a few items. What about you? Only thinking of hoarding for yourselves while others starve. Do you have no conscience?" Li Meng let out a cold laugh. "How absurd. Why should we share with anyone? Spare me the moral coercion. Did everyone hear that?" Lu Xuqin began to make a scene. "She says there's plenty of food, yet she refuses to share." Li Meng's face darkened with anger. "Lu Xuqin, do you have no shame? Before the storm, you were constantly hauling bags from the supermarket. Did you ever share with your neighbors who had nothing to eat? In the residence committee, how much did you pilfer for yourself? Do you think no one knows? Utter nonsense. You're spouting lies." Lu Xuqin exploded with rage. "I work for the residence committee, and I even contribute my own supplies. When have I ever stolen anything? Bring out the evidence. Weren't you the one claiming there was no food at home? Weren't you saying you were starving every day? So, how come you're still bringing in supplies?"
Limang kuntarat.
Caught off guard, Lu Xuqin found herself at a loss for words, her face flushed with anger and embarrassment as she hurled insults at Li Meng.
Limang.
"You venomous snake. Your kind friend took you in, yet you seduced her boyfriend and caused her demise. You will pay for this.
Limang froza.
The nightmare of that time seemed to loom over her once more. Clenching her fists, she prepared to confront Lu Shuqin, but Jiang Nua intervened, holding her back. Reluctantly, Li Meng stepped behind her. Jiang Nua lifted her gaze slightly, her eyes icy as she regarded Lu Shuqin. You are correct. I will not give you anything.
What can you do about it?
For a moment, Lu Shuqin felt a flicker of fear under Jiang Nua's unwavering stare, but her greed quickly overrode her apprehension. Do you think we truly fear you? Lu Shuqin shouted. We are many. If each of us threw a punch, we could easily take you down. You will share that food today. She raised her arm in a rallying cry, yet no one responded, her shrill voice echoing in the silence. With her vision clouded by rage, Lu Shuqin lunged for the cart. You cowards! If you want to take it, I will. The moment she moved, Li Meng promptly pulled out a gun. But Jiang Nua was quicker. As Li Meng brandished her weapon, Jiang Nua seized Lu Shuqin by the hair and dragged her to the water's edge. Lu Shuqin struggled violently, letting out piercing screams.
Ah!
Let go of me. You want to die a good death for this. Let go. However, her cries were abruptly silenced as Jiang Nua produced a knife from her pocket, its blade glinting with lethal intent as it swiftly slashed across Lu Shuqin's throat. In full view of everyone, she was brutally dispatched, blood splattering onto the ground. Lu Shuqin's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Nua. You. The razor-sharp blade had severed her windpipe with a single stroke, and despite her desperate efforts, Lu Shuqin could not utter a word. Gradually, her body collapsed, falling onto the platform before rolling into the rising floodwaters, quickly disappearing from view. Witnessing this, the onlookers were struck with profound dread. Some contemplated fleeing the scene to lock themselves away at home, yet they hesitated, rooted in place by fear. Jiang Nua sheathed her knife and turned to call out towards the staircase. Wang Chong, come here. Wang Chong, pale-faced, reluctantly emerged from his hiding spot, trembling slightly. He had been concealed and was bewildered as to how Jiang Nua had discovered him. He knew this woman was ruthless and rarely spoke, and her calling him out could only mean trouble. Miss Jiang, you called for me? He stammered. Jiang Nua regarded him with a slight smile, a gesture that sent chills down his spine, making him feel as though he might faint. Lu Shuqin is a member of your residence committee, is she not? Her intentions mirror yours, correct? Absolutely not. I wanted to expel her from the committee long ago. Wang Chong hastily denied, his words tumbling out in a frantic rush. I swear, she has no sense, and this is truly not my doing. Miss Jiang, I hold you in high regard. Please believe me. Is that so? Jiang Nua's voice was cool and detached. Indeed, I swear, on my life. She has gone mad, and it has nothing to do with me. Wang Chong insisted, desperation creeping into his tone.
Yang nos gazegardenet.
Then manage your people. I do not wish to see a repeat of today's events. As long as I reside in this building, I expect not to be disturbed by anyone. Do you understand? Understood. Rest assured, it will not happen again. Wang Chong promised earnestly. Jiang Nua shot him a look. Then, why are you still standing here? Wang Chong immediately understood, turning to the gathered crowd and barking. What are you staring at?
Get back.
Go home and leave her be. The crowd had already wanted to leave, and hearing his command, they hastily dispersed. Wang Chong seized the opportunity to vanish from sight. Li Meng was left in stunned silence, gradually grasping Jiang Nua's intentions. The rain was tapering off, and they would continue their search for supplies. Today, with so many people around, Jiang Nua had made an example of Lu Shuqin to eliminate any future troubles. With Wang Chong keeping the others in check, their ambitions would be thwarted. With this thought in mind, Li Meng wasted no time. Threading the rope through the cart and looping it over her shoulder, she pulled the rope ahead while Jiang Nua pushed from behind, and together they maneuvered the cart to the 35th floor. After resting twice along the way, Li Meng felt guilty, thinking that if it weren't for her, Jiang Nua wouldn't have needed to pause for rest, especially after carrying much heavier loads alone earlier. Resolving to push through, she gritted her teeth and pulled the cart with renewed vigor. Upon opening the first door of the stairwell, Li Meng was exhausted, her hands numb, feet aching, shoulders sore, and sweat matting her hair as she gasped for breath. In contrast, Jiang Nua appeared only slightly winded, her fair complexion flushed, appearing more vibrant than usual. Li Meng felt a surge of motivation. Starting tomorrow, her physical training would have to double. She must cling tightly to her ally and never become a burden. Chapter 60. Distribution of supplies. As they pushed the cart into the 35th floor, Li Meng meticulously locked the door behind them. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Noah retrieved the 2 bundles from the storage space and placed them on the floor. After securing the doors, Li Meng returned to the living room on the 35th floor, gazing at the abundant spoils, feeling that any discontent would be disingenuous. Jiang Noah, hear us what I propose, she said, leaning against the sofa. I will take 1/3 of the food, and the remaining supplies will be yours. Jiang Noah raised her eyebrows in surprise.
Why is that?
As for food, weapons like guns and slingshots are unnecessary. You must understand what weapons mean at this time, Li Meng replied calmly. Let's focus on food. The supplies I have can last a long time, but consuming them daily will deplete them. Food is crucial for me. Although it was just the 2 of us out today, you have your mother at home. I think it's fair to divide it into 3 portions. And I will take 1. And what about the weapons? You don't want any? I do not, Li Meng shook her head. At present, I already have a rifle and enough ammunition, so I'm well equipped. I typically use a slingshot and currently I have dozens of special projectiles. So, I'm not in need of more weapons. The assault boat belongs to you, as does the diving equipment. You are responsible for entering the water, to be honest. I am merely here to assist you. It is already quite generous to have received this much food. What I mean is, all the weapons are with you. And if you need me, you may hand them over for my use. I do not wish to hold on to any excess weaponry. Jiang Noah gazed at her, questioning whether she felt at a disadvantage. Why would you think that? When the time comes to utilize the weapons, you will provide them to me? So, what purpose would it serve for me to keep them? I am quite satisfied with the food I have received.
Resta sured Jiang Noah.
I am not one to be oblivious to my circumstances. I will not shortchange myself, nor covet what is not rightfully mine. Jiang Noah nodded in agreement. Li Meng spoke plainly and sincerely. Although she did not lack resources, maintaining a long-term partnership necessitated that both parties remain rational and clear-cut. Many conflicts arise from minute details, so she appreciated Li Meng's forthright demeanor. Thus far, her impression of Li Meng was quite favorable, but trust would require more time to ascertain. Let us proceed accordingly. Each brick of rice weighs 10 pounds, and there are precisely 24 bricks. Li Meng took 8, amounting to 80 pounds of premium rice. The 8 barrels of cooking oil posed a challenge for equitable distribution, and ultimately, Li Meng received 3 barrels. Among the 28 bottles of beverages, including green tea, sports drinks, and coffee, she took 7. The distribution of soy sauce, vinegar, salt, and tea was straightforward and completed swiftly. Jiang Noah retained all the weapons and materials, yet left behind 2 bags of BB pellets, each containing approximately 500 steel balls, totaling 1,000. These BB pellets were Li Meng's preferred ammunition, known for their high accuracy and manageable control. While hunting ducks, she adeptly modulated her strength, resulting in all 3 ducks remaining unharmed. Additionally, she requested 2 air guns and some BB rounds from Jiang Noah for practicing long-range shooting. Mastery of long-range shooting requires consistent practice. Every marksman must hone their skills to ensure accuracy in real combat. Since the torrential rain began, Li Meng had not had the opportunity to practice. And now was the perfect time to catch up. While a rifle could not achieve the same long-range lethality as a sniper rifle, its effective shooting range could still reach 200 to 500 meters, providing sufficient deterrence for long-range engagements, her strongest skill. Jiang Noah expressed no objections to this arrangement. Then, only the 15 ducks remained. 3 live ones are mine, Jiang Noah declared. The rest belong to you. Li Meng was not entirely in agreement, deeming it unfair. There is nothing unfair about it. Live ducks can be kept longer and may even lay eggs, potentially hatching ducklings. I prefer the live ones. You need not decline. It is settled. With this assertion, Li Meng decided not to dwell on the details any further.
Fine.
However, with 10 ducks, preserving them presents a challenge. What are your thoughts?
Jiang Noah invited.
We could prepare salted duck. I possess a vacuum food packaging machine. Before the rain, I vacuum-sealed all the freeze-dried items to extend their shelf life. The machine is here, along with plenty of bags. But it is currently inoperable due to the lack of electricity. After a moment's reflection, she added, I can simply rub them with salt and prepare them as salted or smoked duck. Jiang Noah nodded, reassured that her culinary skills would resolve the matter. Li Meng's expression briefly stiffened. She was not adept at cooking but feigned confidence. Well, it should not be too difficult. Cooking is not an insurmountable task. I am quite capable with my hands. When Jiang Nura returned to the 36th floor, the night had completely enveloped the surroundings. The living room typically left the balcony door ajar at night, so they never turned on the lights there, leaving the interior shrouded in darkness. With a thought, Jiang Nura made her way to the kitchen. Yuruahua was busy within, the bright lights and the aroma of various dishes greeting her as she entered, instilling a sense of warmth and comfort. No matter what transpired outside, returning home to such a vibrant and illuminated space instantly warmed the heart. "Xiao Nua, you're back?" Yuruahua exclaimed upon noticing her daughter, her face lighting up with relief as she stepped forward to close the kitchen door. With the door and windows tightly shut, the 2 layers of blackout curtains effectively blocked all light. "We'll use the lights tonight. Remember to close the door behind you," her mother reminded her. "The kitchen door is on the inside. It's fine, no one can see in," Jiang Nua replied. "Better safe than sorry," Yuruahua cautioned, studying her daughter intently. "Is everything all right? Has anyone caused you trouble?" "Yes," Jiang Nua stated calmly. "Lu Shuqin attempted to steal something, so I killed her." Yuruahua paused momentarily, her expression momentarily stiffening. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she regained her composure, her gaze resolute. "Well done. Such a dialogue in times of peace would be utterly shocking. Did you gather much?" She inquired further. "Quite a bit. The rain has lessened, but the water remains high. Few can dive to retrieve items, so I must take advantage of this period before the water recedes. Once it does, I will refrain from going out, allowing them to fight among themselves," Jiang Nua explained. She withheld nothing from Yuruahua regarding the apocalyptic circumstances, murder, darkness, whatever it was. She shared it openly, and fortunately, her mother accepted it remarkably quickly. After discussing the retrieval of supplies, Jiang Nua turned her attention to the kitchen, where she discovered the countertop laden with food: shrimp in sauce, sweet and sour ribs, steamed fish with black bean sauce, fish-flavored shredded pork, spicy hot pot, and a large pot of corn and rib soup. "Mom, why did you make so many dishes?" "You left a plethora of items at home, and since I had some free time, I decided to cook. I thought it would keep me busy and prevent me from worrying about you." "Before I knew it, I had prepared all of this," Yuruahua replied. "You must be hungry. Choose 2 dishes you'd like, and the rest I will store in your special space." The mother and daughter carried the food to the bedroom, opening a laptop to play a show as background music while they dined and chatted. "Will those 3 ducks survive?" Jiang Nua asked. Yuruahua, having raised chickens, ducks, and pigs in her rural childhood, possessed some knowledge on the matter. "I just checked. They should be fine, but don't get your hopes up about them laying eggs. If they're all female ducks and there are no males, even if they do lay eggs, they 1T hatch. Let us see how it goes." As they enjoyed their meal, Jiang Nua found herself convinced that her mother's cooking was the best. After a demanding day, although she could restore her energy by drinking water from the space, no one was a deity who could thrive solely on air and sunlight. She craved something delicious, a good drink, and a soothing bath before retiring to bed, which would complete her day satisfactorily. Just as she collapsed onto her bed, Jiang Nua suddenly remembered the seeds she had planted. She had taken seeds from that large tree in her space and sown them in a flower pot, uncertain whether they had survived, and had not watered them today. With that thought, she sprang from her bed and rushed to the flower pot. Upon inspecting it, she was left in shock. Chapter 61. Smoked duck. The seeds had not sprouted, and the water from the space had proven ineffective. However, that was not all, curiously. The soil in the pot had completely turned to sand, losing all vitality, and the pot itself was beginning to disintegrate into sand. It was as if the seed was absorbing all the life force around it, spreading from the soil to the pot, and if left unchecked, it might continue to spread. Jiang Nua felt a shiver run down her spine, promptly placing the flower pot into the space. Inside the space, she attempted to manipulate the flower pot with her mind, aiming to extract the seed. Yet, with just a gentle touch, the entire pot dissolved like quicksand, leaving only a single silver seed behind, a seed that remained unchanged from its original form. Clearly, the organisms from the space could not be cultivated externally. They required immense nutrients. And if this seed were left unattended, Jiang Nua suspected it would drain the vitality from everything surrounding it. The destructive potential was indeed overwhelming. However, Jiang Nua dared not wield it as a weapon. The mysteries surrounding it were too profound. Who could predict whether a misstep might benefit another, ultimately rendering it a double-edged sword against herself? She resolved to refrain from carelessly bringing creatures from the space into the outside world. The The space was their sanctuary.
Yeonhwa.
Have some soy milk. At that moment, Yuruahua entered with a cup of soy milk. Noticing Jong Nua's serious expression, she inquired, "What's wrong? Stomachache?" "I'm not a child," Jong Nua chuckled softly. "I was contemplating Li Meng." From her expression, she seems quite inept at cooking and wouldn't know how to handle 10 ducks. Perhaps I should go teach her. To prepare smoked duck requires quite a few steps. If too much salt is applied, it becomes inedible. Too little, and it spoils. Achieving a delectable dish is no simple task, Yuruahua remarked. "Are you willing to teach her?"
Yang Noin Wired.
"What is the harm in teaching? If I don't, will you? Letting you both bungle, it would only waste food." Yuruahua replied, passing the soy milk to Jong Nua, urging her to drink it while it was warm. "I see she is much like you, seemingly bright and capable, daring and adventurous, yet too young and rather muddled in life. It's essential to have an elder guide her." After a moment's reflection, Jong Nua found her mother's words to be quite reasonable. Not feeling the need to sleep just yet, she accompanied her mother to the 35th floor. Li Meng had just finished her meal and was staring blankly at the 10 ducks. Upon seeing Yuruahua, it was as if she had found a savior.
"Ah."
"Xiao Meng, have you never killed a duck?" Yuruahua swiftly rolled up her sleeves. "No." Li Meng shook her head. "I always bought them pre-prepared from the supermarket. I've never killed one myself. But I know the general steps. Bleed it, scald it with hot water, and then pluck the feathers, right?" "That's about right," Yuruahua said, weighing Li Meng's kitchen knife before sharpening it on the bottom of a porcelain bowl. "Xiao Noa, go help heat the water. But be careful not to let it boil over. Just scald it. Xiao Meng, follow my lead." In the 35th floor kitchen, the firewood was plentiful. Jong Nua set a large pot over the flame, and soon the water began to boil vigorously. Yuruahua promptly placed 1 duck into the pot, allowing it to soak in the scalding water until the feathers could be easily plucked, after which she swiftly retrieved it and set it aside. Once it cooled slightly, she began plucking the feathers with remarkable efficiency, even bringing her own tweezers to handle the finer details. After washing it thoroughly in warm water, a perfectly golden-skinned, tender duck emerged, pristine and unblemished. "Auntie, your skills are extraordinary."
Li Man exclaimed, sugaring compliments.
"You're truly a professional. Jong Noa is fortunate to have such a talented cook." "Of course. She loves my cooking the most," Yuruahua said with a proud grin. As they chatted, another duck was soon cleaned. Li Meng, following Yuruahua's example, became increasingly adept, while Jong Noa diligently added firewood and changed the water. Fully engaged in the task at hand, with all 10 ducks processed, they moved on to the main event. To prepare smoked duck, it was best to use cypress wood for a delightful flavor, but since that was unavailable, rice could suffice to achieve a comparable taste. Yuruahua instructed Li Meng to gather her seasonings. Li Meng had stockpiled a fair amount of spices, but after the heavy rain, the gas had quickly run out, rendering them useless for cooking. She retrieved a large box filled with seasonings, showing Yuruahua who selected salt, monosodium glutamate, pepper powder, and a small packet of spices. "Do you have tea leaves?" "Yes, I just happened to gather some today," Li Meng replied, producing a jar of tea leaves, which Yuruahua poured a small amount from. With swift precision, she chopped off the head and tail of the duck, discarding the remainder, and extracted the innards. Mixing the seasonings together, she thoroughly applied a layer of salt to the duck's insides. After soaking it in warm water for 10 minutes, she boiled it just until the skin tightened and the meat swelled, then placed it in cold water to enhance its crispness. Then, using a stainless steel clothes hanger and a bedsheet, she fashioned a makeshift smoker. She heated the pot, adding rice and tea leaves, then hung the duck from the iron hanger above the pot, allowing the fragrant smoke to envelop it. After 2 hours of smoking, it was ready to hang and air dry. When it was time to eat, it could be steamed or deep-fried. "If it doesn't taste good, you can come find me," she added. As the aroma of rice and tea mingled with the natural oils wafted through the air, Li Meng's anticipation grew. "Auntie, if it weren't for you, I would have never known ducks could be prepared this way."
"Thank you."
She turned to Jong Nua, adding, "And thank you too, truly." Jong Nua shook her head, maintaining a calm demeanor. In truth, after witnessing Yuruahua's skillful preparation, the enticing fragrance left her a bit tempted. She resolved to have her mother replicate this at home sometime. "Let us not waste this rice, but after smoking, we can add water and cook it," Yuruahua suggested. "Also, the duck heads and innards can be cleaned up to make a stew. It seems you have all the necessary seasonings." "It's simple," I'll write it down for you, and you should have no problem. Li Meng, filled with heartfelt gratitude, insisted on inviting Jiang Nua and her mother to stay for a late-night snack, but Jiang Nua declined, unable to eat. However, Li Meng understood that Jiang Nua's willingness to bring her mother to assist her was a sign of growing acceptance. This realization pleased her far more than any culinary delight. Only 5 ducks could be smoked at a time, and with the innards still unprocessed. The remainder would be Li Meng's responsibility. However, the marinade was ready, and she merely needed to follow the instructions. After bidding farewell to Jiang Nua and her mother, Li Meng happily busied herself until late into the night. The smoked ducks hung in the kitchen, a space she rarely used except for boiling water. She closed the windows and drew the curtains, ensuring that no one could see inside, while the breeze from the living room helped them dry gradually. Preparing the stew was straightforward. She cleaned the ingredients and placed them in the pot to blanch away the blood, then boiled a small amount of water, adding the seasonings. Once it boiled, she added the blanched ingredients, letting it simmer on low heat for a good 15 minutes before turning off the heat and allowing it to rest for half an hour. This large pot would provide meals for several days. Li Meng set aside some to take with her the next day, when she would be searching for items with Jiang Nua, planning to eat together. Finally, she rewarded herself with 2 duck heads, relishing the spicy, flavorful stew, which made for an excellent late-night snack. Satisfied, she took a delightful bath and went to bed. Chapter 62. A close call with injury. Jiang Nua woke naturally, stretched her body, and made her way to the rooftop to check on her vegetable garden. The lettuce had been harvested by her mother and had already sprouted new leaves. These lettuce leaves were delightful to eat raw, crunchy with a hint of sweetness. Recently, she had been using them to wrap meat. The tomatoes and potatoes she had planted were also thriving, but they still needed time to mature. After fetching some spring water from her space, Jiang Nua watered her vegetable patch and then turned her attention to her 3 flower ducks. To prevent them from pecking at the vegetable leaves, Jiang Nua found a large crate in her space, likely from a supermarket, labeled as a cat nursery. It was quite spacious, about 2 meters in diameter and over 1 meter high, with a breathable mesh top that could be zipped shut, making it perfect for keeping ducks. She tossed some of the bulk vegetables into the crate. The ducks seemed a bit stunned and lacked energy, pecking at the food half-heartedly. However, trusting her mother's assurance that they wouldn't die, Jiang Nua felt reassured. Then, she began preparing to head out. Today, she planned to visit the commercial district, focusing on retrieving jade ornaments from the shopping malls. The city had several commercial areas, and after careful consideration, Jiang Nua prioritized one in particular. This district boasted several large shopping malls and office buildings, with numerous government institutions nearby, including the Public Security Bureau, ensuring the best safety. After all, during the initial days of the torrential rain, there had been rampant looting, and gold and jade would undoubtedly be prime targets. Jiang Nua was determined not to return empty-handed. Her phone housed an electronic map, still operational for navigation, though it could no longer receive updates. Jiang Nua meticulously committed the route to memory before retrieving her diving equipment and placing it in her backpack. Having completed her preparations, she made her way to the 35th floor. Upon her arrival, Li Meng was already prepared and waiting for her. In addition to her backpack, Li Meng donned a utility vest adorned with numerous pockets, perfectly suited to accommodate a handgun, a slingshot, 200 steel balls, and various other items. This arrangement proved quite convenient and presented an air of efficiency that made Jiang Nua contemplate finding a similar garment for herself. "Let us proceed," she suggested. The inflatable boat was transported to the 4th floor via a cart, equipped with a motor. Li Meng took the helm while Jiang Nua navigated. The rain had diminished, leading to an increase in the number of those brave enough to venture out. Within 20 minutes, they spotted 4 or 5 boats, though all maintained a cautious distance from one another. "Here you go," Jiang Nua said, handing Li Meng a packet of glucose and a nutrient solution to mix into hot water, providing a much-needed boost of energy and replenishing their stamina. Li Meng accepted the items and promptly poured them into her thermos. "Thank you." The two of them successfully reached the commercial district. This area, being lower in elevation and closer to the harbor, had suffered extensive flooding, while the residential buildings were submerged up to the 5th floor. Here the water level approached the 10th. The towering structures and dense population made it difficult to fathom the hellish scene that unfolded during the torrential downpour. As the water relentlessly rose, each building's windows bore large gashes, indicating that, in the time since the disaster, they had been thoroughly ransacked, making the search for food a daunting task. However, for Jiang Nua, the primary focus of scavenging was not sustenance. Once you enter the water, you'll get wet. And with your hair constantly damp, it's easy to catch a cold. Let's first search the surface, and when the time is right, we can venture below, Li Meng proposed. Zhang Nuo agreed. With an abundance of office buildings, Zhang Nuo directed Li Meng to a structure with relatively intact glass and instructed her to enter, while they split up to explore. The weapons and water were secured in the utility vest, while Li Meng entrusted her remaining belongings, including her backpack, to Zhang Nuo.
Be careful, Yang no advised.
Li Meng smiled, patting the pocket containing her firearm, and nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Nuo piloted the boat towards a nearby office building. Entering through the shattered glass window, she found the interior deserted and sought a concealed spot to stow away the boat. The office was in disarray, with items strewn about and an occasional foul odor lingering in the air, a scent of death, though the bodies remained hidden in the shadows. Their presence only hinted at by the pervasive stench. Ascending to higher floors yielded slightly better conditions. She arrived at a network company, an environment she recognized well, and selected a dozen intact computers of commendable specifications. Continuing to the storage room, she gathered hundreds of computer components, including processors and hard drives, alongside a few gaming consoles and original game discs. The tea room had long been ransacked, leaving nothing behind. So Zhang Nuo cast a cursory glance and moved into the largest office. It too was a mess, but the desks and bookshelves were crafted from mahogany, clearly of considerable worth. A 5-meter-long bookshelf was filled with an array of books, literature, finance, history, astronomy, and science, including several foreign editions that appeared nearly untouched, likely for show by the previous owner. This collection served as a testament to human civilization. Collecting all of it, Zhang Nuo ascended 2 more floors and stumbled upon a beauty salon, likely frequented by the office workers of the building. She discovered a cache of unopened skincare products within the cabinets and seized several beauty devices. Venturing further up, she arrived at a large exhibition hall showcasing glass products. Though many had been shattered, littering the floor with shards and traces of blood, Zhang Nuo assessed the situation. The larger glass items could serve as weapons if thrown, and she gathered all intact pieces with glee. The numerous empty shelves in the chaotic space indicated a wealth of potential for future organization. As she continued her ascent, Zhang Nuo finally felt invigorated upon spotting a company logo. This was a renowned medical firm specializing in home healthcare equipment. Scattered at the entrance were colorful brochures detailing their products, which included home health devices, massage products, rehabilitation equipment, and caregiving tools, items of considerable expense, often reaching into the hundreds of thousands. Zhang Nuo collected all the displayed samples and the warehouse stock, totaling 11 large and 52 medium-sized devices, before departing with satisfaction. The building had been thoroughly ransacked. Any location offering the possibility of food had been turned upside down, likely due to the nearby hotel. With its beds and supplies, it had undoubtedly housed many occupants. They likely fashioned their own boats, but could only venture a short distance to scavenge food from this building, leading to multiple conflicts and even fatalities over time. Yet, in this dystopian reality, such occurrences had become commonplace. Ascending once more, Zhang Nuo found herself in a prominent financial firm, expansive and luxurious, occupying 2 full floors with a leisure area that included a gym. Naturally, there would be no remaining food, but Zhang Nuo collected some solid wood storage cabinets and fitness equipment before making her way to the inner sanctum, the CEO's office. This office was vast, its classical decor still hinting at its former elegance despite the chaos. Those engaged in finance often possess more wealth than those in industry. Yet their fortunes are as fragile as bubbles, bursting completely when the time comes. The desks, screens, bookshelves, and liquor cabinets seem to be crafted from purple heart wood, coated only with transparent varnish, exuding a subtle lavender hue. A row of liquor cabinets had been emptied, leaving perfect shelves for storage. A large safe lay on the ground, marred by numerous strikes and cuts, its paint peeling and exterior deformed, yet it remained stubbornly locked. Such high-end safes would withstand explosives. The notion of opening one with mere brute force was utterly naive. However, a cutting machine could prove effective, something to pursue upon her return. An inexplicable intuition hinted that something valuable lay within. After clearing out the office of its Purple Heart furnishings, Zhang Nuo discovered a hidden chamber. There seemed to be a mechanism that would allow direct access, but rather than search for it, Zhang Nuo drew an axe and smashed the door, kicking it open. Upon entering, she could not suppress a grimace. The wall was adorned with an enormous portrait of the CEO, a rather unremarkable figure with a small nose and eyes. Yet enhanced by wealth, he likely held a decent appeal. However, his narcissism was painfully evident. The hidden room, aside from the oversized portrait, featured a large red bed with disheveled sheets, and from the ceiling hung a chain connecting to handcuffs at each corner of the bed. The cuffs appeared to be lined with soft lambskin, suggesting they were not meant for true restraint, but rather for playful purposes. Several eye-catching items rested beside the bed, indicating that this secret chamber was likely a venue for the CEO's romantic escapades. With the office outside bustling with employees, the hidden chamber was a world unto itself. Pulsating with passion, coupled with the CEO's mysteriously confident smile on the wall, Jong Noah couldn't help but adopt an expression reminiscent of a bewildered subway rider caught off guard by an unexpected sight. Is this even a workplace injury? She mused. Finding nothing of value here would surely be an ill omen. Steering clear of the bed, Jong Noah ventured to the opposite side of the hidden room, where she discovered a liquor cabinet, a dining table, and a large refrigerator. Numerous unopened bottles of red wine, all quite exquisite, caught her eye, due to the power outage. Most items in the refrigerator had spoiled, releasing a foul odor upon opening, yet she managed to find several packages of vacuum-sealed smoked ham, their labels written in English, indicating they were imported and of high quality. Weighing them, they easily totaled around 10 pounds. She also found a few bottles of soda water, and beneath the dining table, a sizable piece of blue-veined cheese, approximately 30 pounds. Jong Noah had never tasted this delicacy, though she had heard it had a long shelf life. The markings on it bore inscriptions in an unfamiliar language, indicating its origin and signature, suggesting it was quite expensive. This CEO was indeed contradictory, indulging in imported goods while maintaining an office adorned with antiquated elegance. Confirming that there was nothing left to eat, she departed from the dim, unspeakable room. Glancing at the time, Jong Noah felt that the remaining search value of this building was minimal and thus decided not to linger any longer. She descended to retrieve the speedboat, placing ham, cheese, and several bottles of water into a woven bag before heading to meet Li Meng. Chapter 63. The trap. As the speedboat approached, Jong Noah spotted Li Meng in the distance, dragging a large bag and waiting at the entrance. The bag was heavy, and Jong Noah stepped forward to help lift it, noticing the joy on Li Meng's face as she recounted her findings. The building they searched had also been ransacked, with several decaying corpses on the stairs. However, luck was on Li Meng's side. She had stumbled upon a significant cache. After rummaging through various floors and finding only a few coffee packets and bottles of vitamins, she had smashed open a storage cabinet on the 17th floor of the training center, discovering it filled with an assortment of snacks: snowflake cakes, molten mochi, mixed dried fruits, hawthorn sticks, seaweed, pumpkin crisps, sandwich biscuits, grilled eel slices, and hand-torn bread. The storage cabinet was designed to resemble a large mascot, which was fortuitous, as their team had a similar one, gifted by a sponsor, where they too enjoyed hiding snacks. Thus, upon seeing it, she felt a sense of possibility.
Limang siga.
Reflecting on how the heavy rain had rendered these office buildings nearly useless, with death lurking everywhere. The girls who had hidden snacks, she wondered if they were still alive. There was still chaos, Jong Noah remarked, starting the speedboat. These office buildings could yield valuable items if searched thoroughly, but with time limited, she intended to make a quick round before heading to the shopping mall. Jong Noah, look over there. Li Meng suddenly nudged her, pointing towards a nearby office building. Isn't that a lot of cured meat hanging there? I can't be mistaken, right? Jong Noah looked up and confirmed, you are not mistaken. There were indeed windows ajar, revealing a row of cured meats, likely weighing over 100 pounds. It could very well be a trap, she whispered. At this point, who would display meat for all to see? Someone must have noticed us and deliberately opened the windows to lure us in. Li Meng's demeanor shifted to one of caution. You think we should go? Yes, Jong Noah replied. If they have revealed themselves, they should not blame others for coveting them. The speedboat moved closer, and Li Meng found an entrance, entering to scout before returning. The elevator shaft is a good place to hide things. Let's stow the speedboat and supplies there before proceeding. But we can't stray too far, or we risk being robbed. Jong Noah nodded slightly. You go guard the stairs above. Keep an ear out for any sounds while I prepare our things. Understood, Li Meng replied, producing a slingshot and a few marbles as she ascended the stairs.
Jong Noah,
much stronger and more cautious, decided to follow her lead. The floor had been flooded, allowing the speedboat to glide indirectly. Finding a secure corner, she stored the speedboat before rejoining Li Meng. Upon reaching the 13th floor, where the cured meats hung, they spotted a woman in her 40s. Likely a cleaning staff member based on her attire. "Are you two from outside?" she asked hesitantly. "Yes." Li Meng stood in front of Zhang Noa. "We came looking for food." The woman seemed to relax, approaching them with warmth. "Two young girls running about. Aren't you afraid of encountering bad people?" "Not yet," Yang Mo responded. "What about you? Do you live here?" The woman nodded. When the heat ended and the rain began, everyone thought things would return to normal. "I was called in as a cleaner, waiting for the building to reopen, but unexpectedly, floodwaters inundated half the floor overnight, and no one could return. So besides you, there are others?" Yang Mo invited. "There are a few," the woman replied ambiguously. "Apart from us cleaners and security, there were others living in the company. When we realized we couldn't leave, we gathered together for mutual support." "Have you considered going home?" Zhang Noa asked. "There should be some people passing by in boats recently. You could exchange supplies with them." "Alas, my home is flooded too. Where else can I go?" "Staying here at least ensures we have food," the woman said, retrieving a water bottle. "You two must be tired. Have some water." Zhang Noa did not reach out to take it. "You keep it for yourself." The woman's expression stiffened for a moment, but she quickly coughed to cover it up. "Don't be polite. There's a water purification company upstairs. We found a few samples. Although there's no electricity, the electrician has modified a stationary bike into a human-powered generator, so we have enough water."
Limang smilat.
"That sounds great. Generating power with your feet is quite ingenious. Currently, we can't go out, and we have no idea what's happening outside," the woman continued. "Young lady, could you tell me about the situation outside in detail? I assure you, I won't ask for it without recompense. We have food to share as payment. How does that sound?" Zhang Nuo and Li Meng exchanged glances, both feeling the absurdity of the situation. In such dire times, openly discussing their food supplies and generously offering it to strangers seemed either exceedingly altruistic or malicious. This woman was clearly the latter. Zhang Nuo had encountered too many like her, pretending to be kind-hearted but ultimately luring the vulnerable into their lairs to rob them of their resources before disposing of them. The row of cured meats was likely a bait, enticing the unwary. "All right," Zhang Nuo said, "thank you then. Come, lead the way." The woman smiled broadly, beckoning them toward the leisure area of the floor, which was quite spacious and where people often gathered to chat. Zhang Nuo and Li Meng followed closely. Li Meng had her slingshot ready, crafted by Wu Dea, unassuming in appearance, and held by a young girl. The woman's eyes glimmered with deeper amusement upon noticing it. "Here we are," the woman announced. They entered the leisure area, which was well decorated and tidy, with gleaming floors, a bar, and many comfortable sofas. A makeshift stove, crafted from a metal barrel, sat beside the bar, with a kettle atop it. Several teacups and a canister of tea were situated on a nearby sofa. Along the wall were several water purifiers, 2 water dispensers, and numerous filled pure water barrels. Under the windows, lush greenery adorned the area, and indeed, a stationary bike was tucked away in the corner, its wires connected to the water purifier. "This lifestyle seems quite comfortable," Zhang Nuo remarked. "Zhang Ge, come quick. Look at this." The woman called out to a middle-aged man, likely named Zhang, approaching them. "These girls from outside must be hungry. Bring them something to eat." Zhang Ge approached, eyeing Zhang Nuo and Li Meng closely, revealing a wide grin with yellowed teeth. "No problem, you two sit down." Zhang Nuo refrained from sitting, knowing that it would slow her reaction time, while Li Meng played with her slingshot, also remaining standing. At this moment, a group of men entered, 9 in total, including Zhang Ge, making 10 men altogether. Leading them was a tall man with rough skin and a scruffy beard, dressed in an expensive suit that seemed ill-suited for him. "Welcome, welcome," the tall man called out, extending his hand from a distance. "It has been a long time since we've seen anyone from outside." Zhang Nuo did not shake his hand, choosing instead to silently observe her surroundings. "Allow me to introduce myself," the tall man continued. "My surname is Xiao. I was the manager of this company, but now, well, we are all down on our luck, so let us not dwell on the past." Zhang Nuo dismissed his chatter, recognizing the lies in his words. The suit he wore did not match his physique, and the calluses on his hands suggested he was more of a handyman than a manager. Losing interest in the theatrics, Zhang Nuo directly asked, "Are all the people gathered here?" "Everyone is here," he replied. "We just want to hear about the situation outside. First, have some tea." Xiao offered 2 teacups, urging them to quench their thirst before speaking further. "Is it because you think I'm foolish that you keep urging me to drink water?" Jiang Nua said coldly. Stop the charade. Manager Xiao was momentarily taken aback, his expression quickly morphing into a menacing glare. I didn't expect these two young ladies to be quite clever. But now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Brother Xiao, stop wasting time with her. A young man fixated on Jiang Nua's face urged, get her inside quickly. You've had your fun, and we're still waiting in line. Let me make it clear, Brother Zhang interjected, pointing at Li Meng. This woman is mine first. Li Meng's face twisted in disgust as she readied her slingshot. Oh, little sister, are you using a slingshot to hunt birds? Brother Zhang chuckled, approaching her. Don't be scared. If you serve us well, we'll spare your lives. Before he could finish, a specially crafted projectile shot forth, striking him sharply in the abdomen. His expression froze as he writhed in agony on the ground. Li Meng grimaced at him, having aimed for his midsection. The projectile had pierced deep, but would not be lethal immediately, ensuring his suffering would be prolonged. Simultaneously, Jiang Nua swiftly drew her knife, slitting the throat of the nearest man. Blood splattered onto the floor. Chapter 64. Black on black. The scene left Manager Xiao utterly stunned. Suppressing his faint terror, he bellowed in frustration, get them. Kill them. The scent of blood ignited their ferocity, and the assailants surged forward like hungry wolves. Li Meng pulled back her slingshot, firing 3 consecutive projectiles aimed directly at their eyes, momentarily incapacitating 3 men. She deftly retreated, searching for a safer position from which to shoot. Whiz, whiz, whiz. The projectiles flew from Li Meng's slingshot, prompting a chorus of screams. While the strikes were painful, they weren't fatal. Thus, she aimed for the eyes, drawing blood and rendering them unable to open their eyes, creating a momentary pause in their advance. Jiang Nua, agile and stealthy, maneuvered behind them, her dagger claiming life after life, working in seamless cooperation with Li Meng to reap their grim harvest. Those who aided the wicked deserve their fate. She plunged her knife into the back of the woman who had urged her to drink water. A piercing scream escaped the woman's lips as the pain overwhelmed her. No one anticipated such a swift turn of events. Before they could even engage properly, half of their number lay dead or dying. Fear detonated like a bomb among the remaining assailants, and they no longer dared to confront them head-on. The quick-witted turned to flee. Run. Hurry. But escape was futile. Jiang Nua glanced at Li Meng, reminding her, leave only one alive. Unaccustomed to such ruthless acts, Li Meng's complexion paled. Yet her hand remained steady as she gritted her teeth and unleashed another trio of rapid shots. Jiang Nua cut off the escape route, and Manager Xiao, realizing Jiang Nua's fierce and merciless demeanor, understood that today it was either his life or hers. He retaliated with ferocity, his steel pipe slicing through the air. You wretched girl! I will have your life! Jiang Nua sidestepped, precisely severing the carotid artery in his neck, offering him not a single glance. Now, only Brother Zhang, writhing on the ground after being struck by the projectile, remained. The others had gradually succumbed. Jiang Nua had intended to interrogate him about the supplies hidden within, but he was too consumed by pain to respond and soon lost consciousness. Frowning, she contemplated waking him, but before she could act, he convulsed and died. Li Meng finally sank onto the couch, panting. How many people have suffered at their hands in recent days? It doesn't matter. Jiang Nua shook her head. As long as they live, they will continue to harm others until they are slain by someone even more vicious. Such is the way of this world. Li Meng nudda, recovering her composure before gathering the hanging cured meats. Yang mo sertje del sengera. In such a large building, finding hidden items was no easy task and proved quite bothersome. Just then, Jiang Nua heard a faint sound emanating from the end of the corridor. There is someone else. She hurried over, quickly spotting the tightly shut door of the water supply room. With a forceful kick, she burst the door open, revealing an elderly man, disheveled and dressed in tattered clothing, handcuffed to a pipe. He flinched, shielding his head. Please don't hit me. I want to do it again, I swear. Please don't hurt me. Jiang Nua furrowed her brow. An elderly man locked in a water supply room? What was the situation here? The old man seemed to finally register her presence, looking up and asking, I haven't seen you before. You're not one of them? Who are you? Yang Noi Nuired. My surname is Hu. People usually call me Old Hu, he replied. I was on duty when the heavy rain hit and got trapped here, unable to return home. There were others in the building, and we organized to gather all the food we could, trying to survive. But as time passed, the food dwindled, and that man, surnamed Xiao, began to harbor sinister thoughts. He teamed up with a few others and killed anyone who disobeyed him. They kept the women to torment them, and eventually, they all perished. What a sin. Why did they keep you alive? Jiang Noah pressed further. I'm an electrician, Old who explained. They needed me to modify their generator. So they probably thought I might still be of some use, which is why they locked me up here. And for how long? At least more than half a month. Old who replied pitifully. That man, surnamed Xiao, is the worst. I heard they lured people in from outside, robbed them, killed them, and tossed their bodies into the water. They only give me a little food each day. Please, young lady, save me. Yet Jiang Noah remained expressionless, scrutinizing him carefully before coldly stating, Stop pretending. Old whose expression stiffened. What do you mean? Jiang Noah continued. You claim to have been locked up for half a month, yet you bear no odor. After being handcuffed for so long, your wrists show no marks. Your hair and the dirt on your face are clearly freshly applied, and your shirt collar is spotless. I ask you, how do you explain this? I Old who stammered, suddenly pleading, Please spare me. They forced me. I had no choice. If I didn't do what they said, they would kill me. Still playing games? Jiang Noah's gaze turned icy. You are the leader here, aren't you? I'm not. You and that Xiao fellow are both electricians. You must have known each other for a long time, Jiang Noah asserted. Xiao lacks the brains but is strong. While you are clever, hiding in the shadows, only revealing yourself when necessary. You know how to disguise yourself as a victim. So he is the wolf. And you are the cunning fox lurking behind him. Together, you conspire to control this place, committing murder and theft, and violating women. Old who was stunned. How could this woman, having only met him briefly, see through his facade so easily? Who is she? Amidst a shock, his mind raced, and he quickly said, If I fall into your hands, I have no hope left. I only seek a chance at life. I will tell you where the supplies are hidden. And you spare me, okay?
No, Jiang rejected.
I think I'll send you on your way instead. With that, her dagger plunged into Old whose heart. He died without ever grasping why she had turned on him so suddenly, his eyes wide in disbelief. Jiang Noah gazed at the ceiling of the water room. Earlier, while she and Li Meng dealt with the assailants outside, Old who had hidden in this very room. But why here of all places? He could have escaped much farther. As they spoke, he had occasionally cast furtive glances at the ceiling. The reason became evident. In such office buildings, the space above the ceiling tiles was ample enough to conceal items. Jiang Noah examined her dagger. It had served her well, but after frequent use, its edge had dulled. She would need to sharpen it upon her return. Thankfully, she had salvaged several daggers from the container at the dock, which would suffice for her needs. At this moment, Li Meng had just finished gathering the cured meat. Curiosity piqued. She approached the source of the noise and was momentarily taken aback. Who was this? It was their leader,
Whom I had dealt with.
Jiang Noah pointed to the ceiling, suggesting that the items might be concealed above. Li Meng nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and swiftly retrieved a desk from outside, placing it alongside a stool. Help me steady this, she instructed Jiang Noah. Climbing up, Li Meng began to explore the ceiling. The water room was modest in size, allowing her to quickly locate the area where two ceiling panels were quite loose and could be easily removed. Peering inside, her eyes lit up with excitement. There was indeed a substantial amount of supplies: instant noodles, rice, noodles, dried fruits, and condiments such as oil, salt, monosodium glutamate, and chili sauce, enough to last for quite some time. Li Meng stuffed everything into a woven bag while Jiang Noah stood below to catch them. As they carried the haul downstairs, Li Meng's mind lingered on the generator and the water purifier. After placing the items down, she ascended again to retrieve them herself. Meanwhile, Jiang Noah took the opportunity to extract the inflatable boat from her storage space and loaded the items onto it. The bike weighed a little over 60 pounds, and Li Meng bore it down 2 flights of stairs, only breaking a slight sweat. Observing her fatigue, Jiang Noah suggested she rest by the boat while she went back to fetch the power equipment and water purifier. The inflatable boat was nearly full. With little weight capacity left, Li Meng pulled out a black waterproof cloth to cover the items. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she paused. What kind of meat do you think that cured meat was? Could it be? You're overthinking it. It's not human flesh, Jiang Noah interrupted. That cured meat clearly came from some supermarket. Human bodies don't possess such neatly layered belly cuts. Jiang Noah had seen human flesh before, and knew what it looked like. Chapter 65. jade artifacts, the two donned raincoats, and started the inflatable boat, departing from the site. On the way, Li Meng pulled up the waterproof cloth and instructed Jiang Nua to sit inside while she took the helm. You'll need to dive soon. So, eat something to replenish your strength, she advised. Although the rain had lessened considerably, dining in the rain was still uncomfortable, with the waterproof cloth creating a snug little space. She retrieved a bag of braised food from her pack and handed it over. I made this. It's certainly not as good as what an ant would make, but you'll have to make do. I can't finish it alone. And I'd hate for it to spoil. Jiang Nua accepted the food without hesitation. The braised dish was made using a recipe from Yuruahua, and it indeed had a familiar taste. However, Li Meng had adjusted the flavors to her preference, adding more chili, and it was just right, warming her body considerably. The sound of raindrops hitting the waterproof cloth was rhythmic, and amidst the humid air, there was a spicy aroma. Everything felt incredibly real. After eating until half full, Jiang Nua drank some water and felt invigorated. I'm preparing to dive, she informed Li Meng. I may venture quite far, and will find a place to rest on my own. Just keep an eye on the supplies above. Li Meng nodded earnestly, assuring, I will. With a firearm in hand, Li Meng felt secure, trusting Jiang Nua as she swiftly donned her diving gear and plunged into the water. The visibility was poor, and the water murky. Jiang Nua turned on her headlamp to its brightest setting and retrieved a focus flashlight from her storage space as she swam towards the mall. Her first destination was a large shopping plaza. Including the cinema, it had 5 floors, but it had long been submerged. Jiang Nua did not linger and dove directly to the first floor, where the items had remained largely intact despite the flooding. She quickly swam to a jewelry counter and discovered that many pieces had not been collected in time. In addition to gold and silver, there were numerous jade pendants, jade bracelets, and jade tags. The counter was locked, and although the glass was bulletproof and had been submerged, it remained largely unaffected, with the treasures quietly resting inside. Jiang Nua took the entire counter. These counters could be stacked, making them space-efficient. In no time, she cleared the entire store and swam to the next jewelry shop. This was a foreign brand beginning with the letter C, known for its exorbitant prices. Primarily for 18K gold with a few scattered diamonds, most of the cost was for the design. A basic bracelet could easily cost several tens of thousands. Regardless of their utility, Jiang Nua collected everything: bracelets, necklaces, earrings, and rings, along with the counters and shelves. After finishing there, she continued to the next door. Next door was another similar foreign brand, which Jiang Nua deemed severely overpriced, now lying dormant underwater. As she searched and gathered, she eventually found a store dedicated to jade artifacts. Displayed in the window were several large pieces, most prominently a 1-meter-tall jade Buddha, accompanied by 2 similarly sized decorative items. The quality of the jade was unclear underwater, but the volume was considerable. Jiang Nua collected all the larger items and proceeded deeper into the store. The vast space was filled with jade ornaments, predominantly jadeite, with some white jade as well. Bracelets worth tens of thousands, along with expensive jade tags, were all tossed into her storage, serving as nourishment for her upgrades. She took the counters as well. The first floor of the mall was abundant in gold and jade ornaments. By the time Jiang Nua emerged, she had collected over 300 counters. Preparing to head to the next mall, she passed a luxury watch store and recalled that these watches undergo waterproof testing at the factory. Even those priced in the millions, with steel or even gold casing, could yield some functioning pieces after being submerged. Without time to be selective, she entered and collected everything along with the display shelves, planning to sort through them later. After thoroughly scavenging one mall, she moved on to the second. A single oxygen tank lasted about an hour, and she only switched tanks once before clearing the first floors of 3 or 4 nearby malls. Focused on jade artifacts, she also collected gold along the way. In prosperous times, antiques are valuable, and even in a few years, gold will remain a good trading item, she reasoned, so it was wise to gather it. She casually collected a few watches as well. No stores selling bags were overlooked. In this commercial area that was once prime real estate, the most eye-catching advertisements were often for high-end bags, now floating haphazardly in the water. She had little interest in leather goods but gathered some aluminum-magnesium alloy suitcases, which were resistant to rust and quite practical. She also seized any empty shelves she encountered. Noticing the time, Jiang Nua realized it was getting late. After finishing her search at the last gold and jade accessory store, she resurfaced. This haul was substantial, and her spirits were high. Jade artifacts were so far the only confirmed items capable of upgrading her space. Although older items seemed to hold more potential, they were exceedingly difficult to find. Jong Noah had previously visited museums where items on display were often hundreds of years old, yet she felt no resonance, making it quite elusive. For now, Jade artifacts seemed more reliable. What kind of upgrade would her space undergo this time? With this thought, Jong Noah felt a sense of anticipation as she swam back towards Li Meng. Spotting Jong Noah from a distance, Li Meng steered the boat over to meet her. Upon getting closer, Li Meng leaned over, took the net from Jong Noah, and tossed it onto the inflatable boat before pulling her aboard. The net contained primarily gold jewelry, and from today's bounty, she had managed to bring back quite a substantial haul. Jong Noah removed her diving gear, using a towel to dry her hair and body, while Li Meng hurriedly draped a thick coat around her and helped her into a raincoat. Finally, Li Meng produced a thermos and handed it to Jong Noah. "This is ginger soup I made, you should drink it quickly. After being in the water for so long, your face is pale from the cold," she urged. To be honest, Jong Noah did not feel particularly cold, which surprised her regarding her body's endurance. Having adapted to the underwater environment, she slowly began to feel as if she were swimming effortlessly. Certainly, it is much more comfortable to return to the previous state. "Thank you." Jong Noah sipped her ginger soup, appreciating the concern shown to her. It was never a negative experience. "Let us head back. The sky will darken soon," Li Meng suggested. Jong Noah nodded in agreement. Li Meng started the motorboat, steering towards home. After finishing her ginger soup, Jong Noah began to rummage through her net bag. "Did you find anything?"
Li Meng inquired.
"Indeed," Jong Noah replied, presenting a handful of rings and jewelry. "Here, take it." Li Meng recognized the designs and brands, recalling how much they were worth. She remembered that Tam Ling had received a bracelet from this brand as a birthday gift from her parents, and she had been thrilled to wear it, sharing photos with Li Meng on social media. When Li Meng inquired about the price, she was astounded, realizing that her entire prize money from the World Championship would not suffice to purchase even one. Those days are gone. The world has changed dramatically. With a sigh, she weighed the jewelry in her hand, raising an eyebrow. 18K, quite durable. It could serve as a projectile. Jong Noah exchanged a knowing smile with her. "There's also a bit of gold, which might come in handy in the future." Li Meng nodded, not lingering too long, and packed everything back into the woven bag, covering it with a black waterproof cloth. Jong Noah assessed her haul for the day: 16 packets, totaling 16 pounds of smoked ham, 30 pounds of blue cheese, 6 bottles of soda, over 200 bags, amounting to more than 40 pounds of snacks, 26 pieces, totaling around 200 pounds of cured meat, 32 packets, summing up to 160 bags of instant noodles, 6 bags of rice, each weighing 50 pounds, totaling 300 pounds, 160 pounds of noodles, 60 packets of dried fruits, including walnuts and pine nuts, 31 barrels of cooking oil, 52 packets of salt, 15 packets of MSG, 38 bottles of chili sauce, 1 generator powered by a stationary bike, 1 battery, 2 water purifiers, and a packet of gold jewelry consisting of both gold and 18K gold. The bounty was considerable, ensuring that Li Meng would not lack provisions for a long time. As more people ventured out to scavenge for supplies, conflicts were bound to escalate. Aside from jade artifacts, Jong Noah planned to refrain from further excursions for the time being, allowing others to engage in their struggles while she focused on self-improvement and a more tranquil life, gradually organizing the chaos within her space. In addition to the aforementioned items, there were several treasures she had yet to retrieve from her space. A batch of red wine, furniture including tables, chairs, bookshelves, screens, and coffee tables made from rosewood and purple heart, a dozen computers with hundreds of accessories, a mountain of books, various display racks, shelves, and counters, a collection of glass products, 63 pieces of home medical equipment, including infrared therapy devices, magnetic therapy machines, physiotherapy instruments, blood pressure monitors, home oxygen generators, and cervical and lumbar traction devices, a safe that could not be opened, and, most importantly, countless pieces of jade. The first upgrade of her space had only required a jade Buddha, with subsequent upgrades utilizing scrap materials and antiques. The thought of so much jade entering the space today filled her with excitement. Perhaps a transformative change awaited, and some of the mysteries of the space might finally be unveiled. The more she pondered, the more anticipation surged within her. Yet she endeavored to suppress her emotions and refrained from entering the space to investigate, deciding it was best to return home first. On their way back, Zhang Nua and her companions encountered numerous groups of people. There were sightseeing plastic boats, kayaks, rescue boats, handcrafted wooden rafts, and, for the first time, a large flood-resistant motorboat. Zhang Nua recognized this type of boat. She had considered this model when making her purchase. It measured over 5 meters in length, had a capacity of 1,000 kilograms, was entirely red, and was sturdy and durable. However, it consumed a lot of fuel, and she had opted for a smaller 3-meter version of the same brand. Li Meng's face displayed caution as they spotted the boat, instinctively steering clear. In the past few days, the vessels they encountered had been significantly slower than theirs, allowing for a mutual avoidance that resulted in peaceful passage. However, this time felt different. The red motorboat approached them deliberately, coming within 20 meters. Li Meng instinctively accelerated to distance themselves, but Zhang Nua suddenly commanded, "Li Meng, shoot." Li Meng, without hesitation, drew her pistol and fired. Her movements were swift. From drawing the gun to chambering a round and pulling the trigger, it took mere seconds. The bullet struck the red motorboat, grazing the arm of the person steering it. The red motorboat immediately ceased its advance and turned to flee. Clearly, they were unarmed. Zhang Nua's expression remained calm, her gaze cold. Pursue, without a moment's pause.
Li Meng accelerated in pursuit.
The red motorboat, frightened, sped away, with both boats racing across the water. After a short chase, Zhang Nua signaled for Li Meng to halt. "Aren't we continuing the chase?" Li Meng asked. Zhang Nua shook her head. "No need. There's nothing of value on that boat." The red motorboat had intended to investigate the black waterproof cloth covering their vessel, and even if they managed to shake it off by accelerating, the other party would remain relentless in their pursuit, leading to an endless cycle of harassment. Thus, Zhang Nua signaled to fire again, teaching them a lesson and turning the tables by following them for a mile. The other party, terrified, disappeared as soon as they stopped. Zhang Nua had no interest in performing water stunts for trivial skirmishes. Those hot-headed individuals, regardless of their equipment, would not survive long in this post-apocalyptic world. Li Meng nodded in understanding, turning the boat around and heading home. The remainder of their journey was smooth, and upon reaching their residential complex, they found no one outside. Even the windows were tightly shut. It appeared that yesterday's intimidation had proven effective, and Wang Chang had likely issued warnings as well. As before, Li Meng checked for supplies below, while Zhang Nua took a cart to transport a batch of goods upstairs. Of course, she wasn't genuinely going upstairs. Zhang Nua made 2 trips to haul the supplies up, but as the remaining items dwindled, Li Meng insisted that Zhang Nua refrain from lifting anything further, bundling the supplies onto the cart herself and slowly making her way up to the 35th floor, carefully locking each door behind her. When Li Meng entered the living room, she was greeted by several large woven bags filled to the brim with supplies, and her spirit soared. Following their previous distribution plan, Li Meng took 1/3 of the food, refusing any items beyond food, including gold. Nevertheless, her haul remained substantial. Today, Li Meng secured 5 pounds of smoked ham, 10 pounds of cheese, 2 bottles of water, 70 bags of snacks, 9 strips of cured meat, 10 large packs of instant noodles, 100 pounds of rice, 20 packets of dried fruits, 10 barrels of cooking oil, along with salt, MSG, and chili sauce. As for the shared bicycle, generator, and water purifier, they would remain on the 35th floor for the time being.
Yang Nora Market.
The supplies we've gathered will sustain us for quite a while. As you have seen, the number of people scavenging today has increased significantly compared to yesterday, and the variables have multiplied, so for the time being, we should refrain from going out. Agreed, Li Meng nodded. Let's stay indoors and let them fight among themselves. Zhang Nua smiled, appreciating how smoothly and pleasantly their communication flowed, often leading to unspoken agreements. After distributing the goods, Li Meng insisted on cooking dinner for Zhang Nua. But Zhang Nua's mind was preoccupied with her space, and she did not linger. Upon returning home, Yuruahua had prepared an array of dishes, all of Zhang Nua's favorites. "Mom, I'll join you for dinner shortly. I just need to rest for a bit," she hurriedly stated, eager to check her space, her thoughts elsewhere. Yuruahua, thinking she was fatigued, quickly replied, "Go ahead, but be sure to take a shower and change your clothes." After being submerged underwater for so long, Zhang Nua felt she had an odd odor, so she quickly washed her hair and body, changing into comfortable attire. Then she threw herself onto the soft bed and closed her eyes, feeling a tinge of excitement, akin to opening a long-awaited blind box. However, upon entering her space, she was utterly taken aback. There were no changes. How could there be no changes? The charming little courtyard remains unchanged, with a quaint building nestled within it. Expanses of lush green grass stretch out, accompanied by a parched patch of land. And there stands that great tree, both mysterious and sacred. The space is exactly as it was before, devoid of any upgrades. All the jade artifacts have vanished from the counter, leaving only gold and silver behind, indicating that the jade pieces have indeed been absorbed by the space. She extends her consciousness toward the edge of the space and senses that the indistinct barrier has indeed become somewhat fainter, the mist less dense, yet she cannot breach it.
Yang no fel suteli discartenet.
She understands that at this point, jade artifacts can hardly facilitate an upgrade, no matter how many she gathers. It would be a mere drop in the bucket. To achieve an upgrade now, she might need to rely on the elusive aura. The higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Jiang Nua, filled with frustration, lies on her bed like a discarded fish, staring blankly at the ceiling, motionless for quite some time. After all her efforts today, this is the outcome. It was so easy to upgrade with just a small jade Buddha at the beginning. Why is it so different now? Jiang Nua feels defeated, her spirit waning. She has no appetite for meal, and upon seeing her like this, Yuruahua grows concerned. What's wrong? Did you not find anything outside, and feel it was all in vain? She inquires. Jiang Nua's heart sinks. Her mother guessed incorrectly, though not entirely wrong. The outcome is still somewhat similar. It's nothing, she murmurs softly. Nothing? I can still tell. Ever since you were little, when you didn't do well in exams or face challenges at work, you always wore this expression. She has little desire to eat, and Yuruhua does not press her further, instead slicing some fruit to soak in yogurt, placing it on the bedside table, and quietly leaving her be. Jiang Nua remains on the bed, her thoughts still tumultuous. She feels so angry. No matter how she thinks about it, she feels enraged. So many jade artifacts tossed in. Yet only a small splash emerged. Why is upgrading the space so difficult? Authentic old artifacts imbued with aura were hard to find even before the apocalypse. And now they are even scarcer. Can she still achieve an upgrade? Hitting a bottleneck so soon, Jiang Nua stares blankly, unable to concentrate or sleep. Suddenly, she springs up from her bed, recalling that she has a safe yet to be opened. No time to waste. She must open it now. If she can uncover something useful, perhaps her mood will improve. Acting on impulse, she retrieves the cutting machine, ensuring the door is tightly shut, and sets the safe on the floor of her bedroom. The safe stands at 1.5 meters tall and 1 meter wide, quite substantial indeed. Its exterior is deformed from being struck, the paint a chaotic mess, yet it is evident that this safe is of the highest quality, as it is extraordinarily heavy. With her current strength, it is nearly impossible for her to push it, let alone lift it, weighing no less than 800 kilograms. Given its size, this weight is formidable. It is said that the back of the safe is its weakest point, so Jiang Nua retrieves the cutting machine, plugs it in, rolls up her sleeves, and gets to work. She begins cutting along the edge of the safe, sparks flying and noise erupting. However, as she cuts in, a frown appears on her face. Something feels off. Is this steel? It's far too thick. After cutting about 2 centimeters deep, she still hasn't penetrated this layer of steel. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Nua presses on. After another couple of centimeters, the dull sound of cutting suddenly changes pitch, and she feels a jolt in her hands, realizing she has finally cut through. The first layer of steel is over 4 centimeters thick, indicating that the safe is likely custom-made. What could be inside? Jiang Nua's curiosity piqued. She cuts with even more determination. Yet, before she could remove the first steel layer, the cutting blade suffers severe damage, becoming nearly unusable. Fortunately, she had stockpiled many spare parts when she purchased the machine, so Jiang Nua pauses to replace the blade and continues. After over an hour and 2 blade replacements, she finally manages to cut through the first layer of steel. With great effort, she pries the steel plate off using a small crowbar from her space. The 4 centimeter thick steel plate, measuring over a meter in length and width, has left her arms fatigued. She tosses the steel plate into her space and peers inside the safe, only to find a layer of concrete. Jiang Nua feels a wave of frustration. She had heard that high-quality safes require a layer of concrete, but this safe surely has more than just a thin layer, regardless of how fortified it may be. She is determined to open it today. Jiang Nua retrieves some spring water from her space to restore her stamina, gripping the cutting machine once more to continue her endeavor. She first cuts a crack into the concrete, then uses an axe to break it apart, hammering to gradually widen the fissure. Chunks of concrete fall away, which she carelessly bags and tosses into her space. This continues for over half an hour. The thickness of the concrete is truly astounding, leaving Jiang Nua to wonder just how much space remains inside the safe to hold anything. She fears that once she finally opens it, it may be entirely empty. With this thought, her fists clench in determination. She refuses to be deterred, picking up the hammer to continue smashing, eventually breaking through the concrete layer to reveal an opening. This layer of concrete measures over 40 centimeters thick, nearly half a meter. Furthermore, upon breaking through, she discovers yet another layer of steel.
Yang no finns herself abesperated.
Cut it? No sleep until it's breached. She is determined to confront this challenge. The final layer of steel is unnaturally thick. Jiang Nua replaces the cutting blade 3 more times, her arms aching and numb. But she finally carves out a small window from the last layer of steel through the hole in the concrete, just enough to reach in and feel around. Taking a deep breath, she steels herself. If, after all this effort, she pulls out nothing more than a pair of embarrassing toys intended for a misguided CEO, she vows to hunt him down to the ends of the earth. Slowly, Jiang Nua extends her hand into the safe. Unsurprisingly, due to the immense thickness of the safe's exterior, the interior space is minimal. A slight touch reveals the bottom. In such a confined space, it is unlikely to hold anything substantial. All she retrieves is a file envelope, which she rolls up and extracts from the opening, finding nothing else within. Sighing, she struggles to articulate her feelings. Though it is not something embarrassing, it is likely filled with some business secrets that are now rendered irrelevant. Jiang Nua tidies the room, tossing the broken concrete and the safe into her space, and lethargically settles into a lazy chair, holding the file envelope. After cutting for so long, even if she isn't hungry, she feels a pang of hunger. She snacks on fruit yogurt while pulling out the stack of papers from the envelope. However, upon her first glance, she freezes in shock. A chill runs down her spine. The entire envelope is filled with a secret investigation report about a person. The first page is clipped with a paperclip to a photograph, seemingly taken at an alleyway, featuring several individuals dressed in gray uniforms. Behind them stands a figure in black clothing, just a silhouette, side on, appearing tall, with hair faintly visible. Everything else obscured, the image is exceedingly blurry, resembling a photo that has been magnified multiple times and then captured from a corner, printed as a photograph. Though the face is indistinguishable, Jiang Nua recognizes him instantly. She can vividly recall those calm eyes. As she delves deeper into the investigation report, her anxiety mounts. First, she uncovers a glimpse of the enigmatic CEO's background. His name is Chen Yue. The investigation into the dapper gentleman in black was not initiated by him. He has a superior, yet the document reveals nothing about this superior, only indicating that Chen Yue holds significant respect for him, and his current standing is a result of that superior's assistance. Due to a particular line in the document that reads, "It is imperative to continue the investigation, utilizing every resource, human, material, and financial, at any cost, to locate this individual," which is the gentleman's intention. There is a name preceding gentleman, which appears to have been meticulously erased with a pen. This gentleman is presumably the mastermind behind Chen Yue. What perplexes Jiang Nua the most is that Chen Yue has employed numerous detectives, established various channels, and expended considerable resources to investigate the man in black. Yet after more than a year, the entire document contains not a shred of useful information. His name remains unknown, his age unspecified, his origins unclear, and his whereabouts a mystery. It is only known that he first appeared 6 years ago, but the specifics elude Chen Yue, as it seems to be beyond his authority to inquire further. The only relevant information he possesses pertains to a photograph. Chen Yue promptly established an investigative team and even invested a substantial sum to hire several experts in the field. The photograph in question depicts the man in black purchasing 2 boxes from an antique shop over a year ago before vanishing. The only lead provided to Chen Yue by the gentleman is the shop. The investigative team quickly located the establishment and obtained information about the 2 boxes from the proprietor. The seemingly unremarkable copper-lacquered boxes, each adorned with different patterns, are said to have originally belonged to a set of at least 7. The shopkeeper had 2 of them, which had been neglected for years until a young man purchased them. The shopkeeper recalled the young man as being quite handsome and composed. Yet after such a long passage of time, his specific features had faded from memory and, conveniently, the surveillance cameras were malfunctioning that day. The investigative team urged the shopkeeper to recall the young man's appearance in detail to create a sketch. But the features described remained vague, merely that he had a calm demeanor and was quite tall. The young man had only uttered a single phrase, "How much?" The team then sought other surveillance footage, including all cameras along the street and nearby roads, yet strangely, many of the recordings from that day were disrupted, resulting in black screens for a period. This could hardly be a coincidence. It was a deliberate act of erasing traces. The investigative team did not relent, continuing to allocate manpower and resources, conducting extensive searches for street photography, scenic images, and snapshots of pedestrians from that entire afternoon. Eventually, they discovered a clue in a street photograph. Enlarging the image several times, they extracted his silhouette from a corner, which was precisely the photograph Jiang Nua had seen at first glance. This constituted nearly all the information the investigative team had on him. With almost no additional leads, the team could only pursue the 2 boxes. Why had he purchased them, and what was their intended purpose? They speculated that perhaps there lay some faint trace within. These copper-lacquered boxes bore no discernible age, only that they were quite old. The shopkeeper believed they were of little worth and had not undergone any formal appraisal. His family had operated the shop since his grandfather's time, and he had no knowledge of the item's origins, only that the boxes were engraved with numbers. The 2 he possessed were marked with 5 and 7, suggesting that there was likely a complete set of at least 7. The shopkeeper had photographs of the boxes, and the subsequent investigation predominantly focused on these items. Countless experts were consulted for authentication, yet their opinions varied widely, yielding no cohesive conclusion. Thus, the investigation stagnated, with the last recorded date being August, less than a week before the apocalypse. Jiang Nua gazed at the photographs of the 2 copper-lacquered boxes, a chill creeping up her spine once more. She was quite familiar with these boxes, having purchased one from the antique street herself. The shop had mingled this box among a plethora of worthless fakes, and had she not sensed an otherworldly aura associated with it, she would have been hard-pressed to find it. Jiang Nua recalled that when she bought the box, a man with a goatee had noticed her and immediately attempted to snatch it away, later even setting a trap for her, all for the sake of that box. After she had dealt with him, the man had revealed that someone had offered a handsome price for the box, prompting his desperate search. It was likely that the investigative team had made that offer. From the team's bid to the goatee man's ears, the information had undoubtedly passed through numerous hands, and he had not been in contact with the higher-ups, rendering him unable to provide any valuable details. The box Jiang Nua had purchased had been absorbed by her space. She had not examined it closely at the time, being preoccupied with leveling up, and vaguely remembered it was indeed engraved with a number. Was it a 3 or a 5? She had only conducted this inquiry before the apocalypse descended. This document had fortuitously come into Jiang Nua's possession. To suggest she was not curious would be a lie. However, her acquaintance with him was limited to a single encounter, during which she sensed a genuine kindness emanating from him, as he had even gifted her a firearm. Beyond that, everything remained shrouded in mystery. He had been able to perceive her from 200 meters away through the lens of binoculars, a testament to his keen awareness. Should he so desire, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone else to locate him. Moreover, he was often accompanied by individuals who appeared well-trained and skilled. After securing the document and placing it within her space, Jiang Nua began to ponder a question. Why had he purchased those 2 boxes? Was it mere coincidence? Was he drawn to the boxes themselves or to the subtle energy they possessed? If it were the latter, it could potentially relate to her space's upgrade, and perhaps, in the future, their paths might intertwine. Shaking her head, Jiang Nua decided to temporarily set this matter aside. The opponent was formidable, truly formidable. Unless she could achieve a decisive blow, it would be unwise to confront him. In this apocalyptic landscape, the optimal interaction between people is, quite simply, to avoid interaction altogether. Though she yearned for her space to upgrade immediately, the existence of a bottleneck likely served a purpose. And there was no need to invite trouble upon herself. Better to focus on living well for the time being. Time to sleep. Chapter 68. Evolution. When Jiang Nua woke, the dawn had barely broken. She turned off the small night light in her room, opened the curtains, and stretched. Gazing outside, she noticed that the rain had diminished from the previous day, now merely a light drizzle, with the water level having receded somewhat, revealing a bit of the 3rd floor. In her previous life, at this time, like everyone else, she had believed that the rain would gradually cease and that everything would soon return to normal. However, it wasn't long before torrential rains returned, shattering people's illusions. After that, the death toll escalated. After getting out of bed and moving around a bit, she went to check on Hame, who was still asleep. Upon seeing her, the creature barely opened its eyes and nudged its head over, whining for attention. Jiang Nua knew it was demanding spring water. Recently, it had only wanted to eat and drink, and it specifically craved the spring water from her space. If she didn't provide it, it would sulk, furrowing its brows and using its legs to dig in its nest or nudging Jiang Nua with its head, whining persistently until it got what it wanted. No matter how much I feed you, you still won't move an inch, Jiang Nua teased, poking its head. Stop sleeping and get up.
What?
Hame's expression turned serious again, tilting its head to look at her, its earnest demeanor protesting. Life as a dog should also embrace freedom. It was determined to defend its right to sleep in peace. Let it be. Don't disturb it, Yu Ruohua interjected as she emerged from the kitchen. Let it sleep as long as it's healthy. We can't take it out for a stroll now, so why not let it rest? Otherwise, it might just tear the house apart. Saying this, she brought out an apple to feed Hame, which devoured it in a few bites, still gazing longingly at Jiang Nua, nudging and pawing until it finally received a cup of spring water, which it gulped down in one go before comfortably lying down and falling asleep instantly. Jiang Nua gently patted the furry head of Hame, harboring a flicker of anticipation within her heart. Hame had grown larger, a change that might not be apparent from day to day. Yet when compared to her former size, the once spacious nook she occupied now seemed insufficient, her paws almost spilling over the edges. This evolution mirrored, yet diverged from, the transformations observed in animals from her previous life. In the case of mutated creatures, physical changes often accompanied their evolution. For instance, felines typically exhibit a broader thoracic cavity, a more robust heart, and alterations in their jaw structure that enhance their biting power. Generally, mutated animals appear more ferocious and menacing, exuding an aura of threat. However, Hame's transformation merely manifested as an increase in size, with no other noticeable differences. Even her fur color remained unchanged.
En occasion.
Jiang Nua sensed a slight increase in her intelligence and expressiveness, yet at times, it felt like mere illusion, as she was still a purebred Siberian husky. The ultimate outcome of this evolution remained uncertain to Jiang Nua. Nonetheless, the spatial spring water undeniably benefited humans, plants, and animals alike. This was beyond dispute. After rising, Yu Ruohua commenced preparing breakfast. She kneaded dough, crafting a filling of minced meat and scallions, complemented by glistening pork skin jelly, to make steamed buns for pan-frying. By the time Jiang Nua completed her morning exercises, the buns were sizzling in the hot oil. After a refreshing shower, she emerged invigorated, and the hot soy milk was ready. The pan-fried buns boasted a crispy, firm base, which Jiang Nua delighted in dipping into vinegar. With each bite, the succulent juices flowed forth as the dough broke, melting softly in her mouth, a delightful combination of meaty fragrance and tender scallions, enveloped in a crispy, fresh skin that was utterly addictive. Mother, had you pursued selling these pan-fried buns instead of running a fruit stand, you might have created a hot spot for food lovers. She mused. Yu Ruohua, relishing her daughter's praise, beamed with joy. If you enjoy them, eat your fill. What would you like for lunch? Just order. After finishing their meal, Jiang Nua cleared the dishes and then opened her computer to browse some information. When her eyes grew weary, she stood to stretch, retrieving a dagger to practice thrusts and evasive maneuvers. Each kill in real combat stemmed from diligent practice. Her physical condition had significantly improved, allowing her to perform more complex movements. She could not afford to stagnate. Thus, the day passed in this manner. As evening approached, the bell hanging by the window rang a few times. Jiang Nua contemplated briefly, anticipating the forthcoming events. She cut a piece of cured meat, took it in hand, and ascended to the 35th floor. Wu Dehe's novel had arrived again. Upon entering, Li Meng waved 5 sheets of paper filled with writing.
Yang Nokshuktled.
Stepping forward to take them. Have you read it? Summarize it for me. I haven't. It's too lengthy, Li Meng replied with a frown. You can read it at your leisure. Jiang Nua understood Li Meng was particularly sensitive to boundaries. Wu De had simply thrust a few sheets into her hands without any envelope, but since it was intended for Jiang Nua, Li Meng would never casually peruse it. Jiang Nua had previously read it on the 35th floor, carelessly discarded it on the coffee table, and when tidying up, she had crumpled it without a second glance. I knew he would be sending it soon, Jiang Nua remarked, affixing a red sticky note to the stairwell door before handing the cured meat to Li Meng. When he arrives tonight, give this to him. Got it, Li Meng responded, storing the meat carefully. Noticing the BB pellets scattered across the living room floor. With Li Meng appearing indifferent to tidying up, Jiang Nuo inquired, "How is your shooting practice going?" Li Meng sighed. "Not well. I can't find my rhythm. I can only hit stationary targets, and my accuracy plummets when things start moving. I've regressed significantly. I intended to teach you, but I can hardly manage myself." "Take your time. We aren't facing formidable enemies just yet," Jiang Nuo reassured her. Li Meng pondered this. "Are you suggesting there may be formidable foes in the future? It's unlikely we will always have it easy. Currently, people are scattered, each fending for themselves, and with floods obstructing transportation, there is no organization. However, that may change."
Yang no replied.
"Regardless, we must first enhance our own capabilities." Jiang Nuo could only say as much. In truth, they were far from facing serious adversaries. Those encountered thus far could be easily dispatched with slingshots or knives. The future could bring organized foes armed with weapons. Not to mention swarms of airborne mutated creatures. Li Meng glanced at the BB pellets strewn about and murmured, "I will strive to practice more." Yet Jiang Nuo's words instilled a sense of urgency within her. "Our supply of guns and ammunition is still insufficient. The ammunition from the shooting range should not be this limited. I suspect our leader has manipulated things, as gun management is quite strict. However, ammunition is consumable, and there is more room for maneuvering." Jiang Nuo felt a stir of intrigue. "What is his name? And what is he like?" "Yang Qinghui, 42 years old. I don't know if you recall him. He participated in the 26th Olympic Games but didn't win a medal. He is somewhat suspicious by nature. To put it bluntly, he is small-minded, and I'm not particularly fond of him." Jiang Nuo shook her head. "I don't know him." The Olympics were held over 20 years ago. She had not yet been born, and even in recent years, she had not followed shooting events, especially those where no medals were awarded. However, her response carried an additional implication. "Your leader is the head coach. According to you, he began purchasing supplies after your suggestion. But that was just before the storm. At that time, supermarkets had long lines and supplies were rationed, so he could not acquire much. However, if he shifted his focus from stockpiling food to accumulating guns and ammunition, he could certainly source more than just at the shooting range." Li Meng nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Weapon applications and renewals all require his signature. He could easily request a batch and keep it for himself. This is just what I can think of. He must have other channels and methods." Jiang Nuo remarked, "If he possesses firearms, he is likely still alive." However, this raised a concern. Jiang Nuo did not know Yang Qinghui. Logically, possessing a cache of firearms during the early days of the apocalypse would grant one considerable power, not to mention the potential for establishing a reputation. Yet, Jiang Nuo had never heard of this name. If Li Meng's speculation held any truth, it suggested a grim possibility. Yang Qinghui may have been compromised before his stock could be utilized, leaving his cache to benefit others. Li Meng discerned her thoughts and said, "I know which community he resides in. I can investigate. Your leader is shrewd yet lacks decisiveness. If he truly possesses a stockpile of weapons, he likely cannot safeguard them. And it may cost him his life," she added. Jiang Nuo glanced out at the rain and, after some contemplation, said, "Let us not rush. We need to think this through and prepare. We'll act when the time is right." Li Meng nodded. "All right, I'll follow your lead." Chapter 69. Lu Xuqin's son Jiang Nuo reviewed the message sent by Wu De. He had diligently chronicled everything he knew about the residents of their building over the past few days, recently including dialogues and descriptions of expressions, resulting in a detailed 5-page account. Given his earnest efforts in writing, perhaps it was only fitting to offer a token of appreciation or a 5-star rating. He began with an account of the attrition within the building. Currently, all units below the 7th floor were vacant, as many elderly residents had succumbed, some resorting to suicide. The building size and low occupancy led some to band together for warmth. With food supplies long depleted, they relied on the meager provisions from the residence committee. The committee had managed to distribute supplies thus far, aided by their previous raid on the 6th floor and the resources from Lu Xuqin's household. After Lu Xuqin's death, her husband and son had confronted Wang Chong, demanding vengeance. This was Wang Chong's first encounter with Lu Xuqin's man and son. Previously, it had always been Lu Xuqin moving about on her own. While working for the building committee, she was quite resourceful, though she could be bothersome. She was always proactive in addressing issues. Wang Chong found her to be quite useful. He had often heard Lu Shuqin lamenting about how her son was terrified and reluctant to venture outside, worried that he might go hungry. When she boldly reached out to seize Jiang Nua, she claimed it was because her son needed ample nourishment to grow.
Consequently,
Wang Chong envisioned Lu Shuqin's son as merely a teenager, only to be surprised when he arrived to find a 30-year-old man, weeping and lying on the floor with his father, demanding vengeance. Wang Chong was taken aback by the two of them. He speculated that Lu Shuqin had managed to raise these two rather well, indicating that they must have food hidden away. He had previously searched Lu Shuqin's home at her own suggestion, during which she had eagerly shown him around, opening cabinets for his inspection. Ultimately, she surrendered 150 pounds of rice, some meat, and a few instant noodles and cakes, more than any other household combined. Wang Chong had dismissed it as mere personal hoarding, thinking it was not particularly significant. However, witnessing her man and son wailing with such vigor suggested they were certainly not lacking in provisions. Thus, Wang Chong left the two of them crying at the door and proceeded to raid their home. To his astonishment, he unearthed a plethora of supplies. The space beneath the bed was filled with rice and flour. Each room contained large cabinets draped with quilts, and upon inspection, they were crammed to the brim with goods. There was also a substantial amount of meat. Wang Chong himself hadn't had much meat in a long time. Yet Lu Shuqin's home was stocked with numerous sausages and preserved meats, as well as several large jars of pickled meat. This discovery significantly enriched Wang Chong's resources. An idea struck him. While some families in the building truly had no food and succumbed to hunger, Lu Shuqin's household possessed an abundance of supplies. This indicated that the Annies who had been frequenting the supermarket before the deluge were indeed capable of hauling considerable amounts. Wang Chong recalled a woman on the 28th floor who maintained a good rapport with Lu Shuqin and had also been seen queuing at the supermarket. He promptly led his team to thoroughly search the 28th floor, where they discovered a substantial cache of supplies. The commotion from the 28th floor was deafening, and Wang Chong silenced them with a few sharp slaps. "You lot are the loudest, constantly claiming you're starving, yet here you are hoarding food? How shameless can you be?" After berating them, he swiftly took the supplies and departed. Lu Shuqin's son continued to wail outside Wang Chong's door, lamenting his plight. Wang Chong ignored him, continuing to distribute provisions as usual. He had recently acquired enough to afford a bit more for distribution. Wu Dai's family received 2 pounds of rice and 3 taels of pickled meat. How did Wu Dai know such details? Because he had been at Wang Chong's home that day. As the rain diminished and the waters receded, Wang Chong contemplated organizing a search for supplies. Similar to their previous expedition to the small supermarket, they could continue to scour the nearby stores or seize what others had gathered. The current flow was no longer as fierce, allowing them to venture further. Wu Dai's small boat would surely be insufficient, so Wang Chong summoned him to discuss constructing a larger vessel. Anything that could float, even a wooden raft, would suffice. To facilitate boat construction, Wang Chong utilized the diesel he had stored, possessing 2 8-liter barrels. He allocated one to Jiang Nua and now provided the remainder to Wu Dai for the boat project. Most of the materials for the boat were sourced by Wang Chong, who rummaged through every household in the building. The residents were cooperative, eager to assist in the quest for supplies. Wu Dai contributed as well. Despite lacking other resources, he had plenty of machinery and materials, requesting only the remaining diesel. Wang Chong agreed, recognizing Wu Dai's craftsmanship and appreciating his assistance. There was still some diesel left from the last batch, and it seemed he would have about 10 liters available, along with a surplus of iron scraps from the boat. Wu Dai asserted he could still craft at least 300 specialized projectiles, and he was willing to make improvements based on Li Meng's designs. He inquired if Jiang Nua needed them. If so, he could produce them within a couple of days, as the diesel generator consumed a lot of fuel during startup, and he wished to optimize every drop of diesel. At this point, Jiang Nua finally finished reading the pages. She descended to inform Li Meng that when Wu Dai came for his payment that evening, they could tell him the quantity of specialized projectiles they required, assuring him his compensation would be fair. Regarding electricity, the 35th floor could now generate power by pedaling a stationary bike, eliminating reliance on diesel. Li Meng had experimented and found that pedaling for an hour produced nearly half a kilowatt. The battery could store about 3 kilowatts, meaning that after more than 8 hours of pedaling, it could be fully charged. One should not underestimate 3 kilowatts. It could accomplish many tasks. As a standard refrigerator consumes only 1 kilowatt for an entire day, the specialized projectiles crafted by Wu Dai were of excellent quality and possessed significant lethality. greatly enhancing Li Meng's capabilities and providing substantial support to Jiang Nua. In the following days, Jiang Nua and her mother enjoyed a tranquil existence. In the vegetable garden, tomatoes had begun to bear fruit, albeit still green and small. Jiang Nua watered them with spatial spring water every 3 days. But she visited daily to observe the fruits of her labor gradually maturing, which filled her with a sense of accomplishment. Mom, can potato leaves be eaten?
Yang Nguyen waited.
She recalled how Yuhua had gathered the leaves of the cherry radishes and made 2 delicious salads. However, she also recognized that not all radish leaves were palatable. Their edibility depended on the enhancement provided by the spatial spring water, as everything grown with it thus far had been exceptionally tasty. It's best not to eat them. Potato leaves lack nutrition and contain some toxins that are harmful to health, but they can be fed to the ducks, Yuhua advised. Jiang Nua peered at the 3 ducks, which appeared lively in their nesting area, although none had laid eggs yet. Yuhua, having little to occupy her time, drank spatial spring water daily and felt overly energetic. To keep herself busy, she sought out tasks, ensuring the duck coop was cleaned daily. She remarked that raising ducks was manageable, except for their constant need for water, thus placing a large water basin in their enclosure. Jiang Nura was unsure of the scientific validity of this method, but it seemed to sustain them well, as they quacked cheerfully every day. After breakfast, Jiang Nua washed the dishes while Yuhua entered the kitchen. She had been preparing meals and cooking over the past few days, consuming the food Jiang Nua had stockpiled. Jiang Nua shared her upcoming plans with her mother, explaining that they would not remain there indefinitely, and once the waters receded, she intended to visit the villa to assess the situation. Firstly, she wanted to ensure that the property had not been occupied, though this was unlikely, given its elevated position. She had rented and renovated an entire independent villa, but with the prolonged flooding, it was probable that the area had become thoroughly inundated. Even if someone had attempted to dwell there, they would either have drowned or fled. Secondly, she needed to ascertain the extent of the flooding, as thick mud would likely require extensive cleanup before moving back in. Lastly, she wished to scout the area for any potential threats or factions, to determine if preemptive measures were necessary. Yuhua, accustomed to their current residence, harbored concerns about safety once they left, fearing that cooking would not be as convenient elsewhere. The 36th floor, with its soundproofing and significant elevation, allowed odors to dissipate upwards. Whenever she closed the door to cook, neither the smells nor sounds penetrated outside, granting her peace of mind as she sautéed, without worry. Recently, she has been tirelessly preparing meals, pouring her heart into the task, diligently contemplating the menu each day and writing it down to present to Jiang Nua. Fortunately, Jiang Nua's stock of food containers is ample, tucked away in their space, more than sufficient for their needs. She assists Yuruahua in the kitchen while simultaneously honing her culinary skills. Once the dishes are prepared, they are carefully stored in the containers. Spending a day cooking alongside her mother brings immense joy, regardless of the circumstances. Today, their main focus is on fish, braised fish, steamed fish, sweet and sour fish, and boiled fish, complemented by a generous serving of oyster sauce on the fresh lettuce they harvested. When purchasing the fish, they were already cleaned and prepared, requiring only a rinse before use. The accompanying ingredients are minimal. Jiang Nua primarily handles washing the scallions and peeling the garlic. As they cook, Yuruahua enjoys adding a splash of spatial spring water. The difference in flavor between dishes made with and without this water is remarkable. The braised fish, while retaining its original texture, tastes significantly more delicious, with a fragrant and savory profile that requires minimal seasoning, enhancing the natural freshness of the ingredients. Jiang Nua muses about how delightful it would be to grow vegetables using spatial spring water and then cook them with the same, imagining the exquisite taste. Following this, Yuruahua prepares the oyster sauce lettuce. This seemingly simple dish involves blanching the lettuce, then sautéing it with spatial spring water, oyster sauce, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, sugar, and salt, simmering gently until fragrant, before drizzling it over the lettuce. The simplicity of this dish belies its deliciousness. The lettuce is so crisp that Jiang Nua could enjoy it raw, but with the addition of the flavorful sauce, each bite is perfectly balanced. If it weren't for the apocalypse, she dreams of opening a restaurant where they could grow their own vegetables. Jiang Nua declares that dishes made with spatial spring water are far superior to those elsewhere, envisioning a bustling business. They would limit their clientele to 20 patrons a day, with each serving of oyster sauce lettuce priced at $299, outshining Michelin-starred offerings. Yuruahua chuckles at her absurdity, rolling her eyes at the fanciful notion of a 299 dish. She sighs, pondering the purpose of earning so much money. Regardless of the state of the world, she longs for a peaceful existence, closing the door to enjoy their simple lives. Jiang Nua smiles softly, promising to make this wish a reality. As she speaks, a thought occurs to her, and she retrieves several knives from their space. Mom, these are some excellent knives I collected at the dock. Choose one that feels right, and I can teach you how to use it. Yu Ruahua examines the options, but ultimately opts for her trusty kitchen knife. I'll stick with this, she decides. Jiang Nua is both amused and exasperated. You only like the kitchen knife? Of course, Yu Ruahua replies. I've spent most of my life wielding this knife. Nothing feels more familiar. It's versatile enough for cutting meat and slicing vegetables, and it gives me a sense of security. She adds, don't underestimate this knife. The set cost over 1,000, and it's perfect for everything. Seeing Yu Ruahua's confidence with the knife reminds Jiang Nua of her past life, where her mother wielded it to fend off bullies and protect her. Jiang Nua clenches her fists, resolved that in this life, she will not let her mother stand in harm's way. From now on, she will cook, garden, and engage in what she loves. However, knowing self-defense is always prudent. The next day, Jiang Nua hears the familiar chime of her bell, signaling Li Meng's contact. Li Meng has been engrossed in target practice, often becoming quite taciturn when focused. She immerses herself fully in her craft, and until she regains her complete composure, she refrains from considering other matters. Jiang Nua admires her dedication, and they maintain a comfortable coexistence in their respective spaces. Upon returning to the 35th floor, Jiang Nua finds Wu De waiting to deliver 300 specially crafted bullets. As he enters, a strong scent of mutton fills the air. Wu De sits on the floor, a plastic bag beside him emanating the odor. When Li Meng notices Jiang Nua's arrival, she opens the bag to reveal a piece of boiled mutton, a token of gratitude from Wu De. He brought it as a thank you, Li Meng explains. Wu De adds quietly, indeed, after crafting those 300 bullets, you provided us with ample meat. Thanks to Miss Zhang's compensation, my daughter has avoided malnutrition. Jiang Nua nods, sensing that this is not the crux of the matter, and directly inquires, where did you acquire this? Wu De, having come to propose a collaboration, shares his story without reservation. After constructing the boat, he entrusted both vessels to Wang Chong, who took the residents out on a few excursions, yielding some success. They managed to retrieve several bags of soaked rice, which, although slightly spoiled, could still be cooked after drying in the wind. At this point, no one cares much about taste. Simply having something to eat is a blessing. Wang Chong also commandeered another boat, bringing back a considerable haul, but it came at a cost. One resident from the 22nd floor fell into the water and was lost. And Wang Chong himself sustained injuries, necessitating time at home to recuperate. Consequently, he will not venture out again for the time being, leaving the boats back in Wu De's hands. With no one utilizing the boats, Wu De contemplates setting out himself to search for supplies. However, he is well aware of his limitations. He never intended to seek food, acknowledging his own capabilities. He aims to gather parts and materials to craft more special bullets to trade with the 35th floor for food. I know of a forest in the western suburbs with several water stations and repair shops. I thought I might check it out for materials, but fortune smiled upon me, and I discovered a concealed house filled with sheep. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nua and Li Meng exchange glances. If he speaks the truth, it is indeed a stroke of luck.
How many? Li Meng inquiras.
There are about 40 to 50 alive, Wu De responds, and 7 or 8 dead. Though I didn't count them precisely. They were starting to smell. I kept watch there for a day, but saw no one. When night fell, I boldly slaughtered one. But I didn't dare take an entire sheep back. I only cut off a couple of pieces, cooked them on site, and brought them back hidden in a bag. He gestures to the piece on the table. I boiled it with rainwater and didn't add salt, but it's quite good when sliced and steamed. You can dip it in sauce. Why share this with us? Shouldn't you enjoy your fortune in silence? Li Meng questions. I wish I could. Wu De chuckles bitterly. But I returned with the meat, and after much contemplation, I realized I couldn't manage it alone. The reality is, with so many sheep, I cannot handle them all. First, I can't process dozens of sheep, nor do I know how to preserve the meat. That place isn't particularly hidden either. It could be discovered at any moment. Even if I butchered all the sheep and brought the meat back, there's no way I could protect it. His words ring true. With 40 to 50 sheep, even with both of his small boats, it would take numerous trips to retrieve them. Even if he were fortunate enough to bring them back, given Wu De's stature. Wang Chang could easily overpower him. Thus, seeking Jiang Nua's collaboration is his best option. I propose we work together to manage these sheep. You can devise a means of preservation, but we must act swiftly. I cannot guarantee how long it will remain undiscovered. Wu De concludes. The sheep are a treasure trove, providing not only meat, blood, and offal for consumption, but also wool and hides that can be processed and stored for future use. Li Meng was undoubtedly captivated by the prospect and turned to Jiang Nua for her opinion. Such a favorable opportunity certainly warranted their participation, yet Jiang Nua's approval was essential. She trusted that Jiang Nua would make the right decision. However, managing 40 to 50 sheep would indeed require considerable effort and resources, and there might be dangers along the way. Therefore, it was imperative to discuss the distribution of their spoils beforehand. You discovered the sheep, so please outline how we should divide them, Jiang Nua inquired. Wu De, likely having contemplated this matter long before, responded, I shall take 1/4. Although I found the location. Ultimately, it is you who will do the heavy lifting. Jiang Nua nodded in agreement with this principle of distribution. May I ask something?
Li Meng interjecta suddenly.
Given the number of sheep, if we process them all before returning, it could take several days. Can you manage without returning home for that long? This was indeed a concern that had crossed Wu De's mind. He hesitated momentarily, his expression revealing unease, but eventually mustered the courage to ask, Miss Jiang, would it be possible for my daughter to stay on the 35th floor for a few days? You need not worry about anything else. She can remain within those doors, and I will ensure she is not bullied in my absence. I will prepare her meals in advance. She is quite well behaved and mature for her age, so she won't cause you any trouble. Would that be acceptable? Before Jiang Nua could respond, Li Meng cast a meaningful glance in her direction. Jiang Nua understood the underlying implication. Li Meng's suggestion was not solely out of concern for the little girl's safety. It was also a strategic move to safeguard against Wu De, potentially leading them into a trap. However, Wu De's willingness to place his daughter under Jiang Nua's care diminished that possibility significantly. Very well, Jiang Nua replied. I agree to your daughter staying temporarily on the 35th floor. My mother will look after her, so you need not worry. However, I must stipulate that while she is here, she must behave and remain quiet. You should explain this to her in advance. Rest assured, Miss Jiang. My daughter is quite mature and understands well. I will make sure to discuss this with her beforehand, Wu De said, visibly relieved, and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Thank you so much. I had planned to bring her along if you had disagreed, but the 35th floor is indeed the safest option. Let us not delay. We must prepare immediately, Jiang Nua urged, eager to make efficient use of their time. After a moment's thought, she instructed Wu De, travel light. Only bring what is absolutely necessary. Please discreetly send your daughter upstairs without drawing attention. We will need to undertake some preparations and depart in 3 hours, leaving half an hour earlier to await our rendezvous outside. Understood, Wu De replied obediently, rising promptly to carry out her instructions. Once Wu De had departed, Jiang Nua returned to the 36th floor to inform Yuruahua of the situation. Aside from the sheep, as Wu De had noted, there were water stations and repair shops nearby, and the location was close to the national highway. Jiang Nua intended to conduct a thorough search, estimating it would take them 2 to 3 days to return. As a mother, Yuruahua had a soft spot for young girls and inquired, Isn't Wu De's daughter only 9 years old? Will she be all right alone on the 35th floor? It should not pose any problems, Jiang Nua reassured her. In this apocalyptic world, we must all learn to adapt and grow. I will ensure that the 35th floor and all 4 doors to the outside are securely locked. She will be safe and unable to leave, and no one will be able to enter. With Wang Chang injured and the residents of the building having endured hunger for so long, they will lack the strength to breach the doors. Very well. I trust your judgment, Yuruahua nodded. One must always be cautious. The 36th floor must remain secure, and you are right to take these precautions. Jiang Nua continued, If you feel uneasy, you're welcome to check on her daily. Wu De will provide her with food, so that is one less concern for you. Rest assured. I understand your intentions, Yuruahua replied, playfully poking her daughter's forehead. You harbor such a significant secret, and while maintaining distance from Li Meng, how could I disregard boundaries simply because she is a young girl? I can go downstairs once a day to ensure the child has everything she needs. However, one must be cautious. Trust is a fragile thing. Jiang Nua smiled, appreciating her mother's straightforward yet effective manner of speaking. Nevertheless, it was time to address serious matters. Mother, I initially intended to take you with me on this expedition, but given the task of processing so many sheep, we are inexperienced. However, Hame is still asleep, and someone must oversee the home front. I need you to share your knowledge on handling the sheep and provide us with some basic training, as I wish to avoid wasting time fumbling around. Yuruahua contemplated for a moment. There are numerous methods to preserve mutton. The simplest approach involves salting the meat, followed by air drying or smoking it. As long as temperatures remain moderate, it can last for a year or two. Alternatively, we could make jerky, which is flavorful and easy to store. Jiang Noa nodded, making mental notes to implement both methods. She also wished to return with a couple of live sheep, but that could be discussed later. Processing live sheep is significantly more challenging than handling ducks, so I must provide you with practical instruction first. Yuruahua rolled up her sleeves. To be frank, even I have never personally slaughtered one. Allow me to share what I know, and the rest will require you to gain experience on your own. Yuruahua ascended to the 35th floor to demonstrate the procedures of slaughtering, bleeding, and butchering, explaining which knives to use, guiding Li Meng through each step. Li Meng absorbed the information diligently. Meanwhile, Jiang Noa remained on the 36th floor, researching how to process wool and hides on her computer. She found herself wishing to embody the protagonist of a novel, possessing a myriad of skills, seamlessly transforming a live sheep into a feast without the need for last-minute research. In her previous life, she had slaughtered 2 small mutated creatures and consumed their flesh, so she had a general understanding of butchering. However, transitioning from slaughtering sheep to preparing the wool and hides without wasting any resources felt daunting. Nevertheless, it was beneficial to learn now. She sensed that this knowledge would prove invaluable in the future. In her past life, she had been unable to obtain wool from mutated creatures, but this time, that might very well change. After diligently noting everything down, Jiang Noa gathered the necessary supplies and made her way to the 35th floor, where she found Li Meng had completed her training. Wu Dai's daughter was named Wu Xiaojing, a name Jiang Noa found quite admirable. Wu Xiaojing was slightly dark and skinny, with short hair that gave her a tomboyish appearance. She sat quietly in a corner of the living room, attentively listening as they discussed how to prepare jerky, not uttering a single word. Once Yuruahua had finished her instruction, she returned to the 36th floor. Li Meng secured her supplies, including her air gun, in her bedroom, and Jiang Noa assisted her by adding an extra lock for security. "Let us depart," Jiang Noa said, shouldering her backpack.
Limang nudda.
Carefully folding the strategy and recipe Yuruahua had provided and placing it in her coat pocket before strapping on her backpack and shouldering the inflatable boat. Indeed, each time they prepared adequately, their hearts felt steadier. Chapter 72. Divided into 3 paths, the western suburbs featured a range of hills, with the area Wu Dai mentioned located approximately 3 kilometers from the city's edge. Once lush with greenery, the hills were now nearly submerged to their summits. Jiang Noa recalled that there were villagers living at the foot of these hills, yet she wondered where they had all gone after the heavy rains. Perhaps they had retreated further west. Wu Dai, familiar with the national highway, reasoned, the higher mountains over there provide greater safety, otherwise, these sheep would not be ours. Despite the sky being shrouded in darkness, with a misty rain falling, the expansive wilderness revealed distant peaks that resembled islands adrift in a vast ocean, isolated from one another. Li Meng steered the inflatable boat ashore and methodically secured it. Wu Dai, having heeded Jiang Noa's advice to travel light, carried only a large toolbox and brought along little else. After dragging a small boat up the hill, he promptly returned to assist Li Meng in lifting items. The trio, clad in raincoats, traversed the impeccably washed asphalt road towards the mountain summit. As they walked, Wu Dai provided an overview. There were a few small shops on the mountain catering to truck drivers with water and maintenance needs, as well as several standard factory buildings. Seemingly a cardboard packaging factory that had long been defunct, leaving the structures to languish in emptiness. Upon nearing the factory, Jiang Noa noticed a large truck with northern plates parked on the cracked cement floor, its cargo comprised of towering wire cages, likely meant for transporting sheep. These sheep may have been brought from other provinces, Wu Dai explained. The driver encountered a torrential downpour on the mountain road, and, wary of continuing in such heavy rain, sought refuge here.
And the sheep? Limang inkirat.
In the factory just ahead, he replied. The factory's entrance was tightly shut, and the threshold was cluttered with various branches, evidently gathered recently, likely by Wu Dai, to obscure any activity. Li Meng chuckled, Your concealment is more conspicuous than the absence of concealment itself. Embarrassed, Wu De scratched his head, admitting, I couldn't think of another solution. Jiang Nuo approached, surveying the surroundings. In recent days, the townsfolk had been scavenging extensively, primarily targeting grain depots and supermarkets, and even resorting to mutual looting. Once resources in the city ran scarce, individuals would inevitably venture farther afield, and areas close to the city, like the western suburbs, would soon attract attention. Anyone capable of reaching this factory would certainly not overlook it, likely seeking to gain entry at the first opportunity. Li Meng began hauling the branches inside, intending to use them as firewood later. Jiang Nuo retrieved a sturdy lock and secured the factory's heavy iron door. While the door might not withstand a determined assault, the noise of breaking it would be significant, and locking it would create additional barriers, affording them more time to react. Stepping into the dimly lit factory, an overpowering stench assailed them. In one corner, a makeshift pen constructed from colored steel sheets contained dozens of sheep. Upon hearing footsteps, several sheep bleated in response. So many! Li Meng exclaimed, momentarily disregarding the foul odor, her expression one of delight. Jiang Nuo also took note. There appeared to be around 40 or 50 sheep, though the stench hinted at the presence of deceased ones. Wu De fetched a cart, donned gloves, and began disposing of the dead sheep outside, swarmed by buzzing black flies, the rotting smell overwhelming. After several trips, he slumped against the wall, struggling to recover. Jiang Nuo inspected the remaining sheep, noting that they appeared relatively healthy and not overly thin. Given the prolonged rain, it was illogical for them to have survived without care. Clearly, someone had been feeding them. Her flashlight illuminated remnants of grass and branches in the pen, still fresh. It must be the truck driver. He's nearby, Li Meng suggested. Jiang Nuo pondered, declaring, we need to ascertain the situation before proceeding with anything else. You must be cautious while searching. Look for existing resources such as cement, steel, and firewood that can be utilized. Wu De was assigned to search the factory, instructed not to wander outside, but to safeguard their supplies. Li Meng will search nearby while I venture farther. We must gather materials for a stove and an earthen oven, utilizing whatever we find. Understood, Wu De nodded. I did a brief inventory here yesterday. There are some discarded oil drums that, if cleaned, can serve as large pots for boiling water. Excellent. Gather what can be salvaged. Li Meng and I will scout outside. If you encounter any issues, feel free to call for her. Jiang Nuo produced 2 whistles, distributing one to each of them. The whistles, obtained during a bulk purchase, were of questionable quality, but emitted a loud sound. The trio split up. Jiang Nuo had familiarized herself with the area's geography through maps prior to their arrival. We must show respect for resources by leaving no stone unturned. Her first task was to look for wild vegetables. Her ability to identify edible plants was honed during her previous life in the apocalypse, where hunger drove people to consume anything, including boiled leaves. Thus, she would not overlook the nutrient-rich wild greens. Although she was not currently in need of vegetables, she intended to locate some areas for Li Meng and Wu De to harvest later. As she roamed the mountain, she collected a bountiful array of wild vegetables. The recent rains had been a bane to urban dwellers, but revitalized the resilient flora on the mountain. Jiang Nuo spotted several edible plants, starting with a large patch of alfalfa. Though the tender shoots were palatable in spring, they had now matured and were tough to chew, resembling tree leaves in texture. Yet they were suitable fodder for sheep, which coincided with her plan to raise 2. Drawing a sickle from her space, she harvested an entire patch of alfalfa and stored it in her space. Feeling a twinge in her back, she quickly consumed some spring water from her space to rejuvenate her energy. Further along, she discovered ferns, which she recalled as quite tasty. Although hunger had previously skewed her perception of edibility, she also encountered a sizable patch of dandelions, whose tender leaves were indeed edible and palatable, marking their locations. She then proceeded towards the woods. Navigating the mountains on a rainy day proved cumbersome, clad in a raincoat and hiking boots. Each step through the soft mud was laborious and treacherously slippery. Without her hiking boots, she believed she would have fallen several times already. It seemed prudent to stick to the road, as shortcuts were ill-advised.
Yang Nosik head softly.
After some time, she arrived at the water station Wu De had mentioned, adjacent to a maintenance shop. The doors were locked, yet she had become adept at breaking locks. Cutting through even the most secure safes was within her skill set. Once inside, she discovered several high-pressure car wash pumps, hoses, spray guns, automotive parts, and an array of tools. She collected scattered tires and larger items into her space, leaving the smaller items for Wu Dai to dismantle. In the maintenance shop's warehouse, Jiang Nua spotted several large, dark oil drums filled with waste oil. These barrels, which were meant to be disposed of regularly, had remained untouched due to the inclement weather. Waste oil had numerous applications. It could serve as lubricant or fuel. A standard drum held 400 liters, and there were nearly 2,000 liters here. She decided to take them all. Having completed her collection, Jiang Nua planned to retrieve a speedboat from her space to explore higher up the mountain. The range connected to a national highway. With the sudden downpour, many trucks would have been forced to stop, and a thorough search might yield valuable items. More importantly, she had noted from the map that there was a railway not far ahead. Given the elevation of the overpass and the terrain, the tracks might remain relatively dry. Searching along them could yield unexpected finds. With her decision made, she descended towards the water's edge. Just as she was about to extract the speedboat, a glimpse of something unusual among the grass caught her eye. It appeared to be a person. Instantly on high alert, she placed her hand in her pocket, swiftly retrieving a handgun and chambering around as she cautiously advanced. The shadow remained utterly still. As I drew closer, it became evident that a head was protruding from the underbrush, its damp hair resembling a tangled mass of grass, the body submerged within the foliage, allowing the rain to cascade over it. Jiang Nua furrowed her brow, sensing that something was amiss. This was a corpse.